The shattered realms awaken. Reality fractures. Spatial rifts vomit forth titanic beasts, plagues beyond cure, and mutations that rewrite flesh itself. Year 217 of the Great Rift Era. A teenager's eyes snap open, bearing memories of a decade yet to come. Qin Feng, a rank superhuman, king of mercenaries, reborn in his youth. Psionic powers, ancient martial arts, hypertech firearms, all shall become extensions of his will. The multiverse's apex predator is about to ascend. Chapter 1. Rebirth 10 years ago. The steel-constructed building gleamed like a mirror, with doctors in pristine white coats bustling about. This was a research facility located in the outskirts of Chanyang City's new district. In the waiting area, a group of youthful teenagers wore expressions of excitement mixed with anxiety and fear. Ding ding dong. Number 2318. Qin Feng, please proceed to injection zone 3. It's my turn. The boy quickly stood up, his legs trembling with excitement, only to trip over his own feet and crash to the ground with a thud. Anyone could tell how hard he had fallen. Qin Feng. Zhou Hao felt that the situation was truly tragic and rushed to help him up. To his surprise, Qin Feng had fainted. Dude, Qin Feng, what are you playing at? It's such an important moment, and you fainted. Wake up quickly, it's time for your awakening serum. In the year 2200, the world underwent drastic changes, and humanity fell rapidly from its position as the dominant species over 2,000 years to the lowest end of the food chain. However, due to the presence of powerful individuals among humans, such as those with extraordinary abilities and ancient martial arts practitioners, there remained a certain space for survival. The prerequisite for awakening these powers was to receive the awakening serum at the age of 16. This was a defining moment that could lead to a meteoric rise, yet Qin Feng had fainted. Zhou Hao was beside himself with worry. Ding ding dong. Number 2318. Qin Feng, please proceed to injection zone 3. The loudspeaker echoed again, and the calls only intensified the throbbing pain in Qin Feng's confused mind. I'm not dead? This thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. How could he not be dead? He had clearly perished in a mutual destruction with that powerful, unknown Beast King. Meanwhile, the sounds around him began to clarify. Forget it, Chen Ming. Help me carry Qin Feng inside. Even if he's fainted, he still needs to receive the awakening serum. Zhou Hao couldn't help but urge the person next to him. Qin Feng jolted at the mention of the name. Chen Ming? How could he be here? Was this crisis somehow brought on by him? But who was this anxious person beside him? Why did he sound so familiar, as if he existed in his memories, yet felt so distant? Chen Ming stood beside Qin Feng and Zhou Hao, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Qin Feng, Chen Ming, and Zhou Hao had always been the top 3 in their intermediate academy. However, Chen Ming knew that his strength was far inferior to that of Qin Feng and Zhou Hao. Now, with Qin Feng suddenly fainting, a flicker of glee crossed Chen Ming's mind. Zhou Hao, this isn't right. The doctor will blame us, and Qin Feng has fainted. We should have someone check on him now, just in case he really is injured. Chen Ming expressed concern with his words, but in reality, he wanted Qin Feng to miss the injection of the awakening serum. But such a big deal as the injection. Zhou Hao was getting anxious, feeling a bit lost. Let's take him to the side to rest for a moment. Chen Ming stepped forward, intending to help Qin Feng leave. There's no need. A deep, hoarse voice interrupted, carrying an undercurrent of suppressed intensity. No one knew what Qin Feng had experienced in that instant of fainting. Was it a fleeting dream, or was it reality? Qin Feng only knew that in his memories, the additional 10 years were filled with vivid love, hatred, and conflict. He stood up, his expression suddenly shedding its childishness, becoming composed. There was even a sharpness to his gaze. Chen Ming stiffened, feeling a chill run down his spine, as if he were standing naked before Qin Feng, with all his secrets laid bare, every little misdeed exposed. But in just a moment, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to Zhou Hao. A hint of crimson appeared in his eyes. Zhou Hao, another brother of his, had already died at the age of 16 because of him, yet here he stood before him, still youthful, just as he had been at 16. In that instant, Qin Feng finally understood. He had been reborn, back to the day he was 16, the day of the awakening serum injection. Ding ding dong. Number 2318, Qin Feng, proceed to injection area 3. I'll go ahead. Qin Feng nodded to Zhou Hao. This time, his steps were steady, devoid of the earlier restlessness, even emanating a subtle aura of authority. Since fate had given him a second chance, he was determined not to let the events of his past life repeat themselves. Qin Feng clenched his fists and walked toward injection area 3. A vial of azure serum was injected into Qin Feng's vein. The awakening serum will awaken your abilities. The stronger your talent, the faster the awakening. Within a month, your strength, speed, and sensory perception will greatly increase. Even without abilities, you'll possess at least a basic physique, so make sure to strengthen your training. Yes, thank you, doctor. Qin Feng took a deep breath, feeling an unusual energy surging within him. But he said nothing, even going to great lengths to conceal his presence, preventing any aura from leaking out. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. The stronger the talent, the faster the awakening. It had only been a minute since he injected the awakening serum, and his abilities were already beginning to surface. What kind of talent was this? Unfortunately, in his past life, he hadn't even had the chance to enjoy such a gift before being persecuted, subjected to painful experiments that exploited his powers, and ultimately discarded in the sewers. He survived, yet he had no strength to fight back against his enemies. After all, at that time, he was almost as useless as a waste. But now a sharp light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Perhaps he couldn't yet contend with that organization, but their lackeys were definitely not going to escape his wrath. Lost in thought, Chun Ming had already appeared before Qin Feng. A meaningful smile crossed Qin Feng's face. Chun Ming shivered involuntarily. What's going on? Qin Feng seems off today. Why does it feel so dangerous? Chun Ming couldn't quite place this unsettling feeling. How's it going, Qin Feng? Any reactions? Zhou Hao asked eagerly. None. Qin Feng shook his head. Zhou Hao's eyes showed a hint of disappointment as he sighed. Well, since none of us had a reaction, I doubt anyone else will. Let's go back and continue training. Yeah, let's go. The three of them left the research facility and headed outside. It had been many years since Qin Feng had returned here. This place was just one of the large gathering spots on the outskirts of Qingyang City, with dense concrete buildings crowded together, making it feel suffocating. A massive, satellite-like, floating mechanism hovered in the sky hundreds of meters above. It was a spatial stabilization device, and one of the things that ensured the safety of the gathering area. Something should happen soon, Qin Feng thought to himself. At that moment, a sudden flash of fire erupted from the spatial device in the sky. Chapter 2. The spatial stabilization device. The spatial stabilization device overhead was the lifeline of humanity, the most powerful weapon safeguarding their settlements. But now, it was clear the machine had malfunctioned. The fluctuations stabilizing the space, invisible to the naked eye, were dissipating. Nearly everyone who noticed the anomaly first panicked, then succumbed to sheer terror. What is wrong with the spatial stabilizer? Is it damaged? Zhou Hao exclaimed in shock. Before Qin Ming could finish his sentence, the wristbands on all three of them erupted in a shrill alarm. Warning! Warning! Spatial rift detected within 100 meters. Unknown life forms approaching. Beep! 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 Spatial rifts. These were the very scourge that had toppled humanity from its dominant position, reducing them to the bottom of the food chain on the land they once ruled. Qin Feng's eyes darkened. Though his frame was still somewhat frail, his back was straight, his entire body coiled in readiness, not shock or panic. Because he had been prepared. In his past life, this exact event had unfolded at this very moment. Back then, Qin Feng had been unconscious, and Zhou Hao had stubbornly insisted on taking him for an injection. After administering the awakening serum to himself, Zhou Hao had carried Qin Feng out. By the time Qin Feng regained consciousness upon leaving the research facility, the spatial stabilizer had already failed. The rift opened, and beasts invaded. Zhou Hao had died, saving Qin Feng. As for where Chun Ming had been at the time, Qin Feng didn't have time to dwell on it. In reality, Chun Ming had already given them the answer. Run. We have to get out of here, now? Chun Ming roared, bolting away like an arrow loosed from a bow. They were all students who had undergone secondary education, each possessing formidable physical prowess. In just a second or two, Chun Ming had already put over 10 meters between them. Qin Feng's expression turned icy. If this was how things had played out in his past life, how utterly laughable he had been back then. Zhou Hao had died for him, while Chun Ming had callously abandoned them with nothing more than a flimsy excuse, split up and go separately, to cover his betrayal. What a despicable coward. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao, still just a teenager, was momentarily stunned before Chun Ming's panic spurred him into action. Instinctively, he started running. Quick, we have to go too. He grabbed Qin Feng's arm, trying to pull him along. But Qin Feng didn't budge. When Zhou Hao realized he couldn't move him, he whipped his head around, his face pale with panic and worry, sweat already beading on his forehead. Qin Feng, are you still not feeling well? Can you run? Hurry, we have to leave, or I'll carry you. Zhou Hao's words tumbled out in a frantic rush. Without even waiting for a response, he was ready to haul Qin Feng to safety. It was only natural. They were brothers. A searing heat surged through Qin Feng's chest, like lava erupting from a volcano. The warmth was so intense it ached, leaving his heart heavy with sorrow and bitterness. I'm fine. I'm great. Couldn't be better. Thank goodness I was given another chance to make things right. Losing a hypocrite is nothing. At least I still have a true brother. We can't go that way. Right now, we don't know where the rift will appear, but the safest place is definitely the research institute. Qin Feng quickly analyzed the situation. Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed. There are still classmates trapped inside. Quick, we have to go back. Zhou Hao had always been like this, passionate, full of sunshine, and fiercely loyal to everyone. For Qin Feng, who had spent 10 years struggling through a life of bloodshed and danger before his rebirth, such a person was truly rare. Let's go? Qin Feng started running too, feeling the vigor and vitality of his young, albeit still weak, body. They turned a corner into the main road, where cars blared their horns frantically. In their panic, drivers made mistakes, crashing into each other and bringing traffic to a complete standstill. And then, right at that moment, a rift began to form in the air, 3 meters above the main road. The rift was pitch black, starkly visible, surrounded by a shimmering silver light, the tangible fluctuations of spatial elements. A rift? Zhou Hao's eyes widened in terror. No matter how much they had studied it in school, seeing one for the first time was always terrifying. No one knew what kind of creature might emerge, perhaps even a world-destroying demon god. The rift wasn't expanding quickly, just over half a meter long and no more than 30 centimeters wide, but the sight of it sent people on the road into a frenzy. They abandoned their cars, screaming as they fled. But the rift didn't stop. Suddenly, a figure shot out from within. At first glance, it looked like a baby, its skin tender yet oddly bloated, tinted a sickly yellow-green, with a mess of foul-smelling hair. The infant struggled to crawl through the rift before dropping with a thud from 3 meters up. From that height, even if it didn't die, the impact should have at least injured it. But the infant twitched its limbs and stood up, lifting its oversized head high. Only then did the crowd get a clear look at its face. This was no baby, it was a monster. Bulging, blood-red eyes, a mouth split wide open to its ears, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, not flat human molars, but jagged fangs meant for tearing raw flesh. This creature ate people. It's a Feng infant. Someone in the crowd shrieked. Feng infants, according to the Federation's textbooks, were only the lowest tier level 3 monsters. Under the Federation's classification system, the strongest were ranked in stages, with corresponding tiers for ability users, and naturally, monsters followed the same hierarchy. A level 3 monster could be defeated if people stayed calm. But this creature had one defining trait. It was a pack hunter. Sure enough, the first fangling landed, followed by the second and third. Despite their clumsy, crawling movements, the moment these fanglings spotted prey, they suddenly sprang into action, leaping forward with their limbs and tearing into their victims' throats with razor-sharp teeth. A man screamed in agony as he swiftly drew the weapon at his waist and fired a shot straight at the fangling's head. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and what was already chaotic on the main road descended into complete hell. 4 or 5 fanglings surged into the crowd like wolves among sheep, slaughtering indiscriminately. One of them lunged straight at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's eyes widened, his mind blank for a split second as he scrambled to think of a way to defend himself. The textbook knowledge they had studied felt utterly inadequate. None of the combat techniques they'd learned could counter something so fast and so small. Of course, this was also a matter of sheer power disparity. Even though the 16-year-olds had awakened their supernatural abilities and combat skills, they were still only at the first tier. But just then, a pair of thin yet strong hands shoved Zhou Hao out of the way. From the corner of his eye, Zhou Hao recognized that figure instantly. It was Qin Feng. Chapter 3. The Rift Creature. Fangling Qin Feng yanked Zhou Hao aside and threw a punch at the fangling. His speed was much slower than the creature's, yet as if by sheer coincidence, the fangling's head met his fist at the perfect moment. Crunch. The sound was like a watermelon bursting open. Red and white brain matter splattered everywhere. Qin Feng frowned, not because the scene was too gruesome, but because the knuckles of his hand had split open from the force of the blow. Too weak. He couldn't even remember the last time his body had been this fragile. But then, Qin Feng's amber eyes darkened, turning as deep and black as midnight. An invisible energy surged from the fangling's corpse and flowed into his body. The wounds on his hand rapidly scabbed over, the skin peeling away before healing completely, as if he had never been injured. This was Qin Feng's innate ability, Devour. Yet his expression betrayed a mix of shock and exhilaration. In his past life, he had foolishly believed that awakening his supernatural ability made him invincible. He had bragged about it openly, only to have his gift stolen from him. All that remained was the faint ability to absorb energy from slain monsters to strengthen himself, just enough to barely survive. But now his ability was intact. Does that mean I can become even stronger? Qin Feng could feel it. The energy he had absorbed from the Fangling had already fortified his body significantly. If he killed about 10 more, he could make a breakthrough, elevating his physical strength to the second tier. Then what am I waiting for? For the first time in what felt like forever, Qin Feng felt truly alive. In the distance, the Fangtooth infant, enraged by the death of its kin, let out a furious cry and swooped down. 2 Fangtooth infants flanked Qin Feng, attempting to encircle him. With a swift step back, Qin Feng avoided being trapped in a pincer attack. His hand instinctively reached for his waist, pulling out a small, 10-centimeter dagger meant for self-defense. As one of the Fangtooth infants lunged at him, the blade flashed coldly. Thud! In an instant, Qin Feng slit the throat of one Fangtooth infant. Its tiny body crumpled, its head barely hanging on by a thread of skin. Blood splattered everywhere. Without hesitation, Qin Feng raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the second Fangtooth infant, sending it flying back 3 meters. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward and drove the dagger deep into its chest with a fatal strike, so forceful that he could feel the blade scrape against the hard ground beneath. Screech! Alerted by the commotion, another Fangtooth infant let out a piercing shriek, a sound somewhere between a cat's yowl and a baby's wail. Several more came charging toward him. Qin Feng remained calm, his mind instantly calculating the order of attack, take them down one by one. His combat experience was more than enough to handle these creatures. The only problem? His body couldn't keep up with his reflexes. The Fangtooth infants swarmed from all directions, eager to tear him apart. Crunch! One of them sank its fangs into Qin Feng's leg, sending a sharp pain shooting through him. His calf felt like it was being pierced through. But the real terror came when another Fangtooth infant lunged straight for his throat. At the last possible second, Qin Feng's expression finally changed. He raised his arm to block the attack, sacrificing his forearm to the creature's razor-sharp teeth. At least his neck was spared. Die! With a furious roar, Qin Feng violently swung his arm downward, slamming the Fangtooth infant against the ground. A sickening crack echoed as the creature's bones shattered under the impact, its body nearly flattened against the pavement. But before he could recover, another Fangtooth infant seized the moment, leaping at him with terrifying precision. Its gaping maw stretched wide, as if ready to swallow Qin Feng's head whole. His pupils contracted sharply. Thwack! A snow-white baseball bat came flying out of nowhere, smashing into the creature and knocking it aside. Zhou Hao's trembling figure appeared in Qin Feng's line of sight. Despite his fear, Zhou Hao didn't stop. Instead, he turned and began viciously beating the Fangtooth infant still latched onto Qin Feng's leg with the bat. Let go, you damn monster! Let go! This time, however, his strikes lacked the same ferocity. He was too afraid of accidentally hitting Qin Feng. After a few more blows, the Fangtooth infant's skull finally caved in. Qin Feng kicked it away, sending the lifeless body tumbling across the ground. His wounds were healing rapidly, but to the naked eye, Qin Feng looked severely injured. Zhou Hao was trembling all over, his adrenaline surging, his face flushed red as he gasped for fresh air. So thrilling. But in the next instant, seeing the wounds on Qin Feng's body, Zhou Hao was still shocked. Qin Feng, are you okay? I'm fine. Qin Feng shook his head. Just then, the patrol squad finally arrived, dispersing the crowd and securing the street. Should we still go? Faced with this situation, Zhou Hao had no idea what to do. No need. Qin Feng shook his head again. Only one rift appeared here. With the patrol squad present, there's no danger now. Indeed, only one rift had opened here. But in his past life, Qin Feng hadn't been present. Back then, the Fangtooth infants had scattered, hunting down and killing many people, including Zhou Hao. Thankfully, all of that was now in the past. At that moment, the flames from the spatial stabilizer in the sky flickered out, replaced by a burst of silver light. As the radiance descended, the rift before Qin Feng and Zhou Hao gradually shrank until it vanished completely. Zhou Hao had never witnessed such a sight before. His face filled with astonishment and curiosity. In truth, if they truly awakened, this would become a common occurrence in the future. Beep beep. Street number 12 has been cleared. Currently tallying casualties. 13 confirmed dead. Injuries still being assessed. Area secured. The patrol squad moved past, confirming the death toll. Qin Feng watched coldly, unmoved. In contrast, Zhou Hao snapped out of his earlier excitement, his face gradually paling. In just that brief moment, 13 people had died. If not for Qin Feng, the toll would have been even higher. Just then, a man wearing a patrol squad insignia on his chest approached Qin Feng. The patrol squad acted as the police force within the settlement, with everyone possessing formidable destructive power. Any dispute could easily escalate into a one-sided slaughter of the weak by the strong. Thus, the patrol squad existed to maintain order and even protect the settlement's safety. After all, even within the settlement, danger wasn't always absent. Did you two take down these fangtooth infants? Impressive, truly impressive. Heroes emerge from the young. The man spoke with a beaming smile. He wasn't tall, around 1.7 meters, and had a somewhat rounded build. But Qin Feng knew better than to underestimate him. Chapter 4. The capital S scheming merchant. The man's chest bore an insignia marked with the number 1, indicating that his strength surpassed Qin Feng and Zhou Hao's current level by at least 10 stages. Of course, compared to Qin Feng in his past life, this was nothing. But beyond this rank insignia, the man also wore a badge marking him as the patrol squad's deputy captain. The patrol squad represented the settlement's official authority. There was no room for disrespect. No, all the credit goes to Qin Feng, Zhou Hao quickly clarified. Zhou Hao saw the patrol officers approaching and immediately began stammering an explanation before they could even ask, eager not to take credit for the achievement. The officer, of course, knew that all of this was Qin Feng's doing. The surveillance footage had already made that clear. Good job. You're Qin Feng, right? I'm Xue Xingfu, deputy patrol captain of District 12 in the settlement. Upon hearing the name, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Xue Xingfu? This man would later become infamous as a notorious profiteer in the imperial capital a decade from now. Who would have guessed that, 10 years earlier? He was just a deputy patrol captain? Hello. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Xue Xingfu smiled warmly at Qin Feng, though a shrewd glint flickered in his eyes. We really appreciate your help this time. With just one sentence, he had reduced Qin Feng's life or death struggle to a mere assistance. In this world, whenever a spatial rift appeared and threats to the settlement emerged, those who neutralized the danger would receive special rewards, especially for something as perilous as this. But Qin Feng didn't call him out on it. We just fought back. Otherwise, we'd be dead. Xue Xingfu kept smiling, though inwardly he found Qin Feng's calm demeanor unsettling. Here's the thing. The fangs and heartblood of the fangtooth infants you killed can be collected as materials and sold for a decent price. But you're still young, and selling them alone would put you at a disadvantage. Qin Feng smirked knowingly. If it had been just Zhou Hao standing here, he might have fallen for Xue Xingfu's trick. The fangs and heartblood weren't worth much, but the entire corpses could be claimed as merit. With some maneuvering, Xue Xingfu could easily take credit for the kills himself. These were the unspoken rules of the world, where the strong dictated the truth, and backdoor deals were commonplace. Qin Feng didn't bother with subtlety. 8 corpses in exchange for 8 F-grade enhancement serums. Xue Xingfu's smile froze for a split second, his guard instantly rising. F-grade enhancement serums weren't particularly expensive, just 10,000 credits per vial. But in the settlement, the average person only earned about 1,000 credits a month. 8 serums would cost 80,000 credits. However, as an official, Xue Xingfu had access to internal pricing, cutting the cost in half. 40,000 credits. Exactly the reward Qin Feng deserved for the fangtooth infants he had slain. If this wasn't a coincidence, then Qin Feng knew exactly what he was doing. Either way, you're not losing out, Qin Feng added. Xue Xingfu swallowed the probing questions he had been about to ask. This kid really knows his stuff, huh? Fine. You've got a deal. Then thank you, Captain Xue, Qin Feng said flatly, his tone devoid of genuine gratitude. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. You're a sharp one. If you come across anything good in the future, don't hesitate to reach out. Xue Xingfu's mind raced as he added Qin Feng to his contacts. This kid might be useful later. After all, if he could take down fangtooth infants now, his combat potential was bound to be formidable in the future. It never hurt to have connections. Xue Xingfu may not be a merchant yet, but he is already showing the makings of one. Qin Feng divided the 8 vials of enhancement serum he had obtained, giving half to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao stood there dumbfounded, staring at something they had never dared to dream of before. How did you get so many? Isn't enhancement serums supposed to be expensive? Zhou Hao couldn't help but ask. Patrol members get a 50% discount. The patrol team is that good? Damn, official power really is something. If only we could join someday. If you want to join, you can, Qin Feng nodded. In his past life, Zhou Hao had died for him. Now that he had been reborn, Qin Feng would never let his brother down. As for Chunming, perhaps people change. Or perhaps Qin Feng's longing for friendship after losing a brother had blinded him, making him unable to see the snake in the grass. Wait, Qin Feng. Take these 2 back. I don't need this many. Besides, I only killed 2 of those things. If it weren't for you saving me, I'd be dead right now. Zhou Hao shoved 2 vials back at Qin Feng. Just pay me back once you awaken your ability or potential in ancient martial arts. Qin Feng pushed them back. The serum wasn't that useful to him anyway. After all, he was a natural ability user. The only reason he hadn't given Zhou Hao all of it was to avoid raising suspicion. As for the fact that he had been reborn, that was something Qin Feng had no intention of revealing. Alright bro, once I awaken, forget B grade. I'll buy you A grade serum if you want it. Zhou Hao thumped his chest proudly. Of course, that was just the reckless boasting of youth. A grade enhancement serum was something even the elites could barely secure each year. As they talked, the medical team finally arrived on the scene to tend to the wounded. Since Qin Feng had helped repel the fang-tooth infants, he was treated like a hero. No need, I'll handle it myself. Go check on the more seriously injured. I'm fine. Qin Feng stopped the nurse and deftly grabbed a bandage to dress his own wounds. Seeing how practiced his movements were, the nurse nodded and moved on to others. On the battlefield, every second counted. One more minute could mean one more life saved. Besides, ability users in the settlement were tough. Minor injuries like these were nothing to them. No one knew, of course, that Qin Feng's wounds healed quickly because of his ability. Since the medical vehicle was cramped, Zhou Hao Henti followed him inside. When Qin Feng emerged, his arm and calf wrapped in bandages, Zhou Hao gave him a sympathetic look. Qin Feng, you've had the worst luck today? Zhou Hao muttered. First you knocked yourself out this morning, and now you got bitten by fang-tooth infants. Maybe you should find a light attribute ability user for a blessing or something. You think light attribute users grow on trees? Qin Feng chuckled. He didn't feel unlucky at all. On the contrary, he considered himself incredibly fortunate. How many people got a second chance after death? Yeah, just saying. Zhou Hao shrugged with a wry smile. Right. I've got something else to take care of. You head back to school first. Qin Feng stopped in his tracks and didn't follow Zhou Hao. Qin Feng, are you still going to work? Don't bother. Now is the perfect time to focus on awakening. You can't afford to waste it. Zhou Hao's words made Qin Feng pause. It took him a moment to remember that, 10 years ago, he did indeed have a part-time job. Zhou Hao's parents were still alive, and he even had an older brother, though their family was just ordinary within the settlement. They had stable jobs and could support Zhou Hao. Chapter 5. Combat Suit. Qin Feng thought carefully and realized he had actually quit that job in advance, just to ensure he had enough time to train after awakening. He just hadn't told Zhou Hao. Both Qin Feng and Chen Ming were orphans. Chen Ming's parents had died during a beast tide attack on the settlement, leaving him with a monthly 500 yuan stipend as a hero's orphan. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had no idea who his parents were. He had simply been abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage. Newborns were the hope of humanity, but the awakening serum could only be administered at 16. This made orphan care one of the most critical priorities for the current Huaxiao Alliance. Still, for orphans to earn extra money and strengthen themselves was nearly impossible. Qin Feng had no choice but to work odd jobs to scrape by. In any case, he didn't need to make up excuses for Zhou Hao. I still need to talk to the manager there. Don't worry, I won't let it interfere. I'll head out first. With that, Qin Feng waved and took a different path. Zhou Hao watched his friend's retreating figure, feeling as though Qin Feng had suddenly become far more composed and steady, as if he had grown up overnight. Then again, after experiencing the awakening injection, the spatial rift, and the attack of the fang-tooth infants, how could anyone not mature? If Qin Feng had known Zhou Hao's thoughts, he would have laughed bitterly. What he had endured wasn't just a single day, it was an entire decade. Making sure Zhou Hao wasn't following, Qin Feng slowed his pace. The Qingyang Northern New Zone settlement was his birthplace. It wasn't part of the city proper, but rather the outskirts of the outskirts. Despite the seemingly well-connected streets and clustered buildings, nothing could mask the harshness of life here. There wasn't enough arable land, and the surrounding wilderness teemed with predatory beasts. Far from Qingyang's main defenses, the settlement's security was weak, with the strongest fighters barely reaching E rank. Even the spatial stabilization devices were dilapidated from years of neglect. After being taken away back then, Qin Feng had never returned to Qingyang, so his memories of the place were hazy. After wandering through 3 streets, he finally found what he was looking for, a store specializing in outdoor combat gear. The shop was large, at least by settlement standards. More importantly, it was a branch of the Wan Corporation, a major chain. Inside, a woman in her 30s sitting at the counter gave Qin Feng a once-over. Seeing his disheveled state, she wrinkled her nose in disgust. Xiao Sun, handle this one, and mop the floor afterward. Ah yes, manager. The male clerk named Xiao Sun immediately came over to assist Qin Feng, though the act of mopping the floor clearly indicated they thought Qin Feng had dirtied the pristine armor shop. Qin Feng gave the other person a cold glance. It had been years since anyone dared to treat him with such rudeness. But Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Freshly reborn, he had far more important matters to attend to. After all, she was just a narrow-minded woman. Sir, are you looking to purchase or sell items? Xiao Sun quickly approached and asked politely, though inwardly puzzled. Qin Feng was covered in wounds, likely returning from battle. Yet he carried no spoils. That made him an unlikely seller of materials. As for buying power, someone without even a single ability insignia couldn't possibly afford their shop's merchandise. Thinking this way, the middle-aged female manager had actually been quite sharp-eyed. Will you take these? Qin Feng pulled out the 4 F-grade enhancement serums from his pocket. The F-grade serums were a pale red. Each tube no thicker than a pinky finger, but they bore official labels that could easily be verified for authenticity. Though this armor shop didn't deal in pharmaceuticals, F-grade enhancement serums were essential goods. One glance told Xiao Sun they were genuine. Unexpectedly, this was a big deal. Xiao Sun perked up. Yes, absolutely. He took the serums and carefully tested them before saying, our shop only buys enhancement serums at 80 of market price. For bottles would be 32,000 credits. Completing this sale would earn him a 300 credit commission, an unexpected windfall. Qin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the shop's inventory. One set of G3 combat armor, a dagger, a hand crossbow with 30 bolts, a tactical backpack, and an outdoor utility kit. In this settlement, true powerhouses were rare, and most were ordinary people. Those folks wouldn't opt for high-quality G3 combat armor. However, since human strength was categorized using letters, these descriptors applied to rune equipment. Items starting with letters were merely standard synthetic armor, nowhere near rune gear, but durable enough for combat. Otherwise, fighting a battle only to end up naked would be far too embarrassing. Understood. Could you specify the size you need, sir? Size 170. Qin Feng glanced at his frail frame and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was probably only 173 centimeters tall now, and painfully thin, a far cry from his pre-rebirth physique. After handling this, he needed to quickly improve his physical condition. Got it. Xiao Sun bustled about, handing Qin Feng a G3 combat suit to try on before gathering the other requested items. With practiced efficiency, Qin Feng picked what he needed, decisively rejecting Xiao Sun's attempts to upsell unnecessary items. In the end, he spent 30,000 yuan to buy everything, leaving only 2,000 yuan tucked into his backpack. Customer, if you come back next time, you can be a returning client. I'll give you a discount for purchases over 10,000 yuan. Here is my contact info. Feel free to add me. Xiao Sun quickly offered. Qin Feng nodded without refusing. Having a familiar contact to handle transactions would make things more convenient. After asking for the seller's real name, Qin Feng added the salesman, Sun Yu, to his contacts. Currently, his contact list was pitifully small, only about 20 or 30 people, most of whom were classmates. But that also meant fewer distractions. After saving the details, Qin Feng turned off his communicator, changed into the level 3 combat suit, secured his dagger, strapped on his crossbow bolts, and left the armor shop. As he walked down the street, he could clearly sense the attention his outfit drew. Combat suits were distinctly different from ordinary clothing. Even in the sweltering heat of June, the suit's material repelled water and fire while maintaining thermal balance, keeping him cool despite full coverage. The gray-green camouflage pattern provided optimal concealment in the wild, but here in the city, it made Qin Feng stand out. Though his face still carried traces of youth, his expression was steady, his gaze sharp. The crossbow bolts at his waist, the dagger in his boot, and the spare bolts hidden along the edges of his tactical backpack, all were symbols of combat prowess. And, of course, symbols of wealth. Ignoring the stares, Qin Feng hailed a vehicle and said, "Take me to the wilderness departure point." The driver eyed him curiously but remained silent as Qin Feng kept his gaze lowered and lips pressed together. Soon, they arrived at the gathering point for expeditions beyond the settlement. Due to the spatial rifts, the areas outside the settlements had become perilous. Yet, hunters were needed to eliminate threats and protect the communities, hence the existence of wilderness departure points. Here, Qin Feng's combat suit no longer seemed out of place, because everyone here looked the same. Chapter 6. The Frogman of the Reed Marsh. Qin Feng boarded the wilderness-bound vehicle as a pleasant female voice played on loop through the speakers. This expedition will pass through West Mountain, Nine Bend Gully, Clear River Bay, Yuanyang Ruins, and Changnan Settlement. All combatants. Please note, additional rewards in Huaxia currency will be granted for hunting the following marked creatures. Targets include herbivorous giant rats, red-eyed jackals, man-eating vines, and river frogmen. The automated announcement filled Qin Feng with a sense of nostalgia. How many years has it been since I last rode such a crude, mass transit wilderness vehicle? The wilds were fraught with danger, not just the unpredictable rifts, but also the hordes of otherworldly creatures that had reshaped Earth to suit their needs. To safeguard the settlements, the leaders had no choice but to incentivize more fighters to venture beyond the walls. There were over 20 passengers on the bus, none traveling alone. However, since they didn't know each other, they all assumed Qin Feng was part of someone else's group and didn't pay him much attention. The bus stopped at station after station. Some people got off, others got on. By the time it reached Qinghe Bay, Qin Feng was already standing by the door, along with another group who had also risen to exit. While on the bus, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but once they stepped off, Qin Feng immediately stood out. "Why are you alone? The wilderness is too dangerous. Why don't you come with us?" A bright-eyed, delicate-featured girl from the 5-person team couldn't help but urge him when she noticed he was by himself. "Yao Yao," another young man in the group quickly interjected, eyeing Qin Feng warily. "He's out here alone. He must have some skills. Maybe he doesn't want to travel with us." The girl, named Yao Yao, immediately countered. "That's exactly why I invited him, because he looks capable." "Yao Yao, you don't even know if he is strong. What if he just slows us down?" Another guy chimed in. But Li Yao Yao clearly wasn't convinced by their arguments. "Forget it, Yao Yao, he is already gone." A different girl in the group tugged at her wrist. "You're too kind-hearted," but he clearly didn't care. Only then did they realize that, while they were arguing, Qin Feng had already walked 20 meters away, swiftly disappearing into a vast stretch of towering reeds. Now, the group was left feeling frustrated. What is his problem? Qin Feng, oblivious to their thoughts, had no habit of engaging with strangers. Sometimes, fellow humans in the wild were more dangerous than those in settlements. Aware of his current low strength, he preferred to avoid unnecessary contact. Besides, what he was about to do wasn't something he wanted others to know. He moved quickly through the reeds, careful not to make noise. The edges of the reeds were sharp, yet flexible, easy to push aside, but capable of cutting skin. Fortunately, his Class 3 combat suit provided enough protection. The towering reeds formed a dense, bamboo-like maze, concealing his figure but also masking potential threats. Croak! A faint frog-like sound reached his ears. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he locked onto a direction. A split second later, a green figure shot out from the reeds at an incredible speed. The crossbow in Qin Feng's hands was already loaded. With a slight adjustment of its aim, he decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt cut through the air with a low hum, striking the green figure dead on. Thud! The projectile pierced straight through its skull, splattering blood and yellowish-white matter across the reeds. Only when the green figure collapsed did it become clear what it was, a half-human-sized, green-skinned creature, resembling an oversized frog. Moreover, this frog has well-developed hind limbs, almost capable of walking upright, and is also the most notorious reed-killing frogman in Qinghe Bay. Earlier, on the bus, there was a bounty list at the gathering point that included such creatures. Qin Feng stepped forward, drew his dagger, and swiftly gouged out the frogman's eyes. Although frogman meat is quite tasty, Qin Feng had more important matters to attend to and couldn't carry large quantities of items. Additionally, the frogman's blood could easily attract attacks from other creatures. After placing the pair of frogman eyes into a sealed jar, Qin Feng felt the creature's energy instantly absorbed into his body, strengthening himself. The speed was much faster than in his previous life. Is this the full potential of my ability? Perhaps there is even more power I haven't unlocked yet. Feeling his physical strength gradually increasing, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He pressed forward, the reeds growing denser around him, while the croaking of frogs grew louder. Croak, croak, croak. The dense chorus of croaks echoed through the air. Qin Feng suddenly halted, firing 2 crossbow bolts in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh. The bolts shot through the gaps between the towering reeds, striking 2 frogmen entangled at the head and tail of the marsh. It was early summer, the frogmen's breeding season. If they weren't culled now, their numbers would explode after the breeding period, causing them to scatter from their nests and become a massive threat to the settlement. That's why the bounty was posted on the bus earlier. Qin Feng approached the 2 slain frogmen, their energy unknowingly devoured by him. In an instant, he felt his strength surge dramatically. It was an intoxicating sensation, one he hadn't experienced in years. The thrill of advancement. After all, back then, he had been stuck at the same level for far too long. After injecting the awakening serum, Qin Feng became an ability user, but his power leaned toward physical enhancement rather than conventional abilities. As a result, his combat style resembled that of a martial artist. If measured by standard rankings, Qin Feng was now undoubtedly a Tier 1 martial artist. After extracting the frogman's eyeballs, Qin Feng pressed on, his steps unwavering. 3 hours later, he had traversed the reed zone, and the sound of flowing water grew clearer. This was the true Qinghe Bay. Yet, Qinghe Bay was just as perilous, infested with piranhas and crocodilian beasts, making it practically a forbidden zone. Ironically, It was precisely because of this danger that the Chongbei settlement remained unaware of the illegal experimental organization hidden here. Sometimes, the darkest place is right under the lamplight. Qin Feng hadn't come here for revenge. His current strength still needed improvement. Instead, he was here for something else, a potential ally he believed was most likely hidden in this place. Switching to an oxygen tank and diving goggles, purchased earlier from an equipment store, Qin Feng took a deep breath. Splash! He plunged into the water. Chapter 7. The Dead Colossus. The river was deep at this spot. As soon as Qin Feng plunged into the water, he saw the eerie blue-red glow surrounding him, undoubtedly. These were deposits of toxins. Strangely enough, the presence of these toxins meant there were no mutated creatures nearby, eliminating any immediate danger. In his previous life, when he had narrowly escaped death here, he hadn't paid much attention. But now, he could feel the toxins searing his exposed skin, causing a sharp, burning pain. Still, compared to the injuries he had suffered before, this was nothing. Qin Feng swiftly propelled himself through the water. His recent breakthrough in strength had enhanced his speed and power, making movement underwater far more effortless. In less than 3 minutes, he reached the riverbed, where a dark, gaping hole came into view. The entrance was at least 2 meters in diameter, wide enough for Qin Feng to pass through even if he stood upright. Without hesitation, he swam inside. The tunnel sloped upward, and after traveling over 10 meters, Qin Feng emerged from the water. He removed his oxygen mask, immediately assaulted by a pungent, foul odor. There was no mistaking it. This was a sewage pipe. This was the very place where Qin Feng had once escaped the laboratory with his life. In his memories, he had been injected with an awakening serum before Zhou Hao carried him out of the research facility. They had encountered a fanged infant, and in the ensuing struggle, Zhou Hao had died while Qin Feng sustained severe injuries. However, after the fanged infant perished, Qin Feng absorbed its energy, miraculously healing his wounds at an impossible speed. When examined by doctors, Qin Feng had hinted at the possibility of awakening a unique ability. But shortly after leaving the medical vehicle, he was ambushed and abducted once more. Amid the chaos of a sudden dimensional rift invasion in the sprawling settlement, no one paid attention to the disappearance of a 16-year-old boy. Just like Zhou Hao's death, it was dismissed as another tragic accident. Qin Feng was then taken back to the laboratory, subjected to hours of experiments, and declared dead. His body was dumped into the waste disposal area, destined to be shredded and flushed into the river. Lost in these grim recollections, Qin Feng reached the end of the tunnel. A steel plate blocked his path, but now it was wedged open by a massive, mangled paw, leaving a gap of about 30 centimeters, just enough for a person to slip through. With practiced ease, Qin Feng climbed up and followed the enormous limb, finally laying eyes on the creature that had saved him in his past life. The beast was at least 3 meters long, but its current state was horrifying. Its body was a rotting mess of toxin-eaten flesh. Aside from the claw that had pried open the steel plate, its other limb lay limp on a pile of garbage, its nails completely torn out. Moreover, the creature must have once had fur, but now its skin had been stripped away, its tendons ripped out, and its tail severed. Its eyes had been gouged out, and a hole had been drilled into its forehead, likely where its core, the source of its mutated energy, had been extracted. If it weren't for the fragility of flesh and bones caused by the experiment, rendering them utterly worthless, they would likely have been torn to shreds. How could it have died? Seeing the fist-sized hole, Qin Feng's tone carried a hint of surprise. If the injuries were truly that severe, how could this creature have managed to pry open the steel plate? Wait, could it be soul energy? But Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. His purpose in coming here was precisely for this massive creature. Back then, he had already been certain of his own death, but after falling into this garbage dump, he had landed right on top of the creature. Immediately afterward, he felt a devouring force surge through him, though the power of his ability was at least 10 times weaker than when he had first awakened it. His abilities had been nearly depleted after a catastrophic experiment. Yet, even so, the energy he absorbed was enough to revive Qin Feng. Once he regained consciousness, he assessed the situation, crawled out through a crack, and narrowly escaped death. In that sense, this creature had saved Qin Feng's life. He had even thought that after his rebirth, he would return here to rescue the creature and form a contract with it, if it could recover fully. Given the immense power he had sensed when absorbing its energy, this creature would undoubtedly be incredibly strong, more than capable of overthrowing an organization like the Chongbei Gathering's experimental lab. But he never expected this outcome. Glancing at the time, he realized he had regained consciousness 10 minutes earlier than he remembered from his previous life. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, Qin Feng felt the massive beast's body shift, as if pushed aside by some force. From the direction of its abdomen, a silvery glow emerged. It was the fluctuation of spatial elements. Having experienced this just hours ago, and being intimately familiar with spatial elements after all these years, how could Qin Feng not recognize it? Could the reason for his rebirth in his previous life lie within this spatial rift? The rift was incredibly small, smaller even than the one from which the Feng infants had emerged. Though Qin Feng remained vigilant, drawing on his past life experience, he didn't flee. Instead, he pushed aside the beast's corpse. A silver disc-shaped glow rose into the air. A spatial passage. Unlike unstable rifts that could collapse at any moment, passages were far more stable, most of them artificially created. After the disc-shaped passage opened, it soon expelled a red, palm-sized sphere before vanishing completely. Qin Feng's gaze naturally fell upon the expelled object. It was an irregularly shaped egg. Or perhaps, more accurately, it was an amniotic sac. Inside the translucent red sac was a frail, puppy-like creature. Qin Feng could sense that the puppy's vital signs were stable, entirely sustained by the eggshell-like sac enveloping it. In Qin Feng's mind, everything had connected into a clear line. Perhaps back then, I absorbed the energy released after this little creature's death. Qin Feng had fallen from above and landed right on the massive beast, which led him to mistakenly believe the dissipating energy came from the beast. Little one, from now on, I'll take care of you. Together, we'll seek revenge. Qin Feng picked up the amniotic sac and carefully placed it in the waterproof compartment of his backpack. At that moment, the sudden sound of machinery activating echoed around him. Above, a rotating blade descended. Clearly, before disposing of the waste, they intended to thoroughly shred everything inside. Don't worry, I'll protect your child. With those words, Qin Feng slipped through the crack and escaped. The long-dead colossal beast shed winding trails of blood from its eyes, as if weeping. The sound of the shredder roared to life, pulverizing everything in the garbage chute without a trace. Chapter 8. The elemental core climbing out of the passage. Qin Feng felt the dampness slew off his body, though his skin still stung. Ignoring the discomfort, he followed the river upstream, eliminating a few frogmen along the way until he reached the shallows. Here, far from the laboratory's discharge points, the water was clean and unpolluted. With the emergence of spatial rifts, humanity had fallen to the bottom of the food chain. Factories had shut down, and in just a century, Earth had become overgrown with vegetation, drastically reducing pollution. Perhaps, for the planet, this was a good thing. Qin Feng rinsed his hands, face, and neck in the clear water. His body, however, remained unharmed. If the Tier 3 combat suit couldn't even manage that much, it wouldn't be worth its price. He then opened his backpack and retrieved the amniotic sac with the tiny creature inside. Perhaps freed from the spatial passage, the little being had regained vitality. Qin Feng could clearly see it breathing. With each inhale and exhale, the transparent fluid in the sac gradually drained into its mouth. The sac withered as its energy was steadily absorbed. In less than an hour, it'll hatch. Checking the time, he noted it was already 8 p.m. No vehicles traveled through the wilderness at night, and the base would be sealed by now. Looks like I'll have to camp out here. Finding a sheltered spot, he scattered beast-repelling powder. Its pungent scent would ward off lower-tier creatures. As for spatial rifts, though they could appear unpredictably, their frequency wasn't always high. Yet each emergence carried the potential for devastation. In Qin Feng's memory, this particular night had been a narrow escape, but no spatial rifts or other dangers had appeared. Then staying out here for one night should be fine. In Qin Feng's memory, there had been countless nights spent sleeping in the wilderness. After hastily eating some compressed biscuits, he sat cross-legged, his consciousness gradually sinking into the depths of his inner world. Slowly, his breathing slowed, and it almost seemed as if he had ceased to exist in this world altogether. Within Qin Feng's consciousness, everything plunged into darkness, and then, a transparent diamond appeared in his perception. From a distance, the diamond appeared minuscule, but as Qin Feng willed himself closer, it grew larger and larger. It was as if he were drifting through outer space, watching a brilliant star expand before his eyes. This was truly like a diamond planet, unfathomably vast. Around the translucent planet, faint, wispy bands of mist floated like rings, rotating endlessly with the diamond core. The core of supernatural power. Qin Feng's heart trembled. In his previous life, his innate abilities had been destroyed, and no matter how hard he tried, he had never been able to sense what other supernatural beings called the core. Yet now, here it was, this diamond planet, the core that existed within human consciousness. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen his own core, whole, untouched, undamaged. It was so powerful, quietly suspended in the dark void of the night, radiant beyond measure. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Feng carefully reached out with his consciousness once more. The diamond planet wasn't entirely transparent. At its very center, there was a trace of black light. This black was profound, like a vortex capable of absorbing any energy that came near. This is my innate ability, Devour. Just by looking at it, I can tell how overwhelmingly powerful it is. Sensing this ability, Qin Feng recalled his past life. His core had been destroyed, but the black center, this Devour ability, must have remained. That was why he had still possessed the power to absorb, even if he could no longer become a true supernatural being. Instead, he had relied on this ability to consume living creatures and become a martial artist. But if Devour was black, didn't that mean he was a dark-type supernatural being? To date, only 10 categories of supernatural abilities had been discovered, varying in strength. The most common were the 5 elemental types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which had the highest awakening rates. Then there were the special abilities: wind, thunder, and ice. And finally, the rarest of all, light and dark. Who would have thought that Qin Feng's awaken ability would be dark type? Lost in thought, Qin Feng's focus wavered, and his consciousness loosened. The once clear diamond star gradually receded, shrinking back into a mere speck in the darkness. With a sudden jolt, even the darkness vanished. He had been expelled from the mental space. His spirit utterly exhausted. My consciousness is still too weak. Qin Feng frowned. Consciousness was the primary force for controlling supernatural abilities. Even in martial arts, the flow of internal energy required conscious guidance. This was something that could only be honed through relentless practice. There were no shortcuts. Inging. A faint, weak sound reached Qin Feng's ears, causing him to freeze for a moment before realization dawned. He quickly turned his gaze toward the sleeping bag, pulling it open. The creature lying on the thin blanket was now fully exposed. The small beast Qin Feng had rescued earlier. By now, the little creature had already torn through its birth sac and eaten most of it, though some remnants still clung to its legs and back. If left any longer, they would likely dry out completely. Inging. The small beast cried again, its mouth open and eyes shut, as if searching for something to eat. Qin Feng retrieved a tube of jelly-like nutrient solution from his combat backpack, a potent restorative originally intended for the massive beast to help it regain some strength. Now, it would go to its offspring instead. The tiny creature instinctively clutched the plastic tube and began sucking eagerly. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Weak, fragile things always lowered one's guard, stirring a softness in the heart. He took out a towel, dampened it with water, and warmed it slightly with his own body heat before gently wiping the little beast down. Neither in his past life nor this one had Qin Feng ever been this tender, not even toward his brothers or women. But then again, those people were strong enough not to need such care. As he dried the damp little body, the creature began to change before his eyes. Its initially blood-red fur, exposed to the air, gradually dried and transformed, sprouting snowy white hairs. I'll call you Little White from now on. As someone terrible at naming things, Qin Feng didn't dwell on it, and simply assigned the creature its new identity. The newborn beast had no right to object. After a couple more inging cries, it gradually fell asleep, its belly full. Qin Feng slipped into the sleeping bag as well, carefully placing the little one on his chest to avoid crushing it, then closed his eyes to rest. Of course, his sleep was only partial, 3 parts asleep, 7 parts alert. For someone accustomed to surviving in the wild, this was second nature. But in that half-dreaming state, an unusual disturbance, different from the usual nighttime noises, jolted Qin Feng awake. In one swift motion, he rose, tucked Little White into his chest pocket, rolled up the sleeping bag, and stowed it in his combat backpack, all within 10 seconds. In the distance, the howls of wolves and barks of dogs echoed, accompanied by the frantic footsteps of several figures sprinting for their lives. Chapter 9. The Lavish Firearm User Run. Faster. Li Yaoyao repeated these words in her mind like a mantra, as if they could somehow fuel her strength. But her stamina was draining rapidly, slowing her down bit by bit. She had never been a physically adept martial artist to begin with. Ahead of her, the figures of Wang Kai, Jiang Wenxuan, and Yu Hai were already blurring into the distance. They had outpaced her by dozens of meters, not a single one glancing back. Yaoyao, keep running. I'll hold them off. Just as despair threatened to consume her, a voice rang out, soft yet resolute. It belonged to a petite girl. Meng Meng. Li Yaoyao turned her head and saw Lu Meng standing firm. Despite her small frame, barely over 5 feet tall, she seemed towering in that moment. Lu Meng activated the spatial pendant, and with a thunderous boom, a mechanical construct plummeted from the rift in space, crashing onto the ground. Clank, clank. The sound of gears turning echoed as the silver-gray metal gleamed with an icy sheen under the moonlight. The 9-barrel rotary cannon assembled swiftly, its massive barrel, as wide as a millstone, lined with honeycomb-like bullet ports. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A storm of bullets erupted, accompanied by flashes of muzzle fire, sweeping across the area like a scythe. Awoo! In the darkness, crimson glowing figures shrieked and collapsed, clearly devastated by the terrifying weapon. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Feng cursed under his breath and ducked behind a thick tree, wary of being caught in the crossfire. He had already recognized the pursued group. They were the 5 students who had disembarked with him earlier that day. He hadn't expected them to be so unlucky, or perhaps too reckless, to attract a pack of wolves on their very first night. Still, if these were just ordinary wolves, the girl named Meng Meng and her 9-barrel rotary cannon would have made quick work of them. What a rich brat! Qin Feng observed Lu Meng from the darkness. A heavy-duty weapon like that usually required a field assault vehicle to transport. It was typically team-deployed machinery, worth over 2 million credits, not to mention the exorbitant ammunition costs. But even that paled in comparison to the spatial pendant she carried. Even a 1 cubic meter storage space was worth 5 million credits, and hers had to be larger, given that it could fit the entire rotary cannon. For a moment, Qin Feng considered waiting for them all to die so he could scavenge the spoils. But just then, a massive creature burst from the darkness. The beast stood over 2 meters tall, its hulking frame resembling an unmutated bull, except its fur was pitch black, its eyes blood red, and its gleaming white fangs radiated a sinister chill in the night. A beast general-class creature, a dire wolf mastiff. Qin Feng caught sight of it in the darkness and instantly recognized it. Among ordinary mutated beasts, some evolved into far more powerful variants, classified by strength. They were ranked as beast soldiers, beast generals, beast kings, and beast emperors. Beast soldiers were roughly equivalent to elite human fighters, dangerous, but manageable with effort. But a beast general? That was a monster among monsters. No wonder these kids were terrified. The rotary cannon unleashed a torrent of bullets, but none could land a hit. The dire wolf mastiff was too fast. Whoosh! It darted aside effortlessly, its intelligence rivaling that of a human, then circled behind Lu Meng in a flash. With a vicious swipe, its claws lashed out. No! Li Yaoyao screamed. The surrounding elements trembled violently as a ripple of water surged forth, forming a shimmering barrier behind Lu Meng. Crash! The dire wolf mastiff's claws tore through the fragile shield like paper before slashing deep into Lu Meng's back. Squelch! With a metallic clang, Lu Meng's coat was torn apart, revealing a silver undergarment beneath. Surprisingly, the thin silver fabric proved incredibly resilient. It remained intact against the sharp claws, leaving her unharmed. However, the sheer force of the blunt impact sent her flying backward, the blow alone enough to inflict serious injuries. The wolf mastiff paid no attention to Li Yaoyao. Behaving like a true predator wholly focused on its prey, it leaped into the air, lunging once more at Lu Meng with lethal intent. Enough! Qin Feng sighed inwardly. Deep down, he wasn't as cold-blooded as he pretended to be. This girl, despite her lack of strength, had stopped to shield her friend from the monster. In that moment, she reminded him of Zhou Hao. True friendship was rare and precious. Qin Feng decided to act. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot out, angling toward the wolf mastiff with deadly precision. Engrossed in its hunt, the beast hadn't anticipated an ambush. The bolt wasn't aimed to kill, but if it didn't dodge, its eye would be pierced. Instinct took over. The wolf mastiff twisted midair, barely avoiding the projectile, but in doing so, it missed its chance to strike Lu Meng. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He fired again. Whoosh! The second bolt homed in on the beast's eyes. This time, the wolf mastiff had no way to evade. In fact, its earlier dodge had played right into Qin Feng's trap. Thunk! The arrow embedded itself in the creature's eye. A shriek of agony tore through the air as the wolf mastiff thrashed wildly in pain. But instead of retreating, it only grew more frenzied. Crash! The beast charged recklessly, smashing through a tree as thick as a bowl in an instant. Qin Feng had already ducked behind another trunk. A wounded beast was the most terrifying kind. He refused to engage it head-on. Instead, he fired bolt after bolt, skillfully toying with the creature, his movements precise, his tactics flawless. This was the combat expertise of his past life. Lu Meng, who had resigned herself to death, felt a surge of hope at the sudden appearance of this stranger. But that hope quickly turned to despair. Despite the relentless barrage of bolts, Qin Feng was gradually being forced back. The distance between him and the wolf mastiff shrank with every passing second. It seemed only a matter of time before he was caught, pinned, and torn apart. Both Lu Meng and Li Yaoyao recognized him, the same young man who had disembarked with them earlier that day. With nothing but a crude crossbow and no ability user insignia on his chest, he hardly seemed capable of turning the tide. Yet at that very moment, Qin Feng suddenly leaped. Lu Meng's eyes widened. Is he trying to? Before the thought could fully form, she saw him land squarely atop the charge platform. His earlier evasive maneuvers hadn't been random. He had been inching closer to the platform all along. His true goal? To commandeer the Berserk machine. Since the emergence of the spatial rifts, humanity has been granted not only destruction but also evolution. Espers and ancient martial artists have emerged in great numbers. But in this world, the most prevalent are the gunners. Gunners continuously enhance their strength through reinforcement serums, relying on machinery to deliver devastating strikes. Though their combat prowess pales in comparison to espers and ancient martial artists, their low entry barrier and sheer numbers have made them the backbone of human survival. Under these circumstances, the development of machinery has advanced relentlessly, and the various energies leaking from the spatial rifts have shattered the limits of mechanical technology. Chapter 10. Slaying the Beast General. The weaknesses of gunners are also glaringly obvious. Their reaction speed, agility, and physical strength fall far short of espers and ancient martial artists. It won't work. He can't keep up. Lu Ming's mind raced with doubts, but reality left her stunned. Just like the arrow from before, Qin Feng merely adjusted the angle of his minigun turret slightly before unleashing a torrent of bullets, all of them pouring mercilessly into the wolf mastiff's body. Thud, 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 thud. The wolf mastiff was instantly riddled with holes. How? The beast let out a pained shriek as the bullets flung it into the air. Unlike Lu Ming, Qin Feng didn't hold down the trigger continuously. He released it, clicked the turret into a new position, raised it slightly, and fired again. Another storm of bullets rained down, piercing straight through the wolf mastiff's vulnerable underbelly, shredding its intestines and organs. 2 attacks, effortless, almost casual, and the wolf mastiff was already grievously wounded. How? The beast crashed back to the ground with a short, panicked cry. Even it could sense the severity of its injuries. Though not immediately fatal, continuing like this would spell its doom. So it desperately howled, summoning its underlings. From the dark forest, pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life, red-eyed jackals. Earlier, while the wolf mastiff hunted, they had merely watched from the sidelines, not daring to interfere lest they be seen as challenging the beast general's authority. But now, they were permitted to join the hunt. Their blood-red eyes seemed to drip with malice, saliva dripping from their jaws as they stared at Qin Feng with ravenous hunger, eager to tear him apart. Come on then. Qin Feng gripped the minigun turret as if it were an extension of his own body. The mechanical platform seemed to come alive with a savage will, tearing through the wolf pack with ruthless efficiency. One red-eyed jackal hadn't even gotten close. Its glowing eyes had barely appeared in the darkness before Qin Feng detected it and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The jackal was riddled with over 20 bullets, nearly torn in half as it was sent flying backward. Howl! The scent of blood drove the pack into a frenzy. 3 wolves lunged forward, only to be met with another storm of bullets from Qin Feng's turret. Repelled. Repelled again. If they're not dead yet, come reload for me. Qin Feng's cold voice cut through the brief lull in gunfire. Lu Ming, who had been frozen in shock, jolted back to reality. Gritting her teeth against the agony tearing through her body, she forced herself to crawl toward him. Li Yao quickly ran over as well, taking the opportunity to heal Lu Ming's injuries, though her gaze was also fixed on Qin Feng. That young man appeared so calm and composed, exuding a unique charm. Clatter. Rows of bullets were loaded into the submachine gun, and Lu Ming watched Qin Feng's movements up close. His precision, his decisiveness, it was almost supernatural, utterly mesmerizing. Rat-tat-tat. Qin Feng fired the last shot and finally stopped. Noticing he had ceased firing, Lu Ming anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Why did you stop? Are you out of bullets?" Qin Feng glanced at her silently. "They're all dead. We'll split the spoils 50-50. The werewolf is mine." Only then did Lu Ming realize the ground was littered with the corpses of the red-eyed jackals. The terrifying nightmare that had been chasing them was already gone. They're all dead? Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Ignoring the naive girl, Qin Feng stepped into the pile of corpses. Streams of energy were absorbed by his ability, strengthening his own power and speed. When he reached the werewolf's body, an even more formidable surge of energy coursed through him. Qin Feng felt his entire body tremble as his strength underwent another leap. Tier 2. If others knew that. Just one day after awakening, without using any enhancement drugs, he had already advanced 2 tiers. They would be utterly stunned. But this was Qin Feng's ability, an ability that had awakened just 1 minute after injecting the awakening serum. Its potential was likely to reach S rank. And yet, Qin Feng was far from mastering it, barely tapping into even 1% of its true power. Despite the breakthrough, his expression remained unchanged as he began collecting the spoils. The hides of the red-eyed jackals were valuable materials, as were their fangs and claws, all sellable. However, to exchange them with the official northern stronghold. They needed to cut off the jackal's ears. But compared to all that, the 40-plus red-eyed jackal still paled in value next to a single warwolf. After all, this was a beast general. Qin Feng swiftly skinned the warwolf with his dagger, removing its massive hide, teeth, and claws with practiced efficiency. The most crucial part, however, lay near its heart. Squelch. Blood drained, muscles sliced open, ribs pried apart, revealing a smooth, crimson orb. The reason the warwolf had become a beast general was this energy core within its body, since it had awakened speed and strength. Such power sources usually manifested near the heart. This crimson orb could be directly absorbed to enhance one's physical prowess, rivaling the effects of multiple A-rank enhancement serums. Qin Feng pocketed the orb and packed the rest of the materials into his combat backpack. The warwolf's remains alone filled the entire bag to the brim. On the other hand, during the battle, they hadn't felt much, but now Lu Meng and Li Yaoyao's faces were deathly pale. Lu Meng looked at the corpse of the wolf mastiff that had been tossed aside and nearly vomited up last night as dinner. If it weren't for you, I'd already be dead. I should be thanking you. You can take all of these things, Lu Meng quickly said, not bothering to hide the revulsion in her eyes. She couldn't stomach the gore of dissecting corpses. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Meng and didn't stand on ceremony. Fine. Originally, Qin Feng had intended to split the spoils with them to lessen Lu Meng's losses. But judging by her reaction, she clearly didn't care about any of this. The materials harvested from these red-eyed jackals weren't even worth the bullets she fired that night. But Qin Feng needed every penny he could get now. He had just been reborn. Though he hadn't been particularly successful in his previous life, he had still been a battle-hardened mercenary with no shortage of money. Now, however, he was penniless and in desperate need of resources to rebuild himself. He dragged the red-eyed jackals over, removed their claws and fangs, cut off their ears, and left the badly damaged pelts behind. Within minutes, he had packed the usable materials into his sleeping bag, a cheap item that could easily be replaced even if stained with blood. Once everything was done, he noticed Lu Meng and Li Yaoyao were still resting where they'd been, their faces drained from exhaustion and shock, even looking a little lost. The horizon gradually brightened, and the sun rose from the edge of the earth. This meant the transport back to the settlement would soon depart. They could finally return. Qin Feng tightened the sleeping bag, checked his bearings, and dragged it behind him. Follow me. We're heading back to the settlement, he said calmly, striding ahead without looking back. Thank you, thank you. Li Yaoyao repeatedly expressed her gratitude. She truly appreciated Qin Feng's intervention. Otherwise, this place would have been their grave. Chapter 11. Return. Lu Meng holstered her submachine gun. Though Li Yaoyao had treated her injuries, her healing abilities weren't particularly strong, and the internal damage was still severe. Qin Feng glanced at the two of them, confirming they could keep up, and said nothing more. They were just a couple of naive students from an elite academy. Though he was slightly surprised that Li Yaoyao's ability was water-based healing, it was still far too weak. Greenhouse flowers venturing into the wild would only wither under the storm. By 6 a.m., the patrol vehicle arrived on schedule at the designated route. Surprisingly, over 20 people had gathered there, some laden with bountiful spoils, others clinging to life. But such scenes were all too common in the wilderness. Qin Feng walked forward without a flicker of emotion, while Li Yaoyao and Lu Meng's expressions were visibly agitated. Wang Kai. You all, Li Yaoyao's eyes filled with disappointment. The people she addressed were the companions who had come with her. Back then, when these three invited us to the wilderness, they swore they'd protect Li Yaoyao, a support type. Or maybe they just planned to play the hero and show off their strength from the start. But look how it turned out. All three abandoned Li Yaoyao and ran for their lives. And now they're just sitting here waiting for a ride, not even caring whether Li Yaoyao and Lu Meng lived or died. Cowards. Spineless, selfish bastards. I hope you die horribly. Lu Meng's furious shouts echoed as soon as she spotted the three of them. Lu Meng. Yaoyao. I knew you'd be okay. Jiang Wenxuan's expression shifted from shock to a forced smile the moment he saw them. Knew we'd be okay? How the hell would you know? Why don't you try being chased by a tier 3 beast general and see how okay you are? Lu Meng snapped. A flicker of fear flashed in the trio's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by irritation. You're fine now, aren't you? Yuhai shot back at Lu Meng. Li Yaoyao stared at him in disbelief, unable to process his callousness. We were supposed to be teammates. You abandoned us. And now you have the nerve to act like this? Is this who you really are? What kind of people, in a life-or-death situation, anyone would run? Who drag around dead weight like you? Yuhai barked. Li Yaoyao flinched as if struck, the betrayal cutting deep. The surrounding crowd watched the drama unfold with detached amusement. How naive these rookies are. They have no idea how brutal the wilderness really is. Still, The mention of a beast general made a few onlookers tense up. Even seasoned fighters knew better than to underestimate one. Dead weight. Qin Feng's voice cut through the noise like ice, his gaze locking onto Yu Hai. If a water-type ability user is dead weight, then don't expect any healer to ever lift a finger for you in your miserable life. Say that on the war net, and you'll be infamous overnight, unfit for any team, unworthy of any comrade. If I'm not mistaken, you're a martial artist, right? Proud of abandoning a water type in the wild. Think that makes you strong? His words were sharp, methodical, stripping away any pretense of honor. Too cowardly to own up to your mistakes? Then you don't belong on the front lines. Go home and retire. Or better yet, find some dark corner to bully the weak, where trash like you belongs. Qin Feng's verbal assault was relentless, each sentence a calculated humiliation. The crowd erupted in laughter, their disdain obvious. Pathetic excuses for fighters. Looks like it's their first time outside the city. Probably students. No skill, no guts, just a liability. Never seen such delusional rookies before. What a joke. The jeers came freely. None of these seasoned warriors feared offending Wang Kai and his friends. Wang Kai indeed didn't dare to offend them, but his anger surged like an erupting volcano, rising step by step into the sky. Yu Hai, impulsive by nature, trembled violently all over. As a martial artist, he had trained at the school for a year. Boasting a robust physique and standing a full 185 centimeters tall, half a head taller than Qin Feng. Now, he stepped forward as if ready to throw hands with Qin Feng. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt streaked through the air with a piercing whistle before embedding itself into the ground right at Yu Hai's feet. Looking to die? Qin Feng glared coldly at him. Yu Hai's boiling blood instantly cooled as if doused by a bucket of ice water. Their weapons had long been depleted in the previous battle, and their guns had run out of bullets. As a martial artist, Yu Hai had carried a blade, but even that had been lost in the chaos. Now, facing Qin Feng, armed with a crossbow, Yu Hai backed down. You just wait. Yu Hai spat through gritted teeth. Though his threat rang hollow, Wang Kai's eyes flickered with fear, while Zhang Wenxuan concealed his malice behind a veneer of calm. The three retreated, and soon, the disdainful glances from the others pushed them to the fringes of the 20-person group. In contrast, Qin Feng and his companions found themselves at the center of attention, especially Li Yaoyao, who drew particular interest. After all, she was an ability user. If you ever want to venture into the wild again, stick with people like us, someone advised her. Don't just follow anyone who sweet-talks you. The wilderness is dangerous. Or better yet, why not join our mercenary team? We treat water-type ability users very well. Our team's benefits are even better. Another chimed in. Of course, most of this was just banter. Ability users were a rare breed, top-tier professionals among humanity's struggling remnants. Even those still developing their powers would join small-time mercenary squads. Whether it was the city guard, patrol units, or official organizations, doors swung open for them. Major corporations and elite mercenary groups treated them like honored guests. Take the Chongbei settlement, for example. Out of 16-year-olds who awakened annually, only 20 to 30 became ability users. Not quite 1 in 10,000, but certainly 1 in 1,000. While some were curious about Qin Feng and Lu Meng, a few probing questions revealed one was just a basic enhancer and the other a gun specialist. Hardly remarkable. Too young, too green. Their squad wasn't running a charity. And rookies weren't what they needed. Even if one of them didn't act like a rookie, Qin Feng paid no mind to their opinions. His disinterest was plain, his expression cold and unyielding as he politely brushed off further inquiries. Fortunately, the vehicles arrived soon after. 3 armored trucks rolled up, each heavily armed. Necessary precautions for the perilous dawn runs into the wild. Chapter 12. The orphanage. These 3 trucks, however, were already packed with people. Qin Feng felt the squeezing around him, with goods only able to be hung on the roof of the vehicle, and couldn't help but frown. If he was going to spend more time in the wild in the future, he'd have to buy a combat vehicle, but that would mean forming a team. Otherwise, a vehicle left unattended in the wilderness could be stolen at any moment, unless he had an ultra-large spatial pendant. But those things were only affordable for the ultra-wealthy, right? Qin Feng glanced at the extremely weak Lu Meng. As for Wang Kai and the others, isolated by the crowd, they naturally weren't sharing this ride. Perhaps the air in the vehicle really was bad, because Qin Feng felt the little creature sleeping against his chest stir slightly. His shirt pocket was quite large, and the tiny white creature, now only half the size of a palm, could still manage to roll over. Don't move around. Qin Feng patted his pocket. With so many people around, it was risky. The mother of this little white creature seemed quite powerful, and its offspring had strong genes, making it suitable for taming and raising. If others noticed it, trouble would surely follow. Whether due to sharp perception or not, the little creature stopped moving. And Qin Feng relaxed. Raising his wrist, he thought for a moment before finding the contact he just added yesterday on his communicator. Shueshingfu, I've got some things here. Are you still buying? Qin Feng listed his spoils and sent the message. At 6 in the morning, Shueshingfu was still half asleep. But the moment he saw the message on his communicator, he jolted awake. Buying. Shueshingfu had a keen sense that this young man was extraordinary. Just one day had passed, and yet he already had so much more in his possession. From the information he gathered yesterday, Qin Feng had only just taken the awakening serum. But now, looking at the items listed, Shueshingfu realized this guy was something else. Trade for enhancement serums. Qin Feng typed again. You still want enhancement serums? Enough for 80 doses? Even with my insider discount, I don't have that much stock for a whole month. Qin Feng smirked faintly. These enhancement serums weren't particularly useful to him, but they were solid currency. In this era, even though the Federation had issued paper money, most people still trusted bartering goods directly. After all, tangible items were real value. Then trade for G-grade ones. After a long hesitation, Shueshingfu gritted his teeth and replied, Fine. By the way, I also have a set of beast general materials. Can I trade them for an energy gun? Shueshingfu was stunned. Just how capable is this kid? But in the end, he suppressed his curiosity and agreed. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Having such a strategic partner so soon after his rebirth was a great advantage. Half an hour later, at the wilderness departure point of the Chongbei settlement, Qin Feng got off the vehicle and walked straight to an unremarkable-looking car. He opened the back door and slid inside as the car drove off smoothly. By the time the slower-moving Lu Ming and Li Yaoyao got off, Qin Feng had already vanished without a trace. This guy really just left without a word again. I was planning to treat him to a meal. Lu Ming clutched her chest, complaining with a hint of frustration. He's from the Chongbei settlement. We'll run into him again eventually. Li Yaoyao also sighed softly, feeling a pang of disappointment. She couldn't help but think that Qin Feng didn't really see them as equals. As a water-type ability user, this realization made her feel the gap between them all the more sharply. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, sitting in the car, was completely unaware of their thoughts. They had crossed paths by chance, and he had already saved them. That was kindness enough. There was no need to babysit rookies like a nanny. In the vehicle, Shueshingfu excitedly examined the fresh materials, calculating how much contribution they could exchange for. Qin Feng, too, had secured what he needed. 3 tubes of F-class enhancement serum, 20 tubes of G-class enhancement serum, and an energy gun. The enhancement serums were worth over 400,000 credits, roughly equivalent to the bounty from the beasts he had hunted. The energy gun alone cost a staggering 200,000 credits, but the value of a single direwolf Fong was more than enough to cover it. For ordinary people, this was the kind of money they'd spend half a lifetime earning. That's why, within the settlement, many young adults desperate for quick wealth lived life on the edge, hunting mutated beasts outside the walls. They'd use the earnings to buy enhancement serums and strengthen themselves, though no one ever knew if they'd make it back alive after leaving the safety of the base. All right, drop me off at the intersection up ahead, Qin Feng said. Got it. If you come across any more good stuff, remember to look me up. Shueshingfu replied with a grin, clearly pleased with the successful deal. Qin Feng stepped out of the car and paused for a moment, watching the crowds moving through the streets. For a brief instant, he felt lost, unsure of where to go next. But the thought quickly passed. At this point in his life, he should be returning to the orphanage. Of course, the orphanage wasn't a permanent home. 1 month after injecting the awakening serum, anyone who had turned 16 was required to leave and make way for new orphans. Still, it was the place he had grown up in, and it had been a long time since he'd seen the old headmaster. At the thought, Qin Feng clenched his fists. His steps grew steadier, and within 10 minutes, he arrived at a cluster of densely packed high-rises, built so close together they seemed to leave no room for living. From the outside, the site was suffocating in its overcrowding, but there was no helping it. Space was scarce in the Chongbei settlement. Only the wealthy could afford quality housing. Some even lived in villas in the most central areas. The further out you went, the smaller and more cramped the living conditions became. Most people understood the unspoken truth. This was a form of protection. Those living on the outskirts were always at risk, the first to become cannon fodder when danger struck. Qin Feng entered the complex, where the sounds of children playing echoed through the dimly lit alleys. Even in the shadows, their energy was boundless, a testament to their youthful spirit. Yet, the moment the children spotted Qin Feng, their laughter died down. They scattered in an instant, retreating to a safe distance to watch him warily from afar. Qin Feng had just slain a beast, and the scent of blood still clung to him. Moreover, his current attire was enough to intimidate anyone. Swiping his card, he entered the building, the buzzing chatter of children following behind him. Is he an orphan too? He looks so impressive. Look at his clothes. Do you think he is here to bring us something? Will we get to eat meat tonight? Their voices dripped with longing. Saliva practically pooling at the thought. Now at Tier 2, Qin Feng's senses were nearly twice as sharp as an ordinary person's, so he caught every word. Oh, I forgot. I should bring them something next time. With that thought, he climbed the stairs to the 8th floor dormitory. The room held 4 bunk beds, housing 8 people in total, though none were present at the moment. One of the beds belonged to Qin Ming. Glancing at the time, 7 o'clock p.m., Qin Feng figured they must have left early for training. After all, awakening was a pivotal moment in their lives. Chapter 13. The old director. This worked in Qin Feng's favor. After a brief search, he located his old bed, retrieved his toiletries, and headed to the communal bathroom. He fished Xiaobai out of his pocket. The little creature looked nothing like the frail newborn from last night, now covered in pristine, fluffy white fur, untouched by even a speck of dust. Its dark, gleaming eyes blinked awake, tiny ears perking up. Wait a minute. Qin Feng patted his pocket again, only to realize the energy core he had stored there earlier was gone. He had deliberately kept it instead of selling it to Xue Xingfu, intending to use it himself. His fingers brushed against a faint dampness inside the pocket. Suspicion settled on Xiaobai. Did you eat the energy core? Inging. The little creature's guilty eyes darted away, avoiding Qin Feng's questioning gaze. Under that pitiful stare, any reprimand died on Qin Feng's lips. Fine. As long as you're not feeling sick. Energy cores contained immense power. If Xiaobai had recklessly consumed it and suffered backlash, that would have been the real concern. Stay here. I'll take you out in a bit. He placed Xiaobai in a basin and stepped under the cold shower. After freshening up and adjusting his combat suit, he changed into clean but faded clothes, worn from countless washes, yet they softened the sharp edges of his presence. Once ready, he tucked Xiaobai into his tactical backpack and headed for the old director's office. But just as he reached the door, laughter spilled out from inside. Good, good. All I hope for is that you children grow up successful. There's no need to repay me. The familiar voice belonged to the old director. Lin Durong was already 80 years old, a highly respected elder whose grandfather was said to have participated in the construction of the Chambay settlement. For the past 30 years, he had served as the director of the orphanage, a position that, while not particularly prestigious, hardly did justice to his talents. Yet his tolerance and kindness filled the orphanage with hope, no matter how difficult life was there. Qin Feng still considered it a safe and warm home worth cherishing for a lifetime. The door to the director's office was ajar. Qin Feng's smile faded slightly when he spotted the person inside. It was Qin Ming. In an instant, Qin Feng's expression returned to normal as he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, both Lin Durong and Qin Ming turned toward the door and noticed Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you're here too? Lin Durong seemed unsurprised. Are you also here to complete the formalities? Also, Qin Feng glanced at Qin Ming. For a brief moment, Qin Ming looked awkward. On the surface, he and Qin Feng had always been on good terms at the orphanage, but after what happened yesterday, when he had fled first, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Yeah. Qin Feng, are you planning to move out too? Did you awaken an ability? Qin Ming feigned calmness, shifting the topic while secretly wondering if Qin Feng had indeed awakened. No, Qin Feng denied outright. What about you? Why are you moving out now? A faint smirk tugged at Qin Ming's lips. I met a mercenary team yesterday. They agreed to take me in. From now on, I'll be a member of their squad and can move into their apartment. An apartment was naturally far better than the orphanage dormitory, so this was a significant upgrade. Qin Ming found himself a good team. Lin Durong chimed in. Qin Feng, if you're also thinking of joining a mercenary squad, maybe Qin Ming can put in a word for you. It'd be good for you two brothers to stick together and watch out for each other. Qin Ming's smile stiffened slightly. Recalling what the mercenary team had told him yesterday, he grew visibly uncomfortable. That's not really up to me. I'd have to ask the captain. But I heard they've already filled their quota for new recruits. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. Brothers? Hardly. I'm not looking to join a mercenary team just yet. I might enroll in a higher academy instead. But higher academies are expensive, Lin Durong said with concern. If you're serious about it, I could reach out to some corporations and arrange a sponsorship contract. After graduation, you'd work for them. That might be a better path. Don't trouble yourself, director. I'll figure something out on my own. Qin Feng didn't want Lin Durong to owe favors on his behalf. Besides, with the knowledge of the next 10 years in his mind, he had no intention of tying himself to any corporation. That would be putting the cart before the horse, working for someone else's benefit. All right, let me process your paperwork first. As the old director busied himself, Qin Feng turned to Qin Ming and casually asked, what is the name of the team you joined? The Terminator Squad. Qin Ming felt a hint of wariness in his heart. But he couldn't bring himself to deceive Qin Feng, so he reluctantly spoke up. Good name. Yet inside, Qin Feng was seething with fury. Back then, after narrowly escaping death in the laboratory and returning to the Chengbei settlement, he had found Zhou Hao already dead. With no one left to rely on, he had no choice but to return to the orphanage. But what he hadn't expected was that when Chun Ming came back to the orphanage and saw him recovering from his injuries, his expression had turned strange. Without a word, Chun Ming had turned away and made a phone call. Even now, Qin Feng could still recall those chilling words. Captain, didn't you guys take Qin Feng for the experiment? How is he still alive? Yes, he is at the orphanage right now. All right. I'll find a way to keep him here. You'd better hurry. It was easy to imagine the rage Qin Feng had felt at that moment. But his injuries were still severe, his body weak. There was no way he could take on Chun Ming. So he fled that very night, leaving Chengbei City behind. And the captain Chun Ming had called? He was part of that illegal laboratory. This so-called termination squad was affiliated with the very organization that had framed Qin Feng, a group of spies lurking within the settlement. It seemed Chun Ming still didn't know the truth about this mercenary team. But in half a month, he would surely find out. Yet instead of keeping his secret, Chun Ming had tried to have him killed again. After all these years of living side by side, how terrifying. That being the case, Qin Feng couldn't let Chun Ming find out about his awakened abilities. Not now, not ever. And it wasn't just about himself. Now that he had altered Zhou Hao's fate, if Zhou Hao also awakened an ability, Qin Feng would have to keep it hidden to protect him from the laboratory's clutches. There was no way Qin Feng would let his true brother suffer the same persecution. Here you go. Old Director Lin Durong handed Qin Feng the neatly compiled documents. Thank you, Director. I'll come visit you in a few days. Qin Feng wasn't just being polite. He truly intended to return. Because that day would be the day Lin Durong met his tragic end. Chapter 14. Absorbing the rune, it was also because of that incident that Chun Ming had returned to the orphanage. Chun Ming might have envied Qin Feng, harbored resentment toward him, but he would never disregard old Director Lin Durong. Yet in this life, Qin Feng was destined to be his enemy. Whether it was the persecution he had endured in his past life or the existence of such a terrifying organization, neither had any place in this world. After completing the formalities, Qin Feng left the orphanage with his meager belongings, just 3 spare sets of clothes. This time, he truly had nowhere to go, but with money in hand. He wasn't worried. After some thought, he headed to a reputable inn on Chengbei South 5th Street, known for its security and decent environment. The lodging fee was 200 credits a day, expensive, but worth every penny. The comfort level here is worlds apart from the orphanage. Spacious bedrooms with cozy beds, private bathrooms, a small kitchen with a fridge, and even a multifunctional training machine, a compact testing device, and more. These rooms are designed for ability users. And now that I've just awakened, these amenities are naturally essential. Even if I were to go to a professional training facility with more advanced equipment, the daily cost wouldn't necessarily be cheaper than staying here. Go play on your own. And remember, if you need to relieve yourself, use the bathroom. I know you understand. Qin Feng set Xiao Bai down on the floor, letting the little creature explore. Everything around them seemed endlessly fascinating to Xiao Bai, who immediately began hopping around excitedly. Qin Feng took out his communicator, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed Zhou Hao's number. Qin Feng, how was your training yesterday? I've already taken a strengthening serum. I feel like I can hit an attack power of 80 now. Hearing this, Qin Feng felt both surprised and yet not entirely shocked. Not bad. Keep at it. And don't forget to practice your meditation techniques. I know, but meditation is so boring. Zhou Hao's restless personality made it hard for him to sit still. Ability users are generally stronger than martial artists anyway. Oh, and remember, if you awaken an ability, don't go around telling people. From what Captain Shui hinted, some dark organizations have infiltrated the settlement recently. They might target newly awakened individuals. Qin Feng had just fabricated this warning on the spot. What? Zhou Hao was visibly alarmed. The settlement's been having such bad luck lately. Hey, do you think the spatial stabilizer from before was sabotaged too? Qin Feng, maybe. Then you shouldn't go to school either. Come stay at my place. I'll take you to the training center. Zhou Hao's father worked at that facility. So Zhou Hao could sneak in free equipment training and even get pointers from experienced fighters. No, the orphanage's equipment is enough for now. Just take care of yourself. We'll meet again in a month. All right then. Zhou Hao didn't push further, knowing Qin Feng had a strong sense of pride. After ending the call, Qin Feng finally relaxed. His gaze shifted to the testing device in the room, and in the next instant, his body snapped into motion. Planting his feet firmly, he twisted his waist, channeling the force through his arm. His fist cut through the air with a sharp whoosh before slamming violently into the machine. Boom. The specialized elastic mechanism absorbed the impact, denting inward as the numbers on the display rapidly flickered. Current attack power, 1213 ha. Qin Feng exhaled, his tense muscles gradually loosening. His current physical strength was roughly 15 times that of Zhou Hao's. Zhou Hao's talent is actually pretty good, according to federal standards. An average 16-year-old who hasn't been injected with awakening serums typically registers an attack power of around 10 in ability tests. There are certain differences between men and women, but these can be narrowed through training and continuous improvement. Those who work hard naturally become stronger, while others may not have the ambition or talent for it, and thus want to train. During their time at the Intermediate Academy, Qin Feng, Zhou Hao, and Chun Ming stood out as the most talented, each capable of reaching around 20 in strength. This meant that, in the academy, these three were twice as powerful as their peers. It wasn't just a matter of one person fighting two. Someone like Qin Feng could easily take on 10 opponents of the same age without breaking a sweat. After injecting the awakening serum, regardless of gender, everyone would reach at least a strength value of 50. Within a month, those who reached 100 would qualify as gunners. As for ancient warriors, they had to undergo special tests to examine their meridians and learn internal energy techniques before being deemed fit for the path. Psychics, however, were entirely different. As long as they awakened an elemental core, even someone with a baseline strength of 10, considered weak, could still become a psychic. Let me try the meditation technique first. As for internal energy, I wonder if that technique still exists. The thought filled Qin Feng with excitement, though now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He connected his communicator to the Alliance network, also known as the War Net, and, after identity verification, downloaded a meditation manual. As an afterthought, he also grabbed the beginner-level internal energy technique, Primordial Qi, even though in his past life, he had already mastered an advanced tier technique and earned a third-rank Ancient Warrior badge. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Feng focused his consciousness inward until his surroundings faded into darkness, leaving only the diamond-like planet floating in his mind. The psychic core, guided by his will, the core began to rotate slowly. Success. For those who hadn't awakened their psychic abilities, meditation seemed like nonsense, which was why Zhou Hao had never bothered with it. Without an awakened core, he couldn't grasp its profound effects. As the core spun, strange gray specks appeared in the dark void of his mind. These weren't mere dots, but cryptic symbols, elemental runes. The psychic core drew them in, absorbing them into the planet-like structure. The more runes accumulated, the more abilities a psychic could wield. However, Qin Feng's consciousness was still weak. After just 10 minutes, he had only gathered 10 gray runes, which seemed utterly useless for now. This session left him even more exhausted than the one the night before. He collapsed onto the bed, sinking into deep sleep. At least in the inn, he was safe. Nearby, the little white beast, barely a day old, watched Qin Feng sprawl across the bed before leaping up to join him. Despite its youth, it already displayed astonishing control and speed, hinting at its immense future potential. Qin Feng only slept for 2 hours before waking up to resume meditation. Between sessions, he hastily ate a meal, never wasting a moment. He was still filled with too much curiosity about his supernatural abilities, and revenge had become the driving force behind his relentless training. Chapter 15. Night Vision. As night fell over Chungbei settlement, the city lights flickered to life. Inside the inn, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, practicing meditation, yet his mind was in turmoil. What is going on? Why are the runes appearing so much faster now? This time, numerous black runes emerged from the darkness, completely different from the gray ones before. Their speed had more than doubled. Thanks to his rigorous training that day, Qin Feng's mental energy had grown significantly stronger. His meditation session now lasted 15 minutes instead of just 10, but in those 15 minutes, he had absorbed over 100 elemental runes. When Qin Feng finally opened his eyes, he suddenly realized the world looked different. It was dark. The room wasn't lit. Yet everything around him appeared crystal clear in his vision. Night vision. This wasn't just about seeing in the dark. It was as if he could perceive every movement of a potential enemy within his range, even within a 30-meter radius. Even if he couldn't physically see something, he could still sense it as vividly as if he were looking right at it. It was the feeling of commanding the darkness. A realization flashed through Qin Feng's mind, leaving him torn between laughter and frustration. My ability is darkness-based. No wonder meditation was so weak during the day. He had been too blinded by excitement to realize it earlier. But Qin Feng didn't rest or continue his training. Instead, he put on his combat suit, armed himself, and covered his face with a mask and hat. Tucking Xiao Bai into his pocket, he left the inn. Nighttime in the settlement was quiet. The strong ruled, and chaos thrived. Those without power were better off staying indoors, unless they wanted to end up in a ditch by morning. After passing through a few deserted streets, the world abruptly came alive. 3rd Street, the commercial district. This was the liveliest place in the settlement after dark, lined with shops selling all kinds of goods. Most importantly, it bordered the central square, where vendors spread their wares on canvas tents. Some items were fresh, others downright bizarre. The dimensional rifts connected countless worlds, some technologically advanced, others dominated by raw power. Qin Feng walked casually, the darkness making him feel as though everything was under his control. Within 30 meters, he could perceive every object with perfect clarity, drastically cutting down the time he needed to inspect things. Then, suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Suppressing his excitement, he strode toward an old man's stall, which was covered in peculiar-looking items. Pointing at one, he asked, "How much for this?" Qin Feng picked up a black jade pendant. With his night vision, he could clearly see the details of the pendant, a black guanyin statue. However, whether due to the craftsmanship or the eerie nature of the black material itself, the statue's lips curled upward in a smile that wasn't benevolent, but rather unsettling. "This is an ancient martial arts cultivation aid. It can gather spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, speeding up internal energy cultivation. A real treasure," the old man quickly explained. In truth, the item did have such effects, but they were far less miraculous than he made them out to be. "Cut the nonsense. If I didn't know its use, would I even ask?" Qin Feng retorted, his tone sharp and deliberately domineering. The old man's ingratiating smile only widened. Yes, you have excellent taste, boss, excellent taste." Qin Feng pretended to nod in satisfaction before asking, "How much?" A glint flashed in the old man's eyes. 300,000. Qin Feng sneered and immediately set the item down. "Daring to rip me off here, do you have a death wish?" The old man's expression shifted, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He scrutinized Qin Feng's attire. Though no ability user badge adorned his chest, his combat suit was clearly high quality. And then there was the energy gun at his waist, its mere sight enough to send chills down one's spine. Qin Feng didn't exude the aura of a powerful ancient martial artist, but an unmistakable killing intent locked onto the old man, a presence honed through years of relentless battle. In that instant, the old man regretted his greed. This was no easy mark, but a force to be reckoned with. 1 vial of Grade F enhancement serum. "Take it or leave it," Qin Feng said coldly, the killing intent still pressing down on the old man, making refusal feel like an invitation to annihilation. Moreover, a Grade F serum was already within his expected price range. He nodded frantically. Sold. Qin Feng picked up the black guanyin pendant again, tossed the serum at the old man, and moved on to browse other stalls. Little did anyone know just how exhilarated he felt gripping that eerie black pendant. Still, leaving too hastily might arouse suspicion. Just then, Xiaobai, nestled against his chest, began squirming. Ing. What's wrong?" Qin Feng patted his chest. Feeling Xiaobai's tiny paws scratching insistently, toward the left, he took a step in that direction, and Xiaobai immediately shifted her scratching to the front of his pouch, her tail wagging excitedly against his chest. Qin Feng looked ahead and spotted a stall displaying 3 energy cores. "Don't tell me you plan to make these your regular meals," he muttered under his breath. Though Xiaobai hadn't yet formed a contract with him, her intelligence and potential were undeniable. She would be a formidable ally in the future. With that in mind, Qin Feng had no intention of shortchanging her. Sometimes, animals were far more trustworthy than humans. 2-level energy potions for these 3 energy cores. How about it? Qin Feng inquired. Although energy cores were valuable, they were refined materials, and for many people, they weren't as pure or easily absorbed as level energy potions, unless, like Qin Feng, they possessed a devouring ability. Deal. The buyer agreed readily, handing over the 3 energy cores to Qin Feng. Not daring to feed them to Xiaobai immediately, Qin Feng tucked them into a separate pocket. Surprisingly, the little creature didn't fuss, as if sensing its meal was secured. With Xiaobai's antics easing his tension, Qin Feng relaxed and continued browsing the stalls. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were quite a few useful items available. Dark night grass, crushed and applied to the skin. It could conceal one's presence in darkness, perfect for escaping danger. But without a doubt, it contained dark runes. Black bat hide, also a good find. Though only 3 pieces were available. Dark elemental crystal cores? No, he couldn't buy those. Too conspicuous. Chapter 16. The devouring technique. Qin Feng meticulously analyzed each item, selecting only those that wouldn't draw attention. He had to keep his identity as a dark ability user hidden. After trading away all his enhancement potions, Qin Feng returned to the inn with a small bundle of goods. Yip. Xiaobai eagerly leaped out of his pocket, bouncing around and wagging its tail. "You can't seriously be a dog, can you?" Qin Feng studied the little creature closely. Xiaobai had changed significantly, Its fur had grown fluffier. Its body slightly larger than at birth, with pitch-black eyes, a pointed snout, perky ears, and a bushy tail that didn't quite resemble a dog-ass. Still, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the Pomeranian he'd once seen cradled by a wealthy socialite in the Alliance. Whatever. I'll take care of you no matter what. After all, his life had been saved by this little beast. If he couldn't even provide for it after being reborn, what kind of failure would that make him? Qin Feng took out an energy core and tossed it to Xiaobai. The creature clutched the marble-sized core, licking it eagerly. Before long, the core visibly shrank. Qin Feng was stunned. This could only mean Xiaobai was absorbing the core's energy, proof of its extraordinary potential. Once Xiaobai finished its meal, it curled up and fell asleep again. Qin Feng, however, remained busy. He retrieved the obsidian guanine pendant from his pocket. With the widespread influence of ancient martial arts culture, everyone knew that guanine pendants symbolized protection and peace. Most black jade carvings depicted mythical creatures like Pishio or Taotai. Rarely was guanine rendered in such an ominous form. Qin Feng applied careful pressure, and with a soft snap, the pendant split in half. Inside, connected by delicate threads, lay a thin, gauzy fabric. It's really here. The silk gauze was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet astonishingly hard. Qin Feng gently pulled it out and unfolded it, revealing a piece measuring a full meter in length and half a meter in width, densely covered in tiny characters. At the very top, its name was clearly displayed, Devouring Star Technique. This was the Devouring Star Technique of Lu Meng, a notorious cannibalistic ancient martial artist and an S-class dangerous figure within the dark organizations. This internal technique was also deemed the most sinister martial art by the Ancient Martial Alliance, with an evaluation ranking as high as S-class. Before Qin Feng's rebirth, a powerhouse like Lu Meng could have crushed him with a single finger. Yet, aside from seeking vengeance against that mysterious organization, the thought that occupied Qin Feng's mind the most was killing Lu Meng. If he hadn't regarded the man as his mortal enemy, how could he have known so much about him? At this point in time, before Qin Feng's rebirth, Lu Meng was merely an 18-year-old youth who had just graduated from secondary school. Though he had been tested and confirmed to possess the physique of an ancient martial artist, he was lazy by nature, with mediocre combat abilities and a cowardly aversion to facing beasts. Such individuals were common in the settlements, little more than thugs and delinquents. Yet, because they possessed strength, they could extort ordinary people and live comfortably. After accidentally robbing an old man during one of his misdeeds, Lu Meng stumbled upon the Devouring Star Technique among the tattered goods. That old man he robbed? He was none other than the same seller from whom Qin Feng had purchased the ink guanine today. Upon obtaining the Devouring Star Technique, Lu Meng discovered that the method was incredibly simple to cultivate, effortless, and permanent. It allowed him to absorb the internal energy of others and make it his own, making it nothing short of a supreme martial art. Within days, Lu Meng mastered the technique and set his sights on his next target. That target was Lin Durong, the director of Qin Feng's orphanage. Lin Durong was also an ancient martial artist, but the elderly director was already 80 years old, his vitality waning, his body burdened with old battle wounds. Though his internal energy masked his frailty, his strength had declined rapidly. Lu Meng ambushed and killed the old director in a narrow alley, thereafter becoming a wanted fugitive. Yet, thanks to the sinister technique, he repeatedly escaped capture, growing stronger with each passing day. Now, the Devouring Star Technique belongs to me. A flash of hatred flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. He began reading the text. Thanks to his meditation techniques, his mental acuity far surpassed that of ordinary people, granting him an astonishing memory. In no time, he had memorized every single word of the Devouring Star Technique. Without hesitation, he set the silk ablaze. From this day forward, the Devouring Star Technique would likely be known only to him, truly befitting its status as a top-tier ancient martial art. Its power amplification was immense, and its unique properties were unparalleled. When utilized, the Devouring Star Technique could nearly multiply one's strength tenfold. Not only that, it allowed the user to seize and absorb the internal energy of others, forcibly converting it into their own, an almost predatory method of power escalation. In some ways, it resembled Qin Feng's awakened ability. However, Qin Feng couldn't absorb energy from living beings, let alone devour it. Moreover, his ability primarily focused on consuming energy entities to strengthen his physical body, not internal energy. Indeed, the reason why the star-devouring art is known as the most sinister technique is due to its inherent instability. Lu Meng, who cultivated it to its peak, left behind withered corpses with every battle he fought. Not only that, his inner energy became uncontrollably violent, leaving trails of devastation wherever he went, while he himself suffered immensely. Qin Feng was well aware of this. Yet the amplifying power of the star-devouring art was the strongest, and thus the best, he had ever encountered. Moreover, Qin Feng harbored an idea. If he could use his devouring ability to absorb the chaotic inner energy, could the star-devouring art then be transformed into the ultimate technique? This was something he would have to test in the future. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Feng began his cultivation. Over the following days, he barely left the inn, dedicating himself almost obsessively to mastering the star-devouring art and meditation techniques. Inside the room, Qin Feng clasped his hands together, holding a stalk of dark night grass between them. Devour. His ability core world, and his devouring power flowed more effortlessly than ever. A dark glow enveloped his hands as the inky leaves of the dark night grass rapidly withered, their energy merging into Qin Feng's body. He could distinctly sense 2 or 3 dark runes, carried by this energy, integrating into his ability core. Looks like I'll have to venture out soon. Resources were dwindling. Qin Feng had little to begin with, and after days of cultivation, everything had been exhausted. Even Xiao Bai's food was gone. I'll head out today. When I return, I can visit the old director. Despite having obtained the star-devouring art, Qin Feng still intended to return to the orphanage that day. Xiao Bai, let us go, he called out. In just a few days, the little creature had doubled in size. With its fluffy fur, it now resembled the size of a grown man's palm, still small enough to fit into a pocket, though not as comfortably as before. Qin Feng opted to open his combat backpack, letting Xiao Bai nestle inside as he carried it along. Chapter 17. Old classmates this time. Qin Feng didn't head for the wilderness departure point, but instead took an intra-city route, though danger lurked on this journey as well. Most passengers on the bus were combatants, though a few gaunt, malnourished civilians were scattered among them. The vehicle traveled westward, soon leaving the central district behind. The streets grew increasingly cramped and chaotic, the surroundings deteriorating into filth and disorder. Yet, beyond a certain point, the urban sprawl abruptly vanished behind a towering wall. This area, however, was secure. Vast stretches of lush rice paddies stretched out, with watchtowers stationed every 100 meters. Riflemen stood guard, their dark submachine guns glinting in the light. Right on cue, the bus's intercom crackled to life. Attention, passengers. Our final destination, Chungbei Western Planting Zone, is approaching. Attention, all combatants. Hunt the following mutated beasts outside the planting grounds. And you can earn extra Huaxia currency by presenting the clearly marked corpses. The current targets are herbivorous giant rats, onion mantises, and thread snakes. Special season alert. If you encounter a rat swarm, report it immediately. Participating in combat will earn you honor points within the settlement, which can be exchanged for combat machinery and potions at internal prices. The fighters inside the vehicle immediately grew alert. Soon, the last line of defense came into view. This time, it wasn't a city wall, but a wooden palisade surrounded by numerous traps. Watchtowers still stood every 100 meters, but the area was dominated more by combat vehicles. After all, the planting grounds were vast and could shift locations unexpectedly, making the palisade a more cost-effective solution. The vehicle came to a stop, and everyone began to disembark. Bang! A gunshot rang out nearby, followed by a shrill scream in the distance. From the watchtower, a voice grumbled angrily. Damn it, these rat bastards are getting out of hand lately. Standing guard on watchtower duty was tedious. On quiet days, it was just a matter of killing time, but the moment any disturbance arose, they had to eliminate the threat. Since the mutated beasts didn't appear on a predictable schedule, the frustration was understandable. At the massive palisade gate, a soldier in dark green combat gear opened the entrance to let the group through. You, go back. The soldier barked, pointing at someone. Qin Feng paused, only to realize the soldier wasn't pointing at him, but at a young woman. This girl was even taller than Qin Feng, standing at around 175 centimeters. But her frame was rail-thin, with a flat chest, clearly malnourished. Not only that, Qin Feng recognized her. Xiao Jing. His mind flashed to an image of her years later, a valiant and authoritative lieutenant colonel in the garrison who had once helped him during a mission. Back then, Xiao Jing carried herself with undeniable authority. No one would have guessed she'd once looked this ragged. Why should I go back? I can fight. I want to hunt mutated beasts. Xiao Jing protested, her voice tense. You? The soldier sneered. Go home and focus on cooking and having kids. What fighting? Every day? Desperate people came here seeking death, some to escape the darkness within the settlement, others chasing strength. But not everyone was cut out for this. Women were considered a resource. And the soldier didn't want Xiao Jing throwing her life away. How dare you say that? Why should women just cook and have kids? Why? Xiao Jing roared, her frustration boiling over. The soldier's expression darkened. Why? Because you can't even lift a chicken, let alone fight. Do you have combat gear? Weapons? Or are you planning to stone the beast to death? If not, get the hell out of here. Xiao Jing's face flushed red with embarrassment. She had run out on impulse, but with every sharp rebuke from the soldier, she felt herself shrinking back until she couldn't muster a single word of retort. Yet, her determination to fight only grew stronger. Just as she was about to turn back, another voice rang out. I'll take her out. Xiao Jing froze, then immediately looked up toward the source of the voice. When she saw who it was, she let out an astonished cry. Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave her a nod before addressing the soldier. She must have her reasons. We're classmates. I'll take responsibility for her. He gestured to the energy gun at his waist. The soldier's stern expression softened slightly as he glanced at Qin Feng's weapon and the sleek combat suit he wore. After a brief hesitation, he relented. Go ahead. Just make sure you both come back alive. He stepped aside, though he had misunderstood, assuming Qin Feng was a seasoned awakened from the previous year. In truth, both Qin Feng and Xiao Jing had only received their awakening injections a mere 7 or 8 days ago. Once past the gate, Qin Feng led Xiao Jing further down the road, away from the perimeter's traps where hunting mutated beasts would be too dangerous. Qin Feng, thank you, Xiao Jing said, her voice thick with gratitude. No need. We're old classmates. It was the same phrase Xiao Jing had once said to him in his past life. Perhaps because that life had been so harsh, even the smallest kindness had left a lasting mark on him. A drop of kindness in need should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Jing murmured, her voice trembling. For reasons she couldn't explain. His words struck a chord deep within her, and tears welled up in her eyes before spilling over. Qin Feng remained silent. He was a man who bled without shedding tears, and comforting others, especially a crying woman, was beyond his experience. Besides, he had no idea what had driven Xiao Jing to this point. In the future, he remembered, she had been the envy of their peers at the academy. Sorry. Xiao Jing quickly wiped her tears away, forcing a weak smile. It's fine. What is troubling you? She hesitated before answering. My father, he wants me to marry someone. A man in his 40s. Qin Feng said nothing. Stories like this were all too common, and over time, he had grown numb to them. But once she started, the words poured out. You know, I have 2 younger brothers. Next year, the eldest is supposed to undergo awakening. My father's been saving up for his enhancement serums. And this time he traded me for 80,000 Huaxia credits. She let out a bitter laugh. Who'd have thought someone would actually want a tomboy like me? The man already has a 12-year-old kid. I'd be stepping into motherhood the moment I marry him. Pathetic, isn't it? I begged my father for just 1 month. 1 month to see if I could become an esper or a martial artist. But they wouldn't wait. They said it didn't matter how strong I was, as long as my husband was powerful enough. Her voice grew more agitated with every word. But Qin Feng understood. It wasn't that Xiao Jing's father didn't want her to become a martial artist. He simply couldn't afford to let her try. Xiao Jing's home was so poor they often went hungry, and with 2 younger brothers who were at the age of eating a lot. It was no wonder Xiao Jing was so thin. Now, how could they possibly waste money just to turn Xiao Jing into a martial artist? Chapter 18. Snake roast in the wild. You're not a tomboy. You're just too capable. Qin Feng said calmly. If you have the will, then fight. Support yourself. If your father only needs 80,000, then buy your own freedom. Just consider it as if he sold you. Xiao Jing gritted her teeth and nodded. Yes, I need to earn money. At worst, I'll die. But if I make it back alive, I'll be free. Of course. That burst of determination didn't last long before Xiao Jing sighed. Earning money, where was it ever that easy? 80,000 credits. If she were back in the settlement. Even working as a prostitute in the red light district for a month wouldn't earn her that much. Not to mention, her looks probably wouldn't attract any customers anyway. Still, when her gaze fell on Qin Feng, hope flickered again. Not because she wanted to rely on him, but because Qin Feng's transformation had been too drastic. Qin Feng, what have you been doing these past few days? You've changed so much. You even look fuller. What I'm doing now is exactly what you want to do, Qin Feng replied. As for Xiao Jing's comment about him looking fuller, it was more accurate to say he'd grown stronger. Have you been hunting these past few days? Did you awaken an ability? No, Qin Feng denied again. Qin Feng, you're really amazing, Xiao Jing said with genuine admiration. Maybe that's why you've always been the top student. If I'd known, I would taken more combat classes back then. But combat training was extremely physically demanding. Xiao Jing had once fainted after a session and had rarely trained since. It's not too late to start learning now. Qin Feng didn't know what Xiao Jing had gone through in the timeline before his rebirth. But she had succeeded in the end, likely forged through life and death trials. Ing. Seemingly tired of staying in the backpack for too long, Little Bai poked its head out. Xiao Jing was immediately captivated by the unexpected little creature. What's this? It's so cute. She couldn't resist reaching out to pet it. Squeak. Little Bai bared its tiny teeth, showing clear hostility toward Xiao Jing. Qin Feng was a little surprised, but quickly reached out to soothe it. It's fine. She's a companion. Little Bai's pitch-black eyes stared at Xiao Jing, as if displeased at having such a weak teammate. But it soon had other concerns. Ing. Little Bai suddenly tensed, its gaze fixed in a certain direction. Qin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Little Bai's instincts to be so sharp. In a flash, Little Bai leaped out of the combat backpack, moving so fast that only a streak of white light was visible, too quick for ordinary eyes to track. Little Bai? Qin Feng immediately grew tense. In one swift motion, he drew his energy gun and aimed at the location. There was a thread snake there, as thick as a wrist and 3 meters long. A small creature like Little White could be swallowed whole in one bite. Whoosh! The thread snake's head lunged forward, aiming to bite Little White. Without hesitation, Qin Feng raised his hand and fired a shot. SSS. The energy bullet from the gun was silent, almost like a beam of light, instantly piercing through the thread snake's skull. However, before that, Little White had already vanished from its original spot. Teleportation. Qin Feng watched in astonishment as Little White used this ability, its white fur shimmering with a silver glow. It was unmistakably the mark of a spatial elemental rune. Spatial abilities were only found in special mutated beasts, and even among awakened human abilities, spatial powers were exceptionally rare, making them incredibly precious. Who would have thought that Little White had awakened such a power? Then again, considering the spatial rift that appeared when Little White first arrived, perhaps this was an ability inherited from its mother. Could Little White actually be a spatial-type mutated beast? This was truly a surprise for Qin Feng. Squeak. Little White reappeared from the void, but upon seeing the dead thread snake, it immediately grew displeased. It hopped around the snake a few times, seemingly unable to find anything it liked, or perhaps the snake was simply too big for Little White to even take a bite. That was too dangerous. Qin Feng scolded, his tone sharp. Little White's dark, glassy eyes welled up with mist as it lowered its head in dejection. All right. Qin Feng couldn't help but soften, reaching out to pat Little White's forehead. Then, he picked up a dagger and began dissecting the thread snake. This time, he had brought plenty of storage bags. So he carefully extracted the venomous fangs, stored the gallbladder in a jar, and skinned the snake, collecting everything methodically. Are you afraid of snakes? Qin Feng asked casually. Xiao Jing's legs were practically trembling, but at his words, she instinctively clenched her teeth and replied, no. Qin Feng nodded, glanced around, and then carried the thread snake's carcass in another direction. Xiao Jing followed him, completely clueless about his intentions. Qin Feng chopped the snake's body into sections, skewered them on arrows, and lit a charcoal fire. The flames instantly flared up to the size of a wash basin. He propped up a forked branch nearby and began roasting the snake meat. Soon, the rich aroma of grilled snake filled the air. Gulp. Xiao Jing swallowed hard. She hadn't eaten anything all morning. Here, have some. Qin Feng handed her a skewer and continued roasting another piece. The thread snake was massive, more than enough to fill them both. Thank you. Xiao Jing didn't hesitate, taking the skewer and digging in. Eat up. This boosts your constitution. If you want to fight, you'll need stamina. MHM. Xiao Jing nodded vigorously, chewing with even more enthusiasm. The thread snake's meat was tender and flavorful, warming her stomach as she ate. Whether it was psychological or not, Xiao Jing genuinely felt a surge of energy coursing through her body. She was still in her awakening phase, and over the past few days, she hadn't trained properly or eaten well. The snake meat was quickly broken down into energy, as if compensating for all the nourishment she had missed over the years. Squeak. Little White chirped again. Keep it down. Qin Feng hushed it. Qin Feng picked up the crossbow and, with a click, loaded the bolt. Xiao Jing widened her eyes as she scanned their surroundings. 3 thread snakes were slithering in a spiral, advancing toward them. By the way, never roast snakes in the wild when you're alone. Qin Feng reminded her. Xiao Jing swallowed another bite of meat with difficulty and tightened her grip on the steel rebar in her hand. Suddenly, she remembered a lesson from her middle school survival training. No matter how delicious snake meat might be, never cook it in the wild. The scent can travel up to a kilometer, attracting every snake in the vicinity. How many thread snakes lurked within a kilometer of the plantation? The thought sent a shiver down Xiao Jing's spine. She glanced at Qin Feng, convinced he had lost his mind. But Qin Feng was far from crazy. The wilderness near Qinyang City was practically a semi-safe zone. Hunting here meant tracking prey was harder than the fight itself. So why not use the simplest method? Besides, he was eager to test the power of the star siphoning technique. Chapter 19. You've awakened thread snakes weren't easy to kill, Their vitality was astonishing. Yet no matter how resilient they were, they couldn't evade Qin Feng's pinpoint accuracy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Feng pulled the trigger, and the bolt shot forth, striking the snakes' heads with precision, pinning them to the ground with a sharp thwack. The snakes writhed briefly before going limp. Qin Feng repeated the process, swiftly dispatching the other two. Watching him, Xiao Jing trembled inwardly, her admiration growing. Qin Feng drew the dagger from his hiking boot and tossed it to her. Here, skin them and collect the materials, just like I showed you earlier. Got it. Xiao Jing quickly grabbed the dagger, realizing how inadequate her steel rebar had been. The three snakes had stopped twitching, so she dragged them over and, with swift strokes, harvested all usable parts. Xiao Jing was surprisingly efficient. Though she'd never butchered thread snakes before, her culinary skills translated well. These are just ingredients, she reassured herself, working without hesitation. Qin Feng nodded approvingly before turning his attention to the approaching danger. Squeak. Little Bai chirped again. Hiss. More thread snakes slithered into view, their vertical pupils gleaming with cold-blooded malice. The scent of blood had drawn them in, and upon spotting Qin Feng, they reared up, poised to strike. But Qin Feng was faster. One after another, he pinned them to the ground. However, his bolts were running low. He'd only brought about 30. Gradually, the snakes grew in number, overwhelming Qin Feng's capacity to dispatch them with the crossbow alone. What now, Qin Feng? Should we retreat? Xiao Jing was already swamped, though she'd gathered a sizable haul. She felt they'd made enough progress for the day. Without a word, Qin Feng discarded the crossbow. In his line of sight, 8 thread snakes now loomed. Qin Feng focused his energy deep into his dantian. After several days of cultivation, a trace of internal energy had begun to emerge within him. If practiced conventionally, the star absorption technique absorbed spiritual energy from the heavens and earth at a pace similar to that of standard cultivation methods, nowhere near the rapid effects of absorbing another's internal energy. But even so, it was sufficient. With a sudden motion, Qin Feng struck out with his palm. Star absorption palm. The star absorption palm, an ancillary skill of the star absorption technique, instantly drew the thread snakes from the ground toward him. Yet, this wasn't the most crucial aspect. The technique also generated a repulsive force alongside the suction, allowing the two opposing forces to intertwine and crush anything caught between them. Qin Feng swept his palm through the air, lifting all 8 thread snakes off the ground. As his palm energy passed over them, the snakes abruptly exploded from within, their bodies torn apart midair. Blood sprayed in all directions. Xiao Jing stood utterly stunned. Qin Feng swiftly absorbed the energy from the thread snakes, enhancing his own strength and speed, both of which surged dramatically. Not only that, but he could also feel his internal energy rapidly replenishing. As expected, my devouring ability synergizes with this technique. Qin Feng felt a deep sense of reassurance. By the time they finished, however, the sky had begun to darken, and no more thread snakes emerged to attack. Pack up. We're leaving. Qin Feng knew that within this 1-kilometer radius, the thread snakes had likely been completely eradicated. Xiao Jing, her face flushed with excitement, nodded and began gathering their belongings. A quick tally revealed they had killed 43 thread snakes today. The thick stack of snake skins nearly filled the bag Qin Feng had brought, while the combat backpack was stuffed with snake gallbladders and fangs. As for the meat, Qin Feng had no intention of taking it. Here's your share, Qin Feng said, handing Xiao Jing materials from 3 thread snakes. Xiao Jing hesitated for a moment, but didn't refuse. Instead, she asked, how much can these be exchanged for? Qin Feng did a quick calculation. About 10,000. Xiao Jing's eyes widened. That meant if she followed Qin Feng for 8 days, she could earn 80,000. Will you come back tomorrow? She asked, her face reddening slightly, feeling a bit shameless for asking. Of course. We'll camp at the plantation tonight. It's too troublesome to travel back and forth. Let us go? Qin Feng slung the bag of snake skins over his shoulder and picked up the small combat backpack. Little Bai immediately hopped inside, only to kick out some of the bottles and containers in disdain. Inging. Unhappy, Little Bai leaped out and perched on Qin Feng's shoulder instead. Qin Feng affectionately stroked the little creature. Remember to hide inside later. Don't let anyone see you. Squeak. With that, Qin Feng started walking. Xiao Jing glanced back at the blood-soaked battlefield and called out, Qin Feng, what about the snake meat? Aren't we taking it? Too heavy. They weren't a formal team, yet they had accomplished what a full squad might achieve, while others often fought over insufficient spoils. Qin Feng's problem was the opposite. There was simply too much to carry. Xiao Jing stared at the snake meat. Each piece was practically gleaming with money. In the current state of the base, high-quality meat like this was completely out of reach for those at the bottom of the social ladder. A single kilogram cost over 100, and a single thread snake could fetch up to 2,000 Huaxia dollars, equivalent to a month's income for Xiao Jing's parents. Gritting her teeth, she stuffed one into her backpack. The thread snake was massive, filling her already sizable pack to the brim. Then, with another determined effort, she hoisted 2 more onto her shoulders, ignoring the blood and grime, and hurried after Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't say a word, allowing Xiao Jing to carry the burden. He moved effortlessly, his own load light, while Xiao Jing, within less than 10 minutes, was already panting heavily, her strength rapidly draining. Yet she didn't utter a single complaint or ask Qin Feng for help. By the 15-minute mark, she was dizzy, her muscles aching, her stomach empty. She was starving again. Hold on, just a little longer. Desperate, Xiao Jing bit into the raw snake meat, chewing and swallowing. Warmth spread through her stomach, and strength returned to her limbs. Qin Feng glanced at her, slightly surprised. So, she's awakened the ancient martial constitution. After injecting the awakening serum, aside from developing supernatural abilities, some individuals also experience physical enhancements, boosting their constitution, speed, and strength. While the odds of this were higher than awakening supernatural powers, it was still rare, with only about a 1 in 10 chance. In his past life, Qin Feng had only crossed paths with Xiao Jing once and knew little about her. Now, he realized this must have been how she eventually climbed out of the depths of despair. Eat more. Keep going. Qin Feng drew his dagger and sliced off a chunk of meat, making it easier for her to swallow. I think I've gotten stronger, Xiao Jing murmured, confused but obediently following Qin Feng's advice. Despite the revolting texture and rawness of the meat, she tore into it, devouring large mouthfuls. Her stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing the energy greedily. You've awakened, Qin Feng said with a faint smile. Chapter 20. Contracting little by Xiao Jing's awakening was a natural one, pure luck, with no rhyme or reason to it. Zhou Hao, for instance, was still at home training diligently, even with access to high-grade enhancement serums, yet his constitution had only improved marginally. He hadn't awakened the ancient martial constitution. I've awakened. Xiao Jing couldn't believe it. But as she focused on her body, she realized the 3 thread snakes, weighing a total of 60 kilograms, felt lighter and lighter. What else could this be but an awakening? I've awakened, I really have. Tears welled up in her eyes. Awakening meant she now had a fighting chance in the battles to come. Let us go? It's getting dark. The 2 quickened their pace. Xiao Jing continued eating the snake meat as they walked, and by the time they reached the settlement, she was moving with surprising ease. The guards at the entrance stared at them in shock, their expressions turning even more astonished when they recognized Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing raised her chin, slowing her pace with the snake meat in hand, as if showing off. However, after the initial surprise, the soldier merely gave a faint smile and said nothing. Blowing his whistle to signal assembly, Xiao Jing felt as if she had punched cotton, her provocation met with indifference. As night fell, most of the combat personnel had returned, though some might have stayed out in the wild. Close the gates. Yes, Captain. Assemble. The soldiers sprang into action. PSA, Captain? Xiao Jing glared at the soldier, feeling even more irritated. Let us go, Qin Feng called out, leading Xiao Jing to the trading post. Since they had killed a special species marked by the base, there was an additional reward, just 1,000 credits per kill, but with so many, it added up to 40,000 credits. Combined with the raw materials, Qin Feng made 240,000 credits from this outing. In his past life, as a peak-level ancient martial artist, Qin Feng had hunted massive creatures worth billions each. These earnings were trivial to him. But for Xiao Jing, it was a huge shock. Her 3 materials fetched 18,000 credits, and selling 2 portions of snake meat earned her over 4,000. Qin Feng. Thank you. You've thanked me enough today. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. He had only wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. But now Xiao Jing seemed endlessly indebted to him. This time, I'll cook, to repay your life-saving kindness. Xiao Jing wasn't one to just talk. She put her culinary skills to work, preparing a lavish snake meat feast that even Qin Feng couldn't stop praising. Not only that, she even bribed the soldier captain with a bowl of snake meat. Tomorrow, they'd be lent a vehicle for their trip, free of charge, as long as they didn't lose it. Not that anyone would dare steal a military vehicle anyway. At this point, Qin Feng couldn't help but admire Xiao Jing's resourcefulness. Night fully descended, and the camp buzzed with activity, some boasting about their combat prowess, others grumbling about the day's haul. A few teams remained silent, clearly having suffered heavy losses. The soldiers, too, stayed busy with drills and training. Xiao Jing watched for a while, then joined in. Qin Feng, however, didn't participate. He retreated to his tent to rest, though in truth, He was practicing meditation and the star siphoning technique. But before that, there was one more thing he needed to do. The tent was cramped, and Xiaobai hopped around curiously, investigating everything. Xiaobai, stop messing around. Qin Feng grabbed the little creature. Xiaobai blinked its glassy black eyes at him, confused. Qin Feng hesitated. He had originally planned to wait until Xiaobai grew stronger before forming a contract. But its abilities made him reconsider. Perhaps it was better to seal the bond now. The spatial element, not one of the 10 major supernatural abilities, is far too mysterious. The root of all destruction, yet brimming with the unknown and hope. From now on, you'll stay with me. I want to treat you as a servant. We're partners. Having inadvertently saved his own life in his past rebirth, Qin Feng would never let Xiaobai sacrifice herself for him again. As long as he lived, he would never abandon her. Betrayal wouldn't twist him into bitterness or cynicism. He wasn't a saint, but neither was he cold-blooded. Don't refuse. I want to hurt you. With that thought, Qin Feng bit the tip of his tongue. A sharp pain surged, sharpening his mental focus. Soon, a drop of blood floated along his consciousness, drifting toward Xiaobai. Xiaobai stared at the droplet with wide-eyed curiosity. As it drew nearer, her eyes instinctively crossed, making her look adorably silly. Qin Feng nearly laughed aloud. Fortunately, his consciousness swiftly reached Xiaobai's forehead and merged within. Qin Feng felt the touch of her soul. Then, the drop of blood naturally fused into it, forming a contract. From start to finish, Xiaobai didn't resist, utterly docile. Perhaps, in her mind, Qin Feng would never harm her. With the contract successfully formed, Qin Feng learned much about Xiaobai. To his relief, she wasn't a dog but a fox, a silver fox, no less. A rare and powerful nine-tailed fox, capable of wielding spatial abilities. Through their mental link, Qin Feng sensed that Xiaobai innately possessed a stable, 1-meter-sized spatial pocket, akin to a spatial pendant. This ability alone would make her invaluable, and a target for many. Use your spatial powers sparingly from now on. You're still young, protect yourself. Qin Feng stroked Xiaobai's forehead. Perhaps due to their bond, her dependence on him grew more evident, and he could now sense fragments of her thoughts. Yep. Xiaobai agreed readily, her world still full of wonder. To her, Qin Feng's words were guidance she'd never defy. After giving her fur an affectionate pat, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, resuming his meditation and practicing the star-devouring technique. In the following days, Qin Feng and Xiao Jing ventured out to hunt. With her newly awakened abilities, Xiao Jing no longer just skinned and gathered materials. She joined the fight. Though fraught with danger, she persevered, even suffering a near-pierced calf and numerous cuts and bruises. Yet none of it was serious. Within days, she saved up 80,000 credits, and then some. She didn't hoard the money. Instead, she upgraded to combat gear and a heavy sword. Though she lacked the support of ancient martial arts, she wielded it with formidable vigor. Inside the plantation, many people were actually quite envious of Qin Feng and Xiao Jing's achievements. However, after witnessing their combat prowess, some chose to steer clear. The two of them were fighting with their lives on the line. Of course, they didn't know that what seemed like reckless methods to others were child's play in Qin Feng's eyes. Chapter 21. Ambush. Qin Feng's physical strength had already reached Tier 3, but with the explosive power of the star-devouring technique, he could unleash attacks 10 times stronger. These thread snakes were nothing more than feeble obstacles to him. After awakening, Xiao Jing's strength had also grown rapidly. However, whether it was speed, reflexes, or combat experience, she still lagged far behind. Nevertheless, she was now capable of hunting beasts alone without issue. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Xiao Jing was momentarily stunned. But she wasn't a greedy person. With over 30 thread snake corpses already on the ground, she nodded and said, "All right." Xiao Jing took out a rope, bundled up the thread snakes, and dragged them forward. Qin Feng naturally carried a batch as well. Thanks to the vehicle borrowed from the military, they didn't need to field dress the prey and could simply take everything back. However, when they were still 100 meters away from the vehicle, Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. Squeak. Little White let out a sharp cry, its voice filled with threat, anger, and killing intent. Qin Feng set down the thread snakes and his combat backpack. "What's wrong?" Xiao Jing asked, confused. "Wait here. Don't come any closer." Qin Feng's figure abruptly vanished, or rather, he transformed into a shadowy silhouette, blending into the darkness cast by the trees and rocks, becoming undetectable. Even Xiao Jing couldn't track his disappearance. This was the second ability he had unlocked after absorbing certain gray elemental runes. Moving at incredible speed, Qin Feng covered the 100 meters in an instant. As he neared the vehicle, he spotted figures lurking in the grass. One of them was even positioned 100 meters away, armed with a sniper rifle. By now, Qin Feng had already closed in on one of the ambushers. The man was lying in the grass, seemingly bored, as he spoke into his communicator. "Boss, how much longer do we have to wait? When are those two coming back?" The communicator crackled with responses from others, perhaps because they were confident their targets wouldn't appear yet. The man had only adjusted the volume to a whisper instead of switching to text mode. "It's going to rain today. They'll probably come back early. We're lucky to run into these two fat sheep." The greedy tone in the voice confirmed Qin Feng's suspicions. These people were here for him and Xiao Jing. The only question was whether they were just after loot or if they intended to kill them. Either way, Qin Feng wouldn't tolerate it. "Boss, isn't this a bad idea? These two have been making a name for themselves in the settlement lately. Especially that girl. She's been getting close to Li Wen." Li Wen was the captain of the plantation's military squad. Just a couple of brats who haven't awakened their abilities yet. Killing them won't bring any consequences. Who'd even find out in this godforsaken wilderness? Damn right. How come those two always haul in so much loot every day while we're out here risking our lives and can't even afford decent gear? After extorting them, I'll trade for a top-tier inner technique. These men were already fantasizing about what they'd buy with the ill-gotten gains after murdering Qin Feng and Xiao Jing. Qin Feng's expression turned even colder, but he didn't recklessly charge in. Instead, he circled halfway around, silently closing in on the sniper positioned farthest from him. Low-level gunslingers weren't much of a threat to him now that he had awakened abilities, but they were still dangerous to Xiao Jing. In fact, at lower power levels, gunslingers held a clear advantage, as long as they had decent weapons. This sniper was probably the one who'd been complaining over comms about needing better gear. Whoosh! Qin Feng lunged up the tree, his powerful hand clamping over the sniper's mouth in an instant. MPH. The sniper's eyes bulged as he thrashed wildly, completely caught off guard by the ambush. But it was too late. Crack! With a sharp twist of his other hand, Qin Feng snapped the hidden predator's neck, silencing him forever. The other four had no idea their comrade had just been eliminated. Qin Feng quietly laid the sniper's body aside, then picked up the rifle, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the hidden positions ahead. A slow, predatory grin curled his lips. This spot was perfect. Not only did it cover the path he and Xiao Jing had come from, but it also provided a clear line of sight to the remaining four, ideal for providing cover. Except now, it would be their death warrant. Qin Feng quickly took aim. Among the four, two were gunslingers. He didn't hesitate to prioritize them. Bang! The deep, resonant crack of the sniper rifle echoed through the wilderness. A split second later, the back of one gunslinger's skull exploded in a mist of blood. Dead. Instantly. Chaos erupted among the survivors. What the hell? Lai Zi, you dumbass, why do you shoot? Shit. Lao Ci's dead. Lai Zi killed Lao Ci. Another panicked shout rang out. Bang. Another shot. The one who just screamed collapsed, lifeless. The last two men immediately realized something was horribly wrong. That's not Lai Zi. Watch out, it's an enemy. Both were martial artists. They burst from their positions at blinding speed, charging straight toward the sniper's nest. They were confident that no one could land a shot on them while they moved this fast. Qin Feng didn't bother trying. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing had also heard the gunfire. Her heart sank, panic creeping in. She'd already forgotten Qin Feng's warning and broke into a sprint, gripping her weapon tightly. Her face twisted into a fierce scowl. In just a few days, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. She knew exactly what was happening. Someone was trying to rob them, whether it was for money or something else, if they dared to make a move. Xiao Jing was ready to fight them to the death. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood calmly under the tree, watching as two martial artists approached. Most of the hunters around the settlement were low-level ability users, and these two martial artists were no exception. One wore a badge marking him as a third-rank fighter, while the other was a fifth rank. But to Qin Feng, they were nothing to fear. After days of hunting in the wild and absorbing the energy from fallen creatures, he had already reached the third rank himself. "Kid, was this your doing?" One of the men glared at Qin Feng, then glanced up at the tree where their companion lay lifeless. It was obvious who had fired those two shots earlier. "You're looking for death. Looking for death? Too bad it won't be me dying this time." Qin Feng sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Damn it, die?" The third-rank martial artist erupted in fury, throwing a punch straight at Qin Feng. Qin Feng met him head-on. Boom. Their fists collided, but instead of sending Qin Feng flying as the third-rank fighter had expected, an overwhelming force surged through his wrist, bending it unnaturally before a sharp crack echoed. The explosive burst of internal energy from Qin Feng's star-devouring technique was far beyond what these low-level martial artists could match. Chapter 22. Rat Tide. 1. The fifth-rank martial artist paled at the sight, but didn't back down. Even if Qin Feng could defeat the other man, he was confident this kid was no match for him. After all, he was in his 20s. Years of training had given him a glimpse into the deeper mysteries of internal energy. His power flowed like silk threads. And if one thread represented a year's worth of cultivation, he had at least 4. How could Qin Feng possibly compete? With a swift kick, he intercepted Qin Feng before he could finish off the third-rank fighter. Come at me again. Qin Feng showed no fear, even taking on both opponents at once as he lunged at the 5th-rank martial artist. The two clashed with terrifying force, their bodies reinforced by internal energy as they exchanged brutal blows. Boom. Crash. Flesh collided with flesh, pain radiating through their bodies. Qin Feng's internal energy was still in its infancy, barely 10 days of cultivation, not even half a month. Engaging in direct combat drained him rapidly. His energy was still thin, like fragile threads, and after just 5 minutes of fighting, he was already running low. His opponent, however, had far more endurance. Huh, kid. You're done for. The martial artist grinned viciously as the injured third-rank fighter rejoined the fray, switching to his other hand and pulling out a dagger. Who's really done for? Let us see. Qin Feng shifted his stance, his palms suddenly radiating a terrifying suction force. Star Devour. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted around them, showcasing the might of the star absorption technique. Under such a force, the inner strength of the two ancient martial artists rapidly drained away, forming a vortex that surged towards Qin Feng. In that moment, Qin Feng felt his once dry dantian brimming with energy as the scant inner strength he had began to grow exponentially, expanding the capacity of his dantian. The threads of energy swirling within his dantian increased rapidly. 2 strands, 3 strands. No. The 3-tiered martial artists struggled desperately, but soon their strength faded, leaving them weak and collapsed on the ground. Their years of hard training dissipated. The 5-tiered martial artist, however, was slightly stronger and managed to break free from the star absorption's control, though most of his inner strength had already vanished, allowing Qin Feng to gain even more. With this exchange, Qin Feng launched another fierce attack. Now, who was truly at a disadvantage? You. Stop. The 5-tiered martial artist panicked. We haven't done anything to you. You've already killed 3 of us. Let's just pretend this never happened. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng's tone seemed to waver. A glimmer of hope sparked in the 5-tiered martial artist's eyes, but in the next moment, Qin Feng's hand was already pressing against his dantian. Unfortunately, I'm no rookie. Such words might deceive a novice, but to Qin Feng, they were laughable. The star absorption technique erupted once more, drawing in a wave of inner strength from close range. However, Qin Feng's inner strength only increased by 2 strands before the absorption ceased. The 5-tiered martial artist before him had turned pale, completely drained of power. Of course, their physical enhancements remained, but they would have to start training their inner strength all over again. Xiao Jing had arrived earlier and was in awe to see Qin Feng hold his own against 2 seasoned fighters who had survived in the wilderness for many years. What will we do with these 2, Qin Feng? Xiao Jing felt a pang of mercy, yet the gun in her hand began to tremble. You'll have to adapt to this life sooner or later. Qin Feng's voice was icy as he raised his hand and snapped the neck of the ancient martial artist. Crack. The sound of shattering bones made Xiao Jing flinch. Qin Feng stepped forward, while Xiao Jing stood frozen in place, her arm trembling even more. Inside, she wrestled with her thoughts. The brutality of survival in the wild was merciless. Not only that, but if they didn't eliminate these individuals today, they would surely face retaliation upon returning. Moreover, it was highly likely that the opponents would report them, as these fighters were all capable individuals who had passed rigorous tests at the base. This could lead to court proceedings. Nobody wanted to end up in prison, forced into hard labor, or become cannon fodder. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the air. Before long, Xiao Jing had caught up with Qin Feng, her expression taut. Yet she seemed to have matured overnight, carrying a faint aura of menace. Qin Feng returned to the previous spot, where Xiao Bai was lazily licking its pristine white fur. Qin Feng picked up his belongings and glanced at the sky, which had grown even darker than before. By the time he and Xiao Jing loaded their things into the car, the imposing military vehicle rolled over the worn ground. And Qin Feng felt the atmosphere around him become increasingly restless and oppressive. As the light dimmed, his senses heightened significantly. After 5 minutes of driving, Qin Feng suddenly slammed on the gas. Call the planting area. We might have a rodent outbreak. Xiao Jing was taken aback, and her heart raced with fear. She looked out the window, where the grassland appeared to be swaying wildly, unsure if it was the wind or something else stirring beneath the surface. Among the chaos, she could faintly make out creatures the size of an adult forearm. Giant rats. Could a rodent outbreak really be happening? Regardless of the truth, Xiao Jing immediately contacted Li Wan. After these days, Xiao Jing no longer felt anger towards the soldier captain who had once stopped her. Instead, she held great admiration for him. She quickly relayed the message. Can you confirm this? A rodent outbreak is no small matter. Li Wan's tone also turned serious. I'm not sure. Xiao Jing had never experienced anything like this before. Give it to me. Qin Feng called out. Xiao Jing hesitated for a moment before quickly bringing the communicator closer to him. Captain Li, the rodent outbreak will definitely occur during heavy rain. With numbers ranging from 10,000 to 30,000, it's a small-scale outbreak. Please prepare the base for defense, even if nothing happens. It's best to stay vigilant on a rainy day. Hearing the firmness in Qin Feng's voice, Li Wan couldn't help but believe him. Okay, even if something does happen, it's better to be prepared. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, a team of ability users was frantically chasing their prey. Thud! A flash of a blade cut through the air, and a giant rat was slain. Haha, these rodents are really active today. I used to struggle to catch even one in half a day. Two other members grabbed the giant rat's tail and lifted it up. The creature was riddled with bullet holes, clearly taken down by mechanical firepower. What a great haul. Boss, something feels off. The giant rats are moving too frequently today. Don't worry, it's about to rain, so they're all a bit restless. Wait, boss. What is that over there? In the dim light, on the distant horizon, a dark wave began to rise. Upon closer inspection, it was a horde of massive herbivorous giant rats. In an instant, the faces of the ability users twisted in horror. Run! A frantic scream pierced the sky. Chapter 23. Rodent Outbreak. Qin Feng was already driving back to the base as the light rain began to fall lightly, gradually intensifying, creating an overwhelming sense of crisis. Finally, alarms blared throughout the base. Rodent outbreak. Rodent outbreak. Prepare for battle. Charge the traps. Ready the artillery. The ability users who had returned early were grateful for their timing. As for those still stranded in the wilderness, they were likely facing dire consequences. At this moment, the ability communicator quickly summoned 500 ability users for support, as the rodent tide was no small matter. What should we do now? Are we just going to wait here? Xiao Jing looked around at the flurry of activity, feeling increasingly anxious. You stay here, Qin Feng said firmly. Outside the planting area, traps had been set up within a kilometer radius. Most of these traps were smart and would not activate most of the time. However, if these traps proved ineffective, a large number of ability users would be needed to intervene. Once this defense line fell, the outcome would ultimately depend on the firepower of the arrow towers or the ability users' pursuit of the rodents. Inside the communicator, the regional network was connected, allowing people to pinpoint the exact location of the rodent tide. Furthermore, the 500 recruits were rapidly making their way here, though it would still take about half an hour. During this time, they needed to hold the line. Soon, on the horizon, shrouded in rain and mist, a dark, irregular wave began to appear. The rodent tide was truly upon them. Boom! A tremendous explosion rang out as the traps were activated, ready to repel the herbivorous giant rats. The deafening sound sent adrenaline coursing through everyone's veins. Crackle! Purple lightning spread across the area, intensified by the rain, electrifying the giant rats one by one. This spectacle momentarily halted the advance of the herbivorous giant rats. However, before the base personnel could celebrate, more giant rats surged forward, driven into a frenzy by the electric shocks. Fortunately, at this point, the giant rats had mostly abandoned their burrowing instincts and were now charging directly, wreaking havoc. Their teeth were incredibly destructive, and their massive bodies would likely breach the wooden barriers of the planting area in no time. Get ready. Qin Feng gripped his energy gun tightly. Move out. With a command from Li Wan, the soldiers charged forward, vaulting over the massive wooden barriers. Some daring ability users quickly followed suit. Qin Feng was no exception. With a few strides, he climbed onto the 4-meter-high fence and flipped over. Squeak! A battle-worn giant rat came charging at him. Bang! Qin Feng stomped down, crushing its skull underfoot. Crack! He adjusted his energy gun to the shotgun mode. Unlike other mechanical weapons, the energy gun was loaded with energy, allowing for a variety of attack modes, though it came at a hefty price. Snap! The trigger of the energy gun was pulled, emitting a soft sound, but blue beams shot out like petals. Among the mass of giant rats ahead, 4 were knocked down, and 5 were severely injured. Squeak! The herbivorous giant rats, fueled by the scent of blood, became even more frenzied, charging toward Qin Feng. Absorb! The suction force emerged, and these herbivorous giant rats were completely unable to control their violent emotions, charging straight at Qin Feng. Bang! Qin Feng unleashed another palm strike, the gust of wind carrying a repulsive force. In the interplay of attraction and repulsion, a massive tearing force erupted, violently sending the giant rats flying. In an instant, there was nothing within 5 meters of Qin Feng, having absorbed the inner strength of the two ancient martial artists before. The power of the star absorption technique had grown even stronger. Qin Feng felt this frenzied energy and was filled with excitement. This was the power of a top-tier technique. Its might was truly terrifying. On the surface, the giant rats didn't appear to have many wounds, but they were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their insides already crushed by the forces of attraction and repulsion. More giant rats charged forward. Qin Feng continued to attack with the star absorption technique. If his inner strength began to deplete too much, he would draw out his energy gun to counterattack. The area was filled with the sounds of machinery. The rain was getting heavier, and the ground was stained red with blood. Gradually, casualties began to appear among the humans. Yet the herbivorous giant rats showed no signs of stopping. The rat tide had surpassed 10,000. Airstrikes were planned. No, with this weather, it could easily go wrong. The front lines were becoming increasingly perilous. "Watch out, Beast General!" a voice cried out nearby. Qin Feng turned to look and saw a giant rat over a meter tall charging towards him. One of the ability users was struck by the giant rat and fell to the ground, only to be pinned down the next moment. With a sickening crunch, the giant rat's sharp teeth actually severed the ability user in half. Qin Feng focused his gaze on that Beast General. The opponent's strength was comparable to the wolf hound he had encountered before. At that time, he had relied on Lu Meng's charging platform. Otherwise, he would not have dared to face the wolf hound. But now, "You beast, get lost." Qin Feng stomped the ground, propelling himself like a cannonball, swiftly closing the 10 meters to the Beast General. Boom! Qin Feng unleashed a punch, the overwhelming power of his physical strength revealed at that moment. With a punch, his inner strength erupted instantly, forcefully knocking the Beast General back. He was relentless, following up with a series of strikes. Bang! 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 Qin Feng delivered 3 consecutive punches, each landing on the Beast General's head, pushing it back with every blow. After the third punch, the Beast General's skull shattered, red and white matter flying, gradually mixing into a river under the downpour. Those around Qin Feng looked on with a mix of fear and admiration. He was too strong. How could this young man be so powerful? Qin Feng paid no mind to the gazes of others, his eyes scanning the entire battlefield. 50 meters away, a giant rat about half a meter tall was wreaking havoc, its speed making it hard to defend against. This wasn't a Beast General, but a Beast Soldier. Quite a tough opponent to deal with. Crack! The energy gun was adjusted by Qin Feng, transforming into a specialized killing caliber, and in the next moment, a blue beam of light erupted. The beam of light wasn't aimed at the monstrous rodent soldier, but when the giant rat suddenly jumped to the left. The blue light pierced through its body in an instant, completely halting its arrogance. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, but the more he acted this way, the more it felt like everything was not a coincidence, but rather an instinct, an extraordinary intuition. This was the strongest talent of a mechanic, superhuman foresight. The rain intensified, and the situation became increasingly dire. Fortunately for Qin Feng, within 100 meters, all the monstrous rodent soldiers had been eliminated, and 3 Beast Generals had already been killed. However, in other areas, the defense line had collapsed. Soldiers on the watchtowers had begun to pull their triggers, sweeping through the chaos. Those giant rats had started gnawing at the fences. Chapter 24. Rat Tide 3 Reinforcements have arrived. Hurry, the giant rats have entered the planting area. We need to clear them out and prevent them from destroying the crops. Get out of the vehicles and fight. Dozens of buses sped in, and after stopping, the ability users scattered to reinforce the internal fences of the planting area. Wherever the giant rats had broken through, they had to be swiftly eradicated. Even those hidden among the crops needed to be dealt with quickly, or the consequences would be unimaginable. If the planting area was destroyed, the entire Chongbei gathering would face famine, and it was hard to say how many lives would be lost. People poured out from the vehicles, including some who were clearly students from Chongbei Academy. Click, click. Lu Meng had already prepared her battle mechanics, waiting for the giant rats to come so she could unleash a barrage of bullets. Meng, be careful, Li Yaoyao said anxiously as she looked at Lu Meng. This time, Li Yaoyao had come along as part of the medical team and couldn't fight on the front lines, so she naturally worried about Lu Meng. I'm fine. With so many people here, I won't take any risks. Li Yaoyao, come with me to report to the command center. The instructor's voice rang out. Go on. Yaoyao. You be careful too. Li Yaoyao followed her instructor to the operations command center, and at that moment, various large screens clearly displayed the scenes from the front lines. At that moment, a slender yet upright figure instantly caught Li Yaoyao's attention. It was none other than Qin Feng. At the very least, he demonstrated advanced firearm intuition. He was definitely a skilled marksman. A marksman? He must have awakened his ancient martial arts abilities, as both his strength and speed surpassed the norm, and he had already cultivated inner power. What a promising talent. He must be recruited into the defense forces. The higher-ups praised him, and their target was naturally Qin Feng. Li Yaoyao watched, feeling entranced. It was that young man who had saved her, but she still didn't know his name. Has the information been retrieved? Yes, his name is Qin Feng. What's wrong? Is there something unusual in the data? He actually awakened just this year, which means it has only been 14 days since his awakening. What? Genius. This is definitely a genius. Li Yao felt equally excited upon hearing this. His name is Qin Feng? So impressive. A person like him truly embodies the essence of genius. I just wonder if he'll become a military commander or go to a prestigious academy in the future. I hope he chooses the academy. That way, he would become my junior. Li Yao, what are you looking at? The voice of the Taoist priest snapped Li Yao out of his thoughts. Nothing at all. It's understandable to be shocked the first time you see such a scene. You'll get used to it after a while. Yes, teacher. Just then, an alarm blared through the base. Up front on the battlefield, Qin Feng was unaware that he had drawn the attention of many. But he knew that in such a combat situation, with the military present, the command center would definitely be activated. Knowing this, Qin Feng naturally restrained himself, at least not exposing his dark powers. Even though his shadow abilities were well concealed, he chose not to use them. Buzzing alarm. Alarm. A Beast King level creature has been detected 721 meters from your current location. Please take cover. Please take cover. Qin Feng glanced at the communicator in his hand, which broadcasted the news that the Beast King had appeared. At this moment, the surrounding ability users were understandably alarmed, retreating to stand behind the barricades to fend off the giant rats. The missiles are ready. Locking on target. Fire. A tremendous noise erupted as 3 massive missiles soared through the air, tracing an arc before crashing into the ground far away. Boom, boom, boom. After the 3 missile strikes, smoke filled the air, obscuring what had just happened, but the scanning detection soon relayed another message. Alarm. Alarm. A Beast King level creature has been detected 572 meters from your current location. Please take cover. Please take cover. It's getting closer. Prepare the laser cannon. Li Wen shouted. In the center of the main gate, the sound of mechanical gears echoed as a 5-meter-tall laser cannon was set up and locked onto its target. The laser cannon was immensely powerful, but it had a significant drawback. It couldn't avoid obstacles and couldn't create a parabolic trajectory. It was a straight shot. Even from a distance of 500 meters, through the rain and mist, one could see a giant silver rat standing 2 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters long. The rat's fur had a steel-like sheen, but parts of it were singed black, with the skin torn open, revealing red streaks of blood. This was clearly the result of the recent missile strikes. However, the 3 missiles area attack failed to impede the creature's legs. Instead, they only stripped some of its fur away. This demonstrated just how powerful this giant rat was. Buzz. A sharp screech pierced the air, followed by a blinding flash of white light that erupted, unleashing a beam that struck the Beast King giant rat, already nearly 300 meters away. In the next moment, a piercing cry rang out. Some of the weaker ability users felt a shockwave hit their ears, a rush of warmth flowing out as blood actually seeped from their ears. The power of the laser cannon diminished, and it would take at least half a minute to recharge, while the giant rat king continued to close in from a distance. In less than 10 seconds, those closest could already see the figure of the rat king. It had lost one of its front paws and was severely injured. But the more wounded a wild beast is, the more terrifying it becomes. Qin Feng was only 30 meters away from the giant rat. Squeak. The rat king seemed to sense that the source of its pain lay beyond the fence and began to viciously ram against the gate. Stop it. Bang, 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 bang. The machine spat out ammunition, but astonishingly, the rat king's thick fur deflected the bullets, with stray shots injuring others. Cease fire. Li Wen shouted. But even after the gunfire stopped, no one dared to advance. The oppressive aura and strength of the Beast King were far too overwhelming. Boom. The Rat King crashed through the gates, demolishing a nearby watchtower in the process. Just when despair gripped everyone, a wall more than 2 meters high and incredibly resilient appeared at the gate, halting the Rat King's advance. Not only that, a fireball the size of a basin suddenly materialized and slammed down onto the Rat King's already missile-damaged hide. This move staggered the Rat King. Squeak. The Rat King roared in fury and turned to chase after the fireball's trajectory. In fact, not only the Rat King, but also others in the vicinity, turned their gazes toward a figure in the crowd. Chapter 25. The destruction of the Rat King. This weather is driving me crazy. The figure cursed in frustration. completely enveloped in flames. With a powerful leap, they shot forward like a rocket, evading the Rat King's attack. Due to the flames and the rain obscuring visibility, it was hard to make out the person's features. However, the emblem on their chest was clearly visible. This was an ability user far stronger than the rest. Boom. The ground trembled as spikes erupted from the earth in the direction the Rat King was advancing, stabbing into its abdomen. The Rat King let out an enraged roar, desperately trying to avoid them, but only succeeded in tearing a large gash in its side. Squeak. The Rat King howled in fury. Squeak. 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 Countless giant rats around also screamed, as if incited, rushing forward and breaching the defensive line once again. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately intensified his combat efforts to prevent the surrounding giant rats from coming to the rescue. The fiery ability user and the earth ability user were keeping the Rat King at bay, but while others watched them handle the situation with apparent ease, Qin Feng knew that one misstep could result in both of them perishing here. Fortunately, the two of them worked seamlessly together, even though the fire elemental's abilities were severely limited in such weather. Just as the Rat King was on the verge of being defeated, it suddenly began to dig into the ground. Oh no, it's trying to escape. The earth elementalist quickly pressed both hands to the ground. Harden. The ground instantly became incredibly hard, but unfortunately, the Rat King had already dug halfway down. The original soil had been damaged, and the newly formed dirt wall was nowhere near as solid. The Rat King broke through the surface and vanished into the dark hole in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but the massive hole was quickly being covered up, making it impossible for those behind to pursue. The other giant herbivorous rats, now leaderless, scattered in all directions, no longer caring about attacking the gathering place. They had held their ground. The alarm was lifted. Unfortunately, the Beast King had not been eliminated. While everyone was cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Feng squinted, sensing this was an excellent opportunity. Little White, can you find that Beast King? We, Little White chirped, knowing it could certainly locate it. Let us go. Qin Feng had no intention of letting the Beast King escape. At this level of power, the Beast King was not lacking in intelligence. If it held a grudge, it would eventually retaliate. From Qin Feng's memory, there had been no rat tide outbreak this year. He suspected that this year's rat tide was related to his excessive hunting of the line serpents. Near the planting area in Qingbei, the most dangerous creatures were the line serpents, as they could approach ability users unnoticed or even assassinate them. While the giant herbivorous rats were only interested in the food in the gathering place, the line serpents also preyed on the young of the giant herbivorous rats. And with Qin Feng's large-scale extermination of them, naturally, there would be an overpopulation of young rats, leading to food scarcity and subsequent unrest. The food in the planting area was already a natural temptation. They had long wanted to occupy this fertile granary. Amidst the rain, Qin Feng moved swiftly, knowing he had likely left the base's surveillance zone. His speed was completely unrestrained. After the recent frenzied killings, his physical body had been enhanced to level 4 by the devouring ability. Unlike the exhaustion felt after battling others, Qin Feng was in a very vigorous state at this moment, moving at incredible speed. Gradually, the rain lessened, and without realizing it, Qin Feng had been running for half an hour, arriving in an area that belonged to the wilderness. The wilderness area was a place where the remaining humans could not explore, and he had no idea what dangers lay ahead. Squeak, squeak. Little White's voice came through. Qin Feng focused his consciousness to activate the dark runes, transforming himself into a shadow. Suddenly, the ground began to churn, quickly forming a large pit. The severely injured Rat King crawled out from within, struggling to move forward. One of its claws had already been severed, half of its fur was shredded, and it bore the burns inflicted by the fire elemental, with its flesh charred. Its abdomen was slashed open with a large gash. The Mouse King struggled to climb in one direction, and amidst the diminishing rain, Qin Feng had already spotted a section of the mountain wall covered in vines, surprisingly bearing small fruits. Potential fruits. Qin Feng was astonished. Potential fruits belong to the category of low-level spiritual fruits, meant only for ability users below level 5. Yet they had an extraordinary effect, significantly enhancing a person's supernatural abilities and ancient martial systems. Given their scarcity, every appearance sparked frenzied competition. One potential fruit could fetch up to 5 million in the black market. Even those without any innate talent could become basic mechanics after consuming a potential fruit, making them highly coveted by the wealthy who hoped their children would awaken higher-level abilities. To think there was actually a potential fruit vine here, and it already had 3 ripe fruits. Looking in the direction the Mouse King was advancing, Qin Feng understood that the Mouse King aimed to consume the potential fruits to heal its injuries. He wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Moving through the shadows, Qin Feng appeared behind the giant rat. Give it to me. He channeled his inner energy into his hands, and in the next moment, he grabbed the Mouse King's tail. The sudden surge of strength caused the Mouse King to lose its balance. With a swift motion, Qin Feng flipped the giant rat onto its back. The Mouse King struggled to right itself, its massive body writhing, but Qin Feng wouldn't give it the chance. Star absorption. The inner energy formed a tremendous suction force that enveloped the Mouse King. However, the rodent thrashed violently, and its size rendered the suction ineffective in pulling it closer to Qin Feng. But then, Qin Feng forcefully expelled his inner energy. The previous suction transformed into a repulsive force. With a loud thud, a torrent of fresh blood erupted from the wound on the Mouse King's chest, previously inflicted by an earth element user. Crush it. Qin Feng charged forward, delivering a punch directly into the crack of that wound. Crack, crack. Qin Feng felt his fist strike bone as it followed the fissure, ultimately smashing into a massive expansion center. It was the Mouse King's heart. Withdrawing his arm, Qin Feng leaped back just in time. The Mouse King finally managed to roll back onto its feet, regaining balance. Its mouth wide open and eyes blood red as it glared at Qin Feng, charging towards him. But after just a few meters, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood gushing from its body. The Mouse King was dead. A vast energy was absorbed by Qin Feng's supernatural ability, filling his body, making his muscles denser, his bones stronger, and his heart thumping powerfully. In that moment, a surge of strength coursed through him. Level 5. Qin Feng felt as if he could shatter boulders with a single punch. Both his speed and physique had seen a significant boost. Not bad. The time spent chasing was not in vain. Chapter 26. Battle Achievements. Xiao Bai jumped out of the combat backpack, raising a small paw to reveal an energy core about the size of a fist, which then disappeared in an instant. Qin Feng, having made a pact with Xiao Bai, understood that Xiao Bai had utilized its spatial abilities to directly sever the energy core of the Rat King using spatial elements, transferring it out and placing it into its own space. All right, this one's yours. I won't fight you for it, Qin Feng said with a hint of resignation. Today, it was all thanks to Xiao Bai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch the heavily injured Rat King that had tried to escape. Qin Feng took out his dagger and began to dismantle the useful parts of the Rat King. The teeth and claws were valuable items, and there was also half of its fur in good condition. As for the rat meat, it was edible, and nearly 100 pounds of it could fetch a good price. Thankfully, he had made a pact with Xiao Bai. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how he came by these items. After placing everything into Xiao Bai's space, all that was left of the Rat King was its skeleton. Qin Feng made his way toward the vines. It was clear that the fruits growing on the vines were far more than just 3. There were signs of gnawing in other areas, possibly from the Rat King's actions. It was difficult for such a low-level creature like the herbivorous giant rat to evolve into a Rat King. 3 fruits were still a good haul. Qin Feng picked the 3 potential fruits. These needed to be consumed quickly, so he directly ate one. Xiao Bai looked at the fruit with envy. You can have one. Qin Feng was generous and handed one to Xiao Bai. The last one was saved for Zhou Hao. He placed the potential fruit into a jar, stored it in his combat backpack, and headed back. Meanwhile, the base was still busy with hunting. The battle had ended, and due to the earlier chaos, the command center hadn't been monitoring Qin Feng closely. Now that he returned, he didn't raise any suspicions from others. Thus, Qin Feng naturally kept his solo kill of the Rat King a secret. Although he could exchange it for merit, he didn't want to become famous. Little did he know, he had already caught the attention of many. Qin Feng, Li Yao had been looking for him, but unfortunately, she couldn't find him in the crowd. Fortunately, she finally spotted him. Qin Feng, are you hurt? I can help you, Li Yao hurriedly said, noticing the blood on Qin Feng's hands. I'm fine. No need. Thank you. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He remembered not telling Li Yao his name last time, but he had become quite well known in the base recently, so perhaps someone had mentioned it in passing. Qin Feng's refusal caused Li Yao's face to pale a bit. She clearly hadn't expected him to be so indifferent toward her. Just then, Xiao Jing rushed over. Qin Feng, are you okay? She had also participated in the defense of the planting area, and, since Qin Feng had been outside fighting, she was unaware of the situation. Just after the battle, Xiao Jing thought of Qin Feng. When she went out to clean up the corpses outside, she didn't find him and felt quite anxious. Fortunately, Qin Feng was unharmed. Are you injured? Qin Feng frowned as he looked at Xiao Jing. It's nothing major. I took down over 20 giant rats this time, Xiao Jing said with a proud smile, exuding a strong and tough demeanor. Then go collect your reward. I might head back to the gathering place, Qin Feng said, nodding to Li Yao and striding toward the military exchange area at the planting site. Xiao Jing was taken aback and quickly followed in Qin Feng's footsteps, her heart starting to race. You're leaving? Are you going to rest? Do you plan to come back? Qin Feng understood what Xiao Jing was thinking. After all, he was the one who had led her to hunt after his rebirth. He could almost be considered her mentor. Maybe I'll return in the future. Maybe I won tea. You don't need to worry. With your current strength, you can join any mercenary team. However, I suggest you consider joining the defense forces. Your help in fending off the rat tide counts as a contribution. Xiao Jing's anxiety gradually eased under Qin Feng's reassurance. During her time at the planting site, aside from following Qin Feng, she had also been communicating with Li Wan, practicing military boxing every day. If she joined the defense forces, she could exchange military credits for internal skills and learn about machinery and combat. With this thought, Xiao Jing felt much more at ease. What about you? Where will you go? She asked curiously. I'll probably go to the Advanced Academy, Qin Feng replied. Xiao Jing didn't expect such an answer from him. Qin Feng, I don't think the Advanced Academy can teach you anything more. Xiao Jing felt that Qin Feng was already incredibly capable, and given her strong sense of financial awareness, going to the Advanced Academy seemed like a waste of money without any chance to earn. Qin Feng already had abilities. Why would he need to attend the academy? You can't say that. There are always people better than you, and there are always higher realms. Qin Feng shook his head, stopping Xiao Jing's words. They didn't know that Li Yao had been following them all along. Listening to Qin Feng's words, her disappointment turning into joy. Qin Feng, you're actually going to join the Advanced Academy? That means you'll be my junior. You won't be able to ignore me then, will you? Qin Feng was completely unaware of Li Yao's thoughts. Compared to Li Yao, who was a medical personnel, it was clear that Xiao Jing was his combat partner. And given their past bond, she would naturally be given more attention. The two of them arrived at the military exchange location at the planting site, submitted the video from their communicator, and had their kill count verified. This was one of the most important functions of the regional network that appeared in the planning area. Of course, after the Rat King fled, Qin Feng's communicator had shut down, resulting in him having 1 hour less recorded than the others. However, the network review only took 10 seconds to produce results. Since the battle had just ended, many people were waiting in line, but fortunately, the process was quick and without any complicated procedures. Qin Feng and Xiao Jing weren't in a hurry. They patiently waited for 10 minutes, and finally, it was their turn. Ding ding ding. This time, the rodent wave was defeated. 561 herbivorous giant rats, 31 beast soldier-level giant rats, and 9 beast general-level giant rats. As soon as the certification information appeared, not only did Xiao Jing beside him gasp in shock, but the auditors and the crowd waiting nearby were equally taken aback. How could anyone have killed so many monsters? Could he be a hidden power user? Was there a mistake? How could someone have killed over 500? No way. It couldn't have been a single kill, right? Does he have a team? He doesn't even have a power user badge. The machine must be malfunctioning. The crowd began to voice their doubts, casting suspicious glances at Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng remained unfazed, not bothering to refute their claims. Xiao Jing, unable to hold back, exclaimed angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Qin Feng has that level of strength. He is not just some executive's son." Unfortunately, her words were drowned out by the crowd, and no one paid attention to a little girl's remarks. The staff member couldn't resist checking the video again, but this time it wasn't a mechanical review. He manually watched the battle and was left speechless. Chapter 27. A gamble. The first-person perspective battle video of Qin Feng was dazzling, but there was no denying his strength. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve the spoils from this battle for you. Is there anything else you need? The staff member unconsciously added a polite tone. What do you mean? Are you saying he really killed that many exotic beasts? A mercenary standing behind Qin Feng said, clearly displeased. It was obvious he didn't believe it at all. The machine didn't malfunction. Everything that was reviewed is real. I don't believe it. Is he some high-ranking official's kid from your military department? Did you inflate his achievements? Exactly, that must be it. I can't stand you guys doing this so brazenly. A few people protested loudly. How can someone so young have such strength? Plus, he didn't even suffer a scratch. The crowd became more convinced they had uncovered the truth. Moreover, the final count of exotic beasts reviewed wouldn't change. If some people had more, then naturally, others would have less, leading them to suspect that Qin Feng had taken credit for their kills. Everyone had just finished battling the exotic beasts, still filled with the aura of slaughter, and they all turned their hostility towards Qin Feng. Yet he remained calm. The staff member was in a difficult position, hesitating and looking at Qin Feng with a mix of apprehension and awareness of his strength after watching the battle video. Sir, could you please consider playing the video for everyone to see? I mind. Qin Feng replied directly. The battle result was legitimate. Why should he have to show his fight to anyone just because of others' doubts? However, upon hearing Qin Feng's response, The crowd became even more convinced that something was amiss. No way. You must give us an explanation. Exactly. We can't let him go now. Does the garrison at the Chongbei gathering place want to keep their jobs? In an instant, the crowd erupted with fervor. Qin Feng, however, merely chuckled and said, "What kind of explanation do you want? My battle footage is real, and you are making baseless accusations against me. I haven't even called you out for slander. Since that's the case, how about we make a bet?" "A bet on what?" shouted one of the most arrogant abilities users who had been standing behind Qin Feng. "Let's bet on my battle footage. I'll have the staff send it to you directly. If it's real, you give me 100,000. If it's fake, I'll give you 100,000. Haha, kid, I really don't believe you. I'm in." "Me too. Who wouldn't he want free money? I want to see you lose your pants." Several people began to shout. However, upon hearing about the betting, some quickly calmed down and chose not to participate. Among the crowd, someone had already recognized Qin Feng. After all, he had been there for 4 or 5 days. And many of the teams that had been stationed there for a long time had seen both Qin Feng and Xiao Jing. They hadn't spoken up before, but they had their doubts. After all, it was one thing for Qin Feng to kill 40 or 50 line snakes in a day. It was another to kill over 500 herbivorous giant rats in a matter of hours during bad weather without a scratch on him. They found it hard to believe. But now, seeing how calm and collected Qin Feng was, they started to have their doubts. Could it be true? "Let us use your account," Qin Feng said, looking at the staff member. The staff member nodded quickly, understanding that Qin Feng was sure to win this bet, and he was genuinely impressed by him. "If you want to bet, go to him first to pay and watch the video." The few arrogant ones added the staff member as communicator and transferred 100,000. The ones who had been shouting earlier were actually only 9 people betting against Qin Feng. Is it just these few? Qin Feng glanced over, and many people instinctively looked away. Even those who had originally approached to join the betting felt a bit guilty. These 9 individuals were all rescue members dispatched from the base, part of a group of 500. Regardless of their performance, they would receive a $10,000 subsidy. Yet their final results paled in comparison to the young Qin Feng, leaving them feeling embarrassed and resentful. A few others were convinced that Qin Feng was faking it and wanted to make some quick cash by betting against him. "Is that all? My battle footage is still worth 100,000. Since it was a bet, Qin Feng also transferred 900,000 to the staff member. With the bets placed, the staff member sent the video to the remaining 9. They all began to review it, initially casual and dismissive, with some even skipping to the middle of the video. However, as they continued watching, their expressions turned serious, then astonished, and finally, they were left in shock. Qin Feng's strength was beyond what they had imagined. Anything else to say? Qin Feng looked at the 9 of them. The person who had been the loudest and most arrogant now had a flushed face, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. The gazes from those around him felt like a slap from Qin Feng, leaving him unable to retort. A bet is a bet. He gritted his teeth and muttered before turning to leave. The other 8 people also had a mix of red and pale expressions on their faces, feeling miserable about losing 100,000 for nothing. Standing there felt like a humiliation. In no time, they all walked away dejectedly. "Hey, what's going on? Why is everyone leaving? Can't you see? The video is real. This person actually killed over 500 giant herbivorous rats. Damn, it's true." Everyone now looked at Qin Feng with shock in their eyes. The staff immediately transferred 1.8 million back to Qin Feng's account, smiling broadly as they said, "Mr. Qin, do you have any requests for your spoils? Would you like to take them with you or exchange them?" The rewards calculated from the video naturally belonged to Qin Feng. If he chose to take them, they would select the spoils for him, though they might not necessarily be the ones he had killed. "I want to take the Beast General's crystal cores, and the rest can be exchanged for money." I'll take the Beast General's meat too." "Okay, please hold on." The staff began to process the request. Beep, beep, beep. A notification appeared on Qin Feng's communicator, showing that 6.73 million had been deposited into his account. Who would have thought that someone with such earning potential had only awakened half a month ago? "Mr. Qin, please go with this gentleman to collect the crystal cores and meat. The defense army will send a vehicle to your desired location." This was definitely special treatment. "Thank you." Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. After selecting 9 crystal cores, he took away the meat from 9 beast generals that had been processed. He didn't plan to sell this meat. Instead, he intended to donate it to an orphanage. The vehicle was already arranged, and the soldiers efficiently loaded the meat onto it. Chapter 28. Refusing the general at that moment, a group of people was standing next to the vehicle. Among them was an elderly man wearing a badge indicating his high ability. Furthermore, Li Wen was also beside him. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He could sense that they were approaching him. "Qin Feng, I've been waiting for you. Let me introduce you to these gentlemen. This is General Han Jian, the commander of the defense army in the North Chung gathering area, and General Wang Cheng of the Tiger Flame Army, Li Wen said. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and greeted the two generals. Hello. His demeanor was calm. In reality, he had encountered too many generals like them before. Although they now called themselves the Human Federation, due to the limited living space, everyone ruled their own domain, and each army had its own generals. However, the rank of a general was tied to the army corps. For example, within the North Qing Gathering area, there were 3 army corps. One is the Northern Defense Army, responsible for protecting the homeland. Another is the Tiger Flame Army, tasked with support and perimeter patrols. And then there's the elusive Wilderness Army, which, as its name suggests, explores far-off places. The Wilderness Army spends most of its time outside and returns with large quantities of supplies and experimental specimens. However, it also has the highest mortality rate, with a nearly 30% chance of casualties on every mission. Moreover, all 3 legions are at the same rank, and the highest commander is merely a general. For Qin Feng, who had already reached this rank before his rebirth, he was just a minor general. If he had wanted to back then, he could have taken up the role of guardian in any major city, holding the title of general. Faced with Qin Feng's indifferent attitude, Wang Cheng found him even more admirable. Young man, you're quite impressive. How about joining our Tiger Flame Army? Or perhaps the Defense Army? As it is our duty to protect the stronghold, Han Jian added, not wanting to be outdone in recruiting Qin Feng. Unfortunately, Qin Feng had no interest in such matters. Thank you for your kindness, generals, but I have other aspirations. Both men were taken aback by Qin Feng's swift refusal, their expressions darkening slightly. They had come specifically to extend an invitation, claiming to value talent, but it was also a show of goodwill, demonstrating their approachability and admiration. Who would have thought that Qin Feng would disregard their overtures? Qin Feng, think it over carefully. This is a rare opportunity, and the general personally requested you. Li Wen urged, giving Qin Feng a meaningful look. Qin Feng considered it. He still needed time to grow to a higher rank. And angering 2 military generals could lead to complications if he was remembered. However, he had his own plans. I'm about to attend a higher academy, so I can't join the Defense Army right now. If you both truly believe in me, I ask for 3 years. Hearing this, Han Jian and Wang Cheng's expressions brightened considerably. Han Jian chuckled. Old Deng always knows how to charm people. I wonder what kind of magic he uses on you kids. What benefits are there in attending the higher academy? The old Deng he referred to as naturally the principal of the higher academy, a powerful individual with a significant standing in the entire Northern Defense Stronghold. After all, most ordinary people would never leave the Northern Defense Stronghold in their lifetimes. And as the principal of the only higher academy, his prestige was undeniable. Scholars always possessed their own charm. Once Qin Feng felt that the tension had eased, he decided to take his leave and introduced Xiao Jing. This is my classmate. She has also awakened her ancient martial arts abilities and hopes to join the military. Sure. Which branch do you want to join, young lady? Xiao Jing looked gratefully at Qin Feng, then at Li Wen, and said, I want to join the Defense Army. All right. We'll take you. Han Jian nodded, and Wang Cheng didn't contest the decision any further, as he hadn't seen Xiao Jing's abilities and didn't care much for a female soldier. He would later regret his initial nonchalance. Please take it to the orphanage. Mr. Qin, are you planning to donate the meat of these beast generals to the orphanage? The driver was quite surprised. Yes, that's right. Mr. Qin, you are truly a good person. I am an orphan myself, so this is just my way of giving back. However, Qin Feng can't really take credit for being a good person. He had killed 4 people before the beast tide even began. The heavy rain had already passed, and by evening, the sky was a clear blue, with sunlight pouring down without being too hot. The air was humid yet refreshing, quite pleasant. The warm glow of the sunset bathed everything, and even the crowded orphanage building couldn't block it out. The children were playing joyfully, bouncing around happily. When the military truck rolled up, they looked on with innocent and eager eyes. Mr. Qin, let me help you unload. The driver said enthusiastically. Thank you. Just help me open the car door. No need to be polite. The herbivorous giant rat beast generals were quite large, and the other materials removed were small portions. But the bones and meat were substantial, each piece comparable to an adult domesticated pig. However, to Qin Feng and the soldier driving, these were just light loads. All right, Mr. Qin, I'm off now. Thank you for your help. Once the truck drove away, the children rushed over. Brother, are you here to bring us something? Brother, what's inside? Brother, can we eat it? The children were overly innocent, but curiously looked on without making any move. They had been well educated, but their hunger was something they couldn't shake off. You'll find out tonight. Now go on, don't get too close to me. I'm pretty dirty. Just back from the front lines. Even though Qin Feng was wearing combat gear, he was soaked from the rain and a bit grimy. He grabbed 9 bags with just a bit of effort and dragged them into the orphanage, briefly checked in, and directly entered the cold storage. The old director wasn't there today, so Qin Feng left without saying anything. Little did he know, as soon as he left, Lin Durong returned. He sighed, looking at the oppressive building, feeling a deep sadness. A batch of orphans had left, and a new batch had arrived. The government relief funds could only ensure that these orphans wouldn't starve, but when it came to nutrition, that was entirely out of the question. Director, we have meat. We have meat, a teacher said excitedly. Lin Durong perked up at this. Did someone come to donate supplies? How much meat did they donate? The teacher hurriedly replied. 1,000 pounds. Lin Durong's face, which resembled a bitter melon, managed to squeeze out a faint smile. That's great. There are still kind people in the world. We need to thank them properly. Remember to write down their name. Once the orphanage is doing better, we should give back to them. Chapter 29. Donating meat. However, Lin Durong still wore a worried expression. 1,000 pounds of meat, when faced with so many orphans, was merely a drop in the bucket. Clearly, it couldn't be consumed all at once. It would need to be rationed. After dividing it up, each meal might only have a bit of minced meat. Director, you haven't heard the whole story yet. This meat isn't just ordinary meat. It's meat from a beast general. What? Lin Durong's mouth fell open in shock. The meat from ordinary exotic beasts was already priced over 100 yuan in the market, and the price for beast general meat had skyrocketed, tripling in value. This meant that someone had donated 300,000 Chinese yuan to the orphanage in one go. That was no small sum. Great. Find me their contact information. I must thank them in person. Director, the donor is Qin Feng. As a recent graduate of the orphanage, the director naturally recognized the name and initially couldn't believe it. Upon hearing the news, Lin Durong didn't feel happy. Instead, he felt a pang of heartache. It turned out to be that kid, Qin Feng. Qin Feng was one of the smartest kids he had ever taught, and he was also quite ambitious. However, Lin Durong was puzzled. How could Qin Feng possibly have so much meat? This was no small amount, and if sold, it could bring in a significant profit. Wait a moment. Don't touch the meat yet. Let me contact Qin Feng. Lin Durong dialed Qin Feng's communicator. At that moment, Qin Feng had just checked into a hotel, rinsed off a bit, and was now relaxing in the bathtub, enjoying the soothing flow of water. When the communicator rang, he answered it casually. And the video feed came through, revealing the luxurious surroundings that surprised Lin Durong. Qin Feng, director. Qin Feng's relaxed demeanor unintentionally carried a hint of familiarity. It's me. You just donated a batch of beast general meat to the orphanage. Where did you get it? You're not out scavenging, are you? The scavenger mentioned by Lin Durong referred to those with weak abilities who could only hide from monsters in the wild, but could sometimes gather leftover meat or bones from powerful teams after they had taken what they needed. Or perhaps they might find the bodies of some ability users and acquire wealth from them. Of course, if luck was not on their side, they could also lose their lives. Qin Feng felt a warm rush in his heart and quickly replied, Director, don't worry, it's not like that. He briefly explained the situation regarding the recent rodent tide in Xingbei. This wasn't a secret. If someone wanted to investigate, it could certainly be made public. I awakened an ancient martial arts physique. You know my combat class has always been strong. Now I'm not weak at all. This time, the rodent tide took down many exotic beasts, and I made a good amount of money. I didn't sell the beast general meat. I brought it back directly. That's great. Lin Durong nodded eagerly, his joy evident. Qin Feng, you've really made something of yourself. Come back to visit when you have time. Of course, you don't need to bring anything. This is already enough. Qin Feng smiled and said, Director, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me directly. Also, don't mix the meat from those beast generals with anything else. It's best to turn it into jerky and distribute it directly. In the future, when I have other spoils, I'll bring them back myself. All right, thank you, kid. The director replied. Don't be so formal. I'll come to see you tomorrow, Qin Feng said, with a deep look in his eyes. Tomorrow is the day Lin Durong was killed before Qin Feng's rebirth. Sure, I'll be waiting to see how impressive little Qin Feng has become. Lin Durong laughed heartily. After chatting a bit more, Qin Feng finally hung up the call. With a splash, Qin Feng stood up, and the misty bathroom mirror revealed his physique. In just half a month, his body was no longer the slender and frail form of a youth, but was now filled with strength. Not only that, but Qin Feng could keenly sense the growth of his bones. He had likely reached a height of 175 meters by now. Putting on a bathrobe, Qin Feng dutifully began to wash Little White. Little White loved cleanliness and enjoyed the bubbles produced by the shampoo, waiting like a lord for Qin Feng to attend to him. Of course, as the hero of this hunt for the herbivorous giant rat king, Qin Feng had to pamper him a bit. After several days of fighting, Qin Feng felt exhausted. Now that he could finally relax, he fell into a deep, delightful sleep. Only Little White remained awake. After watching Qin Feng doze off, a fist-sized energy core suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the energy core of the Rat King. With a munching sound, Little White started to devour it. Despite the energy core being nearly the same size as his body and containing explosive power, he consumed it in an instant, showing no change in size, and unwittingly fell asleep soon after. The next day, Qin Feng donned a slightly faded shirt and jeans and headed to the orphanage. Naturally, he placed the sleeping Little White in his backpack, as he couldn't bear to leave him alone in the hotel, where he might be snatched away in the blink of an eye. As soon as he stepped through the gates of the orphanage, Qin Feng was greeted by a rich aroma. The children, who usually played outside, were nowhere to be seen. But in the cafeteria inside the building, a group of eager faces were drooling in anticipation. Even the older kids were filled with excitement. "Qin Feng, you're here. Come try this," Lin Durong exclaimed joyfully, pulling Qin Feng over. At that moment, many of the kids were helping to prepare food, and Lin Durong had followed Qin Feng's instructions to make the jerky, which smelled delightful. Not bad. Qin Feng tasted it and was pleasantly surprised by the flavor. Naturally, the meat from the beast generals was not going to be subpar. "Qin Feng, you distribute it." Lin Durong handed the prepared jerky to Qin Feng, then rang a bell to signal the orphans to start lining up. "Today, it's your brother Qin Feng bringing gifts for everyone. Remember to learn from your brother Qin Feng and become a great hero, all right?" Lin Durong's affectionate speech resonated with the children, who eagerly shouted in agreement. Some teenagers, having moved past their gullible days, couldn't help but feel envy and hope at the sight of Qin Feng in his current state. After distributing food, Qin Feng led a group of youngsters in some combat training, and before they knew it, it was already noon. "Director, are you going to the planting field this afternoon?" Qin Feng asked. He was sure that Lin Durong visited the grain storage at the planting field on this day every month. The orphanage is an official organization of the Chongbei Gathering, with a fixed monthly food allocation. Though meager, it helps reduce expenses. "Yes, then I'll go with you," Qin Feng offered. "That sounds good." Lin Durong understood that Qin Feng was no ordinary person now, having awakened the ancient warrior system. He should focus on training rather than spending time in the orphanage. After all, Qin Feng had already done enough. Chapter 30. Lu Ming must die. The road in front of the orphanage was narrow, and the surroundings were dirty and chaotic. An old man and a young man walked along the muddy path, washed by the rain, looking quite harmless. However, after walking a short distance, Qin Feng's body tensed up. He sensed an unsettling presence in the air. Just then, a wave of malice washed over them. Three young men approached from ahead, all around 24 or 25 years old, tall and swaggering, with tattoos that made them look quite menacing. To make matters worse, footsteps were heard coming from behind. At this moment, Lin Durong stopped as well, his aged yet kind face growing serious, exuding an aura of quiet authority. "Heh, old man, I've been low on cash lately. Why don't you hand over some money for me to spend?" The leader of the young men stepped forward, revealing yellowed teeth and brandishing a folding knife in a dazzling display. Killing intent already filled Qin Feng's eyes. Lu Ming. This was the same person who, before Qin Feng's rebirth, had killed Lin Durong and later became a notorious wanted criminal. The reason Qin Feng came to see Lin Durong today was to prevent such a situation from occurring. But who would have guessed that even after Qin Feng took away the star-absorbing technique, Lu Ming would still come looking for trouble with Lin Durong? Fate can be quite strange sometimes. "Young man, as an old man, I probably don't have much money to give you," Lin Durong replied, his tone steady but unwavering in his refusal. As the director of the orphanage, he might be old and unable to fight anymore, having stepped back from the front lines to manage. However, Lin Durong had experienced far more in life than Lu Ming had walked on the road. How could he be easily intimidated into handing over money? "Seems you want to drink a toast, but are asking for a punishment instead? Old fool. Don't think I don't know. Just half a month ago, someone donated $1 million to your orphanage. Hand over the money," Lu Ming said menacingly. This was indeed true. A wealthy businessman had given $1 million to Lin Durong. However, Lin Durong had shamelessly asked for that money. The children needed antibiotics, otherwise. In today's world of rampant diseases, young children could easily die from inexplicable ailments. Unfortunately, antibiotics were extremely expensive, costing around 5,000 each. That million would only cover the cost of antibiotics for 200 children, but thankfully, since Lin Durong was part of an official organization, the price was halved, enough to cover the expenses for 400 children. So Lin Durong had long run out of money. The orphanage was a bottomless pit. Even though the gathering place declared it an official organization, many officials found it quite unappealing. However, there was absolutely no way to do without the orphanage. That money had already been spent, and even if there was any left, Do you think I carry it around all the time? Lin Durong sneered, his body tensing up, ready to fight at any moment. The 4 men accompanying Lu Meng were just like him, thugs who usually extorted money from ordinary people. Typically, when they extorted from ordinary folks, those people would suffer in silence, not daring to provoke them. They hadn't expected Lin Durong to be so tough. Perhaps the other side had some strength, but in their eyes, he was just a dead duck, stubbornly refusing to yield. If we don't show you some real power, you won't know how tough we are. Lu Meng waved his hand, signaling his men to go beat up Lin Durong. Beat him up. Once he gets a lesson, I'll come back tomorrow. If you don't hand over the money, I'll make sure to take down every child in your orphanage one by one. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up in Lin Durong's head. His face flushed, and his body trembled from rage. How dare this old man from the orphanage act so arrogant? Beat him. These thugs dared to lay hands on Lin Durong, partly because of the publicity from the wealthy businessman a few days ago, which had revealed a business opportunity to them. The orphanage was a vulnerable group, weak and defenseless. They planned to band together to control the orphanage and extort money under the guise of soliciting donations. Those wealthy businessmen had so much money that even a drop of oil from their fingernails was enough for them to live on for a while. And these thugs thrived on reputation. Wasn't this just outright extortion? Of course, the premise was that they first had to subdue this old man. One of the fighters charged at Lin Durong and slapped him hard. The slap was swift and powerful. It didn't require internal energy, but could definitely knock someone's teeth out. Lin Durong naturally raised his hand to block, as he was also a martial artist. However, before his arm could fully lift, a faster hand grabbed the thug's arm. Crack! Qin Feng, without hesitation, snapped the man's arm. The thug let out a terrible scream, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had never expected such a result. Qin Feng had no intention of letting them go. Once he made his move, he went all out. His left hand slammed into the thug's abdomen, and a powerful suction force surged forth, causing the thug to convulse as if electrocuted. Qin Feng directly devoured the thug's internal energy and then unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom! The thug was sent flying 2 or 3 meters away, rolling over and lying still. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that the others couldn't stop their attacks. Qin Feng lifted his foot and kicked another thug flying. Then without hesitation, he threw a punch at Lu Meng. Hey! Lu Meng was completely caught off guard. The seemingly impoverished teenager in front of him turned out to be an awakened ancient martial artist, and his internal energy was even stronger than Lu Meng's. Just moments ago, his underling had been sent flying by a single punch from Qin Feng, and now, feeling a sense of alarm, he gathered his internal energy and raised both hands to block Qin Feng's attack. Kill this kid. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. You dare! Lin Durong roared in anger. But it was of no use. 2 more thugs rushed forward, eager to strike and eliminate Qin Feng. How ridiculous. Today, let's see who meets their end. You dare to lay a hand on the old dean? You're asking for death. Star absorption. A massive surge of internal energy erupted from Qin Feng. The star absorption technique activated, forming a vortex around him. This vortex rendered the 4 attackers, who had swung their knives at Qin Feng, powerless to advance. They could only flail their weapons and fists, their bodies twisting uncontrollably, lacking autonomy. Currently, Qin Feng's strength was approximately at the 5th stage, but none of these 4 thugs were stronger than him, all at the 1st or 2nd stage. With such a low level of internal energy, how could they possibly contend with Qin Feng? In less than a moment, their once mighty internal energy was completely absorbed by him. Get lost. As the suction vanished, a repulsive force exploded forth, and Qin Feng sent the 4 of them flying. He even lifted his foot to kick Lu Meng's fallen knife away, and the blade flew precisely into Lu Meng's throat. This time, Qin Feng did not restrain his killing intent. Lu Meng had to die? Chapter 31. Refinement of internal energy. The crisis was averted in an instant, leaving even Lin Durong stunned in place. It had only been half a month, yet Lin Durong felt as if he was seeing Qin Feng anew. Qin Feng had become so powerful. Although Lin Durong had suspected something after Qin Feng donated the beast general meat, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. The younger generation pushes the older generation forward. Qin Feng struck swiftly, killing 2 and leaving the remaining 3 severely injured, writhing on the ground in agony. He cautiously glanced at Lin Durong, who was also looking back at him, and his mind raced with thoughts. It's hard to say whether Lin Durong feels he was too harsh, but he has no regrets at all. As long as he can eliminate the threat posed by Lu Meng, he doesn't mind if the old dean holds a grudge against him. Qin Feng, don't be afraid. It's all right, they deserve it. Lin Durong noticed the change in Qin Feng's expression and mistakenly thought he was scared. After all, in Lin Durong's eyes, no matter how capable Qin Feng is, he's still just a kid. I'll handle this. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Lin Durong patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, which helped Qin Feng relax a bit. I'm fine. Qin Feng looked down, trying to hide the odd expression on his face and feeling somewhat awkward. Lin Durong really sees him as a child. However, this also relieved Qin Feng. Soon after, Lin Durong called the patrol team, and it wasn't long before someone arrived. Old Dean, what's going on? The patrol team sent a captain this time, who looked a bit startled at the scene in the alley. Qin Feng followed Lin Durong and appeared inconspicuous, but Lin Durong remained calm. These guys came to the alley to extort me. Thankfully, my kid was here, otherwise I might have lost my life today. What? How dare they act up here? Take them back, and don't let me see them outside. Yes, Captain. The team quickly carried the 5 men away, but after this, 2 bodies would likely become 5. Everything was handled swiftly. The patrol team had absolute authority within the gathering area, and with so many people around, chaos was a daily occurrence. It was just 5 thugs who died, and they didn't take care. He is an orphan who left the orphanage 5 years ago. Although I, the old Dean, live in poverty every day, I still have some connections. Qin Feng, if you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to come to me. Lin Durong said. If it were the old Qin Feng, Lin Durong wouldn't have said such things. Once these orphans leave, they have their own lives, and Lin Durong wouldn't give them special attention. But Qin Feng is different. This kid is bound to achieve great things in the future. I remember, Dean. Qin Feng nodded. Today's incident made him see the old Dean in a new light, revealing a kinder side of him. In this cruel world, reaching this stage, no one should be underestimated. Later, the old Dean was sent to the plantation by a car arranged by the captain, and Qin Feng returned to the hotel. After the battles of yesterday and today, Qin Feng felt a powerful surge of internal energy within him, but having practiced other forms of internal energy, he knew something was off. True internal energy is calm. It only erupts when properly harnessed. Back at the hotel, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, focusing his consciousness in his dantian. With a sensation similar to that of an ability crystal core, Qin Feng observed the appearance of his dantian. Unlike the ability crystal core, which existed in the dark expanse of the starry sky, his dantian resembled a vividly red, fleshy inner space. Within it, strands of inner energy wandered, leading to other realms. Ancient martial artists had undergone centuries of evolution, and many of their attempts were well known. Beginners sensed the flow of inner energy and practiced their internal skills, where the energy resembled delicate threads, extremely fine. These threads could travel through the meridians, enhancing strength and speed. As the number of inner energy threads increased, they could coalesce into a mass of energy. This marked the transition to a higher tier of ancient martial artists. Generally, possessing 9 threads of energy within one's body was sufficient for advancement. Naturally, the more threads one had, the stronger the abilities, making those who had advanced to a higher tier significantly more powerful than their peers at the same level. This was the distinction between the strong and the ordinary martial artists. To Qin Feng's surprise, he already had 15 threads of inner energy. However, these 15 threads were extremely thin, and as Qin Feng focused his consciousness on them, he noticed that their sizes varied and they were quite active, even giving off a feeling of being a tangled mess. If he didn't carefully sort them out, trouble was bound to arise sooner or later. However, organizing inner energy was a tedious task that required a lot of time. Clearly, Lu Meng, the person he had been before his rebirth, had never done this. Qin Feng knew he couldn't follow in Lu Meng's footsteps. Recalling his previous hypothesis, Qin Feng decisively activated his ability. Devour. The inner energy threads seemed to be sucked away by something, becoming extremely thin as they disappeared one by one. The inner energy came too easily, merely the result of having killed a few people, and Qin Feng felt no remorse at all. Instead, he was concerned about the potential side effects these energies might bring him, so he had no reservations about their disappearance. As the inner energy was devoured, the next moment, Qin Feng felt as if the meridians throughout his body were filled with energy, expanding significantly. The meridians were the foundation for circulating inner energy. With this expansion, absorbing surrounding inner energy became faster and easier. After these energies expanded the surrounding meridians, a considerable amount was consumed, and then, unexpectedly, it surged directly from his dantian upwards, merging into his third eye. Although the ability crystal core was considered to reside in the consciousness, many believe that it was positioned at the third eye, merely connecting to a space within oneself. At this moment, the inner energy merged into the third eye, with the threads flowing into the diamond sphere of the ability crystal core, yet it seemed unable to be devoured. Gradually, it was expelled, flowing back down through the third eye and returning to the dantian. As a result of this back and forth, the number of inner energy threads had diminished from the original 15 to just 5. However, these 5 threads of inner energy were incredibly stable, solid, and robust, as if they had been tempered through countless trials. Success. Seeing the threads quietly floating within his dantian, how could he not feel the change within them? With the star-absorbing technique no longer having any concerns, it would become the most powerful martial art. Qin Feng thought to himself, filled with excitement. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly sensed another kind of disturbance emanating from his consciousness. When he checked, he discovered it wasn't he himself, but rather Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. Qin Feng quickly turned his gaze to the little creature nestled on the bed. After a night and an entire morning, Xiao Bai had been in a deep slumber for about 16 hours. At that moment, the aura around Xiao Bai began to shift. It was still a small beast, but it seemed to be undergoing some sort of evolution. Chapter 32. Custom gear. If we were to evaluate Xiao Bai as a mystical beast, it was born at the level of a beast soldier, but now it had advanced to the rank of a beast general. Not only that, but Qin Feng also immediately sensed that the space within Xiao Bai had suddenly expanded to 10 meters. Originally, Xiao Bai's space was about 1 meter in size, equivalent to a 1 cubic meter cube. Now, all dimensions, length, width, and height, had transformed into 10 meters, effectively creating a space of 1,000 cubic meters, comparable to the size of a house. This meant an increase of 1,000 times. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel that Xiao Bai's abilities were truly extraordinary. At that moment, within this expansive space that resembled a large room, there were several items present. 2 massive incisors from the herbivorous giant rat king, the claws of its forepaws, and a pile of fur were all there. Of course, there were also some pieces of meat from the herbivorous giant rat king, which had filled the space at the time, with the rest unfortunately wasted. Seeing these materials, Qin Feng couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. The combat suit was indeed impressive, made from new fur and technology, resistant to heat and cold, and reasonably priced. However, Qin Feng would not forget how Lu Ming had been clawed out by the wolfhound beast general, with her combat suit torn and bloodied on the outside. But the inner armor had protected her from fatal attacks. That type of armor was called rune gear. Without a doubt, this rune gear was crafted from the fur of mystical beasts. Moreover, due to the differences in the fur of these beasts, the techniques used varied as well. Silver light represented gear made from the fur of beast kings. Generally, rune gear is worn underneath, and the colors, due to special dyes, would emit a glow, appearing different from their original hues. Beast soldiers glowed blue, beast generals glowed purple, beast kings glowed silver, and there was even a type for beast emperors, which glowed gold. These materials should be sufficient to create a set of rune gear. Qin Feng glanced at his communicator account. Previously, from hunting line snakes, he had earned around 1.2 million. After the battle with the rat swarm yesterday, he received 6.73 million, along with 900,000 from bets, bringing his account balance to an astonishing 8 million. This amount was nearly enough to purchase a set of rune gear. Of course, if he provided the materials himself, the cost for custom gear would be significantly lower. With this in mind, Qin Feng tucked the idea away for later. The next day, at the center of Chongbei Gathering Place, at the armor shop of the Wanzhong Group. Half a month ago, Qin Feng had bought 3 combat suits here. As he walked into the store, the staff at the entrance immediately welcomed him. After all, Qin Feng's appearance had changed significantly this time. Dressed in a combat suit, he no longer looked as disheveled as before. A quick glance revealed that the person greeting him was Sun Yu, the one who had sold him the combat suits initially. "Oh sir, it's you. What can I assist you with this time?" Sun Yu exclaimed. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. After half a month, Sun Yu actually remembered him. "Well, I'd like to have some custom equipment made, and I need it to be kept confidential. Can you handle that?" Qin Feng asked. Sun Yu immediately perked up. Custom equipment. That would naturally be rune gear made from the hides and furs of exotic beasts. The price of rune gear was significantly higher, far beyond the 3 combat suits, and Sun Yu felt a rush of excitement. "Absolutely, I can take care of that, sir. Please follow me to the meeting room." Sun Yu quickly led Qin Feng to a private area. The meeting room was empty, and after taking a look around, Qin Feng was pleased to find no surveillance equipment. He then pulled out the items from his combat backpack. "Take a look at these," Qin Feng said. Sun Yu's heart raced. He was quite intelligent, despite his youth. He had acquired a lot of knowledge since starting this job. The equipment store of the Wanzhong Group was not just on 1 floor, but 3. The first floor sold combat suits, catering to the market in Chongbei Gathering Place. The second and third floors offered high-end items, including rune gear, which could easily cost hundreds of thousands. "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, this is the hide of a beast king. Given its size, it can be made into a tunic. The leftover scraps can be used to make gloves, wrist guards, or knee pads. Of course, we'll determine the specific cutting process," Sun Yu said cautiously, excited as this was his first time handling such a significant order. This was a beast king hide. Qin Feng nodded. Then let us make the tunic. As for these fangs, I'd like to craft a combat knife. It won't be too large due to the limited material. But I want to ensure the quality is top-notch. Not a problem. Sun Yu quickly agreed, then took out a calculator from his communicator and began to input the details. Sir, the estimated price for these 2 items is around 3 million. You only need to pay a deposit of 300,000, and you can pick them up in 10 days. All right. Qin Feng signed the contract and made the 300,000 down payment. Sun Yu also brought over a locked box and carefully sealed the items inside in front of Qin Feng. This would be sent directly to the Wanzhong factory, and the entire production process would be recorded to ensure that not a single bit of material was wasted. After leaving the Wanzhong store, Qin Feng walked down the street and happened to see a massive advertisement on a nearby building showcasing a car. A thought sparked in Qin Feng's mind. In the past, Qin Feng wouldn't have considered buying a car for the time being, but with Xiaobai's space suddenly expanding to the size of a 100-square-meter apartment, he naturally started thinking about getting one. Let's go take a look. Qin Feng thought as he lifted his foot and headed towards the car exhibition center. In his previous life, Qin Feng drove extremely luxurious cars, as he was a top-tier ability user with formidable strength, often needing to venture into dangerous areas where a car's functionality was a critical factor. However, with limited funds now and fewer practical uses for a vehicle, his options were significantly narrowed. Before long, Qin Feng had zeroed in on his target, the Hovering Shadow series. This car featured a sleek sports car exterior, with a chassis almost hugging the ground and its wheels barely visible. If you thought such a vehicle couldn't handle off-road conditions, you would be sorely mistaken. It boasted an incredibly powerful feature, levitation. This was a cutting-edge technology of the new era. The Hovering Shadow series came equipped with a wind rune power core, enabling the entire car to hover 3 meters above the ground, effortlessly ignoring any terrain. Of course, this levitation capability skyrocketed the car's value to a staggering 8 million. For an average person, that price was terrifying, even for ability users and ancient martial artists. While the car's functionality was impressive, its inadequate defense system meant it couldn't guarantee safety in the wild, leading many to pass on it. In simple terms, this car was likely intended for the wealthy to flaunt their riches. However, with his newfound space, everything became manageable for Qin Feng, especially since the Hovering Shadow series was considered the most affordable option among hover tanks. Chapter 33. Hovering Tank as a luxury model of a hovering sports car. The Hovering Shadow series was naturally being test-driven by some young people inside. "Cousin, this car is amazing. Once I graduate, I'm definitely buying one," said a young boy in the driver's seat, seemingly imagining how many envious gazes he would attract while driving it. "It is pretty awesome, but it's ridiculously expensive. 8 million. Thank goodness you awakened your ancient martial arts talent. Otherwise our family would never afford such a car." "Right. But you still have a chance to buy one now, don't you? Aren't you classmates with the eldest daughter of the Liu family, the richest in Qingbei? If you manage to win her over, not just the Hovering Shadow series, but even a heavy mechanical war vehicle could be yours." Upon hearing the mention of the Liu family's eldest daughter, the boy in the driver's seat stiffened slightly, but he replied, "If a woman buys it for you, how would you even drive it out to impress girls? There goes your freedom. You'd have to earn your own money to buy it." In reality, he was secretly frustrated. Not only was he far from pursuing the eldest daughter of the Liu family, but she might even be plotting against him. With that thought, the allure of the car seemed to fade away, especially after his previous experiences had filled him with dread about the wilderness. At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the person feeling the car. With his sharp memory, he instantly recognized this individual as one of Lu Ming's classmates, Wang Kai, if he remembered correctly. Of course, even though Qin Feng recognized him, he had no intention of greeting him. They weren't on friendly terms. He called over a sales representative and inquired about the car's performance. "Sir, you have a keen eye? The Shadow Series off-road vehicle is absolutely the most agile model. Its compact build allows it to navigate through areas with many obstacles. The 2-person seating is quite comfortable, and there's a larger space in the back, which serves as a small refrigerator to keep your combat supplies fresh. Furthermore, the Shadow Series shell can withstand attacks from Class A beasts and comes with an energy absorption system for self-sustaining energy circulation. The vehicle is equipped with a powerful signal transmitter that can scan for dangerous creatures within 1,000 meters, issue warnings, and provide image simulations within 100 meters. The saleswoman was quite eloquent, highlighting features essential for field combat. She had a sharp eye as well. Even though Qin Feng wasn't wearing an ability user's medal, his combat outfit was enough to give him away, especially with that energy gun, which was the main reason for her attentiveness. Moreover, Qin Feng exuded a lethal aura. rather than the demeanor of a spoiled rich kid. Just as she was enthusiastically talking, Wang Kai emerged from the vehicle. "Sir, why don't we check out the interior space of the car?" he said, making a gesture of invitation. "Sure." Qin Feng nodded, but at that moment, Wang Kai looked up and spotted him. "It's you." Wang Kai's hostility was evident as he glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng initially intended to ignore him, but Wang Kai blocked the doorway and refused to let him enter. "Move aside," Qin Feng said flatly. "Move? Why should I? This isn't your car. I haven't finished my experience yet." Wang Kai clearly noticed that Qin Feng was also there to test the vehicle, and he was unwilling to make it easy for him. He turned back and sat inside the car instead. With a loud slam, Wang Kai shut the door and shot a mocking look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. "Haha, if you can't afford it, don't bother looking at cars. Who do you think you are? You think you can buy this car?" Wang Kai sneered. "Let's go," Qin Feng said to the sales representative beside him. "I'm so sorry, truly sorry. If you'd like, I can introduce you to other models." The woman quickly apologized, secretly resenting the unreasonable customer. Wang Kai, however, felt quite pleased with himself. Finally, he had regained his footing. But the next moment, he heard Qin Feng's words. "No need to look at anything else. Take me to finalize the paperwork. I want this car." "What?" The saleswoman's eyes widened, her face lighting up with surprise. "You're really buying it?" Qin Feng nodded, but just as he was about to leave, he hesitated and said, "This car is about to be mine, so remember not to let anyone mess it up. I'm afraid they can't afford to pay for it." Wang Kai's face turned red and pale, as he knew Qin Feng was referring to him. To be honest, he really couldn't afford to pay for it. However, Wang Kai didn't give up. Instead, he shouted angrily, "Who are you trying to scare? I don't believe you can actually afford it. If you can, I'll eat the tires myself." His loud voice drew the attention of everyone else at the car show, and suddenly, all eyes were on him, which was certainly not the attention he had hoped for. Instead of envious glances directed at him for owning the car, the onlookers were merely there to watch the spectacle unfold. Wang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable under their gaze. After a while, when Qin Feng still hadn't returned, Wang Kai felt a bit relieved, but annoyance crept onto his face. "Damn it, that guy must be messing with me." Wang Kai thought Qin Feng had pretended to leave because he couldn't afford the car, just to make him wait inside while others gawked at him like a monkey. It was a pretty silly thought. Just as he was about to get out of the car, a man in a white shirt, black vest, and black trousers appeared outside. He was part of the car show staff and also a security guard, sporting a badge with the number 3 on it. An ability user. "Sir, I'm sorry, but this car has already been purchased, and we're temporarily stopping test drives. Please cooperate." "What?" Wang Kai's eyes widened. "No way. That person couldn't have really bought the car, could he?" Wang Kai's heart raced. "Cousin, what did you do to that guy?" "I just secretly followed them. And he actually spent 8 million to buy the car." Wang Kai's cousin had been tailing the two, hoping to catch some amusement, and returned to report to Wang Kai, who was the one the whole family was trying to impress. "He bought the car?" Wang Kai was instantly dumbfounded. "Sir, please exit the vehicle." The ability user's face showed signs of displeasure, almost threatening. Wang Kai felt sweaty palms and quickly opened the car door, scrambling out in a panic. Let us go, let us go." He didn't want to wait for Qin Feng to come back and humiliate him. However, the more he tried to avoid it, the worse things got. Qin Feng had already returned. "What's this? Leaving so soon? Not going to eat the tires?" Qin Feng said coldly. "Ha ha." Laughter erupted from the crowd, and some couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Kai's face turned crimson. Chapter 34. Out again, forget it. Even if eating a tire costs hundreds of thousands, I doubt you can afford it. Get out of my way. Wang Kai was left speechless, unable to utter a single arrogant remark. After getting out of the car, Qin Feng also didn't get in. Instead, a few ordinary people behind the ability user swiftly approached and began removing the car's interior decorations, replacing them with something better. They then wiped it down, making the car look pristine before gesturing for Qin Feng to take a seat. Qin Feng started the sports car, and with a low rumble, the engine roared to life. He activated the hover mechanism, causing the tires to retract and transforming the car's rear into a rocket-like exhaust, glowing with a bluish light. Wind ruins. Activating the hover system consumed energy, and most cars in the northern gathering area lacked hover capabilities. This display drew gasps from the onlookers. The car smoothly ascended to a height of 3 meters and then shot forward with a whoosh, soaring above the crowd and leaving only a blurred trail of headlights in its wake. So cool. Oh my god, is this what a hover war vehicle looks like? It's absolutely mind-blowing. Around him, a chorus of admiration rang out, but Wang Kai's face was as dark as thunder. That car had just zipped right over his head. Qin Feng was definitely doing it on purpose. And indeed, Qin Feng was doing it intentionally. Why should he spare someone like him? It was only fair to return the humiliation in kind. However, Qin Feng didn't take him seriously. As he opened his combat backpack, Xiaobai jumped out, curiously looking around before taking a seat in the passenger seat. How about this? You won't have to hide in the backpack anymore. On larger outdoor trips, Xiaobai had to stay in the bag. The speed of those vehicles was fast, and the crowd was dense. It was jostling and uncomfortable even for Qin Feng to sit, let alone for Xiaobai, who couldn't come out. Now with this car, Xiaobai didn't need to hide. The car's special glass, designed to block outside views, served as the perfect cover, allowing Xiaobai to look around freely. Having only seen the outside world from the hotel window before, Xiaobai found the view from inside the car fascinating. But soon, it realized there wasn't much to see, curling up comfortably in the passenger seat. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but reach out to pet Xiaobai's fur. Well, now I'm in debt, so I need to make some money in the wild. The car cost a hefty 8 million, leaving Qin Feng with only 500,000 on his communicator. In 10 days, he needed to go to Wanzhong to pick up goods, and that wasn't enough. However, Qin Feng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he drove the car into a rundown neighborhood. The area was still dotted with towering buildings. Not particularly spacious, but such a place was something the children in the orphanage would desperately want. Zhou Hao, come down for a moment. I have something to give you. Qin Feng called out. Huh, what good stuff. You made me run all the way. Just wait a second. Zhou Hao didn't ask Qin Feng too many questions. As close friends, Qin Feng had often been invited to Zhou Hao's home for meals in the past. In return, whenever Qin Feng earned a bit more from his job, he would bring some food and drinks to Zhou Hao's family. This kind of mutual exchange was necessary to maintain their relationship. After all, friendship also requires effort. Zhou Hao soon ran out of the neighborhood, and Qin Feng could see that Zhou Hao had grown noticeably taller and more robust. He was wearing a tank top and big shorts, looking rather disheveled, but his muscles were glistening with sweat, indicating that he hadn't been slacking off at home. However, Zhou Hao looked around and didn't see Qin Feng at first. Qin Feng got out of his car. Zhou Hao turned around and was taken aback when he saw Qin Feng stepping out of the luxury vehicle. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Did you rob a bank or get a sugar mommy? Where did you get this car? Wow, is this a hovercraft? Oh my god. Zhou Hao almost wanted to kiss the car. What is going on with you? Qin Feng chuckled and handed Zhou Hao something. Hurry back. I've got some good stuff for you to eat. I want to see what it is. Zhou Hao exclaimed. He quickly opened the black bag Qin Feng had given him. Inside were 2 items. The first was a large quantity of meat. Although he didn't know what kind of meat it was, Zhou Hao could clearly sense that it was packed with energy. The second item was a glass bottle containing a small, juicy fruit. Zhou Hao was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes widened in shock. Is this? Shoo. Qin Feng motioned for him to be quiet, and explained half-jokingly, I found a plant while I was out, and it had quite a few of these. I sold some for cash, and this one for you. Each person could only consume 1 potential fruit, so it was understandable that Qin Feng sold the rest. Zhou Hao didn't doubt him, and assumed Qin Feng had bought the car after selling the fruits. He clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder excitedly. You went out without me? Your luck must be off the charts. Look at how you're dressed. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were an ability user. Zhou Hao winked exaggeratedly. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Wasn't he an ability user now? Hurry back, don't get robbed. After eating the potential fruit, you'll need to eat some of that meat every day. That's the meat of a beast king. It replenishes a significant amount of energy. Even if you don't awaken any powers, your physique as a martial artist will definitely be enhanced. Okay, I'm going back to meditate. Zhou Hao said excitedly, clutching the bag. He waved goodbye to Qin Feng and then glanced around suspiciously, as if trying to avoid thieves, which only made him seem more guilty. Qin Feng found it amusing. Seeing Zhou Hao always brought him joy. Once Zhou Hao's figure disappeared, Qin Feng returned to his car, thought for a moment, then turned the vehicle around and drove toward the main road. I remember, it's about that time. That place is probably experiencing anomalies too. Of course, this was something that had once plunged the Chongbei gathering point into crisis. Most importantly, this anomaly is proving to be a significant advantage for Qin Feng, allowing him to address his urgent needs. As the car blended into the traffic, Qin Feng refrained from flaunting his wealth, as the Shadow Series model was already impressive enough, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Once they left the gathering area and passed through the mainland, they even drove past a bus packed with people, all of whom looked at Qin Feng's 2 stylish sports cars with envious eyes, some even whistling to catch his attention. Naturally, Qin Feng paid no mind to them. As they ventured into the wilderness, he gradually altered their route, activating the hover system and steering away from the established roadways. Soon, the surroundings transformed into desolate mountains and wild terrain. As night fell, the wilderness became increasingly eerie and fraught with danger. Chapter 35. The Stone of Hell. They were now 100 kilometers away from the Chongbei gathering area. Even so, this area had been swept through by the savage army. And while there were no large ferocious beasts present, some dangerous aberrations still lurked around. Each spring and autumn, the area would be cleared again. Qin Feng scattered beast repellent powder in a radius of over 20 meters outside the car, then settled in to sleep. The next day, he hunted some aberrations that approached the hover car, but when he ventured out to search for the rift, he found nothing. I should be in the right location, otherwise. It hasn't appeared yet, but it should be around this time. Being so far from the Chongbei gathering area, once the incident occurs, the exact timing is merely conjectured. By then, when the savage army comes to investigate, the rift will have long since closed. The machine tests only indicated it had opened a month ago, which Qin Feng found entirely reasonable. Of course, he didn't have to wait long for the rift to manifest. In the evening, with the sky still adorned with red twilight, the atmosphere suddenly warped, and alarms blared inside the hover car. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm. A spatial rift has appeared within 500 meters. An unknown entity is about to emerge. Please exercise caution. Beep, beep, beep. Rift less than 10 centimeters. Danger level critical. Beep, beep, beep. Detecting immense energy fluctuations, evacuation is advised. Unlike the communicator from before, the hover car's alarm system had a scanning range of up to 1,000 meters, with precise calculations and assessments within 500 meters, showcasing advanced technology. Qin Feng instinctively looked up at his surroundings. Then he saw the sky directly in front of him, suddenly appearing as if it had shattered like bulletproof glass, forming a spiderweb of cracks. This was the second time Qin Feng encountered a spatial rift since his rebirth. Spatial rifts are filled with uncertainties. Some lead to catastrophic disasters, while others present opportunities. Qin Feng had previously viewed this as an opportunity, but when the true event unfolded, he realized he had been completely mistaken. It was an utter disaster. Unlike the slow emergence of the rift when the fang-toothed baby appeared, this rift was sudden and jarring, like a massive bolt of pitch-black lightning splitting the sky. Whoosh! A gigantic meteor plummeted down. The meteor, colored in dark red, trailed a long tail, forming a brilliant yet eerie shooting star. Boom! It was all too sudden. Qin Feng had no idea that the rift would open like this. He didn't have time to dodge before a meteor crashed down just 30 meters in front of his hovering vehicle. The tremendous shockwave nearly overturned the vehicle. Hover. Qin Feng quickly pressed the hover button, allowing the car to float above the ground and avoid the tremors. Even so, debris flew everywhere, striking the exterior of the vehicle with a crackling sound, as if it were being pelted by hail. Retreating 100 meters. The place where the meteor landed was utterly devastated, but Qin Feng managed to escape the danger. Squeak, squeak. Little White was restless, its fur standing on end at the back of its neck. Something dangerous had emerged, making it hyper-alert. Qin Feng, however, was fixated on the spot where the meteor had fallen, his eyes wide with shock. This was the Stone of Hell. Qin Feng was utterly astonished. The black stones that had landed on the ground were burning with black flames, and amidst the rising smoke were floating black runes. These runes could unleash terrifying viral plagues, turning people into corpses without them even realizing it. No wonder there had been such a horrific wave of undead beasts back then. Recalling his memories from before his rebirth, Qin Feng began to piece together the source of this disaster. He remembered that a month later, the Chongbei gathering place would face an absolute crisis, with tens of thousands of undead beasts attacking. Although they were quickly eradicated, the plague and virus followed closely behind, resulting in a staggering 40 deaths among children under 16 who had not received the awakening serum. The orphanage was hit hardest, without the elderly director Lin Durong. Nearly all the children there perished, leaving the building eerily empty. When that disaster struck, Qin Feng had already escaped the Chongbei gathering place. However, after the orphanage staff sent out a group message asking for donations from adults who could leave, Qin Feng had almost depleted his meager savings, giving everything he could. Yet, it was still not enough. He had followed the situation closely for a long time, but the information that leaked out and what he witnessed firsthand were completely different. Qin Feng initially thought the rift merely brought forth creatures with dark runes that infected the surroundings, never anticipating that it was the Stone of Hell that had appeared. The Stone of Hell was a high-level supernatural artifact. What kind of terrifying disaster would it bring about? Just then, a wild boar with sharp tusks, which had been accidentally crushed by the meteor, suddenly stood up. The tusked wild boar let out a long, resonant roar, its massive form shrouded in dark light. Its originally earthy yellow skin had turned a ghastly gray, and patches of its outer layer began to peel away, revealing the muscle beneath. Yet not a single drop of blood flowed. Its eyes were filled with a blood-red glow, as if an evil spirit were wandering within. It had undergone a process of decomposition. Without hesitation, Qin Feng jumped out of the vehicle. These decomposed creatures were quite troublesome. The only way to kill them was to shoot through their heads. Moreover, if they attacked, there was a high chance of infection, turning one into a corpse as well. This was why, amid the ongoing infections, a massive tide of decomposed beasts had formed. Boom! The energy gun erupted with a thick blue beam, piercing straight through the head of the decomposed wild boar. However, at that moment, the dark runes veered off course and rushed toward Qin Feng. Clearly, these runes aimed to infect him, but Qin Feng was immune to infection, as he was a dark ability user. At that moment, however, an idea struck him. Since these were also dark runes, could I possibly absorb them all? His initial purpose in coming here was to eliminate those dark creatures. But he hadn't expected such a terrifying truth, leaving him momentarily flustered. Now, recalling this key point, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and walked forward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Little White paced nervously in the hovering vehicle. Although it sensed the danger from the runes and wished for Qin Feng to return, it subconsciously believed these runes were good. Despite its fear, don't think that Little White was truly naive. As the child of a high-level beast, it possessed the memories and heritage of its kind. But being so small now, it relied solely on instinct. This only strengthened Qin Feng's resolve. Devour. Qin Feng suddenly activated his consciousness. And within the realm of his mind, the diamond planet, his ability core, began to spin. The dark runes, originally 100 meters away from Qin Feng, surged toward him like a long dragon drawn in by a powerful force. Qin Feng felt a massive influx of dark runes entering his consciousness universe, landing within the diamond planet. The black runes began to occupy the diamond planet, but what he absorbed was just the tip of the iceberg. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was utterly astonished. 10,000 runes. Just a slight absorption had yielded 10,000 dark runes, comparable to high-level ability items. Moreover, those dark ribbons continued to appear in an unending stream. To make matters worse, the sky was gradually darkening, as if a massive storm cloud was brewing disaster. Qin Feng understood that these were plagues, capable of infecting living beings and turning them into corpses. This couldn't continue. Recalling the disaster and the tragic deaths of all the children in the orphanage, Qin Feng felt a surge of determination. He sprinted forward, charging toward the center of the meteor's impact. A massive pit with a diameter of 50 meters had been smashed into the ground, and the hellstone lay quietly within it, leaving Qin Feng utterly astonished. No one knew the origins of the hellstone. After all, since the rift appeared, too many unknowns had emerged. However, on the other side of the earth, on the western continent, a hellstone the size of a fingernail had fallen into a city. The apocalypse had begun. The entire city had been infected, transforming its inhabitants into rotting corpses, and influenced by films from the last century. They were referred to as zombies by the Westerners. The city had descended into hell, and thus the Hellstone had come into being. Even now, a powerful beast king-level zombie lord reigned over that city. But now, the Hellstone before Qin Feng was surprisingly the size of a fist. His heart raced. The Hellstone, after all, was a condensed form of dark runes. For others, it was a source of disaster, but for him, it was a tremendous treasure. Qin Feng had already approached within 5 meters of the dark stone. At such a close distance, he could see the appearance of the Hellstone, which seemed slightly different from his memory. This Hellstone was indeed the size of a fist, surrounded by flames, causing the ground to melt rapidly as if it were turning into magma due to the heat. Qin Feng hesitated no longer. Devour. His powers surged explosively, as if an invisible mouth suddenly opened wide to swallow the Hellstone. In the next moment, the Hellstone vanished from its spot. The surrounding dark runes ceased to multiply, and the other dark runes gradually merged into the world, seemingly disappearing. However, Qin Feng felt a tumultuous wave rising within himself. Without needing to meditate, he could see that next to the diamond planet at the core of his powers, there was now a giant satellite. It was like the relationship between the moon and the earth, gazing at each other from afar, yet still connected. That satellite was the Hellstone. Dark runes and fire runes continuously surged forth from the Hellstone, inscribing themselves onto the core of Qin Feng's powers, turning the transparent diamond planet into a dark red hue. Moreover, Qin Feng sensed that with the existence of this Hellstone satellite, the dark powers he wielded would be enhanced tenfold. No wonder people said the Hellstone was a godsend for those with dark abilities. It was terrifying. A tenfold enhancement of powers meant an unimaginable number of dark runes absorbed. Just as Qin Feng was filled with joy, a pale hand suddenly emerged from a small rift in the sky, 100 meters high. This hand appeared as if it were devoid of flesh, with a withered and eerie look, pale and bloodless, yet its nails were pitch black, truly terrifying to behold. Squeak! Little White suddenly cried out in alarm, and before Qin Feng could respond, it activated a space rune. Whoosh! Qin Feng vanished from the spot. This is the ability that Xiaobai developed after evolving. Not only can it teleport itself, but it can also take Qin Feng along. At that moment, a pale hand began to move within the crack high in the sky. In the next instant, countless skeletal remains materialized out of thin air. These bones rapidly multiplied, and in the blink of an eye, formed an enormous hand. Qin Feng watched in astonishment as the giant hand took shape at an incredible speed. Describing it as a hand would be an understatement. It resembled a claw, like that of a colossal beast. That massive claw descended directly to the ground. Its power comparable to that of the Hellstone crashing into the earth, striking fiercely at the spot where Qin Feng had just been. If Xiaobai hadn't used its spatial abilities to pull him away moments earlier, Qin Feng would likely have been crushed into a pulp. This was an utterly irresistible force. Then, the giant claw suddenly scooped up a handful of dirt, almost digging a huge pit in the process. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Such strength likely surpassed that of a high-level creature. The claw, having taken the soil, returned to the sky, and the withered hand with its blackened nails stirred slightly, as if summoning something, but nothing came in response. Qin Feng could already sense that something was seriously wrong. It was clear that the master of that pale hand was searching for the Hellstone. The crack through which the Hellstone entered was quite small, allowing only an arm to reach through, yet it was sufficient to accumulate such a terrifying skeletal hand. The strength of this being was likely at the level of a top-tier powerhouse. The threat level was definitely that of a beast king. Sure enough, when the hand couldn't find the Hellstone, it let out a thunderous roar. Who touched my dark sacred stone? This was bad. Qin Feng watched as another hand reached through the fist-sized crack, and the once spiderweb-like rifts in the sky seemed to expand ominously. This person clearly intended to pass through the crack and find Qin Feng, the one responsible for this chaos. He couldn't let it out. Qin Feng knew that running away at this moment would be futile. The presence on the other side of the crack was likely no less than a high-level powerhouse, and he wouldn't be able to escape. However, he wasn't without options. Qin Feng operated his communicator and transmitted the analysis data from the hovering battle vehicle. Report to the Qingyang space station. A spatial crack has appeared 300 kilometers northwest, with enormous energy readings and the presence of an unknown organism, likely at a high level. We hope the space station can respond quickly and seal the crack. Since the crack's appearance, humanity's top technology had developed a spatial stabilization device to safeguard the living environment and formulated a relatively scientific spatial theory. The cracks were natural formations. Once they appeared, they were unstable and would disappear rapidly. This process was akin to the self-healing of a plane. Just like when a human body suddenly gets a cut, the wound would heal quickly. If someone applied medicine to the scar, or even stitched the wound, it would naturally heal even faster. And that medicine was the spatial stabilization device. Qin Feng's goal was to get the space station involved. Therefore, he sent the report directly to Qingyuan City, not to the Chongbei gathering area, as the devices there did not possess such great power yet. However, the review process would take some time, and Qin Feng couldn't guarantee whether they could stop it. But time was of the essence. The owner of those hands was still tearing at the rift. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Xiaobai suddenly jumped up, disappearing from sight, only to reappear at a height of 30 meters. Xiaobai, what are you doing? Qin Feng exclaimed in shock. Chapter 37. Class Reunion. Xiaobai ignored Qin Feng's words and vanished again. When it reappeared, it was already at 60 meters high. Then it disappeared once more. After 3 jumps, Xiaobai was surprisingly close to the rift. Be careful. Qin Feng's heart raced. Xiaobai stepped onto the bony claw, which probably looked like nothing more than a fly from its perspective. But Xiaobai persisted, gracefully rolling in the air. The next moment, Qin Feng saw Xiaobai's tail turn silver, sweeping across the hand adorned with a ring. More accurately, it swept across the spatial rift. It was like a mouse hole being filled with cement. In an instant, the rift closed, and Qin Feng could still hear a scream. Crash! The out-of-control bony hand shattered, plummeting through the air. Xiaobai flashed again and vanished from sight. Phew! Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Feeling the oppressive force that had loomed over him dissipate, the danger was averted. Just then, Qin Feng's communicator vibrated. Mr. Qin, thank you for the information you provided. According to our analysis, the rift has been closed, but there is still danger in the area. We will dispatch spatial runes to clear the rift and stabilize the space. As a token of gratitude for your contribution to humanity, we are awarding you 10,000 Huaxia coins. Qin Feng's communicator displayed a reward of 10,000 coins. Shortly after, he saw a silver light appear in the sky, breaking through the void and reaching him. The rift, which had originally been palm-sized, was smoothed over by Xiaobai. But the surrounding cracks remained. Under the silver light, the rift gradually faded, ultimately stabilizing as before. This time, the danger was completely gone. Xiaobai's figure appeared, landing on top of the floating car, still holding a hand in its mouth. It was the same hand that had manifested when the spatial rift closed. Xiaobai placed the hand down. Although it seemed to have been severed, the palm showed no signs of damage. Instead, it looked pristine, like a sculpture. And upon closer inspection, it even emitted a silver glow. Xiaobai chirped. Are you asking me to devour it? Qin Feng inquired. Xiaobai nodded his little head. After signing the contract with Qin Feng, both of them learned about each other's abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought back this hand. Good. Qin Feng activated his supernatural power. The Devour ability, absorbing the energy within the bones of the hand. Since his rebirth, the Devour ability had gradually exhibited a power that was completely absent before, becoming exceptionally formidable. It was quite easy to absorb the energy from this lifeless hand, which was still filled with vitality. However, the effects it brought were anything but simple. The energy within the hand surged beyond imagination. Moreover, this power directly enhanced Qin Feng's bones. For a moment, Qin Feng felt a tingling sensation in his bones, with some areas even cracking. A faint silver light enveloped his bones, making them incredibly tough. As his bones strengthened, Qin Feng's speed and strength significantly increased. His physical body evolved once again. Level 6. He never expected such an unexpected gain. Qin Feng had initially come here to eliminate threats and kill some ferocious beasts. Now, he had received immense benefits, almost allowing him to leap to new heights. How could Qin Feng not be happy? Perhaps this was the reward for being a good person. However, this joy quickly turned into helplessness. Within the core of his supernatural ability, the number of dark runes continuously increased, now nearing 20,000. But these runes required mental strength to activate. Currently, Qin Feng's mental strength was still at the stage where he could only activate at most 1,000 dark runes. It was incredibly frustrating to have a treasure trove, yet be unable to use it. Forget it. I am now both a supernatural being and a practitioner of ancient martial arts. If I can't use my supernatural abilities, so be it. With this thought, Qin Feng relaxed a bit. Then, he didn't leave, but began hunting ferocious beasts. Although the Hellstone had been absorbed by Qin Feng, there were still some dark runes scattered everywhere, and some exotic beasts would be tainted by the darkness. Most importantly, the exotic beasts contaminated by darkness would become stronger, and when they killed other creatures, they would spread the dark virus. Qin Feng decided to go all the way in being a good person. In the forest, Qin Feng was running wildly, chasing after a gray-black monkey. The monkey's fur had already fallen off, and it was filled with a sense of decay. This was a long-tailed monkey, known for its incredible speed and dominance in the wild. However, now this monkey had been infected by dark energy, its body decaying. Yet its speed remained unchanged. Unable to catch up to the long-tailed monkey, Qin Feng had to resort to another method. He focused his mental strength, and in the next moment, a beam of black light shot out. This black light contained a hint of red. A new ability formed from runes selected from his supernatural core, which Qin Feng called Hellfire. The speed of this ability was astonishing, quickly enveloping the fur of the long-tailed monkey. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The long-tailed monkey seemed as if its soul was being burned, falling from the tree and crashing to the ground, rolling over. However, the hellfire did not stop burning. Instead, it quickly consumed the monkey. And in the blink of an eye, half of its body was incinerated. Qin Feng finally caught up, and with a swift slash of his dagger, he severed the monkey's head. It was quite a tough opponent. Qin Feng exhaled deeply. After decomposition, the long-tailed monkey's body was of no use. But the one benefit was that its head housed an energy core. Yes, within its brain, this core sustained its movements post-decomposition. Even the most ordinary beast, after undergoing such decay, possessed an energy core, unlike before when only beast soldiers had a chance of producing one, and beast generals guaranteed an energy core. Qin Feng discarded the monkey's head and extracted the core. While these energy cores were of lower value, each one was worth at least 10,000. With over 300 cores, Qin Feng had enough to exchange for the customized equipment he had ordered. It was time to head back. He had spent 9 days in the wild, and with just 1 day left, he needed to return to collect his items. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator vibrated, and Qin Feng opened it, somewhat surprised. It was Chun Ming. Perhaps because they had graduated, Chun Ming had finally dropped his disguise. Or maybe it was due to the incident with the crack that made him run off alone, leaving him embarrassed to contact Qin Feng and Zhou Hao. Yet now, he was actually reaching out to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, our class is organizing a reunion tomorrow. You remember to come. A reunion? When did they decide to hold one? This certainly didn't happen in his previous life. Chapter 38. A conspiracy brews. Why are they thinking of holding a reunion? Qin Feng inquired. Everyone is about to go their separate ways, so of course, we need to gather. I heard that one of our classmates has awakened a special ability. Do you know who it is? It's Zhao Yuanyuan. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. He knew Zhao Yuanyuan had become a supernatural being, albeit a plant-type ability user, which wasn't the best talent. However, with that ability, she wouldn't need to fight and could easily rise to a high position in the planning sector. Was Zhao Yuanyuan treating everyone? Not really. Qin Feng, you're not afraid, are you? It won't cost much. If you want, I can cover it for you. Qin Feng had a bad feeling about this. No need for that. Just tell me the time and place, and I'll be there tomorrow. It's at the Jingyuan Hotel, next to our school, room 109, at 8 in the evening. Don't be late, Chen Ming said casually before hanging up. Qin Feng thought for a moment, and then opened the communicator again. A communication group had been established for the class. After receiving the awakening serum, everyone knew they would soon be going their separate ways. Those who had awakened their abilities would naturally soar, while those with ancient martial arts backgrounds could hunt fierce beasts in the wild and join mercenary teams. There are still some who have not awakened at all, and they are likely to live like ants in a gathering place, dependent on others for survival, with their futures uncertain. Qin Feng took the initiative to check Chen Ming's chat history and found that a week ago, Chen Ming had become quite active, constantly asking if anyone in their class had awakened their abilities. Not only that, but he also casually inquired about other classes' groups. Is that experimental organization planning to take action again? After rebirth, Qin Feng made sure that the experimental organization did not succeed, but he was unsure if they had captured anyone else. Regardless, Qin Feng would not let them succeed. After packing his things, Qin Feng drove back to the city with Xiao Bai. Soon after, he received a call from Zhou Hao. Qin Feng, do you know about the class gathering that Chen Ming mentioned? Yeah, he informed me. Humph. Now Chen Ming is quite proud of himself. He awakened the ancient martial arts system and joined a mercenary team. Apparently, he's made quite a bit of money recently and improved his internal strength. Zhou Hao was clearly dissatisfied. In fact, the three of them used to be good brothers, but while Qin Feng maintained a decent relationship with both, Zhou Hao wasn't fond of Chen Ming, who only showed a hint of helplessness. In reality, that was probably all part of Chen Ming's facade. Now, due to the incident with the spatial rift, even though Qin Feng hadn't said anything, Zhou Hao knew that their relationship had likely reached a freezing point. They hadn't fallen out yet, but that was merely because it wasn't necessary. Besides, during this month of awakening, everyone was busy and couldn't spare a thought for anyone else. What do you care about him? Haven't you awakened too? With the level-enhancing potion from Qin Feng and the potential fruit, Zhou Hao's body naturally underwent awakening. Ironically, it was Qin Feng who, despite not having awakened the ancient martial arts system, had the greatest potential to infinitely enhance himself due to his ability to absorb powers. Humph. I just can't stand his arrogance right now, acting like he is the strongest. If I weren't aiming to join the advanced academy, I could be out hunting now, Zhou Hao said. Don't dwell on it. I'll pick you up tomorrow, and we can go together. Wow. Qin Feng, you aren't planning to take your hover battle vehicle, are you? Can I have a go? If you like it, then you can drive it. After a bit of playful banter, they ended the call. 25 days had passed in the month, and it seemed Zhou Hao hadn't awakened any powers. Given that, Qin Feng decided to join the Warrior Academy alongside Zhou Hao. Although the Warrior Academy is a school, the courses are completely flexible and assessments can even be taken early. After all, everyone's training speed varies, and whether or not one passes the assessment depends entirely on oneself. Here, there is no such thing as failing and retaking exams. As long as one passes the semester assessments, Qin Feng would naturally be able to manage his remaining time as he wished. The next morning, Qin Feng woke up in the hotel, looking at the little white creature sleeping on the pillow. He couldn't help but wonder if it was time for him to have his own home. Despite the convenience of the hotel, the space was still quite limited, and Little White could only move around here. Furthermore, every hotel he stayed at was different, which made him feel as if he were drifting. After practicing for the whole morning, Qin Feng checked the time and prepared to leave. Little White, we're off, he called out, opening his tactical backpack. Little White skillfully climbed inside, looking quite excited. What a silly fox, not realizing that once they stepped outside, it could only stay in the backpack. After checking out of the hotel, Qin Feng drove to the Wanzhong Armory. Little Sun had been waiting for him early in the morning, and upon seeing Qin Feng, he rushed over. Mr. Qin, you finally made it. Your items are ready, please come in. Wait, hold on. I need to sell some things first, Qin Feng replied, pulling out the energy cores he had collected. Each energy core was about the size of a fingernail, but when gathered together, 300 of them created a spectacular sight. Little Sun's jaw dropped in amazement. This is a big deal. Just a moment, let me help you count the goods. However, he realized one person would be too busy to handle it all alone. Inside the store was a middle-aged woman, the manager, who seemed to be idly waiting. But Little Sun didn't dare to call her over. Fortunately, another staff member finished with a customer shortly after, and Little Sun quickly beckoned them over. Come help me out. I'll give you a 10% commission. Sounds good. The other staff member quickly teamed up with Little Sun to start counting and measuring the items. Huh, what are you so proud of? You lack experience. The manager scoffed as she watched the two sweat profusely. However, the jealousy and envy in her eyes were unmistakable. Little Sun ignored her and continued working furiously. After half an hour, they finally counted all 300 energy cores. Mr. Qin, these 300 energy cores are valued at 13 million. Please verify. Qin Feng took the test results, glanced over them quickly, nodded, and signed his name. Of course, after purchasing these energy cores, the store would either resell them or use them for production, making a profit. The transaction was all thanks to Little Sun's efforts. Deduct the cost of the customized equipment from this amount. Qin Feng instructed. Sure, that means you'll receive 43 million. Now, let's check on the customized gear and see if there's anything that needs changing. The two entered a private room, where Little Sun pulled out a box. Upon opening it, several items were revealed. Qin Feng took a quick glance and recognized that it included a runic inner shirt, wrist guards, and a knife. The inner shirt and wrist guards were black, not the original color of the herbivorous giant rat's leather, but dyed later. Yet, they still emanated an irremovable silver sheen. Chapter 39. The Qingwang Dao. This was a piece of rune equipment crafted from Beast King-grade materials, bearing an indelible mark. Qin Feng took off his outer garment and slipped on the inner shirt directly. It fit snugly without any discomfort, even alleviating the summer heat. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of this shirt were formidable enough to withstand impacts and tearing from Beast King-level creatures. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded in approval. Putting on his outer clothing to conceal the inner shirt, he decided to keep the two black wrist guards hidden as well. It was better not to draw attention in public. He then turned his gaze to the knife. The designer had modeled it after a Tang Dao. And since each piece crafted from Beast King-grade materials could be named by the designer, this knife was called the Qingwang Dao. The scabbard was made from the leftover leather provided by Mr. Qin, which would also serve to nurture the blade well. Little Sun hurriedly introduced. The knife measures 65 centimeters in total length, with a 20 centimeter handle, a 45 centimeter blade, a blade width of 32 centimeters, and a thickness reaching 0.7 centimeters. It is rated as a level 5 silver rune weapon, capable of ignoring any level of exotic beast leather, and can even hunt level exotic beasts, immune to most attacks. This is a rune weapon that can be used at a high level. Qin Feng gripped the handle and the leather scabbard. The scabbard was crafted to the perfect hardness, making it comfortable to hold without feeling overly rigid, clearly having undergone a hardness enhancement. Overall, it wasn't too large, especially since the materials Qin Feng had provided were quite limited. He slowly drew the knife from its scabbard, and a silver light flashed into his eyes. Of course, the knife wasn't actually silver. In fact, it lacked any metallic color. Rune weapons were made from the bones, teeth, and claws of exotic beasts, mostly bone white. They could also be dyed, but Qin Feng hadn't specified any special requirements. However, upon drawing the knife, it displayed a ceramic-like blue hue. No wonder it was named the Qingwang Dao. At first glance, it looked fragile, but once held, one could tell just how indestructible it truly was. Very good. I'm very satisfied, Qin Feng remarked, nodding in approval while holding the knife. Customer satisfaction is our greatest achievement. Little Sun chimed in sweetly. They then handed Qin Feng a painting tube, about 1 meter long and 10 centimeters in diameter, ample enough for him to store the knife inside. The tube also came with a slanted shoulder strap, allowing Qin Feng to carry it on his back. This was much better than carrying it openly. After all, it was unwise to flaunt wealth or carry weapons ostentatiously, especially in a gathering place like this. Qin Feng drove quickly to Zhou Hao's neighborhood. As soon as Zhou Hao heard the news, he rushed downstairs with excitement. Huh, Qin Feng chuckled. Zhou Hao, is it really necessary? Zhou Hao was surprisingly dressed in full combat gear. In an era where strength was revered, a person's status was no longer defined by a tailored suit, but rather by their battle attire. If someone were to strut out in a dazzling golden runic outfit, that would truly be the envy of all. What do you think? Cool, right? My dad specifically bought it for me to celebrate my awakening of the ancient martial arts system, huh? Zhou Hao said proudly. He had purchased the outfit a week ago, but hadn't had a chance to wear it until today, just to show off a bit. Looks great. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Zhou Hao glanced at Qin Feng's attire and couldn't help but frown, saying, Qin Feng, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you spent over 8 million on that car, and you haven't even bought a new outfit? I remember you used to have a combat suit. Zhou Hao had seen that combat suit before and knew it was expensive. Since Qin Feng had acquired a potential fruit, he certainly wasn't short on cash. Let it be. It's just a class reunion. We don't need to turn it into a competition. Zhou Hao continued. Dressing like that, people will look down on you. When have they ever looked down on me? Qin Feng replied, twisting his wrist. If it weren't for the experiments he went through before his rebirth, he would never have been an easy target. He was the type to hold grudges, and after spending time in the orphanage, he matured quickly and had never been one to take losses lightly. At the average academy, he had the best grades, always ranked first in combat classes, and his abilities were far superior to those of ordinary students. This made people quite wary of him. Even if someone was poor, their future potential could be limitless. Well, this outfit matches the car perfectly, so hurry up and let me drive. Zhou Hao eagerly pushed Qin Feng out of the passenger seat, just so he could take the wheel of this dream car. Qin Feng didn't mind. He moved to the passenger seat, placing his backpack on his lap. Meow? Xiaobai stepped around in the backpack before settling comfortably on Qin Feng's lap. This spot was nice and soft. Qin Feng patted his combat backpack, urging Xiaobai to keep a low profile. The car switched to hover mode, and since they still had time before the gathering, Zhou Hao indulged himself. However, after driving just 2 blocks, Zhou Hao brought the car back down to the road. Driving up there, you can't see everyone's envious and jealous expressions, Zhou Hao said, shaking his head. In reality, Zhou Hao had some concerns. Hover mode consumed energy, and it was said that a single use could cost tens of thousands. While the car was indeed impressive, the energy consumption was too high, so Zhou Hao was just enjoying the thrill for now. Of course, even driving calmly on the ground, the car still attracted attention. After thoroughly enjoying himself, Zhou Hao finally headed toward the Zhenyuan Hotel. It wasn't very large, but it was perfect for a class reunion, and the costs weren't too high. Everyone chipping in $100 would be sufficient. Of course, for Qin Feng, being an orphan, $100 used to mean working 3 days just to earn that amount. No wonder Chen Ming's earlier comments had been so sarcastic. As soon as Zhou Hao and Qin Feng got out of the car, a girl called out to them. Am I seeing things? Zhou Hao, is this your car? The girl, strikingly beautiful, was someone Qin Feng had actually forgotten the name of. After all, it had been years since he left the Qingyang gathering place. And aside from classmates he had interacted with, he barely remembered anyone else. Of course not. Zhou Hao was about to say it belonged to Qin Feng when he caught Qin Feng giving him a look. Quickly, he pivoted and said, it's my friends. Pretty impressive, right? The surprise on the beautiful girl's face diminished significantly, but she still complimented. Your friend is really something, lending you a car like this. You must be close. Knowing such a friend means you'd always have some support when needed. However, if they knew that Zhou Hao's so-called friend was actually Qin Feng, it would be interesting to see how the girl would react. The 3 of them walked into the hotel, where most of their classmates had already arrived. Among them were Zhao Yuanyuan and Chen Ming. In the average academy, students graduated at 16, with about 30 people in a class, and now in this private room, there were 2 tables, with a clear hierarchy. At the main table, Zhao Yuanyuan and Chen Ming were receiving congratulations from others. One had awakened a supernatural ability, while the other had become a member of a mercenary team, reportedly earning 50,000 yuan in just this month. 50,000 yuan was almost unimaginable for these students, who had just stepped into society and were used to getting money from their parents. For some less fortunate students, just thinking about how long their parents had to work to earn that much made them envious of Chen Ming's monthly earnings. Zhou Hao, Qin Feng, you guys are here. Chen Ming greeted them loudly, then paused slightly, his brow furrowing. Zhou Hao was actually wearing a combat uniform. Zhou Hao, that combat uniform looks good. Did you awaken a superpower too? Chen Ming asked. Not really, but it's easy to awaken the ancient martial arts system. I've been training a lot lately. I didn't know you were doing so well. Chen Ming. Zhou Hao replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Oh, not at all. Just scraping by. You know, as an orphan, I can only manage this much. Chen Ming said with a faint smile, but inside he thought, Zhou Hao's father works in a training facility. And since Zhou Hao just awakened a month ago, he probably doesn't have much ability yet, so there's no need to worry. With that thought, Chen Ming relaxed his brow and shifted his gaze to Qin Feng, noticing he was still wearing that faded outfit and jeans. The satisfaction in Chen Ming's heart grew even stronger. Feeling a sense of relief as he had always been pressured at school and had to pretend to be on good terms with them. This was merely a way to learn more powerful methods from Zhou Hao and Qin Feng. Qin Feng, what have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you around. Have you found a job? When Chen Ming said this, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Work? Haven't we reached our awakening phase yet? Is this really the time to discuss such matters? Qin Feng replied coolly, sometimes, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. Chen Ming's expression froze. Qin Feng, come sit over here. Another voice called out. Turning his head, Qin Feng saw Xiao Jing. She had also come to this class reunion, having taken special leave to do so. After all, she had now become part of the reserve forces and couldn't easily leave her post. But knowing that Qin Feng was also attending, she made the effort to be there. Xiao Jing hadn't mentioned to anyone that she was now part of the reserve forces. She noticed Chen Ming and Zhao Yuanyuan chatting happily. That table was filled with people from affluent families. Even without awakening special abilities or ancient martial arts, it would still be relatively easy for them to become gunmen. Naturally, those from wealthy families who preferred not to fight found it easy to engage in business within the settlement. Qin Feng followed Xiao Jing and sat down at the second table, with Zhou Hao joining them. Hey, Qin Feng, when did you and Xiao Jing get so close? But I guess it makes sense. Although Xiao Jing isn't the most beautiful, she definitely has the qualities of a good wife and mother. Qin Feng elbowed Zhou Hao, urging him to keep his mouth shut. Xiao Jing had awakened her ancient martial arts abilities, greatly enhancing her hearing and vision, so she naturally caught Zhou Hao's teasing, leaving her momentarily speechless. Zhou Hao, it seems like you've been doing well lately. If you have some free time, let's spar. I just awakened my ancient martial arts abilities and could use a practice partner. She lowered her voice, but it was still enough for Zhou Hao to hear, and her eyes sparkled with intensity. Wow, is this still the Xiao Jing I know? Zhou Hao laughed nervously. Spare me, Your Majesty, spare me. With this banter, everyone relaxed as the dishes began to arrive. After all, these classmates were still largely unaffected by the struggles of life. Everyone was quite at ease, laughing and joking. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Boom. A massive explosion echoed, shaking the entire hotel. Tables were lifted into the air by the sheer force, and food and dishes clattered to the ground. The chandelier above the private room crashed down with a thud. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. Their private room was on the first floor, and the explosion had occurred right against their wall, blowing a large section away and exposing the street outside. Ah! The classmates began to scream in panic, confused about what was happening. In stark contrast to their screams was the sound of a group of people laughing maniacally, their voices echoing with a mechanical rhythm. Get down! Hide! Hurry! Xiao Jing shouted, swiftly pulling out a weapon from her backpack. It was a mechanical firearm. Although energy guns are more effective, the mechanical weapons are sufficient. Bang! 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 Xiao Jing started attacking with a reverse strike. However, her attacks were quickly suppressed, leaving her too frightened to raise her head. Qin Feng reacted swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped the table over. His immense strength easily lifted the solid wood table, and with a roar, he sent it flying towards the shattered hole. Bang! 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 A row of bullet holes instantly appeared on the tabletop. Ah! The students screamed again. But with the table as a barrier, they had some cover and began to flee. However, it wasn't long before a terrifying figure outside kicked the table away, shattering it underfoot. A martial artist. This kick revealed the opponent's strength. This group of people rushed in, dressed entirely in black with black masks. Each one bore a menacing white spider with 8 legs printed on it. The Black Spider, an anti-human organization. In an instant, the students understood the reason behind all this. I don't want to die. Help! Help! Everyone screamed in panic, but amidst the chaos, some managed to open the door to the private room and escape. Those who were farther away could only cover their heads and lie on the ground, avoiding the gunfire, too scared to peek out. Some students had already been hit by the gunfire and were now screaming as they fell. Seeing such a scene, Qin Feng's eyes turned red with rage. Damn it! His hand tightened into a fist as he pulled out a scroll from behind him, opened the lid, and drew the Qing Wang Dao. How dare they fight back and bring guns? Damn it, they're wasting my time. Xiao Jing, after all, was just a newly awakened student. Shooting wasn't her strong suit, and her weapon had already been shattered. The men from the Black Spider organization looked around and shouted, "Take all the women. Kill all the men." Chapter 41. Anti-human organization. In that moment, the already desperate youths widened their eyes, their pupils constricting in fear. Qin Feng scanned his surroundings and noticed that Chen Ming was no longer there. However, Zhao Yuanyuan was still present, her expression dazed, as if she had been drugged, lying on the ground without the strength to escape. Qin Feng understood immediately. Zhao Yuanyuan must have been drugged. Good, very good. A group of burly men were like wolves entering a sheep pen, ready to capture these students. But Qin Feng would never let that happen. Clang. The Qing Wang Dao was drawn, emanating a green glow and a chilling, murderous intent. The muscular men in black masks had already spread out. At this moment, guns were merely used for intimidation, not for killing. Since their comrades were also scattered, firing randomly could hit their own people, and that would not end well. As a third profession, gunmen face many restrictions. At this moment, their scattered movements provided Qin Feng with an opportunity. With inner strength surging, Qin Feng shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The Qing Wang blade swung through the air, effortlessly slicing through a person's neck. This was a rune weapon made from beast king-grade materials, its silver glow granting it a legendary status. Now, as the blade tasted blood for the first time, it demonstrated its formidable power. With a single swing, it felt as though there was no resistance at all, leaving one to wonder if they had truly just been struck by a sword. The sensation was even easier than cutting through tofu, as if it were merely a slice through the air. However, Qin Feng felt no hesitation in his heart as he swung the blade again, targeting another person's neck. The enemy was once again met with a horizontal cut across the throat, a look of disbelief crossing his face. It was too fast, too fast. The silver light was the last brilliance he would ever see. At that moment, the head of the enemy Qin Feng had just slain finally fell. A grotesque smile still etched on his face. Splash! The already decapitated neck sprayed blood nearly a meter high. Qin Feng did not hesitate and moved again. Ancient warrior, be careful. The person wearing the black spider mask reacted swiftly, drawing a weapon and charging at Qin Feng. Swish! A knife appeared before Qin Feng, but he met it head-on with the Qing Wang blade. The two weapons were supposed to collide, allowing the black spider's companions to seize the opportunity to attack and kill Qin Feng. However, unexpectedly, the Qing Wang blade merely flicked and the opponent's knife was silently severed. It's worth noting that the weapon in the opponent's hand was an alloy steel combat knife that cost 20,000, yet it was cut in half so easily. At that moment, they finally saw the seemingly fragile yet undeniably powerful silver glow in Qin Feng's hand, leaving them in shock. Silver glow rune equipment. How is that possible? Damn it, aren't they just a group of students? They cursed and charged at Qin Feng. In an instant, Qin Feng was embroiled in battle with these men. Run! You all escape first, Zhou Hao shouted, then rolled over to where Qin Feng had slain the two enemies, grabbing their weapons. Just then, a hand reached out, and when Zhou Hao looked up, it was Xiao Jing. The two exchanged a glance, and each grabbed a gun. They might not have Qin Feng's strength, but they weren't willing to be taken captive either. The other classmates, still unawakened, felt terrified and helpless in this situation. However, Xiao Jing's words provided them with a sense of direction. One by one, they began to flee. Grab that girl. We're leaving. The leader at the forefront had already shown signs of retreat, so they no longer concealed their intentions. A pack of them charged towards Zhao Yuanyuan like a pack of wolves. Their target had always been Zhao Yuanyuan. Protect Zhao Yuanyuan, Qin Feng shouted urgently. Although Zhou Hao and Xiao Jing didn't understand why Qin Feng was acting this way, they instinctively stepped in front of Zhao Yuanyuan without hesitation. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down. These attackers were all wearing bulletproof vests, but a stray shot to the head could still be fatal. Damn it, kill them! One shouted angrily as he reached for his gun, but in the next moment, his body was involuntarily pulled toward Qin Feng by an unseen force. In that brief instant, Qin Feng finally seized the opportunity in their movements. By now, 5 of them had already fallen to Qin Feng, leaving 7 remaining. Even though 2 had turned to capture Zhao Yuanyuan, at this moment, they were all encircling Qin Feng. This situation was akin to catching fish in a barrel for anyone else, but for Qin Feng, it was entirely different. Star-absorbing technique. The force surged forth. Under the influence of his inner power, these attackers found themselves uncontrollably pulled towards Qin Feng, unable to control their own bodies. In an instant, Qin Feng's Qin Wang knife carved a perfect arc through the air. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Thud! Thud! The heads of the 7 attackers fell to the ground. Splatter! Blood sprayed, staining the ground, and turning Qin Feng's once white shirt a deep crimson. Thud! Thud! The headless corpses collapsed to the ground. With the death of these 7, the chaotic scene finally returned to a tense silence. It was unclear who started it, but the girls who had managed to escape began to sob in fear. It hurts, sob. Call for the medic. I've been shot. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Soon after, the shrill sound of alarms pierced the air. The patrol team had finally arrived. The nature of this surprise attack and explosion was extremely serious, and the patrol team rushed over quickly after receiving the alert. Not only that, but the medical team arrived swiftly as well. Classmates were being carried onto the vehicles one by one, but Qin Feng's fists remained tightly clenched. Is anyone dead? Qin Feng's voice was icy. Zhou Hao and Xiao Jing had been focused on protecting their classmates, and upon hearing Qin Feng's question, they sensed he was on the brink of an explosion of emotion and quickly reassured him, no, everyone is okay, but Yang Qian, she might need an amputation. Qin Feng's body trembled. Yang Qian was the most seriously injured. Her calf had been shot multiple times and was nearly severed. She hadn't realized the severity of her injury in the moment of danger, but now it was painfully clear. It might truly require amputation. Out of 30 classmates, 13 had been injured, while the rest managed to escape. At this moment, aside from the injured being taken to the hospital or treated in the medical vehicle, everyone else was being loaded onto the patrol car, intending to return and ask questions to uncover clues. Among these individuals was, of course, the casually hiding Qin Ming. His expression was somewhat vacant, completely unprepared for the situation to escalate like this. Chapter 42. Qin Ming's Performance in Reality. The crisis involving the spatial stabilization device about a month ago was indeed man-made. Perhaps that incident was a demonstration of sorts, during which they had taken note of Qin Ming's presence. He possessed traits that dark organizations find very appealing: selfishness and hypocrisy. Thus, they recruited Qin Ming under the guise of a small team, and about half a month ago, they successfully involved him in a black operation. The mercenary squad they targeted was a well-known group in the Chengtai gathering place, yet Qin Ming felt no remorse for this action. On the contrary, he viewed it as a natural part of survival in the wild. Without the constraints of morals and laws, only strength matters. Furthermore, Qin Ming believed that those without awakening were indeed akin to ants. Subsequently, the team used ordinary people to attract exotic beasts for diversionary attacks, commonly referred to as fishing. Qin Ming did not offer any objections. Instead, he actively contributed ideas, becoming a key implementer of their plans, excelling in these endeavors. He felt he was thriving within the team, even taking pride in the attention he received for his strategies. As for his hands, already stained with blood, and his darkening heart, he was utterly indifferent. Qin Ming believed he had succeeded. This time was also the last test for that small team. They told Qin Ming that an organization was willing to pay a hefty sum for newly awakened ability users, with a price tag of 30 million. If this deal went through, he would directly receive 3 million. Such an opportunity seemed like a windfall, and he sprang into action, finally identifying his target, Zhao Yuan. In truth, Qin Ming preferred it if the target were Qin Feng or Zhou Hao. He never expected that these individuals were already dead. Moreover, the one responsible for their deaths turned out to be Qin Feng. Didn't he have no awakening? How did he suddenly master ancient martial arts and acquire rune equipment, especially silver ones? This is bad. If their identities are discovered, will I be implicated as well? Qin Feng, you despicable fool. Qin Ming was filled with hatred for Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng was also looking at Qin Ming. His gaze was cold, sending a shiver down Qin Ming's spine despite the summer heat. Qin Ming felt a sense of dread, as if Qin Feng somehow knew something. Just then, the patrol team instructed them to get into the vehicle, and Qin Ming eagerly avoided Qin Feng's gaze. The patrol team quickly took statements from the remaining individuals. In the quiet environment, the students finally calmed down, but many of them were still in the dark about what had happened. Qin Feng, however, remained much calmer. This unfortunate incident seemed to be a tragedy for the innocent graduating students of this average class. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn when one of the students managed to eliminate the dark organization involved. It felt like this whole affair was shrouded in mystery. Did you know they were coming? No. Then how did you bring weapons? You're just a newly awakened graduate. How could you possibly have access to rune weapons? Qin Feng glanced up and noticed the eager curiosity in the other person's eyes, lingering on the rune weapon. He understood the reason behind it. Anyone who saw a glimmering silver rune weapon would be unable to resist its allure. It was clear that the other party was trying to find some clues, hoping to get involved somehow. At that point, the ownership of the weapon could become uncertain. Qin Feng looked at him coldly. I'm the victim here. Just because I killed the assailant, do you really need to investigate me thoroughly? His gaze was filled with a chilling intensity. Whether in his previous life or this one, Qin Feng had taken many lives, and his bloodstained clothes only added to the coldness that instilled fear in others. For a moment, even the patrol team felt a bit uneasy. Don't misunderstand. We just need to find some clues. One of the patrol members coughed and quickly changed the subject. Have you offended anyone recently? Not that I'm aware of. Did those people say anything before? They mentioned taking the women and killing the men. The patrol member frowned, jotting down Qin Feng's words. Already forming a conclusion in his mind, it was likely a demonstration. Just then, Qin Feng added, however, they later said they wanted to capture a woman, the only ability user from our group. I suspect they intend to harm her. The patrol members were intrigued by this revelation, but Qin Feng didn't elaborate further. When asked about anything else, he refused to answer. While Qin Feng was unable to provide more information, the patrol team made some new discoveries. These individuals might not necessarily be affiliated with the Black Spider, but some of them were indeed fugitives, and a few had formed mercenary teams within the Chongbei base. All right, understood. Knowing their identities should make things easier. Although this incident has had a negative impact, thanks to Qin Feng's strength, no serious harm was done. Thank you for your cooperation. If there are any new developments, I'll contact you. Okay. Qin Feng left with the others, where Zhou Hao and Xiao Jing were waiting for him. The situation was so unfortunate for Yang Qian. Xiao Jing gritted her teeth. Yang Qian had just finished surgery, and it was said she had lost a lower leg, leaving her completely devastated. Qin Feng's face was tense. I have something to take care of. I'll be leaving now, he said, already walking out. Ah, fine. Xiao Jing nodded, not voicing any objections. Crazy. Remember to report to the Advanced Academy in 3 days. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling that he understood. Covered in blood, he found a corner, took off his shirt, and threw it in the trash can. He then retrieved his combat uniform from his backpack, which he referred to as Little White. After putting on the uniform, Qin Feng turned back outside the patrol team's office and found a spot to wait quietly, like a hunter preparing to ambush its prey. He didn't wait long before seeing someone walk out from inside. It was Chun Ming. The patrol team wasn't just sitting idle. They had already uncovered a few identities and immediately recognized Chun Ming's connection to the people inside. Chun Ming was an excellent actor. He had anticipated the worst outcome before coming. So, he put on a shocked expression and pretended to be devastated. No wonder they've been asking me lately if there are any awakened abilities around me. I thought the captain wanted to recruit ability users. You know, my classmates don't come from well-off families, so I was eager to ask. If I had known this would happen, I definitely wouldn't have told them. I feel so guilty. Chapter 43. A leg-broken Chun Ming cried uncontrollably, and his behavior eased the suspicions of the patrol team. They saw him merely as a boy. Compared to Chun Ming, it was actually Qin Feng, who had killed 11 criminals, who seemed more abnormal. Yet, even after deceiving the patrol team, Chun Ming felt a lingering dread, sensing that something was about to happen. Little did he know, the crisis was already upon him. In the alley, Chun Ming was still contemplating how to handle future situations, his mind flooded with various scenarios, trying to ensure he left no loose ends. Suddenly, he felt darkness envelop him. It was complete darkness, as if no light existed at all, even his 5 senses vanished. But the next moment, he was jolted by a sharp pain, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Ah! Chun Ming screamed in agony. When he finally regained his senses, he was confronted with an unimaginable scene. Ah, my leg. Who did this? His pant leg was empty, and even the severed lower leg had disappeared. Around the corner of the alley, Qin Feng flicked his rune weapon and sheathed it. As for Chun Ming's leg, it had long turned to ashes under Qin Feng's ability flames. Chun Ming, I will make you wish you were dead. Listening to Chun Ming's cries, Qin Feng's anger gradually subsided. In his past life, Qin Feng was captured by that organization, and Chun Ming may have been completely unaware of it. Later, the organization betrayed Qin Feng, a fact he kept in mind. However, he never expected Chun Ming to be so ruthless, putting the entire class in danger and showing no intention of holding back against them. As for the Black Spider, Qin Feng was well aware that it had no connection to this organization. After all, becoming a powerful warrior allowed him to easily search for information about a lab in the Chongbei gathering area, yet he found no leads. This organization was extremely mysterious and powerful. Qin Feng had initially planned to keep Chun Ming around, letting him struggle and experience despair. You should also feel the disaster that Yang Qian is going through. If something happens to anyone else in the future, Qin Feng snorted coldly and continued on his way, leaving without pause. What he had just used was not merely a blade strike, but also the invocation of dark runes. This technique was different from the shadows. It targeted enemies, utilizing dark runes that could plunge foes into darkness. During these past few days in the wilderness, Qin Feng had researched quite a bit about dark ability users on the battle network, but found very little information. Soon, he thought of a way to seek out dark creatures. In this world, it is either light or darkness, and dark creatures bring disaster. So there are actually quite a few of such beasts. One of these creatures is called the Black Sky Behemoth. Wherever it goes, darkness engulfs everything, leaving no trace of light, and even causing people to lose their 5 senses. Such terrifying abilities were beyond Qin Feng's current reach, but if he could scale them down, perhaps he could achieve it. Using a foundation of 100 million runes, although he couldn't mobilize them all, even activating 1/10,000th would be sufficient. Thus, he created this miniature version of the Dark Shroud. This ability was incredibly overpowered. Without special abilities to dispel it, it could completely control the enemy and even kill at will. As Qin Feng contemplated this, he felt a surge of excitement. That lab hidden on the outskirts of Chongbei. It was a blade that had hung over him since his rebirth. He had vowed to take revenge. First, he needed to absorb more inner strength. Qin Feng returned to the hotel, drove the hover battle vehicle back to the inn, and then sat cross-legged, activating his abilities once more with his consciousness. Devour. This time, Qin Feng killed 12 people, 5 of whom were gunmen with considerable strength, but in close combat, they were no match for the rune weapons in Qin Feng's hands. The remaining 7 were all ancient martial artists. In fact, they had all come out for this battle, with the strongest among them having reached the 8th stage. That was a formidable combat power. However, now, all that power had been absorbed by Qin Feng. A total of 47 threads of inner strength swirled chaotically within Qin Feng's dantian, carrying immense destructive power. As he unleashed his devouring ability, his meridians instantly expanded, accompanied by a faint pain throughout his body. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng persevered. Gradually, the pain transformed into a sore, itchy sensation that begged for scratching, but soon, warm currents flowed through him. His meridians widened once more, significantly increasing both his cultivation speed and the power of his inner strength when practicing ancient martial arts. At the same time, a surge of power coursed through him. His physical body evolved again. Level 7. Although this was just a minor stage of progress, it was still remarkably fast. Within a month, he had advanced from just awakening to level 7, an unprecedented achievement. Subsequently, the 47 threads of inner strength were returned through his devouring ability, forming 13 thick, sturdy, and orderly threads. Now, there were a total of 18 threads. Perhaps due to his devouring ability, his dantian and meridians had been transformed, allowing him to accommodate these 18 threads without the immediate need to evolve into a higher-level ancient martial artist. The evolution of an ancient martial artist is determined by the cultivation of inner strength and physical enhancement. Qin Feng could absorb others' inner strength and even draw power from the deceased exotic beasts, naturally giving him much more time than others. Currently, Qin Feng's inner strength was double that of a level 9 ancient martial artist. Considering his abilities, he felt confident challenging those at the level 10 stage. This intensified his killing intent. He couldn't believe that this laboratory, established right under the nose of the Changbai gathering place, could possibly harbor a level 10 ability user. Moreover, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to Xiaobai. When the rift of the Hellstone opened, Xiaobai displayed abilities after its evolution that left Qin Feng in awe. This was a major reason for his growing murderous intent. With Xiaobai's powers, they naturally had no need to fear. They could come and go as they pleased. To this day, Qin Feng had yet to encounter an ability user who could keep up with a beast possessing space abilities. Let us go. With his killing intent ignited, Qin Feng hesitated not at all. It was now nighttime, and the gates of the Changbai gathering place had closed. However, Qin Feng paid it no mind. Dressed in black, he utilized his dark abilities in conjunction with Xiaobai's support to swiftly leave the gathering place. Once the watchtower failed to detect him, Qin Feng retrieved a hovering battle vehicle from Xiaobai's space and sped away. Xiaobai, it's time for revenge. Qin Feng's face was grim. Xiaobai seemed to understand, and a hint of blood red flickered in its dark eyes. Chapter 44. Breaking into the laboratory in the dark night sky, everything became eerily silent. Above the reed marsh, a hovering battle vehicle glided through the air. The vehicle was filled with beast-repelling powder. No exotic beast liked this scent, causing the frogmen to scatter and avoid disturbing Qin Feng's actions. The two quickly arrived at the riverbank. Woo-woo, Xiaobai called out a few times, and in the next moment, a silver light appeared. Spatial runes. Whoosh. Qin Feng and Xiaobai simultaneously vanished from their spot. The next moment, a pungent smell of blood and decay filled the air as Qin Feng found himself inside a drainage pipe. No need for swimming underwater. This was the power of Xiaobai's spatial abilities. Qin Feng put on a gas mask, and Xiaobai jumped onto his shoulder. Woo-woo. Xiaobai exerted his power again. And they didn't materialize in the same place where they had first met, but rather higher up, in the indoor garbage disposal area. At midnight, there were still personnel working here. When Qin Feng suddenly appeared, they were taken aback and instinctively drew their weapons. Thud. A flash of silver moved faster than them, piercing into one person's neck. Not a sound escaped as the man was decapitated. Qin Feng scanned the area. In his previous life, he had been persecuted and remained unconscious, unaware of what this underground organization was like. Later, when he became powerful and returned, he found it had turned into a wasteland. Now, looking around, he realized it was actually a deserted underground factory, but it had been tidied up considerably due to the organization's renovations. A large batch of highly professional medical supplies caught his eye. Qin Feng pushed open a door to a room, and his gaze sharpened. This was clearly a storage room. Huge cages filled with transparent glass jars of nutrient and sedative liquids contained various types of otherworldly beasts. There were even humans, but they were mere specimens now. Qin Feng could sense that they had no life signs, preserved in formaldehyde. One person's forehead had been implanted with the core of an otherworldly beast's power. But the core was the size of a pebble, protruding awkwardly, as if the person had suddenly grown a third eye. Damn it! Qin Feng gritted his teeth. He glanced at the otherworldly beasts around him, large and small, all tortured beyond recognition. It seemed they could offer him no help. But Qin Feng didn't need them for now. Returning to the corridor, he continued to sneak in. With his dark shadow ability, others couldn't see him, and the cameras couldn't detect his presence. This made Qin Feng feel like a specter in the darkness. Just then, he suddenly heard a voice nearby. Is all the data collected? Good. I didn't expect we would have to move so soon. We have no choice. These useless fools were actually taken down by a student who just awakened ancient martial arts. Does this student really not have any awakened abilities? If he did, he would make a perfect test subject. There's nothing worthwhile to study in ancient martial arts. It's not the ultimate direction of human evolution. It's the supernatural abilities that are truly fascinating. Our transformation ability technology is about to succeed. We shouldn't be stuck in this small place. When Qin Feng overheard this conversation, he immediately understood that these people were planning to leave. He felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he had arrived in time, or he would have missed them again. Before his rebirth, after reaching a certain level of strength, Qin Feng had intended to come back for revenge. Unfortunately, this place had already turned into ruins, clearly destroyed on purpose. Hearing the conversation between the two, it seemed that the experiment before his rebirth had indeed succeeded. After the success, they must have retreated. Now, however, Qin Feng had disrupted their plans. Although the experiment hadn't succeeded, the deaths of the ability users had compelled them to abandon this location. Xiaobai, Qin Feng called out. Without needing further instruction, Xiaobai sprang into action. A silver glow enveloped the two men, and the space runes pulsated, locking the heavy laboratory door tightly with no effect. Qin Feng and Xiaobai appeared inside the laboratory. Too bad for you, you're not leaving. Qin Feng sneered, raising the Qinhuang knife and pointing it at them. Instantly, everyone in the laboratory turned to look at Qin Feng. Among them was a man in a white lab coat, emblematic of a researcher, around 40 years old. Gaunt and pale, with dark circles under his eyes, giving him a disheveled and insane appearance. The other was in his 50s, portly with a face full of excess flesh. Looking extremely menacing, yet dressed in an expensive suit, clothing typically worn by the merchants in the settlement. Both men stared at Qin Feng in shock. Who are you? How did you get in here? The white-coated researcher shouted. Me? I'm the student you mentioned, the one who killed a bunch of useless trash. What? The realization hit the two men like a ton of bricks. They understood that a serious situation had unfolded. Instinctively, the man in the suit reached for his waist, trying to draw his handgun. Whoosh! A silver flash darted past, and in the next moment, the man's arm was severed and fell to the ground. Ah! The man in the suit screamed in agony. His cries naturally alerted the guards outside, but Qin Feng didn't care at all. This door wasn't ordinary. It could only be opened from the inside. Even if others came, it would take them time to break in. Now, tell me, what is the purpose of all this? What organization do you belong to? Qin Feng pressed the Qinhuang knife closer to the other white-coated researcher, whose eyes were filled with fear. We are just completing a great experiment. Great? Qin Feng found it laughable. He saw nothing great about it, only the madness of these researchers. Qin Feng swung his Qinhuang knife again, severing one of the opponent's arms. Ah! The researcher screamed in agony. His face had lost all color. But as he faced Qin Feng and the Qinhuang knife, he gradually stopped screaming, his body trembling all over. Fear was palpable. Before him stood Qin Feng, wearing a gas mask that concealed his features, yet to the researcher, he appeared as a devil. I don't know how great you think you are, but why do you want to harm my classmates? Qin Feng pressed, also voicing his own question. I'll talk. Just don't kill me. The researcher, having lost an arm and bleeding profusely, felt the threat of death looming over him. Despite knowing that his captors might not spare him, a glimmer of hope lingered. If he revealed what they wanted, perhaps they wouldn't kill him, or at least not right away. If he could just buy some time, the person he was waiting for would arrive, and then they would be safe. Chapter 45. The Hidden Hand. With that thought, the researcher quickly replied. Our experiments have been focused on how to turn humans into superhumans. After various trials, we found a method of transfer. We need to move the superpower crystal core while the subject is still alive, but the mature cores are too large. Once removed from the beast's body, the power space collapses. So you targeted newly awakened superhumans. Qin Feng interjected. In that moment, it seemed he had found a reason for his past life. He was just unlucky, having coincidentally become their test subject. Yes, we dare not provoke you. The researcher answered hurriedly, sensing Qin Feng's growing anger. However, Qin Feng quickly posed a second question. You still haven't answered my second question. I know your people wore black spider masks, but I know you're not the black spider. At this question, both men hesitated. Qin Feng raised his knife again, this time aiming it at the man in the suit. I'll talk. The researcher, sensing the imminent danger, realized he couldn't afford to resist. Our organization is indeed not the Black Spider. In fact, we're not even an anti-human organization. We're just very secretive. All we know is the code name of our organization. Be more specific. Qin Feng barked. I don't know much more. I only know the code name, but our organization is very powerful. Our lab always receives high-level beasts for experimentation. As he spoke, he also intended to intimidate Qin Feng. Such a vague code name carried too many meanings and was far too simple. Qin Feng had never even heard of it. But looking into the man's eyes, filled with fear, he sensed no lies. Qin Feng did not mind pushing further. If that's all you know, then you can go die? He raised the Qin Wang knife menacingly. Wait, don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret. The man in the suit was sweating profusely, clearly nervous. Fearing that Qin Feng would strike him down with a knife, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, but the blade remained still. If you continue to speak without purpose, I assure you, I won't give you another chance to breathe. No, the middle-aged man in the suit quickly replied. He knew quite a few secrets and felt it was time to reveal some information to Qin Feng. While we are affiliated with the organization, our research capabilities are quite robust. Therefore, we have established bases in every gathering place or city, exchanging various things with the leaders of these locations. The attack on your classmate was not our original intention. It was simply due to the other side pressing us too hard. Qin Feng's heart stirred. The other side you mentioned. Who are they? The Qin Wang knife pressed down again, and the man swallowed hard before responding. It's the deputy district chief of the North Qing district. Qin Feng furrowed his brows intensely. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him like lightning. It was him. A tremendous hatred surged in his eyes. The North Qing gathering place was a large one, but for Qingyang City, it had another name, North Qing District. The upper echelon of North Qing District consisted of 2 district chiefs, 3 generals, and 2 council members, 10 individuals who formed the highest power in the district. The deputy district chief, Lin Zong, was a powerful figure in his own right. He also had a son named Lin Kai. In other words, Lin Zong wanted his son to become an ability user? Yes, the man in the suit hurriedly confirmed. Originally, our experiments were conducted using exotic beasts, but the awakening of these creatures is unpredictable. At this moment, it happens to be the awakening season, so we aim to capture an ability user. Every word I say is true. Without such backing, how could we possibly set up a laboratory so close to the North Qing gathering place? Even if we were discovered someday, we could claim to be a legitimate business. Very well. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. So, before his rebirth, Qin Feng's abilities were actually given to Lin Kai. Lin Kai, a mere spoiled rich kid, unexpectedly manifested his powers during the awakening, and they were exceedingly rare, dark abilities. After becoming an ability user, Lin Kai's strength surged dramatically, but his actions caused widespread outrage, making the North Qing gathering place a chaotic mess. Yet, all his power came from what he had plundered from Qin Feng. Now it all made sense. Qin Feng was filled with a desire to tear his enemy to shreds. Just then, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on the suited man's face. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little white creature perched on Qin Feng's shoulder suddenly cried out. And in a flash of silver light, the two of them vanished to a corner of the room. Boom. A deafening roar echoed through the space. The door was blasted open, and the spot where Qin Feng had been standing was now covered in debris. Both the researcher and the man in the suit were thrown aside like rag dolls by the explosion. Little did they know, the very person they had called for help was completely unconcerned for their lives and had attacked them as well. A large hole had been blown in the door, and through the billowing smoke, Qin Feng could still see a figure on the opposite side. It was a young man, around 25 or 26 years old, clad in a black-green combat suit, with a one insignia hanging from his chest. He was holding a powerful energy assault rifle, the very weapon that had unleashed the previous attack. This was a gunner. The young man raised his weapon, aiming the rifle directly at Qin Feng's position. Boom. The gun fired again with ferocious intensity. Ing. Xiao Bai called out anxiously, instantly transporting Qin Feng to another location. Boom. The deafening sound of the explosion echoed. Damn it. The perceptive capabilities. Although gunners don't have particularly high physical requirements, once they become gunners, they undergo special enhancements to boost their perception. So even though Qin Feng had hidden in a corner amidst the swirling smoke, the opponent still mercilessly fired a shot. A gunner's level of perception is not something one can easily evade. In the eyes of the opponent, Qin Feng was completely exposed. Oh, this is getting interesting. The gunner chuckled lightly, surprised that Qin Feng had managed to escape. But then his expression changed to one of disbelief. How could this be? In his perception, Qin Feng had already reached the corridor, yet he had just blocked the doorway. How did Qin Feng get away? Could it be that the other party could walk through walls? At that moment, Qin Feng was also taken aback as he looked down at the ground. There lay a corpse, dressed in a white lab coat. Clearly, this was someone from the laboratory, but now he was dead. So who killed him? Was it that gunner? But why? Wasn't he this person part of the laboratory? Chapter 46. Friend or foe, however. The gunner clearly wasn't he going to give Qin Feng a chance to ponder. The energy cannon in his hands erupted once again, aiming to eliminate Qin Feng. Qin Feng's speed shot to its limit as he turned and dashed around the corner. Boom. A violent explosion erupted behind him, debris raining down on Qin Feng. Such a monstrous weapon had the absolute power to kill in an instant, even with Qin Feng currently wearing rune armor. If he were hit, he would undoubtedly die. After all, his head had no defenses. If you make another move, I'll retaliate. Qin Feng shouted at the top of his lungs. In response, however, was yet another blast. Qin Feng's face turned pale with anger. I'm here to clean up the laboratory too. Our positions are the same. Why are you still attacking? Qin Feng demanded. After that sentence, the other party actually stopped attacking. Who are you working for? The person asked warily. Qin Feng had no idea how to respond. Who was he working for? He wasn't working for anyone. Forget it. No matter who it is, now that you know I'm here, I won't let you go. The man sneered and raised his energy cannon again. At that moment, Qin Feng was completely enraged. His mind was racing. This person clearly intended to wipe out the entire lab, leaving no one behind, seemingly with the same objective as Qin Feng. However, the last thing he said had a vibe of wanting to silence witnesses. Moreover, the suit-wearing man's surprised expression indicated he thought he had reinforcements. The suited man thought he was getting help, but this person was going to kill him. In an instant, Qin Feng felt he had figured out who this person was. You work for the deputy district chief. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and asked, so what if you guessed it? Do you really want to be a wise ghost? What is the point? The man pulled the trigger again. Qin Feng was right. This person was indeed working for the deputy district chief. In fact, he was a key subordinate, a tiered gun user named Healy, in Qingbei South Gathering Place. Tiered ability users were everywhere, and those who were tiered could serve as squad leaders. For example, Xue Xingfu should not be underestimated. Being a squad leader allowed him to earn an unimaginable amount of internal wealth. Even millionaires worth tens of millions would nod and bow when they saw Xue Xingfu. Tens of millions couldn't even support a tiered ability user. Since you don't plan to let me go, I won't spare you either. Qin Feng sneered. Just because he thought he was a tiered gun user didn't mean he could act arrogantly. Qin Feng's current strength might not be inferior to his. Xiaobai, Qin Feng called softly, and Xiaobai instantly unleashed spatial elements. His figure vanished from the spot. The gun user was taken aback. Here it comes again. Completely unaware of how Qin Feng disappeared, Healy, however, was mentally prepared and kept a close watch on his surroundings. In the next moment, Qin Feng appeared behind him. Healy quickly locked onto Qin Feng, but at that moment, it was no longer suitable for him to fire the energy cannon. The energy cannon was heavy and its movements were inevitably a bit sluggish. Given the close distance, firing the cannon would also affect Healy himself. But how could Healy not have his own trump card? The energy cannon in Healy's hand vanished in an instant, reappearing as two handguns. He quickly turned around, and the two handguns began to spit out bullets. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire rang out. Qin Feng swung his Qing Wang Dao, and not a single bullet hit him. A flash of shock crossed Healy's eyes. Silver rune equipment. Of course, Healy knew that the other party was not only powerful because of the rune equipment. Their instantaneous defensive speed and reflexes were also extraordinarily high. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Space rune equipment. The energy cannon in his opponent's hand instantly vanished. And it was clear that this was due to the space rune gear. This was definitely not good news for Qin Feng. However, it was quite normal. A capable gunner would first choose equipment that could carry weapons rather than just powerful weapons themselves. This is why being a gunner has always been a profession suited for the wealthy. Healy possessing space rune equipment meant he had access to many weapons, which made it impossible to predict what he might throw out next. Qin Feng's vigilance surged. But vigilance is a form of respect for one's opponent. And Qin Feng was not afraid. In fact, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He had made up his mind to take down Healy. Darkness enveloped the area. Qin Feng activated his ability, shrouding Healy in darkness. What is this? Healy felt as if all the light around him had vanished, rendering his eyes useless. Whoosh. Qin Feng's Qing Wang knife came slicing in right after. Bang, bang. Healy immediately charged at Qin Feng. blocking his path even though his aim was slightly off. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Feng surged forward once more. When fighting a gunner, close combat was essential. In an instant, as they closed in, Qin Feng swung his knife down. This strike was powerful enough to cleave a person in two. But in the next moment, Healy suddenly retreated and threw out 5 objects the size of bottle caps. Magnetic bombs. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he quickly retreated. The magnetic bombs locked onto Qin Feng and attempted to stick to him, but he managed to evade them. Boom, 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 boom. The bombs exploded. And at such close range, Qin Feng was thrown back. In an instant, his combat suit was torn and damaged, and he felt something sharp pierce his arm. Of course, Healy wasn't unscathed either. Being enveloped by Qin Feng's darkness severely hindered his reaction time, although he dodged the lethal strike. The tip of the Qin Wang knife still grazed his body. Flash. The expensive combat suit was cut open as easily as tearing through cloth, and a piece of purple glowing rune armor beneath it was ripped apart with a loud noise. Healy felt a sharp pain spreading from his chest to his abdomen. Realizing that his opponent's blade could indeed harm him, he quickly assessed the situation and began to spray bullets from his submachine gun. Qin Feng rolled away, evading the fire and hiding in the shadows. In the darkness, Qin Feng concealed his presence. While Healy was still shrouded in darkness, his perception significantly diminished. For a moment, he couldn't catch sight of Qin Feng at all. Qin Feng gradually lurked closer, preparing to strike again. As soon as he made his move, Healy sensed it and immediately retaliated. The battle between them became an intense back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. In an instant, the dilapidated underground laboratory was ravaged by terror. Boom. Another wall collapsed, and it felt as though the place was about to cave in. Yet neither of the two men retreated. It seemed they would not rest until one of them was dead. Let us see how much willpower you have, Healy roared, unleashing another volley of bullets. Chapter 47. The gunman of the superpowered Qin Feng flickered, but suddenly his eyes burst with brilliance. Willpower? Huh. Before his rebirth, Qin Feng had always been a practitioner of ancient martial arts, so when facing a gunman, his first instinct was to charge in close for a decapitation. However, upon hearing the opponent's nonsensical taunts, he suddenly realized he had another identity now, a superpowered being. Why should he engage in this kind of battle? Sometimes, experience can lead to one's downfall. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed, followed by a series of bomb attacks. Healy erupted again, but his face was grim, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite being shrouded in darkness, he could sense that Qin Feng was merely a level 7 superpowered being. However, the weapons in his opponent's hands were incredibly powerful, making Healy wary of letting him get too close. The biggest issue for the gunman was that his weapon was cumbersome and his ammunition was limited. He was about to run out of bullets. At that moment, Healy noticed that there was no movement from Qin Feng's side. Not only that, but the darkness that had enveloped his vision suddenly vanished, and he finally regained the light. The lab, in ruins like a wasteland, flickered with dim lights, and frayed wires crackled, emitting a bluish-white glow. Did he hit the mark? Had his willpower been overdrawn? Healy was overjoyed. However, this kid's superpower was surprisingly strong. He had never seen anything like it before. In that case, he might as well capture him and hand him over to the deputy district chief. We can find our own subjects for experimentation. A sinister smile crept across Healy's lips. Just then, Qin Feng, concealed in the shadows, watched as Healy steadied his gun and advanced cautiously, seemingly searching for his position. Suddenly, Qin Feng's willpower erupted. Hellfire. Black flames rained down from above. Healy was completely unprepared for such an event. It was too late to evade. Ah! Healy screamed as the flames engulfed him in an instant. He rolled frantically, but the fire seemed to cling to him like a parasite, relentlessly eroding his flesh. Healy was almost reduced to a human torch. In less than a moment, his body ceased to struggle and collapsed to the ground. Extinguished. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng snuffed out the black flames. But Healy's body had already turned to a charred husk. The gunman lay dead in this crumbling laboratory. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming fatigue, both physically and mentally. Suddenly, Xiaobai dashed out from a corner. Earlier, Qin Feng had prevented it from joining the battle, and now seeing him covered in wounds, it leaped a few times and landed on his shoulder, giving his cheek a gentle lick. Xiaobai, stop it! Qin Feng chuckled as he patted the little creature, which was now covered in dust and had turned into a little gray ball. Holding back his laughter, he walked over to Healy's corpse. At this point, the combat suit on the corpse had already been burnt to ashes, but Qin Feng noticed something that caught his attention. A purple glowing inner armor was revealed. He reached out and pulled it, causing Healy's body to turn to ashes and completely vanish, while the purple inner armor appeared in Qin Feng's hand. It seemed to have been damaged. Qin Feng examined the marks on the purple armor and understood. The power of the Qin Wang knife was indeed formidable. A professional should be able to repair it, and it could also be sold for a good price. Qin Feng stored the inner armor away. He Li's body still had other protective gear, such as arm and leg bindings, which were designed to prevent injuries over large areas. But these were all blue glowing rune equipment, and Qin Feng collected them as well. Among the pile of ashes, he spotted a grayish ring that emitted a silvery glow. When he focused his consciousness on it, he discovered that it contained a space measuring 2 meters long and 1 meter wide and high. Although it wasn't large, it held dozens of neatly arranged weapons. The value of these weapons was certainly substantial, at least exceeding 8 million. Of course, the most valuable item was the space rune equipment itself, which was worth at least 10 million. However, Qin Feng no longer needed rune equipment, and this ring could easily be sold. The question was, to whom? He transferred the machinery inside to Xiaobai's space and took out a few timed explosives. These were likely specially prepared by He Li for this laboratory. And now that He Li was dead, Qin Feng automatically took over this task. He also didn't want anything from this laboratory to leak out, considering his own safety. Let's go, Qin Feng commanded. Xiaobai immediately teleported him, and in the blink of an eye, they were back in the wilderness. Qin Feng pressed the remote control in his hand, and a massive rumble echoed from a distance as the ground caved in, only for everything to seem normal afterward. After all, this was a remote area, unknown to anyone. He had dismantled the laboratory that had framed him before his rebirth and found some clues. But it was clear that Qin Feng had an even greater mystery to unravel. However, the lead might lie with the deputy district chief, whom he currently had no power to confront. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I wouldn't mind having an additional powerful ally. With this thought, Qin Feng started to formulate a plan. He took off his combat uniform, which had cost 30,000 and was completely damaged in this battle, beyond repair. Taking out his belongings from the orphanage from Little Bai's space, Qin Feng realized that he only had 2 pieces of clothing left. I should buy some more. Qin Feng sighed. It was inevitable that clothes would get damaged in battles, and he had already used up everything he originally had. As the hover vehicle returned to the base, the sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn. Qin Feng activated his communicator, reaching out to someone he hadn't contacted in almost a month. Captain Xue, I have something in hand. I'm not sure if you'd be interested. Half an hour later, Xue Xingfu, bleary-eyed and struggling to stay awake, was already grumbling about Qin Feng in his mind. Why does this kid always call so early? Young people really are relentless. However, this time, Qin Feng didn't mention selling him anything. At that moment, a hover battle vehicle pulled up in front of Xue Xingfu. For someone with his abilities, luxury vehicles weren't particularly remarkable. He glanced at it a few times before his eyes widened in surprise. Qin Feng, carrying a backpack, stepped out of the driver's seat and walked over to Xue Xingfu's vehicle. Xue Xingfu didn't even react at first. Qin Feng knocked on the window, and only then did Xue Xingfu hurriedly unlock the door. Qin Feng, you've been making quite a bit of money lately. Buying a hover battle vehicle means it wasn't cheap, yet you didn't even sell it to me, Xue Xingfu thought, feeling a bit resentful. Chapter 48. Moving houses. Those things aren't really suitable for you. The rodent tide that happened in the planning area has official records, and even if Xue Xingfu leaves, he wouldn't gain much from it. Plus, the abundance of energy cores isn't suitable for him either. So what is suitable for me this time? Xue Xingfu's chubby face lit up with anticipation. It's not just suitable. I've discovered a secret. What? Xue Xingfu didn't understand, but felt his body tense up. Are you aware of the terrorist attack that happened yesterday? Qin Feng asked. Xue Xingfu's brows furrowed immediately. I know a bit, but not everything. This matter isn't within our jurisdiction, he replied. The area near the Jingyuan restaurant where the attack occurred actually fell under the jurisdiction of the deputy district head, but they didn't dare to act too overtly. With so many people in a class, they found it even harder to take action. Otherwise, if they knew Qin Feng had disrupted their plans, they would have made him pay dearly. Of course, they had planned to find Qin Feng later that night under some pretense to capture him, but unfortunately, he didn't return. Hearing Xue Xingfu's words, Qin Feng also felt a hint of danger. I brought this. Qin Feng opened his communicator. Not wanting to miss any details, he had recorded the audio. Upon opening the communicator, a voice came through. Don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret. If it's meaningless again, I'm afraid I won't give you any chance to breathe. No, attacking your classmate this time was not our original intention. It was just that the other side urged us too strongly. The other side you mentioned, who are they? It's the deputy district chief of Qingbei. Xue Xingfu's eyes widened. Can you trust this? Who are you interrogating? Why would they say it was the deputy district chief who ordered this? If it's just this recording, you gain nothing and could be dragged into a vortex yourself. You know this ISNTA joke. Xue Xingfu fired off these questions in rapid succession. His reaction was undeniably quick. He appeared to be chubby and amiable on the surface, but in reality, he was meticulous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a shrewd businessman in later years. It's worth mentioning that while he became a powerful merchant, his strength was still limited, but to reach that position, he naturally had backing. Initially, it was the real district chief of Qingbei, Duan Chong, who was behind him. Xue Xingfu took a deep breath, regaining some color in his face, and looked at Qin Feng with a hint of sympathy. You're too weak right now. Those who are weak and know secrets often meet a tragic end. Weak? Really? Qin Feng said with a half-smile. He raised his hand, revealing a spatial ring. And then 2 pieces of rune equipment appeared, the purple light rune armor and wrist bindings belonging to He Li. This is what I wanted to sell to you. And of course, if you want the spatial rune equipment, I can sell that to you too. Qin Feng wiggled his fingers. This time, Xue Xingfu's eyes nearly popped out. Where did this come from? Qin Feng's smile faded as he explained Xue Xingfu's earlier question. I was out yesterday and accidentally discovered this hidden laboratory in the wild. Since the experiments being conducted were in violation of the human treaty, I got curious and pressed for information. I didn't expect to uncover such a huge secret. My classmate who was attacked is a test subject, and it's said that the deputy district chief's son, Lin Kai, injected the awakening serum this year, but didn't succeed even in the ancient martial artist system. With only 3 days left until the awakening season, although we can't give up until the last moment, how could someone like Lin Kai possibly awaken? He is only 16, yet he has already squandered his health on indulgences. If he awakens, it would defy the laws of nature. They're conducting experiments to transfer abilities? Xue Xingfu caught on to the key point. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a hint of killing intent in them. Captain Xue is also interested in this. Feeling a chill, Xue Xingfu quickly changed the topic. This is a violation of the human treaty, and I definitely wouldn't use such improper means. When the rift appeared and the world fell into chaos, and superhumans emerged with overwhelming power, it posed a significant threat. The authorities, either out of desperation or the desire to hold on to such power, conducted a large number of experiments. The ability users naturally become targets for capture. Even if these activities are conducted in secret, they are still exposed, leading to unrest. This is ultimately the reason why each stronghold becomes a kingdom of its own. At the same time, every stronghold must ensure that no such experiments take place. Even if someone dies, they must be cremated on the spot. Otherwise, the deceased could turn into subjects of research, and who knows if there are deranged individuals who would deliberately set traps. Qin Feng's cold voice rang out. It's best not to. Xue Xingfu quickly changed the subject. Haha, keep going, keep talking. I almost forgot because of your interruption. Qin Feng replied irritably. These things belong to a gunner, and their strength is at a certain level. He briefly mentioned his speculation. You say he is the deputy district head's man, a gunner? Wouldn't that be He Li? Xue Xingfu's expression changed. Even Xue Xingfu would retreat in the face of He Li's strength, but Qin Feng actually killed him? This was beyond Xue Xingfu's comprehension. He suddenly recalled Qin Feng's earlier retort. Am I really that weak? If he could take down He Li, what weakness could he possibly have? This kid is simply a monster. Has he really just awakened a month ago? I don't know him. You can investigate him secretly. I've said everything. Now do you want to buy the items or not? Xue Xingfu looked at the 3 items, the space rune ring, the purple light inner armor, and the blue light hand bindings. Gritting his teeth, Xue Xingfu said, I'll take them all. How about 20 million for the 3? The space rune equipment is worth about 10 million and 1 T depreciate, while the purple light inner armor needs repairs and isn't worth much. But its original value still exists, and after depreciation, it can still reach 8 million. The hand bindings are only worth 2 million. Deal. Wait a moment. I don't have that much cash on me right now, but I have a property I can quickly sell for around 20 million. Oh, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and said, take me to see it. If it's good, let us trade directly. Xue Xingfu's mouth twitched slightly. He should have mentioned that the property was worth 30 million. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Qingbei stronghold, specifically at an extremely upscale community called Qinghu Garden. Indeed, this is located within the Qingbei stronghold, and it's even close to the only natural lake in the area. This is also upstream from the Qinghe Bay that Qin Feng had visited before. Of course, Qinghu Garden is just a small community around the lake. In reality, it has attracted countless wealthy individuals and powerful beings, with rows of luxury villas visible. Chapter 49, Bounty Hunter Network. Building villas within the stronghold is a sign of extravagance, but it's obvious who resides in those villas. Yes, They are some powerful figures, including district heads, generals, and even presidents of prestigious academies, among others. The status symbol makes them objects of admiration, and the surrounding communities are not places just anyone can move into. Xue Xingfu thought that since Qin Feng was capable of killing He Li, he definitely had the strength to live here. As for whether someone might take issue with Qin Feng and cause trouble, that was not Xue Xingfu's concern. My apartment is on the 9th floor. The building only has elevators that stop at the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th floors. Each household occupies 2 floors, with an area of about 350 square meters. Xue Xingfu explained to Qin Feng. It even has a small attic on the rooftop, where you can enjoy a panoramic view of the entire gathering area. Xue Xingfu was quite skilled in his ways, but he was low-key. Even though he owned such a nice place in the gathering area, he had never bragged about it. He was even willing to engage in some less reputable activities that others looked down upon, such as trading level-up enhancement potions with Qin Feng. As Qin Feng followed Xue Xingfu into the elevator, he maintained his composure, and there were hardly any people around. This was quite astonishing within the gathering area, as it was not very large, and space was often at a premium. Click. Xue Xingfu used his key card to unlock the door, and as the lights turned on, an atmosphere of luxury filled the space, offering a sense of indulgence. In the gathering area, a square meter of housing could cost around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, which meant that many ordinary people would need to work an entire year just to afford a single tile. The first floor had a living room, dining room, kitchen, guest room, bathroom, and training room. The second floor contained a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, a bathroom, a dressing room, and a hidden secret room. Of course, every house had such features. It just depended on what kind of security system you installed. The third floor was a small attic with a viewing room, but it also had a luxurious bathtub outside, if you know what I mean. Xue Xingfu blinked, seemingly quite proud of the bathtub being installed outside. In the gathering area, most residents were struggling, ordinary people, but if you had money, you could live in absolute luxury. Not bad, Qin Feng thought to himself. In his past life, he had seen all kinds of extravagance, and this place was just child's play in comparison. Xue Xingfu understood that this young man was usually reserved, so he didn't push Qin Feng to show any signs of approval. For someone who fought in the wild, a residence in a gathering area was often meant for family. Whether you used it or not was of little consequence. However, it seemed that Qin Feng had no family, and thus didn't feel much about it. That's settled then. This place is now yours. Xue Xingfu operated his communicator, and the paperwork was completed quickly. The apartment 339 at Qinghu Garden was officially in Qin Feng's name. I won't disturb you any longer. After fighting all night, you should get some good rest. Xue Xingfu patted Qin Feng on the shoulder before leaving, sighing inwardly about losing the apartment. However, thinking about the purple light armor and the spatial stability device, he felt quite pleased. Once Xue Xingfu left, Qin Feng scanned the 3 floors again to ensure there were no surveillance devices before opening his backpack. Little White couldn't wait to jump out. Humph. That human was so annoying, dragging things out. Little White complained, clearly displeased. Look, this is going to be our home from now on. Although who knows how long we'll actually stay here. Xiao Bai immediately jumped up in excitement, just like Qin Feng earlier, taking a tour of the house as if she were a queen surveying her domain. All right, Xiao Bai is going to take a shower first. After a whole day of fighting yesterday, Qin Feng looked extremely disheveled. If people didn't know about his abilities, they might think he had been working at a construction site. Xiao Bai was also covered in dust because of him. Bouncing over, Xiao Bai watched Qin Feng showering under the water while she squatted in the sink. Qin Feng turned on the hot water, and Xiao Bai comfortably squinted her eyes. As he cleaned himself up, Qin Feng was also sorting through the gains from the night before. During yesterday's battle, Hellfire had incinerated He Li, but at the moment of his death, Qin Feng still managed to absorb the energy from him. It was just a small amount, but Qin Feng found that his mental strength had significantly increased. The physical body of a gunner is quite weak, far inferior to that of ancient martial artists, and He Li was no exception. However, their mental capabilities are quite powerful. Qin Feng increasingly felt that the untarnished devouring ability was incredibly formidable. Besides the mental strength, Qin Feng's physical body had also been enhanced. Before blowing up the laboratory, he returned to the lab containing the test subjects and killed all the dying beasts. For them, such a direct death was actually a kind of relief. Qin Feng wasn't acting out of pity. There were far too many humans killed by these beasts in this world. If he felt sorry for the beasts, he would be foolish. He did this out of fear that they might escape and pose a threat to the Chongbei gathering place after recovering. There were plenty of powerful beasts here. However, the insides of these test subjects were completely wrecked, and after absorption, there was only a tiny bit of energy left. Yet, he still managed to advance. His current strength had reached the 8th stage. With just 2 more enhancements, Qin Feng would not be far from the next stage. Turning off the water, Qin Feng stood in front of the mirror, looking at his now powerful physique. Well-defined muscles covered his bones. And because he had absorbed the essence from that bone hand last time, Qin Feng seemed to have grown a bit taller, reaching around 178 centimeters. And his body no longer looked frail. He was now filled with explosive strength. His clothes felt tight. Never mind, I'll just sleep for now, including last night. Qin Feng hadn't slept for over 30 hours, but thanks to the physique of an ancient martial artist and the mental strength of an ability user, even if he stayed awake for 7 days and nights, he could manage. However, after a fierce battle, Qin Feng was still in the awakening phase and didn't want to strain himself, so he decided to take a nap. After Xiao Bai was cleaned up, she curled up beside Qin Feng, and the two of them fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already sunset. Qin Feng raised his wrist to check the notifications. It was this message that had roused him from sleep. It's actually news from Fu. Bro, the information you gave me before was really useful. By the way, I also took care of yesterday's case for you. You took down 2 wanted criminals. And according to the bounty listed on the Bounty Hunter website, you should receive 400,000. It's already transferred to your account. Fu intervened strongly in the case because he learned about the deputy district chief's situation. Those who wanted to harm Qin Feng were also dealt with by Fu. Not only that, but Qin Feng's reward was also delivered accurately, without any deductions. The Bounty Hunter website. That is actually a great resource. Qin Feng remembered this platform when he saw a few words in Fu's message. Chapter 50. The show-off Little White. The Bounty Hunter website is specifically designed for tracking down dark organizations. It features images, photos, and physical analyses of tens of thousands of wanted criminals. The communicator has a powerful function. It can scan the surrounding area. And if it detects a criminal within 100 meters, it provides a warning. In fact, even if you're not a bounty hunter, you can download this special software, which at least allows you to avoid criminals when you encounter them. This software is practically owned by everyone. However, Qin Feng's current communicator doesn't have these capabilities. Instead, the communication system on the hovercar is top-notch, capable of scanning a distance of up to 1,000 meters. Perfect timing to buy a few new clothes. Qin Feng got up, stretched a bit, and put on some of his old clothes. They felt tight now, but they showcased Qin Feng's muscular physique. He didn't really care about his appearance. Little White, I'm heading out. Are you at home? Qin Feng called out. Little White, who was having a great time upstairs, immediately dashed down upon hearing Qin Feng. With its fur all fluffed up, it quickly jumped into Qin Feng's arms. Let us go together. All right. Qin Feng grabbed his backpack and tucked Little White inside. The hovercar was parked downstairs, standing out among a group of luxury cars. A few residents in the neighborhood glanced at the unfamiliar vehicle with curiosity. Looks like a newcomer has arrived. I wonder who it is. I should keep an eye out. Unaware of the various thoughts running through the minds of the onlookers, Qin Feng's car quickly reached the commercial district. This is an area where ordinary people cannot tread easily. Although some are not prohibited from entering, the high prices are intimidating. One could easily get into serious trouble just for dirtying a piece of clothing. As the car parked in a spot, Qin Feng's gaze suddenly halted. Little White also spotted what was in front of them. A wealthy woman was holding a leash, and at the end of it was a majestic, powerful dog. A golden retriever. This is a highly popular large breed dog during peacetime, known for its gentle nature and love for human companionship. After the Rift invasion, animals awakened before humans and experienced a significant boost in their physical abilities. In such circumstances, some pets often possess greater combat strength than humans. Stories of hunting dogs protecting their owners are common, especially since they face monsters emerging from the rifts. Nowadays, raising exotic beasts within the base has become a trend, leading to the emergence of a new type of profession similar to combat and lifestyle roles, beast tamers. Of course, the strength of a beast tamer is entirely dependent on the strength of their pet. Qin Feng's contract with Little White was inspired by the concept of beast taming. This is actually a brilliant idea. Previously, walking around with a pet among ordinary people would inevitably attract attention, but that is no longer the case. This is a wealthy district, and owning a pet is quite normal. 10 minutes later, a leash was attached to Little White's back, and surprisingly, it even wore a pink bow around its neck. No one would ever guess that this was a beast of the general level. It was Little White's first time walking openly on the street, and it was very excited, though the leash was a bit bothersome. However, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. So Little White didn't mind too much. Qin Feng first went to buy a communicator. The most expensive communicator in the Chongbei gathering area cost a whopping 100,000 yuan. With over 1,000,000 yuan to his name, Qin Feng didn't think twice and paid for it immediately. The silver communicator looked incredibly sleek. clearly distinguishable from lower-grade models at first glance. Qin Feng downloaded the Bounty Hunter app, curious about how many criminals might be lurking in the Chongbei gathering area. A hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He didn't download this software to prevent criminals from ambushing him, but to hunt them down. If any criminals from Qingyang City were nearby, he would pursue them. It was a means to make money while rapidly increasing his strength. What's not to love? Holding on to Little White, Qin Feng entered a branded clothing store. Yep, Little White suddenly stopped in its tracks. What's wrong? Qin Feng looked at Little White curiously, only to find it staring at two mannequins displayed at the entrance. One mannequin was male, dressed in a deep black suit, while the female mannequin wore an extravagant gown priced at 300,000 yuan, glimmering under the lights like starlight. This starlight wasn't made from diamonds, but came from a special exotic insect known as the fluorescent bloodsucker, which synthesized bioluminescent substances. These substances had no practical effect. They were merely visually appealing. In the wild, wearing such glowing materials could be fatal. However, in the gathering area, such colorful clothing was breathtakingly beautiful. And some wealthy individuals would even have outfits made for weddings. Little White wasn't actually looking at the mannequins. It was captivated by two small dogs squatting in front of them, one black and one white. The fluffy white puppy was dressed in a tiny wedding gown. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. Wah! Xiaobai bounced up and down. Qin Feng remarked, I didn't expect you to be so vain. Xiaobai turned her head, her dark eyes glaring at Qin Feng as if to accuse him. Fine, I'll buy it for you. Qin Feng sighed, realizing he had no way to resist Xiaobai's charm. He truly spoiled her to the heavens. The waitress had been observing Qin Feng for a while. Initially, she dismissed him because of his plain outfit, but her demeanor changed when she noticed the communicator in his hand. So, he was actually a hidden wealthy person. However, before she could greet him with a smile, Qin Feng stopped in front of one of their exhibition pieces. Excuse me, how much is this pet wedding dress? He waved his hand. The waitress's lips twitched. Many customers came to look at the dresses, and quite a few were interested in custom wedding gowns. But this was the first time someone had inquired about a pet wedding dress. Sir, this wedding dress is an exhibition piece. Is it not for sale? The waitress hesitated and said, Please hold on while I check. She went to use her communicator. At that moment, the door opened again, and a man and a woman walked in. Honey, you've bought me so many things. Let me pick out a few for you. You can't always dress so casually. You're so handsome. Anything from this store would look great on you. Their brand is very famous. They sell both men's and women's clothing. The woman's sweet, delicate voice sent shivers down one's spine. Just then, Qin Feng's communicator suddenly vibrated. A silent notification appeared. Attention bounty hunters, criminal Li Hai has been located. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then discreetly put down his communicator and quietly observed the two newcomers. Chapter 51. 3 punches. The couple appeared very close. The man was around 40, muscular, standing about 185 centimeters tall, with a somewhat fierce appearance. In contrast, the woman looked to be only about 17 or 18. With dyed blonde hair, heavy makeup, and dressed provocatively, carrying various bags indicating she had bought a lot. If she hadn't spoken, Qin Feng might have thought they were father and daughter. Little temptress, just say what you want directly. From now on, I'll take good care of you and buy you anything you want. These are nothing. The man spoke arrogantly and crudely. You're the best, honey, the woman said, hugging him and smiling, though a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. The two began browsing the store while Qin Feng activated his communicator to check the information. Criminals also had detailed profiles. Qin Feng first confirmed that the photo of Li Hai was accurate before looking at the details of his crimes. Li Hai was not from Qingyang City, but rather from Haining City. Abused and killed 13 young girls, murdered 91 innocents. Resisted patrol team pursuit, resulting in the deaths of 31 ability users. Custom explosives destroyed public infrastructure, causing 132 casualties. Qin Feng glanced at the bounty behind Li Hai, which wasn't set too high, priced at 2 million, but offered a bounty hunter point reward of 500. Very good. A flash of murderous intent crossed Qin Feng's eyes. Li Hai had no idea he was being targeted. In fact, for someone like him, even if he knew about the bounty hunter network, it wouldn't matter. The place he chose was destined to be safe for him. The Chongbei gathering point was merely a subordinate area of Qingyang City. And even the strongest among them was just Duan. Would those people really come to chase him down? Of course not. So he felt completely secure. At that moment, the waitress who had attended to Qin Feng earlier returned. Sir, I've made a call to inquire. This pet wedding dress can be sold to you for 36,000 yuan. And we can also custom make clothing suitable for your pet, as long as you provide the specific measurements. Qin Feng had no intention of making a scene in this store. So he nodded and said, All right, let's take this dress down for now. When he reached the front desk to pay, Qin Feng directly put the pet wedding dress on Xiaobai. "Now that looks beautiful," he said, doting on it. Xiaobai was quite pleased, puffing out its chest and looking around as if it wanted everyone to see it and praise it. "Oh my, that little dog is so cute. Honey, I want one too." The woman who had been snuggled up to Li Hai exclaimed sweetly. Originally proud, Xiaobai suddenly stopped, its black, glass-like eyes narrowing slightly as it glared at the woman. "Who are you calling a dog? Do you want to die?" In Xiaobai's inherited memories, humans were quite weak. It would show no mercy to anyone except its designated master. Even as it grew, humans were merely a kind of food to it, and not particularly tasty at that. Li Hai was a Duan-level ancient martial artist, but Xiaobai concealed its aura and did not reveal its identity as a strange beast. It spoke directly. "Kid, I bought this dog. How much? Name your price." Qin Feng's previously warm smile instantly turned cold as he stood up and looked at Li Hai. "Not for sale." Li Hai frowned immediately, displeasure flashing in his eyes. The woman quickly began to act cute again. Li Hai felt even angrier. This kid had become so bold as to make him lose face in front of a woman. "Kid, whether you want to sell it or not, you're selling it today." Li Hai stretched out his hand and slapped it toward Qin Feng's shoulder. With enough force, this strike could shatter bones, and at that point, Qin Feng would naturally let go of Xiaobai's chain. However, Qin Feng was already prepared and countered with a punch. Bang! Qin Feng's fist arrived first, striking directly into Li Hai's palm. Li Hai felt an immense force surge through. Crack! His wrist twisted unnaturally, and under this punch, it broke. Li Hai let out a desperate scream and stumbled backward, crashing into the display stand. Clothes went tumbling to the ground with a loud crash, and even a vase was knocked over. The woman who had been by Li Hai's side was thrown away, landing painfully on her backside. However, Li Hai no longer cared about her. "You're looking for death," he roared. Qin Feng had unleashed his power, revealing his strength. Li Hai realized that Qin Feng was just a martial artist of a lower tier and that he had only been injured due to his own carelessness. With such a level of strength, Li Hai believed he could crush him with just one finger. Now, to be injured in the wrist by Qin Feng filled Li Hai with rage. He vowed that this kid had to die. Li Hai swung his fist and charged at Qin Feng. The people in the store and the woman who had been clinging to Li Hai screamed, scrambling to get as far away as possible. "Kid, die for me." Li Hai grinned maliciously, but Qin Feng remained unfazed. He raised his left hand and instantly seized Li Hai's other arm as it swung toward him. "You." Li Hai's eyes widened as he felt as if he were sinking into quicksand. A powerful sucking force hit him at the same time. In that moment, Qin Feng delivered a punch to Li Hai's Dantian star absorption technique. Li Hai's immense internal energy surged toward Qin Feng, far greater than that of the person Qin Feng had killed earlier. Li Hai's eyes bulged in disbelief. He recalled that when he faced He Li, Qin Feng was only at the 7th tier, and now he had reached the 8th tier in physical strength. Coupled with the star absorption technique, his internal energy was incredibly powerful. He had merely held back before. Boom! This punch directly shattered Li Hai's Dantian. Li Hai felt a tremor throughout his body, rendering him incapable of any counterattack. Without hesitation, Qin Feng struck again. Boom! A punch aimed at Li Hai's heart shattered his ribs and crushed his heart. Li Hai was dead. Thud! His massive body collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. Qin Feng activated his communicator and took several photos of Li Hai, submitting them as evidence. You killed him." Li Hai's former companion screamed, pointing at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sneered, "I killed a criminal. Do you know he was a wanted man? What is your relationship with him? Are you an accomplice?" The woman's eyes widened as she glanced between the fallen Li Hai and Qin Feng. She quickly stammered, No. I didn't know anything. I thought he was just a rich guy trying to hit on me." Qin Feng gave her a disdainful look. "You'd better get out of here before the authorities arrive. At least you won't end up in jail." Yes. The woman hurriedly gathered the scattered bags and took off running. Chapter 52. Triple internal energy. Only Qin Feng and a few staff members remained at the scene. "Yes, sir. Do you need to contact the patrol team?" One of the staff members stammered, nearly in tears. "I've already taken care of it. No need to worry. Just grab me a few pieces of clothing." The staff member replied. The Bounty Hunter Network has its own system and establishes bases in major gathering areas. It's a semi-official organization, independent from the patrols and the garrison. They arrive quite swiftly. It took them less than 10 minutes to get here, especially since their headquarters is centrally located in the Chongbei gathering area. By the time they arrived, Qin Feng had already changed into a rather expensive outfit. Two attendants nearby were eagerly introducing items to him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the screen was filled with pet clothing, all meant for little Bai. Dressed well, Qin Feng's demeanor had completely transformed. People might easily mistake him for a wealthy heir or a descendant of a powerful family. If it weren't for his youthful appearance, he could easily pass for someone in a position of authority. After all, in his previous life, Qin Feng had possessed formidable strength, exuding an undeniable aura of pressure. Hello, I'm Zhang Haoyang, the liaison for bounty hunters in the Chongbei gathering area. The man extended his hand to Qin Feng first. Hello, Qin Feng. Qin Feng greeted him back. Zhang Haoyang didn't linger on pleasantries, considering the heat and the body lying in the shop. Identity confirmed. He scanned Li Hai's identification and nodded at Qin Feng, then waved to his two subordinates to carry the body away. They weren't doing this job for free. After apprehending these criminals, they would apply to decrypt their communication numbers to access their funds, which would then be used to reward the capture of other fugitives. The bounty hunter organization was the wealthiest of its kind, openly engaging in killing and looting. Of course, they wouldn't inquire about Qin Feng's identity or care about his abilities. Some individuals who joined the bounty hunter network only sold information and were not particularly powerful themselves. Submit the task completion, and we will review it immediately, Zhang Haoyang said. Qin Feng submitted the task, and it was quickly approved. Before long, his 2 million had been transferred. Congratulations, you are now a level bounty hunter. If any criminals invade the Chongbei gathering area in the future, we will notify you. We hope you will cooperate with our operations, Zhang Haoyang stated. Absolutely, Qin Feng replied, maintaining a friendly demeanor. The two exchanged contact information, providing Qin Feng with access to valuable intel. Pursuing criminals within the gathering area could be troublesome if one was weak. It could lead to death. Some powerful criminals could even assassinate the leaders of smaller gathering areas. Zhang Haoyang was more than pleased to have Qin Feng on board, finding him quite mysterious. Despite his young age, he had already taken down formidable opponents, an ability typically reserved for geniuses, indicating immense potential for the future. After wrapping up matters with the fugitive, Qin Feng didn't linger and left with Little Bai in his arms. The hover car he drove was faster than usual, and with others avoiding the luxury vehicle, Qin Feng enjoyed an unobstructed ride. After returning to Qingwewen, Qin Feng couldn't wait to enter the training room on the first floor. He sat cross-legged and immediately focused on his dantian. At this moment, his dantian was in chaos, as a massive cloud of inner strength occupied the space, disrupting the original order of his inner energy threads. This was the inner power of Li Hai. As a seasoned ancient martial artist, Li Hai's inner strength had transformed into a foggy mass, which now made Qin Feng feel quite uncomfortable. After all, his dantian had not yet expanded to accommodate such a mass of inner power. Devour. Qin Feng activated his unique ability to devour, absorbing all of the mist. His meridians expanded once again, and this fog eventually transformed into 8 threads, merging into Qin Feng's dantian. At this point, he now possessed 27 threads in his dantian, 3 times that of an ordinary peak-tier ancient martial artist. Indeed, facing off against ancient martial artists accelerated his progress. But he reminded himself to stay true to his principles and not to kill innocents indiscriminately. Feeling the rapid upgrade of his absorbing star technique, Qin Feng knew that one often struggles to control their killing intent. Fortunately, with the experience of having lived a previous life, he was not inclined to rush things. The next day, Qin Feng woke up early. The time for awakening had completely passed, and those who had not awakened had almost lost all hope. However, for many, this marked a new beginning. Qin Feng set off with Xiao Bai, driving toward Zhou Hao's neighborhood. Finally, you're here, crazy. I was about to lose my patience. Zhou Hao climbed into the car and then stared wide-eyed at Xiao Bai. What is this? A pet? Why did you bring a pet along? Xiao Bai was wearing a cute little hat on her head, and underneath it was a hair clip that kept it in place. She was dressed in a red little dress, looking quite charming and attracting a lot of attention. After boldly going out yesterday, Xiao Bai refused to hide in a backpack and insisted on being outside instead. Qin Feng felt helpless, but thought that no one at school would harm Xiao Bai, so he decided to bring her along. This is Xiao Bai. Don't call her a dog. She won't like it, Qin Feng warned Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nearly burst out laughing. All right, nice to meet you, Xiao Bai. Let us shake hands. Zhou Hao reached out to greet Xiao Bai. She extended her sharp claws, contemplating whether to give Zhou Hao a little bloodletting. Ahem, settle down. Qin Feng quickly changed the subject. Zhou Hao really had a knack for stirring trouble. Xiao Bai was now a beast general. Although she had always assisted Qin Feng, he was well aware of her true strength. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Chongbei Advanced Academy. There were quite a few people standing at the entrance. And among the crowd, the most eye-catching were the seniors in their deep red and patterned Advanced Academy uniforms. Wow, beautiful. The Advanced Academy is truly different. Zhou Hao exclaimed with delight, pointing out one of the students in the crowd to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, not very interested, glanced over, and was surprised to see a familiar face. The water element ability user named Li Yaoyao. Qin Feng remembered that she was indeed a student at the Advanced Academy. A quick glance revealed Lu Ming standing next to her, looking quite impatient. Let us go. We need to register first. There were 3 registration points, 2 of which were bustling with activity, while 1 was quiet and deserted. That spot was for the registration of ability users. I'll head over there first. I'll come find you later. Qin Feng pointed to that location, leaving Zhou Hao gaping in surprise. Hey, are you crazy? You awakened your ability and didn't he even tell me? Qin Feng waved his hand, ignoring Zhou Hao's complaints. This was a decision he had made after careful consideration. Chapter 53. The fierce presence of Xiaobai before his rebirth. Qin Feng had reached a high level as an ancient martial artist. If it weren't for his accidental death, his strength would have continued to grow due to the absorption of abilities. However, he was still a novice when it came to abilities. Now, the outdoor laboratory had been eliminated by him. Although it was best not to expose his dark abilities, the Hellstone provided him with a good solution. At this moment, at the awakening reception, as Qin Feng approached, the student welcoming him immediately broke into a smile. Are you here to register for the Advanced Academy's ability class? Are you sure you've awakened your ability? What type is it? Qin Feng snapped his fingers, and a small flame appeared at his fingertip. Fire element ability. Impressive. The senior, watching Qin Feng's casual gesture, couldn't help but praise him. You just awakened and already received a flame rune, and you can release it at will. Your talent must be extraordinary. Qin Feng looked at the senior, who seemed sincere, and couldn't help but feel speechless. It was worth noting that even if he wanted to hide his dark abilities, becoming a fire element user would still draw a lot of attention. He hadn't expected that such a casual gesture would be seen as a sign of strength. Qin Feng quickly extinguished the flame on his finger. But people around had already seen it. An ability user. What incredible luck to have awakened an ability. That looks so cool. Those registering for the ancient martial arts and firearms departments were all staring at Qin Feng, including Li Yaoyao, who was processing paperwork. When she looked over, her expression was filled with surprise. Qin Feng. Li Yaoyao handed her registration form to someone else. She had come here specifically to wait for Qin Feng, and she hadn't expected him to arrive so late, and even to register for the ability department when she had spent so long at the ancient martial arts registration desk. With that thought, her excitement turned into a hint of annoyance. Qin Feng also spotted Li Yaoyao and greeted her, as they were old acquaintances. Hello. After saying that, he quickly filled out his registration form. Li Yaoyao had a sweet smile on her face. Let me take you to the testing area, Qin Feng. No need. I still have to wait for a friend. The student at the ability reception couldn't help but admire Qin Feng inwardly, thinking to himself that he had the courage to refuse such a beautiful girl. Let's wait together then. Li Yaoyao bit her lower lip and stood next to Qin Feng. In an instant, many people cast hostile glances at Qin Feng. He frowned. He disliked being in the spotlight and certainly didn't appreciate such attention. He contemplated whether he should head back to the car to wait for Zhou Hao. However, Li Yaoyao wouldn't let him off so easily. Qin Feng, is this your pet? It's so adorable. She reached out to pet Xiaobai. Qin Feng quickly stepped back, and Xiaobai had already extended its claws and fangs. Out of the backpack, Xiaobai was exposed, naturally attracting attention, and 2 people had already provoked it that day. Don't touch it, Qin Feng warned coldly. Xiaobai was no mere pet. It was a beast general. Li Yaoyao retracted her hand awkwardly, feeling wronged. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to deny her even a chance to touch a pet. Just then, someone suddenly slammed the table and stood up. What's wrong with wanting to pet your animal? Yaoyao wants your pet. It's a compliment to you. Don't be ungrateful. This person was also wearing a school uniform and had originally been standing with Li Yaoyao at the ancient martial arts department reception. He thought it was quite pleasant to be working alongside her, but now a pretty boy had come and stolen her attention. This couldn't stand. Lu Rui, don't say that, Li Yaoyao hurriedly explained, her gaze shifting nervously to Qin Feng. I was in the wrong just now. Qin Feng, please don't be angry. Qin Feng's brow furrowed tightly. Lu Rui, however, strode over confidently. It's just a dog, right? If Yaoyao wants it, I'll just grab it for her. Lu Rui grinned maliciously, reaching out to snatch Xiaobai away. In reality, Lu Rui's intent to take Xiaobai was a facade. He planned to slap Xiaobai away afterward and then strike Qin Feng's arm, incapacitating him. What kind of ability user are you? Without systematic training, you're just useless and no match for a martial artist. Lu Rui felt invincible, eager to show off in front of Li Yaoyao and demonstrate his power over Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression darkened completely. Fight him, he commanded in his mind. Due to their bond, Xiaobai could sense the order. There was no need to hold back. It was better to let them know how formidable Xiaobai was. revealing at most not its spatial abilities. Everything else was fair game. Xiao Bai was a beast general and could sense the presence of high-level ability users. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Bai didn't move its mouth. It found this person unappetizing. With a swift motion, Xiao Bai raised its paw, and its claws transformed into a white shadow, striking out. Ah! Lu Rue screamed, stumbling back. He looked at his hand in horror, finding it brutally lacerated, deep enough to see bone. Everyone around jumped back in shock. You should know that after enhancement, the human body becomes incredibly strong. If it were a pet dog, not to mention one as small as Xiao Bai, even a fierce large dog would be unable to break through human defenses if it hadn't mutated. At this moment, seeing a pet inflict serious injuries on a senior from a prestigious academy left everyone in disbelief. That is not a pet, Lu Rue exclaimed angrily. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. Now they understood, but it was too late. Xiao Bai was quite vengeful. You should be careful walking alone at night. Next time, that claw might not just scratch your hand, but could very well go for your eyes. Hearing Qin Feng's words, and then glancing at Lu Rue's injured hand made everyone wince in sympathy. This is a mythical beast. So small yet so powerful. Damn. This guy is so lucky. Not only did he awaken his powers, but he also bonded with a mythical beast cub, which would surely become a great asset as it grows. Everyone was envious. Lu Rue, however, felt his face flush with anger and wanted to kill Qin Feng. Seeing this, Li Yaoyao quickly stepped in to calm Lu Rue. Don't be upset, Lu Rue. I'll treat you. It's just a minor injury. She released water-based runes, and a soft blue light surrounded her, merging with Lu Rue's hand. The wounds on Lu Rue healed at a visibly rapid pace, and within 5 minutes, there was no trace left. Phew. Li Yaoyao sighed in relief, feeling a bit drained. So it's water runes. It turns out this beauty is a senior with special abilities. She's simply a goddess, a white-clad angel. Chapter 54. Rune affinity. People around them continuously praised Li Yaoyao. At this point, Lu Rue felt relaxed and looked smugly at Qin Feng. What if your pet made me suffer? I lost face but gained a beauty. Lu Rue suddenly felt it wasn't such a loss after all. However, he soon looked around in confusion, realizing there was no sign of Qin Feng. They were so focused on the treatment that they hadn't noticed that Qin Feng had already taken advantage of the situation, cut in line with Zhou Hao, grabbed the registration form, and left. Qin Feng, you actually awakened your powers? That Xiao Bai is a mythical beast. What level is it? It seems really impressive. That beauty seemed to know you. Zhou Hao bombarded him with questions. You're a bit too chatty, Qin Feng said, feeling a headache coming on. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes. Then just answer me. I don't want to talk about it. Damn, you have secrets from your bro. Isn't that normal? If there are no secrets, then we're just best buds. Zhou Hao suddenly felt drained and couldn't find a comeback. I'm not intentionally hiding things from you, but I can't be bothered to explain. Just know the facts. Qin Feng patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Are we still brothers? Zhou Hao complained. But then he thought about the potential fruits and the meat of the beast generals. He suddenly felt that Qin Feng must have been keeping secrets from him for a long time. But Qin Feng also had a point. He couldn't share everything with others. As long as he remembered his brother, that was enough. Then I asked the last question. Do you have any feelings for that beautiful girl? Zhou Hao asked gossipingly. Feelings? Qin Feng frowned. What do you mean? Of course, it looks like she likes you. Don't you like her? Not at all. Qin Feng replied bluntly. Why not? Zhou Hao looked at Qin Feng incredulously. She is so beautiful and a water element ability user. She'll definitely become a healer in the future. How can you not like her? Qin Feng was speechless. If he were a young and reckless lad, he would probably be flustered by the attention of someone like Li Yaoyao. Unfortunately, the current Qin Feng was no longer the boy from the orphanage, lacking power and status. In the 10 years before his rebirth, Qin Feng hadn't exactly reached the peak, but hadn't been completely empty-handed either. He had experienced wealth and relationships. To him, Li Yaoyao was just mediocre. He wasn't very interested in those things. His goal was to take revenge and reach the top after experiencing rebirth. There's no reason for it. She's just not my type. Qin Feng didn't have much to say about Li Yaoyao. Luckily, this topic didn't last long, as they had already arrived at the testing center. Meanwhile, Li Yaoyao felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction in her heart. Qin Feng actually ran off and left her again. This boy really didn't care about her at all. At the ability testing center, a young boy awakening his powers arrived. Hi, I'm Ching Chao, and I'll be your first-year instructor from now on. Just call me Teacher Chung. Ching Chao was a man in his 40s, somewhat unkempt in appearance, but very friendly. Teacher Chung, here is my testing form. Qin Feng handed over the form. Ching Chao took it and placed it directly on a nearby device. So you've awakened a fire element ability? No need to test anything else. We'll go straight to testing your consciousness and rune affinity. As he spoke, Cheng Chao took a fiery red fire element crystal core, which was a rare attribute crystal. He placed the crystal core into the device. This device will be essential for you in the future. It can decompose special ability crystals into runes. The stronger your talent, the stronger the runes you absorb. And your abilities will stand out. Of course, even if you're not that strong, you're still very lucky, so don't feel too much pressure. Let us get started. Qin Feng nodded and sat in a mechanical shell, with a blindfold placed over his eyes. Release your consciousness and capture those fire runes. The more, the better. Cheng Chao's voice came from outside. Qin Feng released his consciousness and saw countless fire runes dancing around. He knew that these fire runes were the conditions for the test. He quickly captured them with his consciousness, using an incredibly strong pulling force to absorb these runes. However, Qin Feng's aggressive absorption only managed to take in about 1% of the dark runes. Moreover, once these runes entered the consciousness space, they quickly dissipated. After all, Qin Feng was ultimately a dark ability user. He was merely pretending to be a fire element ability user due to the mutated fire runes. Even if these flickering fire runes were absorbed by Qin Feng, they couldn't exist on his diamond planet. He wondered if the dark stone could absorb these fire runes. Although the dark stone was a high-level item, it contained numerous runes, and after mutating the fire runes, it could also be absorbed by Qin Feng. Without further ado, Qin Feng forcefully stripped the fire runes with his consciousness and integrated them into the dark stone. When those vibrant fire runes turned dark red, he activated his consciousness to send them to the diamond planet. Subsequently, the two runes were instantly inscribed on the diamond planet. It worked. However, before Qin Feng could continue, he heard a beeping sound, and all the fire runes in the consciousness space vanished. That's enough. The mentor's voice echoed, and the machine also spat out a report. The mentor looked at the report, his eyes widening in surprise. Then he regretfully slapped his thigh. Sigh. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Mentor, what's wrong? Can't my results get me into a higher academy? Of course, they can, but it's a bit of a pity. The mentor handed the report to Qin Feng, who took a look at his test results. Number of elements captured, 2 strength of consciousness, rune affinity. Qin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect his strength of consciousness to be. What a pity, if only your affinity could be a bit higher. It's rare to see such strong consciousness. Cheng Chao remarked regretfully. Qin Feng didn't react much, as he knew that his rune affinity was not that high. This was merely due to the fact that he was not absorbing dark runes. Teacher, how is this affinity calculated? Qin Feng asked. He was almost completely in the dark about ability users, especially the basic concepts, which he knew the least about. The initial absorption capacity for a low-level ability user is 2, and it increases as follows. For mid-level, 6 for high-level, 8 for advanced, 10 for elite, 12 for top tier, and the strongest can reach 15 or even 20. Don't underestimate this small difference. With the same level of consciousness, stronger users will absorb runes much more effectively. Keep in mind that even a low-level ability user needs 1,000 fire runes, which a level 1 affinity ability user would take 10 days to complete. However, a level 6 affinity ability user might learn it in just 2 or 3 days. This is still at the lowest level. For higher level abilities, the number of runes needed is in the tens of thousands. However, Qin Feng remembered that when he had just awakened the dark runes, he was able to absorb over 20 in an hour during the day, and at night, it skyrocketed to more than 100. Does that mean his talent is already extraordinary? Chapter 55. Assisting in the manhunt. Of course, don't get discouraged. As your mental strength grows, you'll find you can train longer than others, and advanced abilities aren't something you can possess right away. Keep working hard. Cheng Chao encouraged Qin Feng. Thank you, teacher. Qin Feng replied, looking at the final result on his test paper, which read passed. Now, all he needed to do was pay a fee, and he could officially become a student at Chongbei Advanced Academy. Instead of leaving immediately, Qin Feng headed to another location. This was, of course, the testing area for ancient martial artists. The machine in front of him was the same one Qin Feng had used for testing at the hotel. Zhou Hao was already ahead in line, with just a few people left before it was his turn. Testing begins. The person in front suddenly roared, throwing a punch. Bang. An attack power of 279. You get another chance. Thank you, teacher, thank you. The person nodded eagerly and swung their fist again. But this time they only managed 256, completely missing their opportunity. If the requirements for ability users entering the Advanced Academy were quite lenient, then without a doubt, the standards for ancient martial artists were very strict. The attack power must reach 300, and there are specific requirements for speed and reaction time as well. Of course, having an attack power below 300 doesn't mean one can't become an ancient martial artist. It just means their future prospects will be somewhat limited. Soon, It was Zhou Hao's turn. Watch this. Zhou Hao swung his fist vigorously. He had been among the top performers in the Middle Academy and had a natural sharpness for combat. Bang! This punch was extremely powerful, and the numbers on the testing device skyrocketed. 516. A gasp erupted from the crowd. With an attack power over 500. Wasn't he already at a different level of strength? So strong. I've trained for so long, barely breaking 300, and he has surpassed 500. At this moment, the testing teacher also took notice of Zhou Hao, seemingly quite impressed. Go test something else. Zhou Hao clenched his fist, feeling ecstatic. Hey, are you done over there? Let us go. Come with me to test something else. Zhou Hao quickly dragged Qin Feng to another location. Qin Feng naturally accompanied him, as he had the time. After a series of tests, Zhou Hao's results were outstanding, making him happy, and even more so for Qin Feng. Zhou Hao had died because of me in his past life. Now that I've changed his fate, he is alive. With his talent, his future prospects are limitless. I hope that in the future, we can fight side by side. Qin Feng felt elated. After paying the 50,000 yuan tuition fee, the two received the uniforms of the Advanced Academy. The deep purple uniforms were sharp and neat. Moreover, they also served as combat gear. The rugged boots made everyone look much more capable, and wearing such attire in the gathering place was almost a symbol of limitless future potential. Tomorrow is the start of classes, and I can finally begin my training in inner power. Zhou Hao was bursting with excitement. However, Qin Feng's expression changed. What is the unified inner power issued by the Advanced Academy? He asked. Zhou Hao replied, it's the Hunyuan Ju, a top-tier inner power technique. After I return, I'll give you another inner power technique. You can practice Hunyuan Ju without any issues. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Qin Feng said. Zhou Hao looked at Qin Feng curiously. How come you have so many good things now? Did you find some kind of treasure? Does finding a dead body count? Qin Feng crafted a beautiful lie. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. Wow. Did you encounter some powerful person's spatial gear in the wild? It must contain unparalleled martial arts, super strong rune weapons, and a bunch of gold and jewels. The more Zhou Hao imagined, the more outrageous it became. Qin Feng, however, didn't interrupt and just smiled calmly. At that moment, Qin Feng's communicator rang. He clicked to answer automatically, and a figure appeared on the screen. It was Zhang Haoyang, the head of the bounty hunter network whom he had just met yesterday. Qin Feng, are you free right now? We're in the middle of capturing a fugitive, and I saw you're nearby. Could you lend us a hand? After it's done, I'll give you a quarter of the commission. Zhang Haoyang's voice was urgent, and the sound of screeching brakes could be heard in the background, indicating they were in hot pursuit of someone. Sure, share the fugitive's location with me. Qin Feng replied. Great, thank you. Zhang Haoyang quickly shared the criminal's details and location, which was just 3 streets away from where Qin Feng was. Howsy, you stay in the car. It's best that you don't get involved in such a dangerous situation. The fugitive Zhang Haoyang is after is at least a bit powerful. Is this the bounty hunter network? You guys are going after a wanted criminal? Take me with you. Take me with you. I can just stay in the car. Zhou Hao was clearly very excited. All right. Hold on tight. Qin Feng activated the hover system, and the vehicle lifted off the ground as the wind rune device kicked in, accelerating rapidly. Whoosh. The vehicle was almost enveloped in a whirlwind, sweeping through the streets. In the blink of an eye, they covered the distance of 3 streets. And Qin Feng spotted the other vehicle. It was a deep blue truck that was careening out of control, causing chaos on the road as many cars were knocked askew. Qin Feng noticed that Zhang Haoyang's vehicle was a white sports car, but perhaps due to operating in the city, it didn't have the hover feature, as several million could buy a set of rune equipment instead. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage now. Qin Feng's vehicle zoomed past. Engaging autopilot, lock onto the blue vehicle. Qin Feng changed the operating mode while also opening the sunroof, standing up from the driver's seat. His hand slid to his waist, and the energy gun he had exchanged from Xue Xingfu appeared in his grasp. Bang! The energy gun emitted a beam of light, and in the next moment, the tire of the blue truck in front let out a loud bang. The tire quickly deflated. Pop! Qin Feng fired another shot. The truck collapsed backward, its spinning wheels scraping against the ground and creating sparks, but its speed significantly dropped. A figure swiftly jumped down from the truck's driver's seat. Bounty hunters. Please note, Criminal Viper locked on. This name was clearly a code name. Having a code name indicated something extraordinary. And it was also possible that this person had never used their real name within the Human Alliance. Qin Feng glanced at his communicator and indeed saw that this Viper was marked as a member of a dark organization, responsible for planning multiple massacre incidents. You little bastard. Die. Viper's face twisted with rage as he grabbed a small car parked by the roadside, channeling his internal energy to lift it and smash it in Qin Feng's direction. Qin Feng leaped down from the hover car and kicked the vehicle. Chapter 56. annihilating Viper repulsion. The star-absorbing technique erupted, instantly enveloping the car in repulsive force and sending it back. Viper clearly hadn't expected that not only would Qin Feng counter his attack, but he would also return it intact. Viper was unable to catch the car again. The violent collision would only shatter it. Viper quickly dodged. Boom. The car crashed onto the road, resulting in a violent explosion. Qin Feng wrapped himself in internal energy, landing lightly on the ground. Viper's malevolent gaze turned towards Qin Feng, and upon seeing his youthful face, a savage expression reappeared. You little punk. I'll kill you first. A person without any signs of being a capable fighter actually dared to provoke him, utterly unaware of the danger he was in. Viper charged at him in a frenzy. Bang! He swung a fist towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng also unleashed a punch. The 27 threads of energy within him quickly mobilized, channeling into his meridians, rapidly increasing his attack power. Right now, his internal energy, in both quality and quantity, was no less than that of a seasoned martial artist. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a powerful sound of impact that was almost unbelievable for a physical confrontation. Viper felt the force coming from the punch, and his eyes filled with disbelief and madness. Kid, let us see how long you can hold on. Viper roared again. Bang! 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 The two of them exchanged blows, going head-to-head with sheer physical strength, and Qin Feng showed no signs of backing down. The power generated by the star-absorbing technique left Viper feeling uncomfortable, but Qin Feng realized that his opponent was incredibly strong, and he couldn't forcibly absorb Viper's internal energy. Damn it, this Viper is infuriating, Viper thought, growing angrier with each exchange. Just then, Zhang Haoyang and the others finally arrived from behind. Qin Feng was entangled with Viper, and the three newcomers surrounded him. Viper, there's no escape for you now. One of them shouted angrily. Leave it to us. One of Zhang Haoyang's companions chimed in, clearly dismissing Qin Feng. Zhang Haoyang tensed up, giving a direct order, attack. Three people joined the fray, and it seemed that the Viper was doomed. Damn it! The Viper roared in frustration. Although his strength was only at the second level, he was incredibly fast and skilled at evasion, which was why Zhang Haoyang and his group had failed to capture him earlier. Now, with three people surrounding him, he found himself in a life-or-death situation. You forced my hand. Now, you will all pay the price. The Viper suddenly grinned savagely and pulled out a strange green vial, injecting its contents into his body. Ah! He screamed. His body rapidly expanded and contorted, green scales bursting forth from his skin. In the blink of an eye, the Viper transformed into a massive serpent-like beast, several meters long and as thick as a barrel. Mutation experiment. Qin Feng quickly retreated, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The Dark Organization's special experiments had never ceased, and some terrifying humanoid weapons were the result of genetic modifications that turned humans into powerful beasts, capable of immense combat power at critical moments. The Viper, originally just a second-level fighter, had now become comparable to a beast general after injecting the genetic mutation serum. This was far beyond Qin Feng's capabilities. With a terrifying howl that was almost human, the Viper launched itself at Zhang Haoyang and his companions, who were paralyzed with fear, unable to escape in time. The Viper coiled and sprang, its immense strength sending the ancient martial artist who had previously ordered Qin Feng to retreat flying through the air. Thud! Blood sprayed out as his ribs caved in from the impact. Humanity's strength seemed so feeble in the face of such a beast. Zhang Haoyang stumbled back repeatedly as the Viper relentlessly pursued him, its gaping maw wide open, seemingly ready to swallow him whole. The gruesome scene instilled pure terror in everyone present. At that moment, Qin Feng, who had managed to evade, suddenly raised his hand, unleashing his mental energy. Fire! Flames erupted, forming a massive fireball in his palm. Not only that, but the flames from the previously exploded car seemed to be drawn to him like a magnet, swirling through the air and almost forming a fire dragon. Go! Qin Feng thrust his hands forward, sending the gigantic fire dragon soaring through the air, howling as it chased after the Viper and slammed into it. Boom! The tremendous force knocked the Viper away. Flames immediately engulfed its body, creating a column of fire around it. Ah! The Viper screamed in agony. Hellfire! Qin Feng did not cease his assault. He raised his hand again, this time conjuring a palm-sized black-red orb. It was the mutated hellfire infused with dark energy. The black hellfire ball was hurled into the air, silently approaching, and instantly fell upon the massive head of the Viper. With a puff, everything in the path of the hellfire was reduced to ashes, and a huge pit formed on the Viper's skull. The Viper's violent thrashing suddenly ceased. The Viper was dead. Huff, huff. Zhang Haoyang, who had narrowly escaped death, was still trying to catch his breath, staring at Qin Feng with a gaze filled with disbelief and fear. This kind of power was simply too overwhelming. He was actually a superhuman. Zhang Haoyang couldn't believe it, but then he recalled the immense physical strength Qin Feng had displayed earlier. A practitioner of both ancient martial arts and superpowers? However, Zhang Haoyang's gaze fell upon the wheels of the blue truck, his mouth filled with bitterness. With his impeccable marksmanship, who exactly was Qin Feng? Was there anything he couldn't do? At that moment, Qin Feng raised his hand and withdrew the fire runes. Annihilation. The flames extinguished automatically, revealing the viper's charred body. Its massive form had turned to charcoal, the top of its head pierced through, almost unrecognizable as a creature of flesh and blood. Devour. Qin Feng calmly began to absorb the energy. Unknown energy emanated from the viper's corpse, entering Qin Feng's body. After using the viper gene mutation serum, it was equivalent to that of a tiered beast, and the energy was naturally immense. In an instant, Qin Feng felt the familiar surge of ascension power. His body was filled with strength, his physique became robust, his speed skyrocketed, and his sensory abilities greatly enhanced. 9 segments. After a month of awakening, Qin Feng was just one step away from becoming a tiered power user. Ing. Little White jumped down from the truck, its snow-white paws barely touching the ground to avoid any dust, raising its claw and slashing through the air. A white claw mark swept across, splitting the viper's body in half. The outer flesh was charred to carbon, but the inside still retained blood, revealing an energy core within. Clearly, Little White was after that energy core. Qin Feng stepped forward and took the fist-sized red energy core. This should count as a trophy. It rightfully belongs to me, Qin Feng said. Chapter 57. Underground fighting. Zhang Haoyang watched Qin Feng's actions without a hint of objection, naturally saying, "Of course, it belongs to you. If it weren't for you today, we wouldn't have just caught the viper. We would have been done for." Qin Feng took the energy core, but left the corpse untouched. Zhang Haoyang submitted the mission, including Qin Feng's name, and Qin Feng's bounty hunter score increased by 100 points. Moreover, the reward for the viper was substantial. As a member of the Dark Organization, the viper had a high reputation, with a bounty of 8 million. A quarter of that reward was 2 million. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm heading out now, Qin Feng said. Thanks again. If you ever need help in the future, just let me know. Zhang Haoyang replied. No problem. Qin Feng accepted the goodwill without hesitation. During their battle, Zhou Hao had already jumped into the passenger seat. The car was already 100 meters away. After all, the recent fight might have collateral damage. Once the battle was over, Zhou Hao drove back over. Qin Feng got in the car, holding Xiao Bai, while Zhou Hao was bursting with excitement. After all, Qin Feng's revealed strength had truly opened Zhou Hao's eyes. Remember to send me the internal cultivation technique when you get back. I can't wait, Zhou Hao exclaimed, astonished by Qin Feng's power, which also affirmed the incredible experiences Qin Feng had in the past month. Sure, I'll send it to you as soon as I get back, Qin Feng said as he switched to the driver's seat. Xiao Bai was eagerly tugging at Qin Feng, urging him to take out that energy crystal core. All right, here you go, Qin Feng said helplessly. He knew that absorbing this energy crystal would significantly enhance his progression. But ever since Xiao Bai came into the picture, all his energy crystals had been given to Xiao Bai, yet he had no regrets at all. Xiao Bai began to absorb the energy crystal, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The energy from the advanced Beast's crystal was immense as well. Once they got home, Qin Feng started to memorize the advanced technique. Feng Xiangong. This technique was something he had painstakingly acquired before his rebirth, costing him nearly all his savings. It was also thanks to this technique that he managed to reach a certain level. Though it couldn't compare to the star absorption technique, it still helped Qin Feng a lot. Now, with the star absorption technique, Qin Feng didn't need to practice Feng Xiangong, but it would certainly be suitable for Zhou Hao, who would also receive a supplementary leg technique. After years of practice, Qin Feng had gained insights into the techniques, which he wrote down and planned to send to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was absolutely thrilled on his end. Meanwhile, Qin Feng wasn't idle either. The absorption of abilities had enhanced his physical body, but unfortunately, this time he couldn't absorb the inner strength of the viper because the opponent had already injected a mutated serum before he had the chance. What a pity. Qin Feng felt a bit regretful, but reaching the 9th stage with his physical body was still impressive. However, it seemed there was still one place where he could confront ancient martial artists. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He didn't know this place himself, but he was aware that every gathering spot would have one. That was the underground fighting arena. It was a place to vent violence and promote brutality. It was also the most savage coliseum. Qin Feng searched for some information, and since the underground fighting arena was semi-public, he quickly found out the location. At night, darkness enveloped the Chongbei gathering area. However, the darkness could not conceal the noise coming from certain places. The slums of Chongbei are the most chaotic and disordered areas, where the term dirty and messy barely scratches the surface of the environment. Perhaps in some dark corner, a corpse lies unnoticed. Qin Feng isn't dressed in combat gear. Instead, he looks like a wealthy young master in casual wear, exuding an air of nonchalance that somehow feels both relaxed and infuriating. Boss, we got a fat sheep coming in. Oh, are you sure? Does he have any bodyguards? No, looks like he's just here for fun. And he's carrying at least 100,000 in communication devices. Damn, it's him. A group of people rushed over aggressively, surrounding Qin Feng. Kid, hand over $1 million if you know what's good for you, or today's the day your head rolls. The leader, a fierce-looking young man, yelled. Qin Feng halted and turned to face them. They lacked any visible ability badges, but with his formidable awareness, he sensed their strength was only around the second or third tier. Moreover, their internal energy was barely a wisp of mist, practically nothing. Better than nothing, I suppose. They're just a bunch of scum. Qin Feng sneered, and in the next moment, he unleashed the star-absorbing technique. A tremendous suction force erupted, causing the group to lose their balance, swaying uncontrollably. In just seconds, the suction vanished, replaced by an enormous repulsive force. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch. The group was sent flying, screaming in terror. But soon they realized this was only the beginning of their misfortune. Due to their lack of practice, their internal energy vanished completely, effectively erasing all their hard work over the years, sending them back to square one. I'll kill you. One thug charged at Qin Feng. But before his knife could even reach him, Qin Feng sidestepped, and in the next moment, his hand landed on the thug's wrist. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed. Clatter. The knife fell to the ground, and the thug let out a piercing scream. Still want to kill me? Qin Feng chuckled coldly, pushing the thug down to the ground, leaving him dazed and confused. And no, I won't dare. Big brother, I was wrong. The thug finally panicked, the rage that had clouded his mind dissipating under Qin Feng's overwhelming force. Do you often hang around here? Take me to the underground fighting arena. Even though Qin Feng had been active in the Chongbei area before turning 16, there were still places he wouldn't dare to enter, such as this slum. Now that he was here, he realized just how complicated the roads were, and it was the perfect opportunity to have someone guide him. All right, big brother, follow me. The thug quickly replied, leading the way, while the other thugs scattered, no longer daring to approach Qin Feng. Soon, the thug brought Qin Feng to a grand entrance adorned in gold and bright lights. The luxurious entrance was bustling with activity, and several high-end cars were parked in the elevated parking lot. Above the entrance, the golden letters spelled out Eagle Club. The Eagle Club not only operated underground fighting, but also included gambling, bathing, and entertainment, making it a lavish hotspot in Chongbei. Each guard at the entrance bore a 9 emblem on their chest. One was a practitioner of ancient martial arts, while the other was armed, clearly a gunman. Chapter 58. Betting on fights with such formidable guards at the door, it was evident that the owners of this underground fighting venue wielded substantial power. Qin Feng knew that this semi-official Eagle Club was owned by the deputy district chief, Lin Zeng. Sir, welcome to the Eagle Club. The 2 bodyguard bouncers did not move, but several attractive hostesses immediately approached Qin Feng with warm greetings. Dressed in high-end attire, with outfits costing at least 4,000 to 5,000, and a communicator worth 100,000 on his wrist, Qin Feng was quickly labeled in the minds of those around him as a rich tycoon, a second-generation wealthy individual. Qin Feng nodded and casually tossed a few thousand into one of the hostess's arms. Take me to the underground fighting arena. The hostess's eyes lit up as she caught sight of the cash, her gaze toward Qin Feng filled with admiration. I'll take you there right away, sir. Please follow me. The hostess, named Xiaoyan, swayed her hips as she led the way, a proud expression on her face as she glanced back at others, seemingly reveling in her fortune. The other hostesses, seeing they missed out on the opportunity, could only roll their eyes and seek other wealthy patrons, secretly lamenting Xiaoyan's luck in finding such a favorable employer, especially since he was much more appealing than those old men. Xiaoyan led Qin Feng into the elevator and pressed the button for the underground floor. What is your surname, sir? No need for formalities, just Qin. Qin Feng was succinct with his words. What does your family do, Mr. Qin? You look so young. Xiaoyan tried to engage him in conversation, but Qin Feng showed little interest. Introduce me to the underground fighting scene, Qin Feng said coldly. Xiaoyan felt a pang of unease, sensing that Qin Feng might be a difficult client to please. Sure, Mr. Qin. You'll see the underground fighting arena shortly. Today's fighters are the Black Bear, Lokes, and others, all possessing significant abilities. Xiaoyan explained as the elevator doors opened, and a loud commotion greeted them. Right this way, Mr. Qin. Xiaoyan led the way, with Qin Feng following closely behind. After passing through a corridor, he was met with a vast space. It was as large as a small sports arena, towering at least 3 stories high. In the center was a ring approximately 20 meters wide, covered by a transparent energy shield. Qin Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. What a grand setup. Such protective barriers were typically used to withstand beast attacks during sieges. Yet they were now being extravagantly utilized for this purpose. Outside the arena, there were sloping steps lined with countless seats, at least enough to accommodate 10,000 people with a quick glance. Throughout the entire structure, there were enormous columns over 3 meters wide, each adorned with electronic screens broadcasting live coverage of the battles taking place in the arena. Mr. Qin, you're in luck. You're witnessing the 5th match, where the defender is the formidable Bahu. However, his opponent is even stronger, Duan Shou, who has won 8 consecutive matches. This is a significant challenge, Xiao Lian explained eagerly, also reminding Qin Feng specifically. Mr. Qin, you can activate your communicator to connect to our public network, where you can view the betting odds for this match and even tip the fighters. Qin Feng was unfamiliar with the rules of the underground fighting scene in Qingyang City, but in his previous life, he had attended underground fights in other places. However, he was merely a spectator back then, as he lacked the strength to participate. Qin Feng activated his communicator and saw the betting odds for the 2 fighters. The odds for the defender and the challenger were 1 to 5, meaning if he bet on Bahu to win, a 100 yuan bet would yield 500, while betting on Duan Shou had odds of 67, requiring a 600 yuan bet to win 700. From these odds, it seemed the officials did not have much faith in Bahu. Moreover, there was a tipping system for both fighters, directly rewarding them based on the intensity of the battle. The more exciting the fight, the more tips the audience would give in the heat of the moment. At that moment, the 2 fighters had already stepped onto the stage. Qin Feng chose not to place a bet, and Xiao Lian hesitated to say anything further. Ladies and gentlemen, the thrilling battle is about to begin. Let us hear your cheers. The booming surround sound filled the arena as the host excitedly announced the start of the match. Qin Feng focused on the fighters in the arena. It was clear that Bahu was in a bad state. His body was noticeably thinner, covered in wounds, and his face was bruised. In contrast, his opponent appeared vigorous and even stronger. There was almost no suspense in this battle. As soon as the match began, the fighter known as Duan Shou launched a fierce attack, quickly rendering Bahu unable to retaliate. Duan Shou, come on, smash him. At this point, Qin Feng noticed that the tips for both fighters on his communicator were rapidly increasing. The host's voice echoed again. Boss 721 just tipped Duan Shou 100,000 yuan, urging him to snap Bahu's neck. Let us see how Duan Shou performs. On the stage, Duan Shou naturally heard the host's words and grinned menacingly, charging forward with a brutal onslaught. Crack! One of Bahu's arms was twisted and broken at a grotesque angle, with a bone protruding through the flesh, clearly visible. Bahu screamed in agony. The audience, however, erupted in cheers, clearly thrilled. Duan Shou. With a cruel smile, the broken hand continued to attack. Crack, crack, crack. In a series of moves, the limbs of the Tiger King were twisted and broken. Boss number 721 rewarded the broken hand with another 100,000. And boss number 221 and boss number 1032 as well. My goodness, the bosses seemed to really enjoy the thrilling performance of the broken hand. The broken hand waved his arms as if flaunting his power, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. I give up. The Tiger King screamed frantically, his eyes filled with terror. Give up? In the underground arena, there's never been a case of surrender. The broken hand stepped forward, and with a crack, he twisted the Tiger King's neck. A roar of cheers erupted, twisted faces, excited shouts. Everyone was red-faced and hoarse. So, the thrilling performance is all about brutally finishing off the opponent? Qin Feng smirked mockingly, coldly observing it all. Even in his second life, he couldn't adapt to the madness of these people. Perhaps it's because these individuals are ordinary, unable to leave their gathering place. They vent their violence and emotions here. Qin Feng seemed to sense the air of darkness. His voice was too soft, and with the surrounding audience roaring, Xiao Lian didn't hear what Qin Feng said. But she felt that at this moment, Qin Feng didn't seem particularly excited, and even looked a bit unhappy. Mr. Qin, if you don't like the noise, we can go to a private room where you can enjoy the matches quietly. Qin Feng replied coldly. No need. I find this match very interesting. I want to participate. So I'll challenge the broken hand. Chapter 59. Stepping onto the arena, Xiao Lian's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief as she looked at Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, please don't joke around. Going on stage is no laughing matter. That's something only desperate people do. The folks who come here are all sorts, but without a doubt, They're all poor. You look like a wealthy young master. Why would you want to do something so reckless? You don't need to worry about that. Just take me there. Qin Feng tossed a stack of money onto Xiao Yan. Seeing so much cash, Xiao Yan knew this young master was not to be trifled with, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Then, young master, follow me." But challenging the broken hand isn't as simple as it sounds. Qin Feng followed Xiao Yan to the registration desk. The staff at the registration desk were surprised to see Qin Feng, as he certainly didn't look like someone who was short on money. "Young master, stepping onto the stage is no joke. Our rules state that once you join, you must fight 5 matches a day before deciding whether to drop out. A person can fight a maximum of 35 matches, and from the second day onwards, each opponent will be stronger and more experienced than the last. There have been others your age, but most don't even last past the 3rd match." The staff member said this to dissuade Qin Feng. However, he merely nodded nonchalantly and asked, "What about the rewards?" Although he came here to enhance his ancient martial arts skills, the prospect of a substantial reward is also quite appealing. The man, seeing that Qin Feng was undeterred, couldn't he care less about whether Qin Feng lived or died. He planned to check Qin Feng's background. If he turned out to be from a powerful family, he would just instruct the opponents to spare his life. The first match promised a reward of 10,000, the second 50,000, the third 100,000, the fourth 500,000, and the fifth a whopping 1 million. After the 5 consecutive wins, the total would amount to 1,660,000. However, most people wouldn't be able to claim such a sum. These rewards could only be obtained after winning all 5 matches. For example, even if Ba who won the first 4 matches, it didn't guarantee he would receive 66,000. On the contrary, he might end up losing his life. Additionally, you can take 10% of the audience's tips. Qin Feng nodded and asked, "What about the rewards for 6 consecutive wins?" The person at the registration desk nearly burst out laughing. Whether he could survive today was still uncertain, and he was already thinking about 6 consecutive wins. For each subsequent match, your reward increases by 1 million. So the 6th match would be 2 million, the 7th 3 million, the 8th 4 million. If you manage to win 35 matches in a row, that would be over 30 million. At that point, having 100 million wouldn't be a problem. The man scoffed, maliciously painting a grand picture for Qin Feng. If he were an ordinary young man, he would likely be swept away by this dream, lost in a fantasy of riches. 100 million is practically astronomical. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. Such rewards were enough to ignite his adventurous spirit. He pulled out his communicator and accessed his information. "I want to register." The person at the registration desk, seeing that Qin Feng was intent on risking it all, didn't stop him. After reviewing Qin Feng's information, he revealed a look of understanding. "You're an orphan? You just injected the awakening serum last month." "Yes." Xiao Yan was taken aback upon hearing Qin Feng's words, surprised that he was actually 3 years younger than her. But upon seeing Qin Feng's clothing and communicator, she seemed to understand. Perhaps he had earned some money in the wild, then squandered it all, and was now being urged to participate in underground fighting. There were many like him. After all, the Eagle Club was also looking to expand its business, exaggerating the prospects of overnight wealth in underground fighting. Many were lured in, only to pay with their lives. The person at the registration desk thought along similar lines. "Seems like you're quite confident in your abilities. All right, I'll register you. What code name do you want?" A code name, naturally, should be something like Bahu or Duan Shou. Qin Feng thought of the little fox still asleep at home and said, "Let us go with Mad Fox. The next contestant in the arena is called Mad Fox, and he is only 16 years old." "Ha ha ha, you heard that right. He is a boy who just awakened a month ago." Of course, his opponent isn't particularly strong. "We wouldn't want to be too cruel now, would we?" The audience erupted in laughter. If underground fighting isn't brutal, then what is? His opponent is the madman. The audience immediately saw the madman's profile, and to their surprise, he actually had decent skills. Although he didn't have a professional rating, the footage shown to the audience displayed him delivering punches with a striking power of 1,000. This meant that the madman possessed a strength level of 2. The madman was a thug raised by the Eagle Club, usually acting as a bouncer. If he got a chance to fight on stage, winning would earn him a quick 10,000, and faking a fight would pay even more since the madman's power wasn't that high. However, his track record was impressive. As a challenger, he had already taken 11 lives and only lost 3 times. So who would doubt the outcome? The madman was sure to win. "Come on, madman. Show us how you handle the weak." Bet on the madman to win. The odds for Qin Feng were 113, while the madman's were 34. Qin Feng needed to bet 100 to win 130, while the madman had to bet 300 just to earn 100. In any case, the odds for the first fight weren't high. Regardless of who won, the casino would profit. Because of this, seasoned gamblers were reluctant to place bets, especially since the first match was merely a warm-up. Both fighters have mad in their names, so let's see who among them is truly crazier. Now, let the match begin. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, and the energy shield rose as Qin Feng and the madman stood face to face. Both were only wearing shorts and combat shoes, exposing their upper bodies. The madman was tall, standing at a solid 1.9 meters, with dark skin and bulging muscles, radiating power. In contrast, Qin Feng had a healthy, wheat-colored complexion with well-defined muscles but a lean build, still resembling a youth who hadn't fully matured. At 178 centimeters, he was dwarfed by his opponent. Kid, I'm going to tear you apart. The madman flashed a set of sharp, white teeth, seemingly eager. After I shred you, I might just take you home to cook. With skin so tender, you must taste great. Qin Feng's expression darkened, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. It seemed there would be no mercy this time. The madman charged first, fists swinging fiercely. Qin Feng could have easily knocked him out with a single blow, but he didn't want to reveal his full strength. That didn't mean he would hold back. Bam! Taking advantage, Qin Feng landed a punch squarely on the madman's face. The force made the madman's head tilt to the right, blood splattering from his mouth, and one of his teeth flew 2 meters away. Chapter 60. Challenge of the Broken Hand. Isn't that all you've got? Qin Feng swung another punch. Bam! Bam! The left side of the madman's face swelled up from the blows. Below, the audience was thrilled by this unexpected turn of events, erupting in excited cheers. Wow! The owner of number 182 just tipped the madman 100,000. Let's see what he has to say. Haha, she must be the boss. She said to let the mad fox stop fighting in the ring because she can support this handsome guy. This indicates that Qin Feng's prize money is increasing. But the black madman remains motionless. After being beaten to a pulp, or perhaps feeling humiliated by Qin Feng, the black madman roared in anger, "Kid, die." He lifted a leg and kicked towards Qin Feng. But that wasn't all. A sharp blade appeared on his shoe, and if Qin Feng didn't dodge, the blade would pierce his chest and stomach, ensuring his death. Qin Feng's shoes were issued by the Eagle Club and didn't have such mechanisms, while the black madman's shoes looked the same but were clearly modified. This was obviously cheating. However, in underground fighting, there are no rules, only victory and survival. The losing side is destined for death. Qin Feng sneered, his hand like an eagle's claw, firmly gripping the black madman's calf. Crack! Qin Feng skillfully crossed his hands and directly broke the black madman's leg. The black madman hadn't even had time to scream before Qin Feng pushed him again, the contorted leg shooting up and crashing into the black madman's forehead. Thud! The blade pierced through the skull, and the black madman's eyes glazed over as his struggle faded away. Bang! With a gentle push from Qin Feng, the black madman crashed to the ground. Blood gushed out, staining the black madman's unseeing eyes. For a moment, there was silence as everyone tried to comprehend what had happened. It wasn't until the big screen switched to the black madman's face that they realized what had occurred. The next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted. In other arenas, a death would invoke fear, but in a match like this, it only fueled their excitement. The taste of death made everyone roar, and Qin Feng's prize money soared. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, and the referee announced Qin Feng's victory. The host's voice naturally followed. Let's congratulate the Mad Fox. His strength is impressive. But the black madman was too careless in that match. The Mad Fox clearly excelled in speed, dodging the black madman's attacks to secure the win. The black madman didn't even perform at his level. The host's words stirred the audience's thoughts. In reality, while Qin Feng's speed was strong, his strength was no less formidable. Otherwise, how could he have broken the black madman's leg? But the host naturally emphasized the weaknesses to mislead the audience, allowing the Eagle Club to make more money. Many people felt the host was right. Qin Feng's build was on the lean side, making him naturally agile, so it wasn't too surprising that he won. If only they had bet on the Mad Fox. They should take a closer look at the next opponent's strength. The second match shouldn't be too tough. Indeed, the second contestant was similar to the black madman, neither weak nor particularly strong. After a fierce struggle, Qin Feng managed to defeat his opponent without killing him. But he absorbed the opponent's inner strength, effectively rendering him useless. In the third and fourth matches, Qin Feng also fought hard before securing victories, with each battle lasting no more than 10 minutes. His record continued to rise, and the stakes grew higher. He appeared to be handling it all with ease. People couldn't help but feel confident in him, as if they were certain that Qin Feng would achieve a 5-match winning streak today. In the luxurious office backstage, a young man in his late 20s was savoring fine wine, while a provocatively dressed woman was eagerly feeding him grapes, placing them directly into his mouth. This young man was Jiang Xiaoyang, the general manager of the Eagle Club and the one in charge. With a strength level of 7, he was undoubtedly one of the stronger fighters in the Chongbei gathering place. This kid's not bad. We can keep him for another day, Jiang Xiaoyang instructed. Arrange for a formidable opponent for him. Let him have a bit of an advantage. The host and referee, both wearing headsets, naturally heard Jiang Xiaoyang's words. This was a wise decision. If a 5-match winning streak never occurred, it would fail to capture the audience's interest. Additionally, the feeling of a comeback was something the audience loved. However, arranging for a strong opponent was also a means to prevent losses in the arena. Strong fighters would attract many bets on the challenger, while only a few who enjoyed upsets would bet on the defender. The previous match with Ba Hu was a clear example of this. At that moment, Qin Feng raised his hand, signaling to the referee that he had something to say. I want to challenge someone, the one with the severed hand from the previous match, Qin Feng declared. The referee paused for a moment, then nodded. I understand, but whether it gets approved depends on the higher-ups. All right. Qin Feng sat back down to rest, though there wasn't much to rest for. He had already defeated 4 opponents, the last of whom was only at level 4, but Qin Feng knew that the one with the severed hand was around level 6. The opponent's inner strength was decent and should provide a good boost. Backstage, Jiang Xiaoyang's previously cheerful demeanor turned serious. He disliked things that were beyond his control, and even more so when his subordinates made decisions on their own. Qin Feng's request clearly triggered something in Jiang Xiaoyang. The authority figure. Since he doesn't know when to quit, let us give him what he wants. Remember to raise his odds and incite the audience to place their bets. The staff member nodded in agreement. 5 minutes later, the host's voice rang out again. Wow. I just received news that Feng Hu has requested to challenge the last contestant, the one with the severed hand. This is quite an unexpected turn of events. I wonder who gave Feng Hu the confidence to challenge this killing star. Doesn't he realize what happened in the last match between Ba Hu and the one with the severed hand? The audience burst into laughter, with many mocking and cursing at Qin Feng. How could he possibly challenge Duan Shou? Is he out of his mind? Seriously, this is so predictable. Duan Shou is definitely going to win. What an idiot. What a waste of time. We're just waiting to see Duan Shou turn him into a ball. Amidst the uproar, no one was optimistic about Qin Feng. All right, is Crazy Fox looking to avenge Ba Hu? Could this be a revenge match? Let us take a look at the odds for these 2 competitors. The big screen quickly displayed the odds. Qin Feng's odds were sky-high at 1-8, while Duan Shou's were 5-6. This was clearly a one-sided fight. However, the host was trying hard to hype up Qin Feng, suggesting that there might be an upset this time, causing quite a few people to place bets on him. Meanwhile, those betting on Duan Shou to win seemed to be fewer and further between. Chapter 61. Losing 600 million, help me place a bet on myself for 5 million. Qin Feng contacted Xiao Lian from earlier and transferred 5 million over. Xiao Lian stared at the figure on her communicator, unable to believe that she suddenly had such a large sum of money. However, she quickly pushed aside her greed, not daring to look again, knowing that this money didn't belong to her. Yet, while placing the bet, Xiao Lian found herself momentarily distracted. Did he really believe he could win? He was an orphan, didn't he need money? And yet he placed 5 million on himself. Looking at Qin Feng in the arena, her heart fluttered. She believed in him. He could win. Gritting her teeth, she decided to bet her entire savings of 50,000. The communicator automatically deducted 505,000, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Back in the arena, Duan Shou had re-entered the stage, sneering as he had received the order to thoroughly beat this kid, preferably to death. For an 8th-level ancient martial artist, this was easy, just a newly awakened little brat. Meanwhile, in the back, Jiang Xiaoyang watched as the bets on Qin Feng kept increasing, nodding in satisfaction. Good. Today he could make tens of millions. Tens of millions. Even a mid-level ability user would have to risk their life to earn that over a week, but all Jiang Xiaoyang had to do was talk, and the money would be his. This gave him a tremendous sense of accomplishment, especially with the power to control other people's fates. The protective shield rose over the arena, and the host's voice echoed. The ultimate showdown starts now. Let us see if our Crazy Fox can achieve a 5-win streak. As he spoke, the referee waved his hand down, signaling the start of the match. This time, Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He launched his attack first. His strength had reached the 9th rank, 3 ranks higher than Broken Hand. When he suddenly erupted with power, Broken Hand barely had time to react. Qin Feng stepped forward and quickly subdued him. In just a few moves, he had seized Broken Hand's arm and locked it behind his back. How many people's hands had this arm broken? Let go of me, you bastard. Broken Hand roared, struggling desperately. But he soon realized that the force restraining him was overwhelmingly strong. Let go? All right, Qin Feng said, suddenly exerting force, and Broken Hand's arm was instantly snapped. Ah! Before Broken Hand's scream could fully escape his lips, Qin Feng moved in again and twisted the other arm of Broken Hand. If anyone were to recall the previous match where Broken Hand faced the tiger, they would notice that Qin Feng's movements were strikingly similar to Broken Hand's. Except for the flashy posturing. Qin Feng delivered a kick to Broken Hand's thigh, and with two cracking sounds, both legs were broken as well. If you admit defeat now, I might be in a good mood and let you off. Qin Feng's voice floated over lightly. Broken Hand hastily shouted, I admit defeat. I admit. Qin Feng's fist slammed into Broken Hand's abdomen, activating the star absorption technique. His internal energy was drawn out as if by some unseen force, leaving Broken Hand aware that his power was vanishing. What? What did you do to me? Broken Hand said in fear. Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Admit defeat? In an underground arena, there's never been such a thing. He fully returned Broken Hand's previous words. You tricked me? Broken Hand glared at Qin Feng in anger, realizing that Qin Feng's earlier comment had merely been a joke. I only said I might let you go if I was in a good mood, but unfortunately, my mood right now isn't so great. A scum like him, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't let live. Better to kill one than to spare one. You can't kill me. I'm from the Eagle Club. If you kill me, you won't be able to leave this stage. Qin Feng sneered. Not able to leave? I don't believe that. You're just a 6th-rank thug. Even if the Eagle Club comes after me, it'll be after I've left. In fact, Qin Feng was hoping those people would come. With one final blow, Qin Feng pressed down on Broken Hand's neck, and with a crack, the neck twisted at an unnatural angle, the pupils dilating as life completely left him. Kill the killer. Justice is served. Qin Feng executed Broken Hand with the very technique he excelled at, leaving the spectators both shocked and exhilarated. This truly counted as a battle of revenge. Ha ha ha, I won $1 million. What a surprise, what a surprise. This is thrilling. Today is really satisfying. Damn it. How could Broken Hand be so pathetic? Is he throwing the match? My money. The audience erupted in excited shouts, some cursing and frustration at their losses. But such scenes played out every day within the Eagle Club. All of this was orchestrated by unseen hands behind the scenes, but this time, things were far from ordinary. Whether it's the referee or the host, both are sweating profusely at this moment. This is not the outcome they had anticipated. It was supposed to be Qin Feng lying dead on the ground, with the severed hand achieving victory. Yet now, the lifeless hand on the ground is a tremendous irony. Perhaps they have been in shock for too long, as the audience has begun to stir. Announce it already. Why hasn't the verdict been declared? Where's the money I won? Why is it not being distributed? Voices of questioning arise one after another. Boss. The referee couldn't help but ask Jiang Xiaoyang on the other end of the communication. Boom. A loud crash echoed, clearly indicating that Jiang Xiaoyang had overturned the table in a fit of rage. The stakes for this bet were 1 to 8, totaling a staggering 80 million. This means he has lost 600 million. Even for someone as powerful as Jiang Xiaoyang, this is an enormous sum. His face was almost twisted in despair. Huff. Jiang Xiaoyang took a deep breath and declared, tempt the opponent to come back tomorrow. If we're going to play, let us go big. All right, manager. The referee nodded and prepared to announce the results. Meanwhile, everyone present was buzzing with excitement over their communication devices. Xiao Lian looked at the amount on her communicator, hardly believing her eyes. 40 for million huaxia coins. A string of numbers that made her unable to blink. I'm rich. I'm rich. Xiao Lian exclaimed in disbelief. She was so excited that she could hardly contain herself, a wave of greed swelling within her, wanting to take the money and leave immediately. Just then, her communicator vibrated. Did you receive the money? It was Qin Feng. Xiao Lian instinctively glanced at the arena, where Qin Feng stood calmly, lifting his gaze from the communicator to meet her eyes. Recalling the moment when Qin Feng had killed the severed hand, Xiao Lian suddenly shivered, waking from her dream. Yes, I received it. I'll transfer it to you right away. Xiao Lian hurriedly sent Qin Feng 40 million, feeling an emptiness in her heart. Beep beep beep. At that moment, another message appeared on her communicator. Xiao Lian opened it to find a transfer of 1 million. It was from Qin Feng. She could hardly contain her excitement, suddenly feeling as though she owned the whole world. But when she looked up again, she found that Qin Feng had already vanished from the arena. Chapter 62. Threat Crazy Fox. This is your bonus for today, given your strength. It seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve. How about it? Will you come back tomorrow? Your price 1 TB this low then. They had no idea that Qin Feng had staked 5 million on himself, and his earnings for the night amounted to 40 million. Now, they had given him 2 million. Including the audience as tips, this was already a night of sudden wealth. If you win 5 more matches tomorrow, you'll make over 10 million. I'm really envious of you. Being so young and already so skilled. The person was about to say something else, But Qin Feng checked the balance in his account and nodded directly. I'll be back tomorrow. Haha, you're welcome. The host laughed. Why not stay overnight at the club? Get a massage and relax a bit. There are plenty of beautiful ladies here. Qin Feng, however, declined outright. No thanks. I have things to do. I'm leaving. Staying at the club? That would mean being monitored and possibly poisoned at any moment, which Qin Feng would never agree to. Besides, he had classes to attend the next day. The man's expression changed, feeling that Qin Feng was deliberately making excuses and wouldn't be coming back tomorrow. However, he couldn't stop Qin Feng. This kind of thing couldn't be achieved just by temptation. In the manager's office, Jiang Xiaoyang received another phone call. His face was filled with fury. Send someone to follow him, and if necessary, give him a warning. Isn't he from an orphanage? It said that Lin Durong is highly respected among these kids. But to Jiang Xiaoyang, Lin Durong was just a group of old goats that could be easily taken down. Understood, manager. The caller hung up and quickly sent out another wave of messages, and a small team from the Eagle Club's security immediately mobilized. A team of 5, all of whom were as strong as the level 8 and 9 abilities Qin Feng had seen at the entrance. Such combat power was truly terrifying. Not even 200 meters away from the Eagle Club, Qin Feng sensed that someone was watching him. This was a slum, with towering buildings blocking out the sky and casting deep shadows at night, making it nearly impossible to see anything. The 5 individuals clearly knew the terrain well and cornered Qin Feng in a narrow alley. Crazy Fox, you have some decent skills. Why not join our Eagle Club? The leader said. Qin Feng coldly replied, I have no intention of doing that. After his rebirth, even the garrison and patrol teams had invited him to join, but he hadn't paid them any mind. What was the Eagle Club anyway? Moreover, given that the Eagle Club was a business under the deputy district chief, he would never consider joining them. Kid, don't be clueless. Another one threatened. Don't think just because you have some ability that you can act all high and mighty. The power of the Eagle Club is not something you can mess with. The others surrounded Qin Feng, acting all haughty. But it was the one who had spoken first, who seemed to be the leader, who said, Huh? Let us not scare the little one. Crazy Fox is just 16, young and reckless. That's normal. He suddenly changed his tone and said, But the Eagle Club is definitely not something you can provoke. Remember to come here tomorrow, or else, no matter where you hide, we will find you. Besides, you can't possibly be without friends, right? I heard you came from an orphanage. Even your director has to show some respect when he sees our manager Jiang. Qin Feng's face instantly turned cold. Under the light, his expression became almost unrecognizable, making it clear to everyone that he was absolutely furious. But that was exactly the effect they wanted. The captain chuckled and patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Remember, you have to come tomorrow. Otherwise, we can't guarantee that some unpleasant things won't happen. After saying that, the captain waved his hand and was about to leave. However, Qin Feng wouldn't let them walk away so easily. Unfortunately, I actually want to make sure you experience some unpleasant things, Qin Feng said as he raised his hand and instantly grabbed the captain by the neck. Seeking death, the captain didn't expect Qin Feng to dare to strike. Although he had lost an arm, he was still a level 9 ability user, and he was confident that he could handle his opponent. After all, he was a powerful fighter. But for Qin Feng, none of that was a threat. He could already take on level 6 ability users. What was level 9 to him? With a loud clap, Qin Feng's wrist collided with the captain's, and the captain felt an immense force surging through his arm. Damn it, kid, you're asking for trouble. The other members of the security team shouted as they charged forward. Darkness descended. Qin Feng activated his psychic powers, unleashing his abilities. Dark runes enveloped the entire alley. In an instant, all 4 of them were plunged into an infinite darkness, feeling as if they had lost all their senses. Panic set in, and they frantically attacked their surroundings. However, they were clearly not attacking Qin Feng, but rather their own teammates. What is happening? The captain's mind raced with confusion. But in the next moment, a hand was already pressing against his abdomen. Star absorption technique. The power of absorption erupted. In an instant, the internal energy of this level 9 ancient martial artist was drawn away, as if it were being sucked into a vortex, rendering years of hard work useless. The captain let out a furious roar, but found no strength left to resist. Crack! Qin Feng snapped his neck, following the same method. The remaining 4 were also drained of their internal energy and completely eliminated. These men died without ever understanding what had happened. Users of dark abilities were exceptionally rare. And on top of that, Qin Feng's talent was extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, Qin Feng felt the surging threads of internal energy filling his dantian, as if he was about to break through. Not only that, but the unknown power that had erupted from the 5 dead men was also absorbed by Qin Feng, strengthening his physical body. Qin Feng suppressed the overwhelming feeling of imminent advancement, channeling his consciousness to activate his abilities once more. Hellfire. 5 balls of flame descended upon the 5 individuals, and in just a moment, the flames completely consumed their bodies, leaving no trace behind. The ability to destroy evidence was truly useful. Qin Feng activated his powers again, utilizing shadows to move undetected amidst countless surveillance devices. It was unlikely anyone would be able to spot him. Once he exited the slums, Qin Feng finally relaxed, finding a secluded corner to sit cross-legged. He turned his focus inward, only to find his dantian in disarray. The internal energy he absorbed today, combined with his original reserves, amounted to over 100 strands. Chapter 63. Little Ancestor. Initially, Qin Feng absorbed 15 strands of internal energy from the thugs in the slums. However, these strands were quite fragmented and as fine as a cow's hair, making them barely useful to him. Subsequently, in the arena, Qin Feng defeated opponents at the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th stages, including the final opponent, a one-armed fighter at the 6th stage. The first few were easy targets. But the one-armed fighter had a substantial amount of internal energy, contributing an additional 20 strands. However, the members of the Eagle Club security team he just faced included a captain at the 9th stage and 4 others at the 8th stage, totaling 41 strands of internal energy. The varying thickness and attributes of these strands formed a chaotic tangle. Devour. Qin Feng unleashed his devouring ability, causing the core of his powers to spin rapidly, voraciously absorbing the internal energy from his dantian that didn't originally belong to him. The energy was swiftly siphoned away and ultimately merged into Qin Feng's body, expanding his meridians to an astonishing degree. Even without using the star absorption technique to draw energy from others, his cultivation speed would likely surpass that of others by tenfold or more. At this moment, having consumed more than half of his energy, it was refined to an extremely pure state and expelled from the ability core, reintegrating into his dantian. Originally 27 strands of internal energy surged to 62 in an instant. Qin Feng's strength had more than doubled in an instant. It was clear that coming here had not been in vain. Qin Feng was elated. However, as he focused inward again, he noticed a problem. Even with the enhancement of his dantian, it seemed he could only withstand tenfold the strands of internal energy. It appeared that in just a few days, his martial artist level would rise to the next stage. This was fortuitous, as he had drawn the ire of a hidden enemy in the deputy district chief, and there was no way Qin Feng could not rapidly improve his strength. Withdrawing his inner vision, Qin Feng exited his meditative state and left the alley. It was already 2 a.m. Ding! Qin Feng opened the door to find his room shrouded in darkness, but a silver glowing orb appeared at the entrance. Qin Feng was taken aback and soon recognized it was Xiaobai. Xiaobai, you're awake? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise, but the next moment, he felt that the round ball moved and quickly dashed to his feet. Ow! Little White's sharp teeth clamped down on Qin Feng's ankle. He gasped as a sharp pain shot through him. Oh woo! Little White tugged at the leg of Qin Feng's pants, fiercely biting down. Even the high-quality fabric couldn't withstand such abuse, and a hole was ripped open, turning it into tattered pieces. In the blink of an eye, one of Qin Feng's pant legs was shredded, and Little White backed away, trampling on the scraps. Oh woo! Oh woo! Oh woo! Little White was furious. It was about to explode with anger. Since Qin Feng had signed a contract with Little White, he could naturally feel its emotions, and for a moment, he was at a loss. Could it be going crazy? Qin Feng thought that the name he had chosen at the Eagle Pavilion today might have some prophetic effect. Little White, I'm sorry. Please calm down. Qin Feng hurriedly tried to comfort it. Little White let out an angry roar, turned its head, and completely ignored Qin Feng, running straight up to the 2nd floor. Little White. Qin Feng chased after it, only to see Little White enter the bedroom, and then the door clicked shut, locking him out. Qin Feng thought, this fox is incredibly clever. It actually locked itself out. At that moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. What could have made Little White so angry? He couldn't help but activate the contract between them. And suddenly, he sensed a crisp, youthful voice. Bad Master, you just left me here at home. I'm so mad. And you won't even let me use my powers. You must be off having fun. You didn't even bring me a gift when you came back. Don't come back. Keep me locked out. The bedroom is mine. Qin Feng was taken aback. He really hadn't expected Little White to feel this way. It wasn't the content of Little White's thoughts that surprised him, but the clarity of its reasoning. After the contract, their communication had always been somewhat vague, and the power of the contract that Qin Feng had just used was a form of mental energy, used by beast tamers to communicate with magical beasts for clearer and more specific commands. Magical beasts often couldn't comprehend human thoughts, but Little White was clearly different. Perhaps it was due to its high intelligence, or maybe it was because Qin Feng had always been there to take care of it. But it understood a great deal and was very sensitive to emotions. Because Qin Feng had previously told Little White not to use its spatial abilities in the gathering place. Little White didn't use them to find him after waking up. After waiting for several hours, it was furious to discover that Qin Feng returned without bringing it a gift. No way, he had to calm down the little one. Qin Feng smiled affectionately and then opened his communicator. At that moment, he realized that his earnings for the night amounted to a whopping 42 million. For someone with such abilities, this amount of money is undoubtedly substantial. In fact, if Qin Feng wanted to, he could buy a full set of Silverlight rune equipment right now. However, there was no need for that. Qin Feng activated his communicator and searched for energy cores. The value of energy cores varies depending on strength. For instance, the wolfhound he hunted after awakening was worth 200,000. A Beast King level core is worth 10 times that. Qin Feng directly searched the Wanzhong auction house in Shenyang City. Level 8 Mutated Fierce Cat King core, priced at 3 million. Level 7 Azure Wave Mantis King core, priced at 21 million. Level 5 Savage Bull King core, priced at 8 million. Level 9 Messages refreshed one after another, and Qin Feng carefully reviewed them, selecting a reasonably priced core with high energy, and made the payment. He used the Sky Dove Express delivery service, which promised delivery within 10 minutes. Qin Feng also paid an additional 500,000. The Sky Dove is incredibly fast, has a gentle temperament, and is easy to tame, but due to its lack of combat ability, it is primarily used for communication and delivering goods. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Feng's communicator rang. Dear esteemed guest, the goods you requested are about to arrive. Please open a window or receive them in an open area. Qin Feng went up to the rooftop and, looking out, saw a massive dove. Its wings, spread wide, were over a meter long, and it was robust, clutching a package in its claws. He waved from a distance. All right, I'll have the Sky Dove land now. The Sky Dove also had a communicator around its neck, and the beast tamer directed it to land verbally. Qin Feng successfully retrieved the package. Only the Wanzhong auction house could deliver at such speed, especially at this hour. After completing the transaction, he noticed over 40 million had vanished from his communicator balance. Chapter 64. Beast King Little White Now. This little rascal shouldn't be upset anymore. Qin Feng took the package and headed down from the rooftop to the second-floor bedroom. Knocking on the door. Little White, I brought you a gift. Do you want it? Qin Feng said. There was silence from inside. It's an energy core. Your favorite treat. Qin Feng reminded again. This time, there was finally a response at the door, and with a click, it opened. Qin Feng entered the bedroom and found that after opening the door, Little White had returned to the pillow, ignoring him. It's really delicious, all-powerful energy cores. Can you forgive me? Qin Feng coaxed Little White, feeling as if he were trying to placate his own daughter. Little White had never grown much. Just fluffy and about the size of 2 palms. Such a tiny creature was simply irresistible. Despite having killed so many people, Qin Feng couldn't bear to harm a single hair on Little White. His gratitude for saving Little White's life had long exceeded what he initially felt. Perhaps it was due to the bond they shared, or maybe it was the countless days spent together fighting side by side. Qin Feng knew that Xiaobai would never abandon him. Humph. Xiaobai let out a small grunt, and finally took the gift from Qin Feng's hand, giving him a sidelong glance in the process. However, Qin Feng understood that Xiaobai had more or less forgiven him. Holding the gift box, Xiaobai moved its paw and opened it, revealing 5 energy cores of various sizes inside. Xiaobai chose the smallest energy core and gobbled it up. This time, however, Xiaobai didn't fall into a deep sleep. Instead, its fur stood on end, and it let out a whimper. Qin Feng, who was about to drift off himself, immediately sat up and looked at Xiaobai. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the energy core? His first thought was that someone had poisoned it. But then he realized he was overreacting. Xiaobai's aura surged violently, suggesting it was leveling up. Not only that, but the fur on its long tail was visibly growing, almost forming a fan-like shape. Xiaobai's strength was increasing rapidly. Qin Feng had given all the energy cores he obtained from hunting beasts to Xiaobai. Although Xiaobai had only been alive for a short time, in just a month it had evolved into a beast general, with strength likely around level 8. Now, having consumed a Beast King core and not falling into slumber, it was clear that such immense power was undergoing some transformation. Xiaobai's aura was shifting from that of a beast general to that of a beast king. Seeing this change, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. A beast king as a contracted beast was something many beast tamers could only dream of. Xiaobai's potential was truly immense. Before long, after devouring 1 energy core, Xiaobai's aura slightly diminished. Qin Feng quickly took out another core and offered it to Xiaobai, which swallowed it immediately. It seemed to understand that it was at a critical juncture. As time passed, Xiaobai's strength continued to grow, and it had transformed from the size of 2 palms to half a meter long. In reality, Xiaobai hadn't always been palm-sized. It was simply more convenient for Qin Feng to carry it that way. For a highly intelligent beast like Xiaobai, shapeshifting was almost an essential ability. Xiaobai continued to consume the energy cores, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Suddenly, Xiaobai's aura erupted, releasing an overwhelming presence of royal dignity. The entire Qinghu community, even the villas nearby, felt this powerful aura. Countless people awakened from their dreams, alert and ready to fight. Xiaobai, quickly restrain your aura, Qin Feng shouted urgently. Xiaobai's aura quickly receded, but its form had changed dramatically. It had grown from the size of 2 palms to half a meter long, and its fluffy tail had split in the middle, transforming into 2 tails. A 2-tailed fox. Xiaobai has been promoted to a higher level, and it's even at the Beast King rank. To my surprise, Xiaobai has reached this level before me. With this new form, Xiaobai looks incredibly powerful and exudes the aura of a true king. However, Xiaobai, how am I supposed to take you to school like this today? Xiaobai has made appearances before. As soon as Xiaobai heard Qin Feng say this, her eyes, resembling beautiful glass, widened in disbelief, as if accusing him. Xiaobai was furious again. She was about to be left at home, despite the promise that it wouldn't happen again. What a lie. Clearly, those bipedal creatures could be with their owners. Suddenly, Xiaobai thought of a brilliant idea. In the next moment, Qin Feng noticed that the fur on Xiaobai's body and tail was rapidly receding, while the silver hair on her head began to grow longer and thicker. Her form started to stretch, and the pink skin that lacked fur transformed into human skin. Her ears became rounder, her mouth and nose shrank, and her chin became more defined. She sported delicate white brows and striking glass-like fox eyes, along with a dainty nose and soft, pink lips that looked almost too delicate. Qin Feng was utterly shocked. "You, master," Xiaobai spoke, her voice crisp and identical to the one Qin Feng had communicated with through their spiritual bond before. But at this moment, Xiaobai was no longer a fox. She had truly become a human. Her long, silver hair cascaded down to her waist, and her face was stunningly beautiful, almost celestial, as she leaned closer to Qin Feng and said in an incredibly proud tone, "How about this? Can I join you now? You humans are so troublesome." Qin Feng felt a rush of warmth in his nose, as something hot flowed out, prompting him to quickly cover his nose. "Xiaobai, put on some clothes first." For the first time after his rebirth, Qin Feng felt completely flustered. Xiaobai had transformed but lacked any human sense of modesty, standing there completely exposed. Even though Xiaobai's appearance suggested she was only about 13 or 14 years old, and her chest was as flat as a runway, Qin Feng couldn't shake off the fantasies in his mind, especially after hearing Xiaobai call him master so sweetly. It was almost too much for him to handle. "I can't wear clothes," Xiaobai cried, picking up the torn pieces of her wedding dress, which had been shredded during her transformation into a beast king. This was her only outfit, as all her other clothes were still being tailored. Qin Feng hurried to his feet and said, "Here, wear mine." He handed her a shirt, and after she put it on, it looked like a big dress on her. Especially since it was semi-transparent, the allure had increased exponentially, making her look even more tempting than before. Qin Feng couldn't help but think that the tales he read about fox spirits transforming into humans and enchanting the world were not exaggerated at all. "Come on, let's go buy some clothes." Qin Feng continuously dressed Xiaobai in several shirts, and when he fastened a belt around her waist, it could barely be considered a dress. Only then did Qin Feng feel a sense of security, and he quickly took Xiaobai out. As for school, to hell with school, they were skipping class. Chapter 65, Powerful Transformation Technique. Qin Feng had prepared thoroughly for Xiaobai. Her hair was styled up, she wore a hat on her head, and sunglasses covered her face. However, the sunglasses were a bit oversized, something Qin Feng had bought previously to conceal his identity when necessary. After Xiaobai ascended to Beast King status, it was already 7 o'clock. The downstairs area was bustling with people. As Qin Feng took Xiaobai from the elevator to the underground parking lot, he heard many discussions. "Did you sense that earlier? That terrifying aura?" "Yeah, it must be from the Beast King. The alarm didn't go off, so it seems there's no threat. It was probably too fast to lock onto. It must have been some terrifying flying Beast King passing by. Thank goodness it was just passing through." People were expressing their relief, but Qin Feng and Xiaobai, the initiators of the situation, showed no interest in the discussions as they got into their hover car and left the basement. Since both Xiaobai and Qin Feng had a good impression of the store they had previously visited, they headed straight to that brand store again. "Welcome, Mr. Qin," a surprised voice called out. and Qin Feng looked up to see it was Xiao Lian, whom he had met yesterday at the Eagle Pavilion. Qin Feng was a bit taken aback. What are you doing here? Xiao Lian smiled excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she said, I work here now? The Eagle Pavilion was just a part-time job, and I'm not doing that anymore. At a glance, Qin Feng could tell Xiao Lian was lying. In truth, she had been working at the Eagle Pavilion since she was 16, making her one of the veterans there. She had several connections. But this line of work was merely a fleeting youth opportunity, and if she offended someone, she could easily be out of a job the next day. Even after 3 years, she had faced life-threatening situations a few times, spending her savings on healing potions just to survive. Yet, without any skills, Xiao Lian was reluctant to give up that job. However, yesterday marked a turning point in Xiao Lian's life. With the money Qin Feng had given her, she now had a total of 1.4 million. That amount was enough to buy a house even in a modest neighborhood. After all, isn't the goal of a lifetime of hard work to have a place to call home? Xiao Lian made a quick decision to leave the Eagle Pavilion. Fortunately, she was usually sensible and obedient, and the Eagle Pavilion had many PR connections who could easily facilitate her departure. With money in hand, she thought about indulging a bit, and remembered that Qin Feng seemed to have purchased all his brand items from this store. So when she arrived here, she discovered the store was hiring, and she immediately decided to work there, hoping to run into Qin Feng again. Unexpectedly, she was so lucky. She had only arrived 10 minutes earlier than Qin Feng. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded, choosing not to expose Xiao Lian's little lie. Of course, it was best not to work in a place like the Eagle Club, where people from all walks of life mix together. Since you're here, could you help her find an outfit, including the undergarments? Qin Feng said, a bit embarrassed, pointing to the little white fox he was holding. The little white fox was looking around curiously. The last time he came here, she was still a little fox and only noticed the wedding dress she wore. Now, she realized that the outfits for bipedal beings were even more beautiful. However, wearing sunglasses made her look dark and mysterious. When she took them off, her stunning beauty was revealed. I want this one, and this one, and this one. The little white fox pointed eagerly. Sure, just let her know what you want, and go ahead and take a look. Qin Feng handed the little white fox over to Xiao Lian and went to the sofa to rest. He was genuinely tired and couldn't help but close his eyes for a moment. The little white fox didn't cling to Qin Feng. Instead, she started picking out clothes and headed to the fitting room. The moment Xiao Lian saw the little white fox, a strong sense of jealousy welled up inside her. This girl was too beautiful. She looked like a child, yet was so stunning, and her voice was so lovely. Moreover, the way Qin Feng indulged her made Xiao Lian feel even worse. To him, she was just a server, but with this girl, he seemed to show an unconscious affection. Miss, over here, what size of lingerie do you need? We have all sizes. What size? I don't know. Didn't my master say you'd help me? The little white fox replied matter-of-factly. Xiao Lian felt a pang in her chest. With a stiff smile, she said, let us give it a try then, this way please. The two went to the fitting room. Xiao Lian was quite skilled in her craft, and compared to her, she was the true cunning one. As jealousy brewed inside her, her words turned sharp and somewhat malicious. Xiao Bai, you call Mr. Qin Master? Are you his servant? The little white fox looked at her curiously, reflecting on her relationship with Qin Feng, and casually replied, no, he serves me. He prepares my food, and when I'm upset, he buys me gifts. Indeed, Qin Feng was serving her. Xiao Lian's face twisted slightly. This girl was clearly showing off on purpose. Being an otherworldly creature, the little white fox was highly perceptive. If she couldn't pick up on Xiao Lian's hostility now, she must be a fool. Her tone turned cold, commanding an unintentional air of authority reminiscent of Qin Feng himself. What do you mean? Xiao Lian was stunned, and after a moment, she let out a high-pitched scream. Ah, a monster. Qin Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened them and rushed to the fitting room at lightning speed. He was wide-eyed, staring at the frightened Xiao Lian, then at the innocent-looking little white fox. Qin Feng felt like he was hitting a wall. Chapter 66. The Dark Plague, Don't Overreact. She's a shapeshifter, and things like this happen all the time, Qin Feng said. Xiao Lian looked puzzled, seemingly doubting Qin Feng's words. Don't say what you shouldn't know, just go outside for now. Okay, Mr. Qin. In Xiao Lian's mind, Qin Feng suddenly took on an air of mystery. She knew that Qin Feng was just a boy who had awakened his powers a month ago at the orphanage, and now he was powerful, accompanied by such a strange girl. Could he be a future super talent cultivated by the base? For a moment, Xiao Lian's imagination ran wild, completely unaware that Qin Feng in the changing room was also feeling overwhelmed. What happened to you? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Xiao Bai replied. That human was so funny. They said I can only serve you when I grow up, and they said I don't look good in these clothes. Xiao Bai had just learned how to dress, and now that formal outfit was on her, revealing a deep neckline. Qin Feng touched his nose, confirming he wasn't bleeding. But what did Xiao Lian just say? Your current appearance doesn't match your figure. Don't listen to what that person said. Qin Feng insisted. I don't really care about childish looks, or whatever. Really? But I think it looks great. Xiaobai didn't seem easily swayed. Well, can you make yourself a bit smaller? All right, Xiaobai replied somewhat reluctantly. Even smaller. Qin Feng said hoarsely. How about this? Qin Feng reached out, gauging her size, nodding. Yeah, that's better. Xiaobai looked into the mirror, lost in thought. Was I too exaggerated earlier? I get it now. Afterward. Qin Feng personally bought some undergarments and mini outfits for Xiaobai, finally concluding this exhausting shopping spree. Is my body too young now? Qin Feng suppressed the turmoil within him. Ever since his rebirth, he'd been focused on fighting, but suddenly he felt other needs. However, that thought vanished completely when he saw Xiaobai's enchanting yet innocent face. Let us go. I'll help you get some paperwork sorted out. Qin Feng said as Xiaobai transformed into her human form. He planned to create an identity for her. This identity was easy to resolve. Qin Feng took Xiaobai back to the orphanage. The threatening words from those thugs the day before flashed through his mind, making him feel uneasy. It was better to come back and check things out. The orphanage was just as crowded as before, but the children seemed to have lost their usual liveliness, appearing listless. With a hint of darkness in their expressions, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. What is going on? He couldn't make sense of it. But the children were still happy to see him. Many recognized Qin Feng. It's the brother who brought meat before. Brother Qin. Hello, Brother Qin. Hi there. Qin Feng pulled a small child over and gently patted the top of his head. Have you all eaten the meat? He asked. Yes. The child replied. How many pieces did you eat? The child was only 3 or 4 years old and didn't quite understand the question. Not to mention who would keep track of how many pieces they had eaten. However, an older child chimed in. We ate 10 pieces. After eating, we felt stronger. Qin Feng squeezed the child's shoulder and nodded. Indeed, the child's physique had improved significantly, and the dark aura on his face had lightened a bit. Master, they've been infected by the dark plague. Xiaobai spoke up. Qin Feng was taken aback. He furrowed his brow and said, how is that possible? Before his rebirth, he had experienced something similar, where the children in the orphanage were infected by a corruption virus, with only 1 in 10 surviving. However, he had already absorbed the Hellstone in advance and had hunted so many corrupted beasts. How could there be a virus infection now? Nothing is impossible. You just need to devour the dark runes within the plague. Xiaobai said. For Xiaobai, who possessed the legacy of the otherworldly beasts, this was a natural thing. Although Xiaobai didn't understand human common sense, the study of runes by humans over hundreds of years might not even compare to Xiaobai's inheritance. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Qin Feng instinctively released his devouring ability. The children didn't understand what Qin Feng and Xiaobai were talking about, but they looked curiously at Xiaobai, momentarily entranced. Sister, you look just like a fairy. Xiaobai smiled, instantly becoming enchanting. And the children immediately turned their attention away from Qin Feng, who had given them meat. Qin Feng didn't stop them. His devouring ability was absorbing the surrounding energy. He didn't close his eyes. But he didn't need to look inward to see the countless black runes representing death slowly peeling away from the children and drifting into his mind. The children's faces lit up with happiness, as if seeing Xiaobai was akin to receiving a blessing from the holy light. Any weakness or discomfort they had felt before vanished completely. Phew. The dark aura on the children's faces had completely disappeared. Qin Feng sighed in relief, though his expression remained serious. Something must have happened. Otherwise, how could these children have been corrupted? He decided to revisit the place where he had found the Hellstone in a few days. Xiaobai, let us go. Qin Feng said as he bid farewell to the reluctant orphans and headed to the director's office. Qin Feng, is that you rascal? The old director exclaimed. Director? Qin Feng greeted him. Seeing that the old director was safe and sound eased his heart considerably. Good. And who is this beautiful young lady? She's not your little girlfriend, is she? Lin Durong asked, surprised to see Xiaobai and unable to resist teasing. Qin Feng was about to say no, but then he suddenly thought that it might be a good identity to have. After all, he couldn't just tell the old director, this is my pet, could he? As for Xiaobai, she certainly can't introduce herself by saying that Qin Feng is her master, right? Little did she know, she had just boldly stated that. Well, it's like this, Dean. I found her in the wild. She should be an experiment from the Dark Alliance organization. Look, Qin Feng lifted Xiaobai's hat, revealing her long, silver glimmering hair and eyebrows. In short, she doesn't quite understand human life and is currently very dependent on me. So I plan to take her in and give her an identity. I hope the Dean can help me with this. Qin Feng had already thought of this lie before coming here. It perfectly explains Xiaobai's hair color and her unfamiliarity with human affairs. Xiaobai's innocent gaze looked up at the old man. She had seen Lin Rong before in her backpack. Chapter 67. Bai Li and Bai Li, these scum from the Dark Alliance. Lin Rong looked at Xiaobai and felt that she appeared too otherworldly to be human. He thought of a certain type of experiment that the Dark Alliance often conducted involving humans and other beasts and couldn't help but curse. Don't worry. I'll help you get an identity. Even if Qin Feng isn't from the orphanage, I would still open this door for him. Let's not forget that Qin Feng had previously donated Beast King meat to the orphanage. Qin Feng's identity has now shifted from an orphan to a donor. This small favor was something Lin Rong didn't need to refuse. By the way, what do you plan to call yourself? Do you have a name? Lin Rong asked. Xiaobai naturally understood this question. My name is Xiaobai? Lin Rong's face turned red with anger. Wasn't that a dog's name? However, he forced a smile and said gently, how about a nicer name? Xiaobai couldn't help but look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt awkward. He had named Xiaobai, and initially, she did resemble a Pomeranian. Now that she had transformed into a fox, the name felt quite embarrassing. As Qin Feng looked into Xiaobai's gem-like eyes, another little fox, a sudden idea struck him. Let's call you Bai Li, with Li Frong glazed. Bai Li? Lin Rong thought for a moment and nodded. Not bad. Let's go with that. Lin Rong edited the information. And Qin Feng touched Xiaobai's long hair. Although it wasn't as soft as the fur she used to have, it was very smooth. In the future, when introducing yourself, say your name is Bai Li and that you are Qin Feng's girlfriend. If anyone asks about me, you just say I'm your boyfriend, okay? Oh, Xiaobai, now Bai Li nodded, understanding that Qin Feng didn't want her calling him master or anything like that. Was it something that couldn't be said among humans? No wonder that inexplicably aggressive female biped reacted so strongly before. Bai Li automatically included boyfriend in the category of master. Soon, Lin Rong completed the documentation and input it into the communication device that Qin Feng had just bought, placing it on Xiaobai's wrist. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator beeped. And it was Qin Feng's voice. Qin Feng, you didn't come to school today? What's going on? Skipping class on the first day? Zhou Hao spoke hurriedly. Worried that something had happened to Qin Feng, Zhou Hao went to the higher academy on his own today. Although Qin Feng had a hover car, Zhou Hao knew that the morning traffic in crowded areas was a hassle, and he had told Qin Feng not to bother picking him up after they parted ways yesterday. After all, they were brothers, not dating. However, Zhou Hao was surprised when he couldn't find Qin Feng during his lunch break. After asking around, he learned that Qin Feng hadn't shown up at all. That's when Zhou Hao decided to reach out to him. I'm dealing with some urgent matters, Qin Feng replied vaguely. That's fine, but you have to come in the afternoon. I heard there's a big meeting. Zhou Hao reminded him. Okay, got it. After hanging up the communicator, Qin Feng was about to say goodbye to Lin Durong. But before leaving, he couldn't help but ask, Old Dean. I went to fight in the underground arena to improve myself, and those people threatened me using the orphanage. I might have inadvertently caused you some trouble, but don't worry. I'll resolve it quickly. Since Qin Feng had seen Lin Durong's influence last time, he no longer viewed him as just a frail old man. Lin Durong had his own connections and strength, so some things were better said directly. The underground arena? Lin Durong's expression grew serious. But he didn't directly reprimand Qin Feng. During their previous encounter, Qin Feng had respected Lin Durong, and Lin Durong had equally respected Qin Feng. Qin Feng, if you think you're strong enough, just keep working hard. As for the trouble, you don't need to heed their threats. With Jiang Xiaoyang around, they can't do anything to me, Lin Durong said. Jiang Xiaoyang. Qin Feng had never heard of this name before, but if Lin Durong mentioned it, he assumed the person must be significant. Yes, he is the head of the Eagle Club and has a strength level of 7. However, his combat abilities are somewhat lacking compared to his peers. Just be cautious. He has a vengeful personality and is quite unpredictable, Lin Durong warned. I understand, Old Dean. After bidding farewell to Lin Durong, Qin Feng took Bai Li to school. Xiaobai, can you still transform into the little fox you used to be? Qin Feng asked. Since Bai Li had already been exposed at school, and given her size, he couldn't take her in like that. Bai Li rolled her eyes. You humans are so troublesome. With a twitch, she shrank down and transformed into a little fox about the size of 2 palms. Of course, this half-meter-long little fox was Bai Li's strongest battle state. The little fox quickly crawled out of his clothes, balancing a piece of women's lingerie on its head. Qin Feng chuckled, scooping up Xiaobai and placing her on his shoulder as he got out of the car and headed toward the higher academy. On the way, he unexpectedly ran into his former teacher, Cheng Chao, who had given him a test back then. Qin Feng, why didn't you come to class this morning? Cheng Chao couldn't help but ask when he saw Qin Feng. Qin Feng was surprised that the teacher had noticed this. After graduating for so many years before his rebirth, being monitored by teachers in a school setting was quite awkward for him. He replied sheepishly, I had something come up. How did you know, teacher? Cheng Chao chuckled. I thought you might not show up. I'm your class's advisor. Of course I would know. Come on. We have an elements class and a mobilization meeting this afternoon. Don't skip out this time. Courses at the higher academy are easy, but graduating is not. Yes, teacher. Qin Feng thought it was normal for Cheng Chao to be their mentor, especially since he was introducing them to special abilities. When they arrived in the classroom, the 16-year-old boys and girls who had just graduated from the middle academy were sitting obediently in their seats, waiting for Cheng Chao to appear. Seeing them, Cheng Chao's smile widened. Young people are so charming. Qin Feng, why don't you introduce yourself? But you have to do it after everyone else is finished, so you can get to know them. Qin Feng nodded, looking at the group. It was clear that this year's special abilities class at the higher academy was smaller, with only 21 students. He only needed a glance to remember all of them. While he didn't know their names, he understood that in the future, these individuals would have a place among the strong in the Chongbei gathering area. I'm Qin Feng, a graduate of the 10th Middle Academy. I don't have any special introduction, but my partner needs to be introduced. Qin Feng patted the small white creature curled up on his shoulder. This is my contracted beast. It's very powerful. So I hope everyone won't be curious and try to touch it. It's best to keep your distance. Otherwise, things might happen that we all would rather avoid. Chapter 68. Light System Ability User Deng Nian. Rather than a self-introduction, Qin Feng's words were more of a warning. When Xiaobai was still a little fox, it was very unwilling to be touched by other humans. Now that Xiaobai had transformed into human form, Qin Feng felt a sense of possessiveness. Naturally, he didn't want his Xiaobai to be petted by others like a dog. However, to the others, Qin Feng's attitude came off as arrogant. Some familiar classmates immediately began to murmur among themselves. What is with him? Not very talented and still so arrogant. Just because he has a pet? The 10th Middle Academy? Isn't that the school in the slums? People who come from there are either orphans or beggars. In an instant, the crowd's gazes were filled with disdain and disgust, clearly showing their dislike for Qin Feng. This was exactly the effect Qin Feng wanted. Otherwise, why would he mention his academy? In fact, all 10 middle academies in the Chongbei gathering area were similar, but due to their locations, the students varied. The 10th Middle Academy was on the outskirts, close to the orphanage, and at the boundary between the civilian and impoverished areas, so the school's environment was naturally not very good. Qin Feng, who already felt out of place, was immediately rejected by his classmates. Cheng Chao felt a bit of a headache. He could already tell that Qin Feng was definitely a troublemaker. All right, Qin Feng, go find a seat. We're starting class. Fortunately, each student had their own seat, and there were a few empty ones at the back, so Qin Feng casually picked one by the window. Cheng Chao activated the projector and began the lesson. Since you've joined the special abilities class, there's no doubt that you all are students who have awakened your energy cores. What we will be learning now is an overview of special abilities and the basics, followed by studying rune arrangements and so on. After the Great Cataclysm, some humans awakened as special ability users. The 10 major classifications of abilities are metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness. Each of these can represent a different kind of power. Special abilities are composed of runes, and the runes of the 10 categories are abundant throughout the world. To possess a special ability, one must absorb these runes, which can be done in two ways. The first method is to absorb the runes present in the environment, which varies in difficulty depending on the surroundings. The second method involves hunting special beasts that already possess abilities to obtain the energy cores in their minds, which can then be analyzed mechanically. Each special ability has a unique rune arrangement. In the Academy's library, there are books on runes that you can check out. Since everyone in the class has awakened different abilities, I can provide individual guidance. Now, let's discuss the simplest methods for cultivation and control, as well as how to enhance your consciousness. Qin Feng listened carefully to the lecture. Some of this information he had known in his past life, but not in such detail. Now, patiently listening, he felt as if he was gaining a new understanding of special abilities. The library has books? I wonder if they have anything on the dark element. Qin Feng thought to himself, while also paying attention to Cheng Chao's discussion on consciousness. This knowledge was truly new to him, and hearing it felt like a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Thus, 1 hour passed in class, and Qin Feng didn't miss a single detail. Cheng Chao was teaching at the front, and he was very aware of how the other students were engaged. It was no surprise that with such high-level consciousness, as long as he focused on studying, his attention never wavered. After an hour of lecture, the other students, knowing that some of the information could be found on the combat network, were not paying much attention and did not absorb the material as deeply as Qin Feng did. All right, that's it for today's class. Now, follow me to the auditorium. The conference is about to begin. Cheng Chao directed the class. The so-called conference was certainly not an ordinary meeting. It was held once a year, where they could meet some of the strongest figures from the entire higher academy, including one of the most powerful in Qingbei, the special ability user, Deng Nian. This was the same old man Deng that Wang Cheng had mentioned when he invited Qin Feng to join the Tiger Flame army. This was also the first time Qin Feng was seeing Deng Nian since his rebirth. After all, in his previous life, he had no interactions with Deng Nian. Years later, Qin Feng would become a formidable martial artist, someone Deng Nian would need to look up to. However, others were not the same. They were extremely excited, gazing at Principal Deng Nian at the front of the auditorium as if they were looking at a savior. Qin Feng frowned, feeling quite uncomfortable. It seemed he had forgotten that this Deng Nian was a light-type psychic. Light and darkness are clearly defined and mutually restraining elements. At that moment, Deng Nian was holding a motivational rally, releasing an incredible aura, with light gathering around him, forming a small sun that silently captivated everyone's attention. That's Principal Deng. He's so powerful. Look, the light is radiating from him. They exclaimed. Principal Deng is a formidable psychic. It's said that as long as he has a breath left, no matter how severe the injuries, he can bring people back to life. He can revive the dead. The students gazed up in admiration, and the rally quickly spread through Deng Nian's voice. The upperclassmen watched the broadcast from their classrooms, not needing to come to the auditorium, yet they were equally excited. Principal Deng was the faith of the entire Qingbei Advanced Academy. Welcome, new students, to Qingbei Advanced Academy. Principal Deng's voice seemed to carry a divine resonance. Like a refreshing spring breeze, it seemed that only Qin Feng remained unfazed in the crowd. Fortunately, Qin Feng soon heard the information he was looking for. You have just joined Qingbei Advanced Academy. For this month, focus on improving yourselves. After a month of intensive training, we will conduct a comprehensive assessment and enter the stable rift, the spring hunting grounds, which is a gathering place for the entire Qingyang city, involving all 5 prestigious academies. Those who rank in the top 10 will automatically be awarded the Psychic Ability Badge, and the students in the top 100 will receive high-level rewards. I hope everyone works hard. His words sparked an uproar among the crowd. In fact, many people joined the Advanced Academy to avoid facing the harsh realities of the wild too soon. Someone had to sacrifice and take risks in this world. However, they did not expect to confront danger just a month later. At that moment, a gleam of excitement flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The spring hunting grounds. This stable rift was controlled by the 5 academies and was an environment with abundant resources where many precious materials thrived. And the exotic beasts were not overly powerful, perfect for students to improve themselves. But Qin Feng knew that at the center of the entire spring hunting grounds stood a tree bearing fruits that could enhance consciousness, known as the consciousness tree. Qin Feng had joined the Advanced Academy specifically for this. Just then, it seemed that due to the crowd's uproar, Deng Nian spoke again in a serious tone. The gathering place needs heroes. I hope my students will all be heroes. There are many unknown terrors in the wild that we need to explore. This time, the Qingbei gathering place has also encountered some troubles. As he spoke, Deng Nian directly played a video. Chapter 69. The Corpse Legion. The footage was clearly captured by a drone, showing several towering mountains. It was late summer and early autumn, and the vegetation outside was still lush and vibrant, showing no signs of decay. However, within these mountains, a stark contrast emerged. The land was shrouded in a deathly black hue, the trees were withered, and the grass appeared dark and lifeless. What was even more chilling was the sight that unfolded on the mountains. There were patches upon patches of rotting corpses. To make matters worse, it seemed as if these corpses were moving, a terrifying sight that sent shivers down one's spine. As the drone drew closer, right at the center of the mountains, a dark knight riding a skeletal horse stood atop a peak. The soul flame in the skull's eye sockets rose, locking eyes with the camera. In the next moment, the long spear in the knight's hand was hurled through the air, getting closer and closer to the viewer's line of sight. Suddenly, the entire video went black. Those with weak nerves couldn't help but scream in terror, only to realize after a moment that the spear was not aimed at them, but merely at the drone. The students collectively sighed in relief, feeling like they had narrowly escaped a disaster. What kind of being could possess such power? At that moment, Qin Feng's expression darkened, for he recognized that the mountains depicted were the very site where the Hellstone had fallen. No wonder the children at the orphanage had recently been infected by dark runes. Although the Hellstone was no longer present, the gathering place was still under threat, just as it had been before its rebirth. This time, however, it was not from corrupted beasts, but rather from what appeared to be a disciplined and organized legion of corpses. That skeletal knight was undoubtedly an elite beast king. Qin Feng pondered. Then, Deng Nian's voice rang out once more. Now, We at the Northern Gathering Place need to unite forces from all sides to confront this threat. Next, all second and third year students who have certified abilities above the segment level, as well as all support type abilities, must prepare to set out. The 69th High Academy's first conference is now adjourned. Dismissed. The expressions of the students, once filled with excitement and joy, had now transformed into contemplation and fear. Cheng Chao shook his head helplessly, realizing that everyone had been scared this time. But hadn't they shown documentary footage in past years? Although those documentaries were also frightening, they lacked the intense pressure of this one. Don't think that just because you've entered the academy, you can continue to act recklessly in the Gathering Place. If that were the case, these ability users would never be able to leave. On the contrary, the academy advocated for combat, and would even subtly brainwash students into that mindset. Otherwise, how could it be possible for Li Yaoyao and others to team up and venture into the wild? Lost in thought, Cheng Chao suddenly noticed that Qin Feng was standing right in front of him. "Teacher, I want to participate in this training," Qin Feng declared. Cheng Chao thought he had misheard. "Qin Feng, now is not the time for impulsiveness. You need to focus on your studies and participate when your power has grown. Besides, you're not a support type user, so you can't join." Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Is it enough to just have a badge of a capable person at the rank?" Cheng Chao was momentarily taken aback by the question. "Theoretically, yes. But given your current strength, it's clearly a difficult task." Qin Feng said nothing and stepped back. The classmates looked at him as if he were foolish. Did he really think he could join the hunt for the corpse army? With his abilities, it was simply wishful thinking. However, Qin Feng was busy fiddling with his communicator. And on the other end was Zhou Hao. "Do you want to join the hunt for the corpse army?" Zhou Hao exclaimed, "Of course I do. Why else would I work so hard training if not for the chance to fight?" Qin Feng had definitely been out there having fun for quite a while. And now he finally remembered his friends. "Do you have a plan?" Qin Feng asked. "Yes, just follow my instructions the night after tomorrow," Zhou Hao replied eagerly. After the meeting, the day's classes came to an end. Qin Feng returned home, quickly ate dinner, and finally fell asleep. After all the hustle, he needed some rest, especially with a tough battle ahead that night. At 10 o'clock, Qin Feng appeared again at the Eagle Pavilion, and this time he was accompanied by Bai Li, who had transformed into her human form. Wherever Bai Li went, everyone fell silent, seemingly stunned by her beauty, rendered speechless. Qin Feng couldn't help but say, "Put on your sunglasses. It's dark. Don't you think sunglasses are unnecessary?" Bai Li asked, puzzled. Qin Feng fell silent. Did he really want to say he didn't like the way others looked at Bai Li? "Just do as I say." Qin Feng ruffled Bai Li's hair, and she pouted before reluctantly putting on the sunglasses. Meanwhile, they had no idea that someone had been tracking their every move. This person was Jiang Xiaoyang, who was in the general manager's office. The moment Qin Feng entered the Eagle Pavilion, someone had informed Jiang Xiaoyang. The Eagle Pavilion was filled with surveillance cameras, and he had just switched a feed, also taken aback by Bai Li's beauty. However, that thought quickly turned into jealousy and anger. Seeing Qin Feng touch Bai Li's hair made him feel as if his possessions were being violated. Indeed, the instant Jiang Xiaoyang laid eyes on Bai Li, he thought that such a woman should belong to him. As for Qin Feng, he wouldn't survive the night. "Is everything arranged?" Jiang Xiaoyang's voice was like that of a devil, revealing his fangs. "Everything is set. As long as he steps into the arena, he won't walk out alive." The person on the other end replied confidently. At 11 o'clock, Qin Feng finally stepped onto the stage. The Eagle Pavilion held multiple matches throughout the night, and Qin Feng wasn't the only one fighting. Many of the audience members were the same as yesterday. After all, when Qin Feng promised to return the next day, many felt they couldn't miss this battle. Winning 5 matches had already been quite challenging, and many would choose to forfeit in the 6th round. However, Qin Feng's defeat of the 7-game winning streak left them feeling that this battle would be nothing short of spectacular. The host's voice soon rang out. "The next contestant is a newcomer, though some audience members may recognize him. He is the 5-time champion, Crazy Fox. Today, he is set to compete in his 6th match. Can he maintain his winning streak? Let us wait and see." Qin Feng's opponent this time was a 7th-level ancient martial artist. The odds of winning for both were about even, but in reality, fueled by the host's hype, many placed bets on the challenger, ensuring that the Eagle Club would profit from this wager. Qin Feng easily defeated his opponent. Following that, he faced another opponent rated at 8, then 2 at 9. However, Qin Feng's brow began to furrow. It felt too easy. Something seemed off. By now, Qin Feng had achieved a 9-game winning streak. And with the appearance of the next contestant, the betting odds were revealed. They had reached an astonishing 78. Even so, some people, intoxicated by previous victories, had placed hefty bets, and the pool of funds had likely exceeded 800 million. If Qin Feng won, the casino would face enormous losses. However, if he lost, the casino would reap a massive profit. As Qin Feng looked at his opponent, he finally understood why the casino had set the odds this way. This was a second-level ancient martial artist. If Qin Feng were just an ordinary ancient martial artist, even defeating someone at level 9 would guarantee victory against a level 2 fighter, especially one with a refined aura, clearly a master. Kid, your winning streak ends here. The ancient martial artist drew a finger across his neck, clearly signaling a beheading. His meaning was unmistakable. The previous ancient martial artists were merely stepping stones, allowing Qin Feng to shine. The real trump card was saved for last. It seems that Barbarian God has malicious intent towards Crazy Fox and aims to take him down. Barbarian God is no slouch. His greatest strength lies in his rugged martial arts, with a body like steel and immense power. I wonder if he can shake Crazy Fox's standing? The host provided a brief introduction, but many were dismissive. Being physically strong alone didn't mean much. Few trained to the pinnacle of such skills, so how could he be a match for Crazy Fox? Crazy Fox was fast and powerful, and he might not be weaker than Barbarian God. Perhaps because of his focus on physical training, Barbarian God's aura wasn't particularly strong. He merely appeared as a fierce, towering giant. Few could discern that he was only at level 2. He had also taken few actions, as he was meant to be a hidden trump card, having only won 3 matches, but his opponents had all suffered terribly. However, on the arena, there were plenty of those who had met grim fates. Barbarian God's reputation might not even surpass that of the previous opponents. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, signaling the official start of the match. Come on, Crazy Fox. The Barbarian God provocatively beckoned Qin Feng with a finger. He was actually quite clever. Knowing he wasn't fast, he aimed to provoke Qin Feng into attacking first, allowing him to counter once he was close enough. As you wish. Qin Feng didn't dodge or evade. He was curious to see just how strong his body had become. His ability to absorb powers had grown even stronger than before his rebirth, and his physical strength now rivaled that of ancient martial artists who had trained in hardening techniques, without needing extensive training. Now, he had a perfect opportunity to test it out. Qin Feng stepped forward and swung his fist. The Barbarian God didn't dodge or evade either. He swung his own fist to collide with Qin Feng's body, completely unconcerned about the impact of Qin Feng's punch. It was merely a trade of blows. The Barbarian God didn't believe Qin Feng could inflict any damage on him. However, if Qin Feng didn't dodge his punch, he would be left with a heart pierced through. Qin Feng struck first, his fist landing on the Barbarian God's chest. In that moment, the Barbarian God felt an overwhelming force surge through him, one he couldn't resist, flipping him over. His own punch, sent forward, was redirected as his body leaned back, missing Qin Feng entirely. The Barbarian God stumbled back 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. Mad Fox, go for it, kill him. Damn it, beat him to death. Good job. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, igniting a surge of anger in the Barbarian God. He had merely been careless and hadn't expected to be pushed back by Qin Feng. Roar. The Barbarian God suddenly let out a fierce roar, a layer of yellow light enveloping his palm. Barbarian fist. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was a martial technique. It's important to know that ancient martial artists were not just skilled in internal techniques. The power of martial arts could sometimes rival that of supernatural abilities. Qin Feng had mastered several martial techniques in his previous life, but with his current reaction speed and experience, he could handle any threat without needing to waste his internal energy. However, he was still at a slight disadvantage. Qin Feng decided against taking the hit directly and quickly dodged. The Barbarian God unleashed a punch, and in the air, it seemed as if a translucent shadow of a fist exploded forth, stretching in the wind until it reached a height of 1 meter, creating a chaotic burst of energy around it. This punch, of course, missed entirely. Boom. The fist crashed down onto the ground, smashing the incredibly solid arena to pieces, even sending shockwaves that caused the translucent energy shield to ripple. The audience screamed in shock and then erupted to their feet. At that moment, whether or not they had bet on Qin Feng to win, everyone was thrilled. Martial techniques. This was true martial technique. They had come to watch a match and were witnessing a fight that showcased martial arts, making it feel worth every penny. The Barbarian God, missing his first strike, showed no sign of fatigue and closed in on Qin Feng once more. As the two engaged in battle, it became clear that they were evenly matched, with Qin Feng remaining vigilant against the Barbarian God. In no time, the Barbarian God unleashed another ferocious punch, leaving Qin Feng with no choice but to evade. On the arena, the outcome of the battle seemed increasingly clear. Backstage, Jiang Xiaoyang watched the scene with satisfaction, taking a sip of fine wine before switching to another camera. This camera was focused on Bai Li, who stood in the corner, Despite wearing sunglasses, her perfect posture still drew the attention of many. Although a group of people surrounded her, blocking others from getting close. These were naturally the individuals sent by Jiang Shaoyang. He had already claimed Bai Li as his own possession. Once the Mad Fox was defeated, he would eagerly approach this beauty. On the arena, the barbarian god was panting heavily. No one knew just how much energy he had expended. The barbarian god practiced a form of external martial arts. Although this ferocious punch was fueled by inner strength, it unleashed 10 times the power of his physical body. Anyone hit by this punch, even those with superior abilities, would be shattered. Yet Qin Feng slipped away like a fish, evading whenever possible. When the barbarian god refrained from using his brute force, Qin Feng would seize the opportunity to attack. It appeared that the barbarian god was forcing Qin Feng back, but in reality, he had no choice. Otherwise, he would be the one on the receiving end of Qin Feng's strikes. What's wrong? Out of strength? Then perhaps it's my turn now? Qin Feng said coldly. The barbarian god suddenly felt a jolt of unease, sensing that something bad was about to happen. At that moment, an immense force of attraction erupted from Qin Feng's body. Star absorption technique. The barbarian god stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance as he was drawn closer to Qin Feng, who pressed his palm against the barbarian god's dantian. In the next instant, the inner energy surged out like a torrent, and in the blink of an eye, it was absorbed by Qin Feng. You. The barbarian god barely had time to feel anger before Qin Feng raised his other hand. Everyone watched as Qin Feng's fist transformed into a dark color, flames swirling around it. The barbarian god's physical strength was indeed formidable, and Qin Feng's punch couldn't guarantee a fatal strike. But what about his special ability? The hellfire enveloped Qin Feng's fist, and in the next moment, it crashed into the barbarian god's heart. Chapter 71. Little Bai takes action PFF. The sound was no longer the dull thud of fists colliding with flesh, but rather the sizzle of flames burning through fabric. The hellfire instantly breached the barriers of flesh and blood, incinerating everything in its path as Qin Feng's fist drove forward. Ugh! The barbarian god let out an involuntary sound, his eyes losing their luster. Qin Feng withdrew his hand, and without the support, the barbarian god collapsed backward. Bang! The enormous body of the barbarian god hit the ground, stirring up dust and debris. As he lay there, the audience finally saw the gaping hole in his chest. Charred and blackened, with his heart completely incinerated, the barbarian god was dead. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. In the next moment, a tremendous wave erupted. The Mad Fox had triumphed. The seemingly invincible barbarian god had finally been defeated. In an instant, the crowd erupted into cheers. 10 consecutive victories, 10 in a row. What a thrill. The defiant Mad Fox. While the crowd celebrated, the referee and the host found themselves once again frozen in shock. This scene was strikingly similar to what had just occurred the night before. The referee had not declared a winner, nor had the protective barrier been lifted. But Qin Feng had vanished from sight in an instant. In the shadows, Qin Feng was the first to leave the arena, disregarding the referee's ruling and showing no interest in the rewards. After all, his objective had already been achieved. A powerful internal force coiled within Qin Feng, nearly overwhelming his dantian. He was either on the brink of a breakthrough or ready to consume it rapidly. When Qin Feng reappeared, he was already at Bai Li's side. Those surrounding Jiang Shaoyang had no idea how Qin Feng had arrived, but they witnessed him attempting to take Bai Li away. Kill him. Jiang Shaoyang's furious roar came through the earpiece. What had seemed like a guaranteed victory, a situation in which he was certain to succeed, was once again shattered by Qin Feng. Jiang Shaoyang, feeling provoked, was infuriated. This time, he had no intention of playing games with Qin Feng. He would personally step in to kill him. The henchmen from the Eagle Club surged forward to block Qin Feng. They knew perfectly well that killing Qin Feng was impossible, for he was the one who had effortlessly defeated the barbarian god. They were no match for him. Get out of my way. At this moment, Qin Feng's internal force was in a frenzied state, more ruthless than ever. With a display of the star absorption technique, he sent the ancient martial artists, all at levels 8 and 9, flying. Boom. Qin Feng was like a bomb, exploding wherever he went. With Bai Li in tow, he quickly made his way to the safety stairs. In just a few steps, he reached the first floor and dashed outside. A group of pursuers followed closely behind. As these fierce individuals emerged, the slums erupted into chaos, turning everything upside down. Dashing into a dark alley to shake off his pursuers, Qin Feng instructed Bai Li to use her spatial teleportation to evade their attack. But in the next moment, someone blocked their path. This person was ghostly in form, radiating an incredibly powerful aura without any concealment. A level 7 ancient martial artist. This was a target that Qin Feng could hardly challenge. Die. Jiang Shaoyang roared, and the long sword in his hand erupted into a flurry of illusions. The sword's shadows enveloped Qin Feng, seemingly ready to tear him apart. This was yet another formidable martial technique. Qin Feng felt a palpable threat to his life. "Xiao Bai," Qin Feng instinctively called out, hoping Bai Li would initiate her spatial teleportation to evade, allowing him the chance to strike down the opponent. In the next moment, a brilliant silver light suddenly flashed around Bai Li. Her dress fluttered, and her long hair danced in the wind. Moonlight poured into the alley from an unknown source, as if it had materialized out of thin air, enveloping Bai Li. In the blink of an eye, four silver beams of light appeared. This light was all too familiar. It was the space rune. "Space blade," Bai Li exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Shaoyang. "Go." The light flashed and vanished from its original spot. But Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. The silver light reappeared right next to Jiang Shaoyang. Thud, 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 thud. Healy's body trembled violently a few times. The sword shadows in the air dissipated, and not only that, but Jiang Shaoyang couldn't maintain his balance and collapsed instantly. His limbs were all severed, the wounds remarkably clean, as if he had been sliced into pieces. Qin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. "Master, quickly absorb his internal energy," Bai Li urged. Qin Feng took a deep breath, finally snapping back to reality. He had underestimated Bai Li. After all, the current Bai Li was the Beast King of Duan, dealing with an ordinary ancient martial artist like Jiang Shaoyang, who hardly fought in the wild, was a piece of cake. At that moment, Jiang Shaoyang lay on the ground, still alive, but struggling to lift his neck to look at Bai Li. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Who are you?" Jiang Shaoyang had never seen such a terrifying move. Even if he had wanted to dodge, he couldn't, as if the attacks had erupted from within him. Moreover, he heard Bai Li's words. "Space blade. Is this a space rune? Could this woman actually be a powerful space-type ability user?" This ability was not among the top 10 categories. Only some formidable exotic beasts possessed such powers. "You don't need to know who she is," Qin Feng said coldly, clearly aware of the greedy look Jiang Shaoyang had cast at Bai Li earlier. Star absorption technique. He pressed one hand against Jiang Shaoyang's abdomen, unleashing a violent sucking force that devoured all the internal energy within Jiang Shaoyang. Jiang Shaoyang tried to resist, but had no means to do so. With his limbs severed and bleeding profusely, it was evident that he would die regardless of whether Qin Feng intervened. Now, even if he wanted to call for help using his communicator, it was impossible. After absorbing Jiang Shaoyang's internal energy, Qin Feng's dantian surged with power. Hellfire. Qin Feng struggled to contain the raging internal energy as his abilities erupted, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Shaoyang was completely reduced to ashes amidst the blazing flames. The once mighty leader of the Eagle Club, the dark force behind the slums, was dead. Crack. A string of Buddhist beads in Jiang Shaoyang's hand crackled and was quickly incinerated. But one gray bead rolled out, emanating a special pale silver glow. This turned out to be a piece of space rune equipment. If it weren't for Qin Feng burning the other party's corpse, one might have thought it was merely a silver accessory among the Buddhist beads. "Let's go." Qin Feng picked up the bead and instructed Xiao Bai, and the two of them vanished completely from the spot. By the time the thugs from the Eagle Society arrived, no one noticed the inconspicuous ashes in the dim alley, nor did they realize that this was the very place where their boss had turned to dust. Chapter 72. Dispatched to the wilderness with Bai Li's instant teleportation, Qin Feng returned to the house in Qinghu Yuan in less than a minute. He immediately sat cross-legged and focused on his dantian. In fact, today's condition was better than yesterday, although his inner energy was a chaotic mess. Qin Feng's own inner energy had reached a robust 62 strands, strong and powerful, dominating the rest. The other disordered energies couldn't stir up any waves. However, the amount of energy his dantian could hold had been exceeded, making Qin Feng feel as if it would burst. Devour. Qin Feng began to absorb the gains from today. The 5 fighters in the arena had provided him with 51 strands of inner energy, now compressed to the brink of deformation. Even more terrifying was Jiang Shaoyang's inner energy. A full 63 strands. After the devouring ability erupted, these energies were consumed and rapidly strengthened his meridians. Then, the inner energy transformed into purity and returned to the dantian. Qin Feng's original 62 strands of inner energy began to rise steadily. 738, 699 robust inner energy threads almost spread out, occupying the entire dantian, leaving no room for even a hint more. Yet, those energies had not all returned. Star absorption technique. Qin Feng focused on dual tasks, activating the star absorption technique. Boom. Inside the dantian, it was as if an explosion had occurred. The dantian expanded to its limit, able to accommodate more inner energy. All the energy threads shattered. Soon after, the inner energy condensed into a cloud of mist. Qin Feng closed his eyes. A vertical smoke seemed to rise from his forehead, and his aura surged instantly. Duan ancient warriors, their inner energy like threads. Duan ancient warriors, their inner energy like mist. At that moment, Qin Feng finally advanced from Duan ancient warrior to Duan. Huff. Qin Feng let out a long breath. He opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. In this moment, he felt his own strength. However, this feeling came quickly and faded just as fast. After all, before his rebirth, Qin Feng had already reached the Duan level. His mindset stabilized considerably. But then he furrowed his brows. If yesterday, Qin Feng killing those 5 guards from the Eagle Society hadn't been a big deal, today would definitely cause a stir. Once those people discovered Jiang Xiaoyang's disappearance, they would soon trace it back to Qin Feng. Even now, there might already be someone plotting against him. This was all trouble. Qin Feng thought for a moment, raised his hand, and dialed someone's communicator. Xue Xingfu, bleary-eyed from sleep, was startled awake by the sound of the communicator, especially since it was a tone he had set specifically. He glanced at the clock and was shocked to see it was already 2 a.m. Honey, who is it? It's nothing, you go back to sleep. Xue Xingfu, looking both helpless and resigned to answer the call, patted his wife beside him and stepped out of the room. Little brother, what is going on at this hour? He thought to himself that Qin Feng had too much energy, whether it was late at night or early morning. I have some news for you, Qin Feng said. It should be good news for you, right? Xue Xingfu jolted awake, recalling how Qin Feng had mentioned selling him some news when he killed He Li. He couldn't help but wonder who was the unfortunate target this time. Regardless of who it was, Xue Xingfu felt a surge of excitement. Just wait a moment, I'll be right there. Let us talk in person. Some things were better discussed in person than over the communicator, and Xue Xingfu hung up, quickly threw on a jacket, and headed to Qinghu Garden. Half an hour later, Xue Xingfu sat in Qin Feng's living room, feeling as if his ears were malfunctioning. Can you say that again? Who did you just say? Jiang Xiaoyang. You killed Jiang Xiaoyang? Yes, of course. They probably don't know Jiang Xiaoyang is dead yet, and there's no evidence to prove I killed him. But they might trace it back to me. Can you create some chaos for them? Qin Feng took a sip from his cup, looking relaxed and unfazed as if discussing something trivial. Seeing that Qin Feng was serious, Xue Xingfu couldn't sit still any longer. I believed you when you said you killed He Li, but how can I believe you killed Jiang Xiaoyang? Even if he was useless. He was still a 7th-level ancient martial artist. Noticing that Xue Xingfu seemed unconvinced, Qin Feng finally pulled out a silver orb. This is Jiang Xiaoyang's spatial rune equipment. I haven't used anything inside. You can take it. The spatial rune equipment belonged to Jiang Xiaoyang and was actually smaller than He Li's, only 1 square meter. But it contained quite a bit. There were firearms, blue and purple rune gear, a large stash of first-grade toxins, and an anonymous black card. The black card had roughly 50 million in it, which Qin Feng decided to keep since he hadn't been paid by the members of the Eagle Association after yesterday's tournament. As for the rest, Qin Feng didn't care for it. Jiang Xiaoyang wasn't skilled in combat, and his rune gear was standard issue rather than custom-made, showing that he didn't take it seriously. Qin Feng didn't want to keep items that others had used, so he simply handed it over to Xue Xingfu. Xue Xingfu looked at the spatial rune equipment, knowing all too well the capabilities of the deputy district chief's subordinates after fighting against them for years. How could he not recognize what this was? In an instant, he trembled with excitement, his blood rushing to his head, and his gaze towards Qin Feng became fervent. You little brat, you've done something big. Xue Xingfu was deep in thought, pacing back and forth as he considered the situation at hand. Soon, he grasped the most critical point. Lin Zeng, you don't need to be afraid. Although he is the deputy district chief, his influence is no match for District Chief Zhang. He has already been dispatched to deal with the corrupted core. Qin Feng frowned. He's gone to the wilds? Yes, you might not know this, but a large number of corrupted corpses have appeared outside Qingyang City, and their leader is likely a Beast King level entity. That's why all 4 districts in Qingyang City have sent out tiered ability users. I know. Qin Feng nodded, fully aware of the situation. A Beast King level entity would require thousands of humans at the same level to take it down, and there would be countless casualties. Therefore, to achieve victory at the lowest cost, humans would always send their strongest fighters. The outcome of a battle between tiered ability users and a Beast King is uncertain at best. This is also why Bai Li was able to effortlessly kill Jiang Xiaoyang today. However, if Lin Zeng has gone to the wilds, then Qin Feng also plans to go there, which means they might end up crossing paths. But after a moment of reflection, Qin Feng didn't mind. As long as these people were unsure whether Jiang Xiaoyang was killed by him, Lin Zeng wouldn't come looking for Qin Feng specifically. To Lin Zeng, A martial artist who had only awakened a month ago was just like a crawling infant. As long as Qin Feng didn't deliberately attract Lin Zhang's attention, he wouldn't be targeted in the wilderness. Chapter 73, The Strongest Dark Ability. Remember, divert their attention away from me, Qin Feng instructed. Xue Xingfu let out a bitter smile, genuinely puzzled about what kind of prodigy resided within this young man. Generally speaking, anyone who killed Jiang Xiaoyang would face enormous trouble, potentially needing the strength of Xue Xingfu or District Chief Zhang for protection. Yet, Qin Feng spoke with such conviction, as if it were an order, as if it were Xue Xingfu's obligation to comply. However, Xue Xingfu glanced at the spatial rune device in his hand and sighed again. Securing this opportunity for Qin Feng might mean that in just a couple of months, the items that would be in his possession could very well be Lin Zhang's spatial rune equipment. Don't worry with the things inside. I can completely seal the Eagle Club and even take its place. Even after the Great Cataclysm, the items within Jiang Xiaoyang's spatial rune equipment would be enough to stir people's nerves. And here, the ultimate punishment for breaking the law is death. After all criminals are exceptionally powerful individuals who often evade the law. Otherwise, bounty hunter networks wouldn't be so lively. Hearing Xue Xingfu's words, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. All right, that's settled then. By the way, the items are worth 50 million. You can give them to me in a few days. Xue Xingfu, who had previously spoken with authority, felt his confidence wane upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng really knows how to set a price. However, the information he provided is worth every penny, if not more. Even Xue Xingfu wouldn't dare to negotiate. All right, I'll report this, and the money will be transferred to you shortly. Xue Xingfu didn't linger any longer. After all, their conversation had lasted over an hour, and it was already 3:30 a.m. If they waited any longer, the sun would be up. After Xue Xingfu left, Qin Feng felt a lot more relaxed. After freshening up, he stepped into the bedroom, but suddenly paused. Even without light, Qin Feng, awakened by the dark runes, could see clearly. On the huge bed lay a stunning girl, peacefully drifting into dreams, with a hint of suspicious moisture at the corner of her mouth. She looked both enchanting and innocently cute. Not only that, but she had also changed into the silk pajamas he bought earlier that day, seemingly without anything underneath. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng considered going to the guest room to sleep. He thought he really needed to teach little Bai about the boundaries between men and women. However, as he contemplated this, his feet felt as if they were glued to the floor. If I leave, the little ancestor will definitely be unhappy. It's fine, after all. She's just a little fox. Comforting himself like this, Qin Feng felt his body relax and naturally pulled back the covers, lying down. The little fox, still half asleep, sensed the familiar warmth approaching and snuggled closer, even giving Qin Feng's cheek a quick lick before settling back into a deep sleep. Qin Feng thought, this is driving me crazy. He focused his consciousness away from the little fox and directed it into the core of his supernatural abilities. Currently, while the levels of ancient martial artists had progressed to a new stage, Qin Feng's level as a supernatural being had yet to advance. The primary reason was that he hadn't found a way to train his consciousness. Of course, supernatural beings possess extraordinary abilities, but their growth is incredibly difficult. Even before Qin Feng's rebirth, he had heard a bit about it. However, once they grow, their power can be devastating, far surpassing that of ancient martial artists. Should I go kill a gunner? But even though gunners are everywhere, it's not easy to take them down. Underground fighting is an exception. Thinking this way, Qin Feng could only begin to methodically activate his consciousness to rotate the supernatural core, following the lessons from Professor Cheng Chao yesterday to identify the runes that could arrange his abilities. After a torturous morning, Qin Feng and the little fox, Bai Li, finally stepped onto the campus. The morning classes consisted of rune theory and a beast analysis course, while the afternoon was reserved for mechanical studies. Aside from the rune classes, the other subjects were of no use to Qin Feng. After the rune class, he was about to head to the library when he was stopped by a girl with a ponytail. Qin Feng, our supernatural class has set up a communication group. Could you share your contact information? It would make it easier to keep in touch. Sure. Qin Feng nodded in agreement and didn't refuse. He noted down the communicator number and joined the ability class, which was led by Zhao Yu, the current class monitor who had previously invited him. Zhao Yu was the strongest fire elemental ability user in the class, demonstrating remarkable mental strength and elemental talent during the tests. It was no surprise that she was chosen to be the class monitor, given her exceptional abilities. Qin Feng decided to skip the beast identification course and found a quiet spot in the library instead. The library was quite spacious, but lacked a vast collection of books. Instead, it housed various chips, dark elemental abilities. Qin Feng's eyes lit up in excitement. It really existed. He inserted the chip into his communicator. but was surprised to find the content was exceedingly scarce. As he read, he began to understand why. The Qingbei Advanced Academy had been established for over 50 years, during which only 2 dark elemental ability users had emerged. The first was incredibly powerful, but after graduating, he joined the Dark Alliance and became a notorious fugitive, ultimately being killed shortly after. This incident was considered a disgrace for the Academy. The second dark elemental user had discovered his abilities over 20 years ago. He sought knowledge at the school, but found no records about dark abilities. In frustration, he stayed for 6 months and left behind the information he had gathered. I hope future students with dark elemental abilities will leave behind rune information here to benefit future generations. The foundational abilities of the 10 major elemental categories are theoretically the same. Only the appearance of the runes differs in color and effect. Here's a simple example. After extensive research, I believe the aforementioned dark elemental ability exists, but I have not found corresponding abilities from other categories. The most powerful is the Finger of Death, which appeared 67 years after the Great Cataclysm when a cloaked figure in the west unleashed it. With a single finger, dark light streaked across the sky, annihilating a segment-level ability user, leaving no trace behind, and terrifying 3 of the strongest human segment-level users at the scene. Reading this information, Qin Feng felt a mix of emotions. The Finger of Death. Such a terrifying ability could erase another segment-level ability user with just one move. How powerful would that be? He couldn't help but wonder if among the millions of runes he possessed, there was one for the Finger of Death. Chapter 74. The Overbearing Firearms Teacher During Lunch. Qin Feng casually ate some jerky stored in his small white space, then continued to browse through the materials. This time, he was looking into runes from other elemental categories, particularly fire runes, as he himself possessed mutated fire runes. However, while he was engrossed in his research, his communicator suddenly vibrated. When Qin Feng looked up, he was surprised to see his class leader Zhao Yu, who had just added him to her contacts. Class leader, what's wrong? Qin Feng casually asked. Qin Feng, why did you skip class again? The firearms instructor called your name. You've already missed 2 classes. The teacher is really angry. Are you still at school? Hurry up and come to class, Zhao Yu said, her tone tinged with a hint of anxiety. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, seemingly imagining the scene where Zhao Yu, as the class leader, would get scolded for his misbehavior. After all, the firearms instructor tended to unleash his anger on everyone. Okay, I'll be there right away. Great. Hurry up, we're at the shooting range. Got it. The shooting range at Qingbei Higher Institute was located on the top floor of the sports complex. While it was called a range, it was actually just an urban environment. Given the number of gathering spots in the city, the sports complex itself had 8 floors, and by the time Qin Feng arrived via the elevator, the class had already been in session for 20 minutes. As Qin Feng walked in, all the students around turned to look at him, and naturally, the instructor noticed as well. Which class are you from? What are you doing here? Is this class even for you? The firearms instructor said sarcastically. Zhao Yu, fearing that Qin Feng would be kicked out and worried about the teacher's temper, quickly replied, Mr. Yang, he's from our ability enhancement class. He is here to attend the lesson. What is so special about the ability enhancement class? Mr. Yang's voice suddenly rose, almost deafening. Don't think awakening an ability makes you impressive. When your strength is weak, what can your abilities do? Light a cigarette? Drink some water? Grow some wheat or tighten a screw? Sure, you're learning firearms to enhance your survival skills, but if you're not interested in learning, you might as well leave. Mr. Yang spoke with a dismissive tone, and even jealousy flickered in his eyes. He had a short temper. During the first class yesterday, he had made an example of the students by firing a vintage handgun without telling them to wear ear protection, leaving their ears ringing from the loud shots. This had made the students remember him, and even fear him. At that moment, Qin Feng walked up calmly, glancing at the control panel filled with firearms. While what you say has some merit, teacher, I believe that in a higher education institution, we should have the freedom to choose our studies. I find this course completely unhelpful. Why should I attend? Completely unhelpful? Mr. Yang glared furiously. What do you mean by completely unhelpful? You think you're so impressive now? Huh. If you're not an ability user yet, then keep your mouth shut. Without firearms for self-defense, what use is an ability user? Even in the future, you'll just be protected in the back like a rare animal. As he spoke, the classmates in the room clearly showed disapproval in their expressions. It was widely accepted that ability users were the strongest among combat professions, yet in Mr. Yang's words, they seemed so insignificant. Moreover, they are all superpowered individuals. By saying this, isn't Teacher Yang belittling them? These people awaken their powers and are still proud of their luck. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with sarcasm. Teacher, I'm not saying anything about firearms. I'm just saying that I don't need to learn what you're teaching. What? Teacher Yang felt a surge of anger. No one had ever dared to challenge him like this before. He must not have seen the warning he gave him yesterday. Kid, do you believe I can prevent you from graduating? The firearms course is the second most important subject in the superpower class. And you dare say you don't need to learn from me? Oh, graduation, you say? Qin Feng thought for a moment. The furious Teacher Yang finally posed a real threat to him. In that case, why not have the teacher assess me directly? If I pass, I won't have to attend class anymore, and you can still give me a perfect score on my final transcript. How about that? Teacher Yang grinned menacingly, clearly infuriated. All right, you've got guts. I haven't seen someone so arrogant before. Qin Feng, is it? Let us have that assessment then. If you fail, you can get out of Chungbei Higher Academy immediately. Gasps of surprise filled the room. Clearly, no one expected Teacher Yang to say that. Teacher Yang, isn't that a bit harsh? At worst, you could just make Qin Feng attend your class every day? The other students in the class dared not voice their anger, but felt that Teacher Yang's actions were a bit extreme. Who is the teacher here, you or me? Get out of the way. I can't teach a student like him, and I don't want him. Zhao Yu shrank back, lowering his head, his eyes red. At that moment, Qin Feng's expression turned icy. This Teacher Yang really had gone too far. But before he could say anything, Teacher Yang pulled out a gun from a compartment. It was just a handgun. The firearms that superpowered individuals learned to use were all handguns, as they were easy to carry. However, it was clear that this gun was far more complex in design and appeared to have greater power. You have 30 seconds to assemble this gun, aim, and hit the target. An average of 8 hits out of 10 will pass the exam. The room fell silent again, as they hadn't expected the exam content to be this difficult. It was worth noting that during their time in the Intermediate Academy, they only learned some basic combat courses and never handled firearms. Just yesterday, they had only learned to disassemble a basic handgun. Now, this handgun was so complicated that they didn't even know how to put it back together after taking it apart. Yet, Qin Feng nodded, looking completely unfazed. Teacher Yang, why don't you join me in the assessment? If you fail, you also have to leave Chungbei Higher Academy. How about that? You little brat. You won't give up until you hit a wall, will you? Teacher Yang sneered, thinking that Qin Feng was backing down. The other party must have just not clearly seen their own actions earlier and now wants to assess together, allowing them to mimic each other's movements for assembly. Then, relying on sheer guesswork, as long as they all score above 8 rings, this gamble would mean victory for Qin Feng. However, Teacher Yang showed no signs of refusal. All right, let me show you what a true marksman is. Teacher Yang's fingers danced as he snapped the components of an identical firearm apart on the operating table. Zhao Yu, with reddened eyes, stepped in to act as the referee and timer. Ready, start. At the command, both of them moved simultaneously. Chapter 75, 10 Rings. Qin Feng's movements flowed like water. With a light sweep of his hand, the parts shifted positions, and only upon closer inspection could one see the order in which he assembled them. Click, click. Qin Feng's speed was astonishing, creating an almost phantom-like blur. His body had been enhanced, giving him superior strength, speed, and agility. Moreover, Qin Feng had absorbed the consciousness of a firearms expert, He Li, which granted him extraordinary perception. Thus, he had already thoroughly analyzed the mechanics during Teacher Yang's disassembly. What is more, before his rebirth, Qin Feng had endured countless hardships to become a high-level ancient martial artist, often accompanied by firearms during his lower-tier days. After all, firearms provide long-range firepower, and even ancient martial artists can find themselves out of reach at times. Starting from scratch, firearms were a luxury usually reserved for the wealthy, and repairs were incredibly costly. Qin Feng frequently maintained his firearms, so disassembling them was a trivial task for him. What was a daunting challenge for other students with special abilities transformed into something manageable in his hands. Teacher Yang, initially indifferent, raised his head to deliver a condescending remark, only to find that Qin Feng had already completed more than half of the gun's body. Just how much time had passed? A few seconds? 5 or 6 seconds? Teacher Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he hastily quickened his own pace. But in his panic, he lost his composure. Click. With a final snap, Qin Feng assembled the entire handgun. Beep. Time recorded. 9:31 seconds. In the next moment, Teacher Yang heard a gunshot. Bang. Qin Feng raised his arm, seemingly without aiming, and fired at one of the targets. It must have been a lucky shot. Teacher Yang thought to himself, simultaneously hoping that Qin Feng's shot would completely miss. But the sound of the mechanics cannot be deceived. 10 rings. Bang, bang, bang. 10 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of 10 rings echoed continuously, the gunfire deafening, but the phrase 10 rings felt like the greatest irony. At this moment, Teacher Yang's firearm had yet to be fully assembled, Qin Feng calmly placed the handgun on the control panel, the loud clatter jolting Teacher Yang back to reality. For a moment, he felt a burning heat on his face, as if a wave of energy had rushed to the top of his head, making him wish for a crack to hide in. Teacher Yang, can I count this assessment as a full score? Qin Feng said casually. Of course. That previous bet was just a spur-of-the-moment comment. Don't take it seriously. Teacher Yang's face turned ashen. This student was actually pouring fuel on the fire. Even if he didn't take it seriously, he had lost all his face now. With a loud crash, he slammed the parts in his hand onto the control panel. I can't teach a student like you anymore. You take this class. With that, he turned and walked out. Teacher Yang slammed the door shut, leaving the shooting range in complete silence. Qin Feng, you're amazing, Zhao Yu exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. Yesterday, Teacher Yang had shown off his skills, hitting 4 10 rings and 1 9 ring, claiming he had made a mistake. But Qin Feng, with an easy demeanor, fired 10 shots without any hesitation, assembling the weapon at lightning speed, making the difference clear. Qin Feng, teach us. Someone called out. Yeah, Teacher Yang has left. What kind of teacher just walks out like that? Can he really expel us whenever he wants? We are all ability users. Exactly. It feels like Teacher Yang is deliberately making things difficult for us. Qin Feng watched as his classmates voiced their dissatisfaction with the teacher. However, now that Qin Feng had sent Teacher Yang away, he wasn't sure if the teacher would come back for future classes, and today's lesson was certainly ruined. There's still 10 minutes left in class. Let me teach you something simple. Hearing that Qin Feng was actually going to teach, some students immediately perked up, while others were indifferent, thinking Qin Feng was just trying to show off. The students in the ability class had varying levels of skill. They had only joined the top class of the advanced academy after awakening their abilities, and most of them were just lucky. Some were eager to learn, while others were not. But Qin Feng didn't worry too much about that. Combining firearms was a matter of practice, but in shooting, they had a significant advantage. Ability users, with their innate awakened consciousness, could often perform better than regular shooters. A gun was just a tool. What mattered was the person using it. Qin Feng explained how to integrate consciousness with firearms, and the students quickly got the hang of it. Some students with strong consciousness were even able to hit 8 rings consistently. With no restrictions on ammunition from Teacher Yang, they were excited to shoot freely. And even those who had previously looked down on Qin Feng enjoyed themselves and felt exhilarated. The afternoon class was a geography introduction. But Qin Feng didn't hesitate to return to the library, only to be called to the mentor's office by Cheng Chao through a communication device. Although Cheng Chao thought Qin Feng was quite headstrong, he never expected him to be this bold. Just the second day in, he had already driven the firearms instructor away. But Qin Feng, I heard you assembled the number 1 pistol in just 9 seconds, and you hit the bullseye every time. Who did you learn that from? Cheng Chao asked. Qin Feng, with wide eyes, replied, I didn't learn from anyone. I have a photographic memory, and with my strong awareness. Isn't hitting the target easy? Cheng Chao was momentarily speechless. He knew Qin Feng's awareness was indeed exceptional. Teacher, I happen to have some questions I want to ask you. Qin Feng seized the opportunity and immediately began to present the runic problems he had encountered, some of which were surprisingly complex. Cheng Chao started explaining to Qin Feng, and the two engaged in a back-and-forth discussion, time slipping by unnoticed. By the time the bell rang, it was already time for dismissal. Teacher, I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Qin Feng suggested. Go ahead, trying to bribe me, huh? Just head home for now. Cheng Chao replied. All right, thank you, teacher. Qin Feng didn't mind being a bit more polite to leave a good impression on Cheng Chao. Although he had a gentle personality, he was serious and responsible, definitely a good teacher. Just a bit too easy to fool. Once Qin Feng's figure vanished, Cheng Chao sat in his seat, still pondering the questions Qin Feng had raised, and then suddenly froze. Did I not call Qin Feng over to discuss Yang Feng? How did I get sidetracked by this kid? I even ended up tutoring him for a whole class. Cheng Chao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Meanwhile, at the school gate, Qin Feng and Zhou Hao had met up. Crazy. Hurry up and tell me how we can participate in the hunt for the Corrupt Corpse Legion. I've been gathering information about them for the past couple of days. It's simple. We just need the certified tier ability user badge. Qin Feng replied as he started the car. Zhou Hao's mouth dropped open. He thought Qin Feng's suggestion was indeed feasible, but he hesitated. But can we really do it? Doubt began to creep in. In fact, Zhou Hao had already obtained tier abilities, but when it came to fighting fisher creatures, he had only done so once, the battle with the Fong-Tooth baby. That time, he had used a baseball bat against it. However, the tier ability user test required defeating 200-level monsters to achieve certification. With me around, you won't run into trouble. Qin Feng reassured Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao immediately protested. You make it sound like I'm useless. I don't believe it. It's just 200 monsters, right? Qin Feng smiled slightly, choosing not to contradict Zhou Hao. At the Ability User Certification Hall in the Chongbei Gathering Area, Qin Feng and Zhou Hao entered, their youthful appearances drawing the attention of many onlookers. Are they here to certify their abilities at such a young age? They can't be just here to test it out. I bet they won T-Pass. They're just here to throw away money. Why bother with them? If they succeed, we can recruit them later. Let us see their strength first. These people are all looking for teammates in the Ability Hall, including small mercenary teams and headhunters from large companies. Qin Feng and Zhou Hao registered, knowing that obtaining ability certification is a very cautious process. Just to sign up, they had to submit 10,000 yuan, and if they failed, that money would not be refunded. That is so expensive. Zhou Hao winced at the cost. Even though it was Qin Feng who was paying. I'll ask my dad for money when I get back and pay you back. At that moment, Zhou Hao was feeling uncertain. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, after tonight, you won't care about this money. Zhou Hao assumed Qin Feng was confident he could pass the ability test. If they really passed, they would be officially recognized as abilities, and even if they did nothing, just having their names on the roster could earn them 10,000 yuan each month. As their strength grew and they continued to get certified, reaching the 9th level could even net them 90,000 a month. This was just the standard reward system. There were many other benefits as well, which were also ways for the gathering place to retain abilities. They needed these people to protect the safety of the area. Strength test. Please have number 231 step forward. It's my turn. Zhou Hao stepped up and threw a punch at the testing device. In fact, Zhou Hao had only tested 3 days ago, where he managed to output an attack power of 516. Boom. With that punch, the number skyrocketed. 678. In just 3 days, Zhou Hao's strength had increased by over 150. Even Zhou Hao was surprised. He had trained specifically during those days, just practicing the Wind Profound skill that Qin Feng gave him. Zhou Hao was ecstatic, clearly attributing the improvement to the Wind Profound skill. Although he already knew it was powerful, he didn't expect the effects to be this good. He thought he would have to train for a year or two. Next, Zhou Hao underwent a speed test, and he was astonished to find he was twice as fast as 3 days ago. Compared to his strength, this was the biggest improvement. As the Wind Profound skill focused on enhancing agility, you've passed the review. Please submit important markings and recordings of 200 exotic beasts within 3 days. If you fail to complete this within the time frame, it will be considered a failure, and you'll have to wait a month to reapply. Zhou Hao, who had been excited, suddenly turned pale. 3 days to find 200 exotic beasts? Even searching in the wild would be quite taxing. At that moment, Qin Feng also completed his test. With his current strength, a single punch could probably exceed 10,000 in attack power, so he controlled himself and delivered a light punch, slightly showcasing his speed, and passed the test. Let us go. Qin Feng clapped Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Where to? Zhou Hao hurried to catch up, unable to hold back his question. To hunt exotic beasts. Right now? Zhou Hao's eyes widened in shock. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and the early autumn vibe was in the air. By 7 o'clock, it would be dark, which was the time when the strange beasts were most active. They were actually planning to hunt these beasts. Wasn't that like courting death? Just then, a few people hurried over and said, you must be Zhou Hao, right? We just saw your test results, and you have great potential. How about joining our mercenary group? It's just 200 strange beasts. We can help you take them down, and we're sure you'll complete the mission. Our company, the Chung Group, has a branch here in Chongbei. Come with us, and we'll offer you excellent benefits. Those originally enthusiastic mercenary teams could only smile wryly and give up on persuading him upon hearing the Chung Group. After all, that was a major corporation. They hadn't expected anyone to come recruiting. But then again, Zhou Hao's potential was evident. Sorry, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Zhou Hao quickly said his goodbyes and ran off, calling out, Qin Feng, wait for me. The HR representative from Da Chung Group had a grim expression and coldly snorted. Zhou Hao, don't let your friend fool you. You don't even know how you might end up dead. Your talent is far superior to his. Zhou Hao waved his hand with a bitter smile. Better than Qin Feng? What a joke. Qin Feng was already a superpowered individual now. But once Zhou Hao sat in the passenger seat and watched the hover vehicle head out to the wilderness, he couldn't help but get excited, chatting nonstop along the way. It was his first time going out into the wild. Just thinking about it made him a little thrilled. Hey, Qin Feng, do you really think the Chung Group wants me? We're out of the city. Qin Feng replied with a light laugh, driving with a cheerful demeanor. Seeing Zhou Hao alive and well made him feel extremely satisfied. Having a second chance at life was all about this perfection. However, once they left the city, Zhou Hao's excitement gradually turned into seriousness, and he fell silent. He sensed a dangerous aura surrounding them. After leaving the city, The vehicle's speed picked up and finally showcased the power of the battle vehicle. However, they didn't stay on the main road for long before veering onto a small path. It was called a small path simply because there were no trees on it, revealing some weathered dark green stones underneath. This was a road from the old era. Moreover, this road must have been quite wide and well-maintained back in the day. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted until now. This road leads to the Qingshan copper mine, Qin Feng said. Zhou Hao's confusion turned into surprise. After entering the Advanced Academy, geography class was no longer just about the 5 oceans and 8 continents. It started with an introduction to the Chongbei gathering place. These were the paths they would walk in the future. The Qingshan mine was precisely what Zhou Hao had just studied. Zhou Hao's face turned pale instantly. Why, you're not planning to go to the Qingshan mine to hunt the giant bat strange beasts, are you? Chapter 77. Qingshan Copper Mine. Oh, you know about it. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. I just attended the class this afternoon, Zhou Hao exclaimed. Qin Feng understood, but even though Zhou Hao had the same course as him, he hadn't attended. The Qingshan copper mine was quite vast, but there was no need to exploit the copper mine at the moment, and they had no plans to conquer the area, which had long been occupied by giant bats. It was easy to kill a couple of hundred, but if they spent all their time just searching for the beasts, they wouldn't complete the task in 3 days. Qin Feng explained. Originally, killing the line snakes in the planting area would have been a good option, but not only had Qin Feng swept them all away, but even the herbivorous giant rats likely suffered heavy losses due to a rodent plague. Zhou Hao frowned. Can you not say it so calmly? We're not talking about just 200 here. I've heard there are over 10,000 bats in the Qingshan mine, and each one is at level 3. How can we possibly handle that? Qin Feng replied firmly, trust me. If we can't overcome these difficulties, the Corpse Legion will be even more terrifying. And you definitely can't go. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth, his expression becoming resolute. You're right. Let's go. Qin Feng's vehicle transformed into a hovercraft since the ground roads were impassable, and they had to float forward. An hour later, as the sun set behind the mountains, they finally arrived at the Qingshan copper mine. The massive mine entrance loomed ahead, with rusted and even deformed tracks on the ground, used for transporting the mined copper. Put this on. Qin Feng tossed Zhou Hao a piece of silver inner armor and an energy gun. This was the Beast King inner armor that Qin Feng had crafted. With his current physical strength equivalent to that of a seasoned martial artist, he naturally didn't need the armor. What is this? Zhou Hao was astonished. He had never seen such silver-glowing rune equipment before. The tactile sensation was captivating. What about you? Don't you need it? Despite being tempted, Zhou Hao thought of Qin Feng and hesitated to put it on immediately. You talk too much. These giant bats can't hurt me. Then I won't hold back. Zhou Hao grinned. If people knew I had a set of silver inner armor, they would be so envious. He donned the armor, feeling a significant boost in his sense of security. Then, they stepped into the pitch-black mine. Whoosh! A fire ignited. It was Qin Feng's fire ability. While he could see in the dark, that didn't mean Zhou Hao could, so having a flame for illumination was essential. Qin Feng then pulled out a hand crossbow. Leading the way. I'll let you take down one soon. Remember to use the wind leg technique. Okay, don't forget to record it. Sure. They needed to document their hunting to prove that they had killed the 200 beasts. This time, Zhou Hao wasn't joking around. His face was serious, his inner energy focusing his senses greatly. Soon, the sound of flapping wings echoed. They're coming. Zhou Hao tensed his fists. Qin Feng, however, remained much calmer than Zhou Hao. After all, these giant bats are only at the 3rd level, and they can't do anything to him. Whoosh! Qin Feng has already pulled the trigger, and the crossbow bolt flies into the darkness, hitting 2 targets with 1 shot. Thud! The heads of 2 giant bats explode, falling to the ground. While one bat circles in the sky for a moment, as if sensing something amiss, but it quickly darts toward Qin Feng and Zhou Hao's position. This one's for you. Qin Feng steps aside. Zhou Hao finally gets a good look at the giant bat. Even though there are video recordings, nothing compares to the terrifying sight before him. The giant bat is massive, about half a meter long, stout and powerful, with wings that spread to around 1.5 meters, making it look incredibly fearsome. Its blood-red eyes and sharp fangs are equally chilling. Wind leg. Zhou Hao leaps high and kicks at the giant bat. The bat dodges, flapping its wings, and its curved claws rake across Zhou Hao's shoulder. If it weren't for the silver armor, he would have been severely wounded. Kick its wings, stay calm, and find the right angle, Qin Feng says in a low voice. Zhou Hao maneuvers and eventually finds a good position. He kicks out, hitting the giant bat's wing squarely, and follows up with another kick, shattering the bones in its wing. Now it can't fly at all. Look at you, try flying now. You're dead. Zhou Hao pulls out his energy gun and aims at the giant bat's head, clicking the trigger. The bat's brain is pierced, and it dies instantly. Collect the heart's blood and the wings. And the tail. Qin Feng instructs. The most valuable part of the giant bat is the heart's blood, a simple potion that can enhance one's physical strength, even more effective than great enhancing potions, so it must not go to waste. The pair of wings is worth about 2,000, which doesn't tempt Qin Feng much, but it's a fortune for Zhou Hao. As for the tail, it's the smallest part and is meant for completing the task. Zhou Hao takes out a dagger and a syringe to extract the necessary materials. This battle boosts his confidence significantly. Of course, it's also due to the strength of the silver armor. Afterward, the two of them delve deeper, encountering more giant bats. Qin Feng always leaves one for Zhou Hao to handle, and Zhou Hao's speed in hunting increases. Zhou Hao is incredibly talented, and with his internal martial arts and a special technique, he has no problem dealing with these third-level beasts. 3 hours later, Zhou Hao is severely drained and can't continue. His internal energy isn't that strong, and even without constant use, reaching this point is already his limit. Let's call it a day. All right. Zhou Hao doesn't push himself and gathers the spoils, preparing to head back. But once they're back in the vehicle, Zhou Hao starts to get excited again. I think I just killed 50 giant bats. Zhou Hao quickly calculated and was surprised to find that he had made such significant progress in just 3 hours, especially considering how much time he had wasted at the beginning due to his clumsiness. If that was the case, then completing 200 beast-related tasks didn't seem so difficult after all. For a moment, Zhou Hao felt that this assessment was actually quite simple. Had he unknowingly developed survival skills in the wild? At that moment, he realized that the world had truly changed, expanding before him. When he returned to the gathering place, it was already midnight. Qin Feng took Zhou Hao to the Wanzhong equipment store, which was reputed to be open 24 hours. As soon as Qin Feng stepped inside, he spotted Xiao Sun in a crisp suit, his hair neatly styled, and a silver name tag pinned to his left chest. Sun Yu, his title read manager. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised to see that Xiao Sun had been promoted to manager in just a few days. Mr. Qin, Sun Yu exclaimed upon seeing Qin Feng, his face lighting up as he hurried over to attend to him. Just then, Qin Feng's communicator buzzed. Chapter 78. Kidnappers. The familiar vibration caused Qin Feng to instinctively scan his surroundings. Even at midnight, the Wanzhong equipment store was still conducting business. As nighttime was prime trading time, battles were fought during the day. There were still 5 people in the spacious store. Qin Feng discreetly glanced at his communicator. Attention bounty hunters, criminal Lu Jiaming has been located. Attention bounty hunters, criminal Lu Jiaxing has been located. Attention bounty hunters, criminal Lu Jiafu has been located. Not only did Qin Feng take notice, but Zhou Hao also raised his wrist, his expression growing tense. Ever since the last time Qin Feng pursued the Viper, Zhou Hao had downloaded the bounty hunter network. Just as Zhou Hao was about to say something, Qin Feng gestured for him to be quiet, and Zhou Hao promptly closed his mouth. Xiao Sun, it's been a few days and you've already been promoted to manager. Congratulations, Qin Feng said to Sun Yu. Sun Yu quickly replied, thanks to Mr. Qin's support, my performance has improved significantly, allowing me to achieve this. Sun Yu's promotion to manager was undoubtedly due to Qin Feng's order of a silver light weapon, the Qing Wang Dao, along with significant purchases that boosted his sales record, making it quite remarkable. The headquarters of Wanzhong immediately decided to appoint Sun Yu as manager. This not only recognized Sun Yu's capabilities, but also acknowledged the importance of Qin Feng as a customer. As Qin Feng's strength continued to grow, his transaction volume would undoubtedly increase. If they continued to use a mere server to assist him, it would not only lack sufficient authority, but might also make Qin Feng feel undervalued, risking the loss of a customer. This was the brilliance of Wanzhong. As for the middle-aged woman who used to be the store manager, she was now forcing a smile while introducing products to customers. She had been demoted due to her lack of ability, and if it weren't for a relative with special powers, she probably wouldn't even be able to work here anymore. No need to thank me. You did well. Let us sell some items this time, Qin Feng said, pulling out a large package. Even though these giant bat wings could be folded, he had killed over 100 of them in one night, which was more than enough. All right, I'll bring people over to count the inventory right away. One of the staff members replied. My friend also has a badge here. Let us calculate that separately. Qin Feng added. Got it. The staff members quickly got to work. The price of the giant bat wings wasn't fixed. If sold individually, they would go for about 400 each, but the price would be lower at Wanzhong, only 100. Before long, they finished counting. Mr. Qin, your goods are worth 275, 100 yuan, and Mr. Zhou has 111, 300. Do you need to buy anything else? Sun Yu inquired. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng replied. Let us get a set of combat gear 7. The combat gear 7 was significantly more expensive than Qin Feng's previous set 3, valued at 150,000, but it was of much better quality. His earlier combat gear had been destroyed during the battle in the lab with He Li. Zhou Hao wasn't in the mood to buy anything. I don't need anything, he said. All right. Qin Feng tried on the combat gear and nodded in satisfaction. Son, you deducted the cost of the gear before settling the accounts with Qin Feng and Zhou Hao. Let us go. Qin Feng gestured to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't argue with Qin Feng, and the two of them left the store together. However, as soon as they stepped outside, Zhou Hao couldn't hold back. Qin Feng, why didn't you take action? Those three were just a bunch of punks, he exclaimed. What were those three compared to the Viper he had taken down? Qin Feng shook his head and responded, they were just eyeing the guns. Zhou Hao didn't quite get it at first, but Qin Feng continued, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare rob the Wanzhong equipment store. But just looking at the guns can lead to trouble. If they acted, innocent people could get hurt. After all, the staff at Wanzhong were ordinary people without combat abilities. The one who was assisting them was just a 20-year-old girl. Zhou Hao instinctively turned back to take a look inside the store, a sense of worry creeping in. To his shock, he saw that the 3 criminals had actually come out, seemingly nonchalant, but were heading straight toward them. For a moment, Zhou Hao was taken aback. Huh. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Were they really considering him an easy target? Dressed in high-end casual wear, he and Zhou Hao, in his school uniform, certainly didn't look like combat personnel. They appeared more like wealthy young men or buyers from some mercenary group. The criminals wouldn't believe that Qin Feng had the strength to sell so many items. Of course, they would lean toward the first assumption, as that was indeed the goal of the Liu brothers, kidnapping. On the bounty hunter website, 3 individuals frequently employed a method of kidnapping, using communication devices to extort money from the victims' relatives, ultimately threatening the victims to transfer funds and then tearing up the tickets. This method had a high success rate, and the trio had already committed multiple crimes. This way, Qin Feng whispered to Zhou Hao, not returning to the hover car, but heading straight toward the street. The 3 exchanged glances. One of them got into the car, while the other 2 strode towards Qin Feng and Zhou Hao. Soon, Liu Jiaming, the leader of the Liu family brothers, brandished a knife, aiming to strike Zhou Hao. Unable to hold back this time, Zhou Hao countered with a spinning kick. Bang! Liu Jiaming was sent flying 3 meters away. Damn it, you little brat. Liu Jiaming cursed, taken aback by Zhou Hao's resistance. Zhou Hao wasted no time, reaching for his energy pistol at his waist and firing without hesitation. Liu Jiaming screamed as a bloody hole appeared in his leg. In fact, the teacher Yang from the Advanced Academy was right. Firearms were indeed very useful, especially at lower levels. So even ancient martial artists had to carry guns at first. Liu Jiaxing nearby also attempted to draw his gun, but Qin Feng wasn't about to give him that chance. Qin Feng appeared like a ghost behind him, his hand landing on the opponent's shoulder. Crack! Crack! Both of the opponent's shoulders were crushed by Qin Feng's grip. At that moment, Liu Jiafu, the last of the Liu family, turned to flee, thinking of escaping. Too late. Qin Feng sneered, drawing the energy pistol from his waist. This gun wasn't the one he had bought from Xue Xingfu. It was taken from some of He Li's spoils. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet shattered the rear window of the car, creating a spiderweb-like crack, and a moment later, it pierced through the last man's head. The car lost control, crashing into the railing before finally coming to a stop. Because they had acted in a relatively public area, people screamed and scrambled to avoid the chaos, terrified. For ordinary people, while gathering places might seem safe, it didn't mean life was necessarily comfortable. Fights could break out at any moment within the gathering places. Conflicts between people were unavoidable, often more brutal, and one could easily become an innocent victim caught in the crossfire. Chapter 79. Prioritizing relationships over friends. 3 criminals. 1 was shot dead, and the other 2 were subdued and rendered incapable of fighting back. Zhou Hao excitedly submitted his application. Zhang Haoyang quickly arrived with a team. Normally, a single level 3 ability user wouldn't require their intervention, but the Liu brothers had committed multiple crimes, kidnapping wealthy youths. Although the amounts they extorted weren't large, the bounties for their capture were substantial once they were discovered. Some had placed high bounties, while others were lower, totaling 20 million for the 3 brothers. When Zhang Haoyang saw Qin Feng, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. So it's you, Qin Feng. This time, you really hit the jackpot. Not bad. Qin Feng smiled, knowing that bounty hunters don't always rake in the big bucks. Seeing Zhang Haoyang's long face gave him a bit of secret satisfaction. With Zhang Haoyang leading the team, the mission was naturally completed, with Qin Feng and Zhou Hao assisting. They each earned a reward of 10 million, splitting the task in half. Qin Feng, I'll transfer 5 million to you. Zhou Hao knew that Qin Feng had put in the most effort today. Without him, he wouldn't have dared to take action alone. It was no wonder Zhang Haoyang was surprised to see Qin Feng. The world felt small. There were quite a few ability users bound to bounty hunting within the base. But they didn't always act. After all, in a fight, the outcome was uncertain, and it could even lead to death or crazy retaliation. No need. Keep it for yourself. Go buy a car tomorrow afternoon, Qin Feng said. Zhou Hao was taken aback. What do you need a car for? Qin Feng pointed to the little white creature on his shoulder, which hadn't moved at all that day. You're taking up Xiao Bai's spot. And she is not happy about it. It wasn't just that. Xiao Bai was also looking forward to going to school with Qin Feng during the day and transforming into a human to wear pretty clothes at night. But with Zhou Hao around, not only could she not transform, but she also lost her spot. Having her seat taken by someone else made Xiao Bai, the Beast King, feel territorial. If it hadn't been for Qin Feng holding her back, she would have swatted Zhou Hao away with a claw. Zhou Hao's mouth dropped open when he heard Qin Feng's explanation. Come on, are you even my brother? I can't believe I'm less important than Xiao Bai. Qin Feng thought for a moment and replied seriously, you really are less important. Xiao Bai was officially recognized as Qin Feng's girlfriend. Historically, love has always been prioritized over friendship. How could Zhou Hao be more important than Xiao Bai? Qin Feng chuckled lightly. His previous answer was just a joke. Both Xiao Bai and Zhou Hao were equally important to him. Zhou Hao was quite annoyed. Fine. You can walk back by yourself. I'm leaving. Qin Feng didn't see him off and drove away, causing Zhou Hao to roll his eyes dramatically. However, the next day, Zhou Hao took the task of buying a car seriously. The car he chose was even more expensive than Qin Feng's. Though it didn't look flashy, just an ordinary SUV. In reality, it had a floating system and cost 9 million. Perhaps he learned a lesson from Qin Feng. His car was a 5-seater with plenty of space for storage. What do you think? I picked this out with my dad. Isn't it wild? This is a real man's car. Zhou Hao said proudly. Qin Feng nodded. Your uncle has good taste. By the way, remember to give him some money to help him get a better house. Got it. I'll add more once I start making money. Zhou Hao replied. Although his neighborhood was middle class, it was dangerously close to a poorer area. Zhou Hao wasn't the type to forget about his family just because he had money. Aside from the car expenses, he transferred the rest to his parents. Yesterday's battle had a significant impact on him. Perhaps he didn't realize that one day he might also meet his end in the wilderness, so it would be better to leave the money to his parents. Of course, he didn't share these thoughts with Qin Feng, otherwise, it would imply a lack of trust. After school, the two of them headed out to the wild. As Bai Li watched the buildings disappear from the floating car, she could no longer hold back and suddenly transformed into her human form with a pop. Qin Feng tightened his grip on the steering wheel, almost veering the car into a ditch. Master, do I look good in this? Or how about this one? What about this? Bai Li was lost in a sea of clothes. Qin Feng replied, are you going to a beauty pageant? What is a beauty pageant? Is it about who looks the best? Obviously, I'm the best. Bai Li said, lifting her chin proudly. Come on, hurry up and get dressed. Qin Feng sighed, rubbing his forehead. After some fussing, Bai Li finally put on an outfit and paired it with a pair of high heels. When they arrived at the Qingshan mine, both Qin Feng and Bai Li got out of the car, leaving Zhou Hao in shock. Qin Feng, why is there an extra person in your car? Where did you pick her up? Zhou Hao pointed at Bai Li in disbelief, then quickly realized his gesture was impolite and withdrew his finger, grinning foolishly. Hello, beautiful. Humph. Bai Li had no good feelings for the person who had taken her seat. It was true that Zhou Hao was the only one who had ridden in Qin Feng's car since it was bought. Cut it out. This is Xiao Bai. Just call her Bai Li from now on, Qin Feng said as he leaned closer to Zhou Hao. She's the Beast King and has transformation abilities. Be careful. If you keep this up, I won't be able to save you. Zhou Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Bai Li. A humanoid beast? I can't believe Xiao Bai is so powerful. Humanoid beasts had appeared since the rifts opened. There were many of them. Some caused chaos among humans, while others nurtured talents. The most famous was the Blue Dragon Bard, who took on the form of a gentle middle-aged man and taught many water-based abilities and dragon martial arts. Of course, there was also the infamous snake woman Chongqing, who appeared as a seductive beauty, luring men in only to devour them afterward, an undeniably terrifying prospect. And unsurprisingly, those who could use transformation abilities were all at the Beast King level. You really are lucky. I'm so envious. Zhou Hao admired. My luck is indeed good. Qin Feng smiled slyly. Without luck, how could he have been reborn, let alone establish such a solid foundation? The three of them entered the Qingshan mine together and began another slaughter. Zhou Hao was much stronger than yesterday, and his power had increased significantly. Thanks to the heart's blood of the giant bats he had collected earlier. As a few drops of blood coagulated, it formed a particularly viscous, jelly-like substance at the location of the unformed core, making it easy to extract. After returning, Zhou Hao diluted this bat blood to soak his body, which increased his strength a bit more. Naturally, this was much better than the clumsy battle he had yesterday. Let us go deeper. Zhou Hao was eager to explore the mine, as there weren't many giant bats left in the previous area. All right, let us go. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. However, after walking just 100 meters, Xiao Bai suddenly brightened up. There is something good. Chapter 80. Blood Phlegm Fruit. As soon as Bai Li said this, she vanished from sight. Zhou Hao knew Xiao Bai was powerful, and he hadn't seen how she disappeared, merely thinking that her speed was beyond what his eyes could catch. But in the next moment, Bai Li returned, holding a small tree that resembled a bonsai, which bore a row of bright red fruits. She plucked one off and swallowed it, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, quite tasty, sweet and sour. Since her birth, Bai Li hadn't eaten much. It wasn't tea that she didn't need to eat, but rather that human food was too energy deficient compared to the energy crystal cores that were more beneficial for her. However, she had consumed the potential fruit, and now this extra fruit was certainly a good find. Qin Feng recognized the fruit instantly. Blood phlegm fruit. It was a bit disgusting, as it was a spiritual herb cultivated from the phlegm of blood-sucking bats. Though referred to as phlegm, it was actually a weak form of heart blood, which took on a jelly-like shape, leading humans to jokingly call it blood phlegm fruit. Despite its unpleasant name, the blood phlegm fruit had a powerful ability to enhance physical growth, with effects 1,000 times greater than the heart blood of giant bats. Such a treasure could only be produced by extraordinary giant bats, not ordinary ones. Oh no. Qin Feng's expression changed. Zhou Hao also recognized what it was at this moment, having just attended a class on the Qingshan vein yesterday, which mentioned that it was the habitat of giant bats, where creatures like blood-sucking bats existed, and that the spiritual herbs produced there included night grass, sound wave flowers, and blood phlegm fruits. He hadn't expected to encounter it today. However, the teacher's words echoed in his mind. The production of blood phlegm fruit required the heart blood from numerous bats, meaning its cultivation must be led by a higher-level beast, forcing lower-level beasts to cooperate in its growth. Therefore, when such a fruit appeared, one must be vigilant of the surroundings, as powerful beast generals or even beast kings could emerge. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Let us go. Qin Feng called out. Zhou Hao quickly followed him. Xiao Bai, confused, still cheerfully chased after them, her high heels not slowing her down at all. Upon closer inspection, her feet didn't even seem to touch the ground. What is all the fuss about? Bai Li wondered. At this moment, a chaotic sound filled the air, a cacophony of flapping wings, dense and indistinguishable in number. Qin Feng's expression grew serious. Seizing the opportunity, he turned his head, and from the darkness behind him, hundreds of bats surged forward. If the cave weren't so small, the number would likely be even greater. Xiao Bai, get in front of me. Qin Feng pushed Bai Li aside, his mental energy surging wildly. The satellite next to the diamond planet suddenly erupted with massive runes. Zhou Hao felt a brilliant light behind him and, unsure of what was happening, couldn't help but glance back. He saw Qin Feng enveloped in a mysterious array of runes. These runes were all black and red, rising up in a seemingly endless number, thousands upon thousands of them. Qin Feng raised his hand, and a fireball appeared in front of him, only the size of a fist. But as hundreds and thousands of runes integrated into the fireball, it rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the fireball transformed into a massive sphere over 3 meters in diameter, nearly blocking the entire passage of the cave. Go! Qin Feng thrust forward, and the fireball thundered ahead. Like a force of nature, it incinerated the pursuing bats. Even if they weren't killed instantly, they were sent flying. In such a confined space, the fireball could almost obliterate anything in its path. Zhou Hao stared in astonishment. Superhumans. Can they really be this powerful? He murmured, awestruck by the sheer terror of the power displayed. What are you standing there for? Let's go? Qin Feng nudged Zhou Hao, urging him to run again. The fireball had vanished, but the sound of flapping wings returned, this time faster and accompanied by a piercing shriek. Zhou Hao felt a sharp pain in his ears. It's a beast soldier. It's already level 5. This was not good news for Zhou Hao. While he could occasionally defeat some beasts of a higher level, it didn't mean he could handle soldiers that far surpassed him. Fortunately, the exit of the cave was just ahead. Qin Feng, this won't work. If we get out, they'll follow us, and it's dark out. Zhou Hao said anxiously, but Qin Feng remained calm. Don't worry. Although Zhou Hao was filled with questions, he had no choice but to focus his energy on his legs. Thankfully, Qin Feng had taught him the wind profound leg technique, or he would have been caught by now. Xiao Bai, take out the box of explosives. Qin Feng instructed. Xiao Bai raised her hand, and a box appeared, steady even as she ran. Inside were explosives, including some powerful time bombs. These were obtained from He Li's spatial rune equipment and had tremendous destructive power. Qin Feng had thought he wouldn't be able to use them for a while, but now it seemed he was wasting them on a level 5 bat. But Qin Feng knew he had no choice. Just as Zhou Hao worried yesterday, there were at least tens of thousands of giant bats inside the Qingshan copper mine. Now, led by an unknown level giant bat leader, if they charged out, the consequences would be unimaginable. You go first. Qin Feng stopped about 50 meters from the cave entrance, opened the box, and quickly attached the bombs to the cave walls, 3 on each side, a total of 12 powerful timed explosives, enough to collapse the place. Hurry up. Qin Feng, Zhou Hao shouted from the entrance. Let's go. Qin Feng commanded, and Bai Li led him, instantly appearing at the cave entrance. 50 meters was just a blink of an eye. Seeing the two emerge, Zhou Hao felt a wave of relief. At that moment, the intense sound of flapping wings echoed again. Enjoy this. Qin Feng tossed the remote control to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao immediately pressed the red button. Boom. The entire Qingshan shook violently, rocks tumbled down, and the scattered exotic beasts above fled in panic. Zhou Hao steadied himself, suddenly coughing. The surrounding smoke swirled, moonlight poured down, and dust floated in the air. Cough, cough. Qin Feng, next time, don't let me enjoy it like this. My life is at stake. What is the point of showing off? Zhou Hao complained. Qin Feng smiled, but didn't argue back. I wonder if we crushed any bats. Qin Feng shook his head. The bomb could only destroy the tunnel, at most crushing a few hundred bats, but no more than that. Just then, the sound of flapping wings came again, clearly indicating that the giant bats were flying out of the cave. Chapter 81. Dark abilities. However, at this moment, both Qin Feng and Zhou Hao remained calm. The sound was no longer dense. There was only one. Hee, there's still one that slipped through the net, just in time for you to contribute to my tally. Zhou Hao quickly dodged and killed the giant bat. Before these bats completely emerged, Qin Feng had already finished his quota, while Zhou Hao had completed nearly 100, still needing another 100 exotic beasts. If they couldn't hunt in the mine anymore, Zhou Hao would probably have to skip class tomorrow. Yet, after Zhou Hao killed the giant bat, another one flew out of the cave. This time, even Zhou Hao found it strange. I'll go take a look. Qin Feng called out as he walked into the mine. At this point, the cave had settled, and the area 50 meters in was blocked by shattered rocks. However, near the ground, there was actually a small crack. This crack was only about the size of 2 palms. The giant bat couldn't fly out, but could fold its wings and crawl out, albeit with some difficulty. Yet, the giant bat's body was quite flexible, and it quickly managed to crawl out. Qin Feng shot it without hesitation, shattering its skull and pulling it out. After pulling this one out, another appeared. Master, do you want to eat some fruit? Bai Li watched the spectacle beside her, puzzled by the allure of the little winged mice. However, as she chewed on a blood-phlegm fruit, the faintly sweet and bloody scent wafted through the air, further exciting the bats that had emerged. Squeak, squeak. The bats on the other side emitted piercing sounds, having caught a whiff of the blood-phlegm fruit as well. Qin Feng, how's it going inside? Zhou Hao, who had dealt with the previous giant bat, stepped in and quickly took in the unexpected scene. Ha ha ha, these giant bats are so foolish. Let me at them. I still need 100 more, and now it's a 1 slice per bat situation. Zhou Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Qin Feng shook his head. You should let them out to fight. The recording won't allow you to hunt like this. Those who don't understand the situation will definitely think it's fake. Even mechanical reviews will randomly check some of it. Zhou Hao considered this and agreed with Qin Feng's suggestion. As the giant bats appeared, Zhou Hao fought each one personally. During the moments when Qin Feng was not engaged, he wielded the Qing Wang Dao, killing one giant bat after another. Even though the second giant bat in line knew that the one ahead had been slain, it couldn't retreat, as countless bats behind it pushed forward, all lured by the blood-phlegm fruit. Moreover, among these giant bats, there was likely a king bat present. Zhou Hao's hunting speed was impressive, but taking down 100 individual creatures wasn't as simple as it sounded. After an hour, he was exhausted, yet still needed to hunt down 30 more exotic beasts. That night, he had truly pushed himself to the limit. Xiao Bai, give him a blood-phlegm fruit. Qin Feng ordered. Bai Li reluctantly handed Zhou Hao a fruit, saying, just one. I won't give you more. Thank you, little princess. Zhou Hao sweet-talked, taking the fruit and swallowing it whole. Instantly, a surge of pure energy erupted from the fruit, flooding into his limbs and revitalizing his previously weak muscles, as if they had been reactivated. Zhou Hao's physical strength broke through to level 3. Let's go, continue. Zhou Hao resumed his battle with the giant bats. Half an hour later, he had completed his last 30 tasks, yet both of them showed no intention of leaving. We've killed them all. This is all money. Zhou Hao had already acquired a dagger, ready to strike as soon as a giant bat showed itself. Qin Feng thought for a moment and asked Bai Li for another fruit, which he had Zhou Hao keep on him. You stay here and keep killing. I'll check the other side. Qin Feng planned to wipe out the entire nest of giant bats. Although these bats were only around level 3 or 5 and didn't offer much benefit to Qin Feng, their sheer numbers could still help in strengthening himself. Alright. In the previous battle, Zhou Hao realized the strength of Bai Li. Her teleportation ability was truly a must-have skill for killing and escaping. He never expected that Bai Li's teleportation was actually an extremely rare spatial ability. At this moment, Qin Feng and Bai Li had already reached the other end of the buried cave, a full 200 meters away. Since reaching the strength of the Beast King, moving within a kilometer was possible, let alone 200 meters. Qin Feng could clearly hear the sound of the giant bats flapping their wings. This time, he would test the power of his dark ability. Qin Feng had spent the last 2 days in the library, gaining a lot of knowledge. And the enormous fireball ability he had just demonstrated was clearly a result of that. Of course, during the previous chase of the Viper, he had also used a fire ability, but it was nowhere near as large. This was not just a slight enhancement. As Qin Feng emerged from the corner, he was getting closer to the rear of the giant bats. Thanks to Zhou Hao using blood phlegm as bait, the bats didn't even glance back at them. Qin Feng focused his consciousness, and the dark runes spread out. At that moment, he was not enveloped in flames, nor did he radiate brilliant light. Instead, he was engulfed in darkness, making him even more elusive. A black sphere appeared in Qin Feng's hand and began to grow larger. The runes continuously infused it, expanding the dark sphere to a terrifying 3 meters, almost swallowing everything in its vicinity. Even Qin Feng's vision was shrouded in pitch black. Go, Qin Feng pointed, and the dark sphere sped away silently. It truly was silent. There were no screams or explosive sounds like when a massive fireball collided with the swarm of bats. Under the tenfold enhancement of the Hellstone, the power of the dark sphere reached an astonishing level. In the blink of an eye, the dark sphere devoured those giant bats, causing them to drop to the ground, lifeless. The dark sphere pushed forward for a full 10 meters. Within that 10-meter radius, due to the dense arrangement of the bats, it killed at least 500 of them. Qin Feng watched everything intently, and in that moment, he seemed to grasp the formidable nature of the dark runes. So this is what dark runes are capable of. No wonder that Senior said the most powerful dark ability is the Finger of Death, because dark runes represent death, just as light symbolizes rebirth. Again, Qin Feng would not shy away from the ominous nature of the dark runes. On the contrary, he believed that abilities themselves are neither good nor bad. Only the strength of the person wielding them matters. The dark sphere gathered once more. Silently, the giant bat swarm was consumed. However, Qin Feng's mental energy was limited. After releasing 10 dark spheres, he began to feel exhausted. He had no idea how many giant bats he had killed, but at that moment, the bat swarm seemed to be frightened and was abandoning their advance, retreating instead. Let's go? Qin Feng's expression changed as he felt drained, his face pale. He was truly no match for this massive bat swarm. Bai Li quickly led him back to the entrance of the collapsed cave. Zhou Hao's hand, which was wielding a dagger, was beginning to tremble with fatigue. Looking at the time, he realized it was already 3 in the morning. In just a few hours, Zhou Hao had achieved remarkable results, having slain a total of 800 giant bats. Is that it? His arms shook as he thought about how he had killed so many strange beasts that his hands felt weak. Let us not deal with the corpses right now. Let us go back to the car and rest for a bit, Qin Feng suggested. Sure, I'll let my dad know I'm okay. Zhou Hao saw a message on his communicator and quickly dialed back to inform his parents that he was fine, but he probably wouldn't be back today. After consuming the remaining blood phlegm fruit, which was necessary after such intense exertion, he reminded Zhou Hao not to go straight to sleep, but to practice for a while. Understood. Zhou Hao returned to his SUV, where the spacious interior proved beneficial. The back seats could be folded down, creating ample space for him to sit cross-legged and begin practicing his internal energy. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. After his internal training, Zhou Hao let out a long breath, his eyes sparkling with energy, fatigue completely washed away, clearly having made significant progress. Haha, it seems like I've leveled up again. A single heavenly treasure is enough to accelerate one's advancement, and Zhou Hao now possessed the strength of a level 4 warrior. In just one night, he had nearly advanced twice. It felt as if he had uncovered the secret behind Qin Feng's immense power. Only through constant battles and honing oneself in the dragon's den and tiger's lair can one progress rapidly. After Qin Feng finished his rest, the two began to collect their spoils, as these would amount to a significant fortune. Qin Feng instructed Xiao Bai to take him back deep into the cave again to start clearing away the corpses of the strange beasts. The sheer number was beyond imagination. Qin Feng wasted no materials and gathered everything, but to his surprise, he eventually discovered the corpse of a beast king. I actually killed a beast king yesterday? Qin Feng was taken aback. This beast king's power in life was comparable to that of the herbivorous giant rat king, but nonetheless. It was a beast king, and yet it was silently deprived of life by Qin Feng's dark powers, dying tragically here. No wonder those bats suddenly fled yesterday. Qin Feng thought back to the scene from the day before and found his reasoning. In truth, the beast king had died unjustly. It had come with a large group of offspring but got trapped here, desperately urging the bats to break through the passage with sound waves. Yet due to the limited space, it was unsuccessful and got stuck in the middle. When Qin Feng unleashed his dark powers, it tried to evade but had no means to do so, ultimately leading to its demise. The dark abilities are indeed powerful, Qin Feng thought, feeling quite pleased. He began to gather the bodies on the ground, which not only included the corpse of a giant bat king, but also 6 beast generals and approximately 3,000 additional corpses. Considering Zhou Hao's contribution, it's likely a significant loss for the entire bat population in the Qingshan cave. The battle didn't take nearly as long, but collecting the spoils took 3 hours. Zhou Hao's haul was equally impressive. His car was packed with loot, and Qin Feng's items were stacked on top. The quantity was staggering. By the time they returned to the city, it was already 8 o'clock. With a massive load of goods, they first headed to the Wanzhong equipment store. Only they could handle this batch of merchandise. Go ahead and sort the items. We have other matters to attend to. Once you're done, just transfer the payment, Qin Feng instructed. Sun Yu nodded excitedly. He had thought the quality of the items Qin Feng sold last time was quite low, but now he realized that the quantity compensated for it, and the sheer volume was indeed shocking. Not only that, but Qin Feng had also left behind materials from the giant bat king and commissioned a cloak and dagger. It's worth noting that the giant bat king hides in the darkness, and the rune gear made from its wings possesses certain stealth capabilities. Qin Feng didn't need it, but Zhou Hao certainly did. This would significantly enhance Zhou Hao's survival abilities, and combined with the Wen Xian leg's escape capability, it would be nearly impossible for an average person to catch him. After bidding farewell to Sun Yu, Qin Feng headed to the Ability Certification Hall. At 8 in the morning, the hall had just opened, yet it was bustling with activity. After all, the hall also issues tasks. And unless there are certification agencies in special areas, like the Frogman and Wolves Qin Feng had killed before, they can all be certified here to earn points in exchange for items that are usually hard to come by. As soon as Qin Feng and Zhou Hao arrived, they attracted the attention of the veteran bounty hunters who frequent the hall. Zhou Hao had only been there with Qin Feng the day before yesterday, so some people remembered this young and promising figure, though they were puzzled as to why the two were back so soon. Moreover, they were carrying 2 combat backpacks. Is it what I think it is? No way. Didn't they just apply the day before yesterday? That means it's only been 2 days. Not even 2 days. Just 40 hours. The crowd was uncertain, but they quickly realized that Qin Feng and Zhou Hao were indeed there for certification. Zhou Hao pulled out 200 bat tails and submitted a video. Beep, beep, beep. Certification approved. Congratulations, you have obtained a tier ability assessment and joined the Ability Users Guild. Qin Feng received the same result. Qin Feng, do you want to undergo the attack power certification? It can boost your certification level. Zhou Hao exclaimed excitedly. Once you obtain a tier ability user badge, there's no need to hunt exotic beasts to level up, as long as the data is sufficient. The badge can be upgraded. Zhou Hao was even thinking of leveling up to tier 4 in one go, which would surely turn heads. Additionally, the higher the level, the better the benefits within the base. Not for now. Qin Feng always knew that with great power comes great responsibility. Zhou Hao might have the strength of a level 4, but he definitely lacked the experience to match. Qin Feng feared that once Zhou Hao was certified, he might be sent to some dangerous places. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. If he gets certified as level 4 right now, how will the seniors handle it? Qin Feng joked. Haha, that's true. Zhou Hao felt even more pleased upon hearing Qin Feng's words. However, this also dispelled his thoughts of getting certified. Just as the two turned around, they found themselves surrounded by a group of people eyeing them hungrily, eager to promote their organization. Chapter 83. Heading to the frontline, Qin Feng and Zhou Hao exerted a great deal of effort to finally shake off those people. They had no intention of joining any small teams or organizations. By the time it was past 10 a.m., it was no surprise that Zhou Hao was late again. When Qin Feng arrived at school, the second rune class was already in session. He knocked on the door, and when Cheng Chao saw him, he was genuinely annoyed. Go to the back and listen to the lecture, Cheng Chao said sternly. Yes, teacher. Qin Feng nodded and went to stand in the back without any complaints. However, the other students in the class looked at Qin Feng with strange expressions, some with admiration, others with disdain, and a few with concern. After all, Qin Feng had shown skills in the firearms course that were arguably on par with the teachers. But at the end of the day, they were all students in the ability class, where the real focus was on mastering their powers. Everyone in the class knew each other's ability levels, except for Qin Feng's, which remained a mystery. Most speculated that his abilities were lacking and that he might end up switching to become a gunsmith in the future. The key point was that Qin Feng was simply too unconventional. Fortunately, the class was about to start, so they didn't dwell on Qin Feng for too long and continued to focus on the lesson. After the 2-hour class concluded, Qin Feng walked over to Cheng Chao. Cheng Chao's expression was serious, and he didn't care whether there were classmates around. He spoke directly. Qin Feng, what is going on? Are you skipping my class now? Teacher, I have something I want to discuss with you. Qin Feng sidestepped Cheng Chao's question, thinking that if this class weren't taught by Cheng Chao, he might not have even attended. What is it? You better have a good reason. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving today. Cheng Chao's face was stern. Qin Feng was just too carefree. And what irked Cheng Chao even more was that Qin Feng seemed completely unbothered. He showed no signs of guilt or fear. Cheng Chao had never encountered such a student in all his years of teaching. Qin Feng nodded and pulled out a palm-sized badge, which bore a universally recognized symbol. Teacher, I should be able to go assist the corpse army now, right? Cheng Chao's mouth nearly dropped open in shock upon seeing the ability badge. In the classroom, the students who hadn't left yet widened their eyes at the sight. Ability badge? Qin Feng, you've been certified as an ability user? What? Let me see. In an instant, several people gathered around to look at Qin Feng's ability badge. This can't be fake, right? One of them said uncertainly, feeling that it was impossible for it to be real. After all, Qin Feng was just a student who didn't take his classes seriously. At this moment, Cheng Chao was also perplexed. He was actually doubting the authenticity of the badge, but based on his years of experience, he felt that this badge didn't seem fake at all. Whether it's real or not, we can verify it. Qin Feng handed the ability badge to Cheng Chao. Cheng Chao held the badge, still skeptical, and opened his communicator to scan the unique code below, which couldn't be forged by anyone. Soon, Qin Feng's information appeared on the screen, and the certification time was just over 2 hours ago. Cheng Chao gasped. In fact, the strength of someone who had just awakened to the first stage wasn't surprising. For instance, Cheng Chao knew that a genius named Zhou Hao had entered this year's ancient martial arts class, and without any systematic training, he could already deliver over 500 points of damage with a single punch. However, having such strength and being certified as an ability user were two completely different matters. After all, it required hunting 200 beasts within 3 days, but Qin Feng was still in class yesterday afternoon. When did this happen? How did you get certified as an ability user? Cheng Chao was at a loss for words. Qin Feng was quite calm and replied, Didn't I ask the teacher earlier? Isn't it true that as long as you reach the first stage, you can go to hunt the Corpse Legion? The teacher agreed to that. Cheng Chao was momentarily speechless. He hadn't actually agreed, but if someone truly reached the first stage, they were indeed capable of going. So you got certified in the last couple of days? When did you go hunt the beasts? Cheng Chao asked in astonishment. After school, during the night. Qin Feng said it so casually, but to others, it didn't sound so easy. They all knew how dangerous the wilderness was at night from countless teachings and stories. Yet, here was Qin Feng, not only going out at night to hunt, but also managing to take down 200 beasts. You're insane. Cheng Chao was so shocked that he almost misspoke. But he quickly regained his composure, cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment, and said, Qin Feng, since you have the first stage ability user badge, you can naturally go to the front lines to fight. However, Ding Ding has already set off with a team, and you probably won't be able to catch up. Qin Feng took back his ability user badge and nodded in understanding. I have a car, I can go by myself, don't worry teacher. Cheng Chao thought to himself that he really wasn't reassured, but he felt he couldn't stop Qin Feng. All right, your vacation is approved, but you must return within a month. You have to participate in the assessment after 1 month. A month later, the 5th district assessment was approaching. And just thinking about Qin Feng's strength suddenly filled Cheng Chao with excitement. This was a madman, a genius. After only a few days of training, he had already reached a new level and even validated his ability badge. When it came time for the spring hunt in the hunting grounds, wouldn't he be dominating the competition and crushing the other academies? Their gathering place in Chengbei would surely rise to prominence this time. Yes, teacher. After that, Qin Feng left the classroom, leaving his classmates completely stunned. Soon, the news spread throughout the school. A first-year student had autonomously certified as an ability user and headed to the front lines. However, they quickly found out that Qin Feng wasn't the only one doing this. Even Zhou Hao from the ancient martial arts class had gone as well. Moreover, some said that Zhou Hao and Qin Feng were friends. Indeed, Talented individuals tend to associate with other talents. Qin Feng and Zhou Hao had fought together all night. So after both had rested, they finally set out for the wilderness. Given the recent chaos caused by the corpse army, people in the gathering place had begun showing signs of corruption over the past 2 days. The gathering place launched a massive campaign, calling for ability users to fight in the wilderness, offering substantial rewards. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin Feng and Zhou Hao's vehicle was gradually entering the frontline combat area along a road that had been artificially cleared. When they saw the site where the Hellstone had fallen again, Qin Feng could hardly believe his eyes. Chapter 84. The might of the King's Knight. It seemed to have transformed into another world. The previously unremarkable hills were now charred black for miles. In the earlier drone footage, Qin Feng had only seen a massive corpse army, but the scale was nothing like this. Perhaps something significant had happened in the last 2 days, or maybe the previous videos were just the tip of the iceberg, the initial footage. Now, it was clear that the situation was more dire than he had imagined. Just as Qin Feng was about to express his thoughts, a sudden burst of pitch-black light erupted from the mountaintop in the distance. 8 other beams of light surrounded this main beam, reaching up to the sky. Then, a circular disc appeared in midair. A rift, a spatial rift. Qin Feng's communicator was connected to Zhou Hao's for emergencies, and at that moment, Zhou Hao's astonished voice came through. That's not a spatial rift, it's a stable spatial passage, Qin Feng said. As the spatial passage opened, countless creatures began to emerge, corpses, bone beasts, numbering in the thousands, astonishing to behold. Just a minute after the rift opened, several figures appeared. Each of these individuals was equipped with gliders, well-armed, and their strengths were undoubtedly formidable. Get the hell out of here. One voice boomed arrogantly as a massive hand descended from the sky, blocking out the sun. Boom. After a powerful punch was thrown, a black pillar of light in the sky vanished, and the once stable spatial passage began to fluctuate. However, the towering figure adorned with dark runes soon reappeared, riding a magnificent steed that exuded a dense black mist, seemingly composed of shadows. Clad in heavy knight armor and gripping a long spear, the rider charged into battle. Clang! Bang! The two began to clash fiercely. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he recognized the figure on the warhorse. It was the high-level Beast King that had appeared in the video. Even from a distance of over a kilometer, Qin Feng could sense that this was indeed an 8th-level Beast King. The opponent he faced was equally formidable, a powerful warrior in his own right. Their battle was intense and evenly matched, gradually moving away from the mountaintop. At that moment, a howling sound echoed from the horizon, followed by the whistling of a yellow cannonball that traced a perfect arc through the air before landing on the mountaintop. Boom! The cannonball exploded, sending shockwaves felt even 1,000 miles away. This was undoubtedly a highly skilled gunner. The remaining 7 beams of light in the sky and the main pillar momentarily twisted before being severed, causing the previously stable spatial passage to tremble and then close, resulting in countless decaying corpses being crushed and meeting their end. Ahead, cheers erupted from the humans. Let's head to the position. Qin Feng's voice rang out just as Zhou Hao snapped back to reality. The battle had been quite a shock for him. Having thought he had seen it all, Zhou Hao now felt that his previous experiences were trivial in comparison. The two resumed their journey in their vehicle and quickly spotted other figures. 1,000 meters from the edge of the corpse army, a fortified position had been established, complete with traps and defenses. The chaotic open space was littered with refuse, with tents of various sizes set up throughout. Occasionally, gunfire could be heard from the front, clearly aimed at preventing any wandering corpses from approaching. Among the people moving back and forth, some had darkened faces, evidently infected by the plague. However, the ability users were resilient. As long as they could leave this area, the plague would naturally begin to heal. There are so many people. For a moment, both of them found it difficult to locate the high-level academy members from the Chongbei gathering place. However, Qin Feng was not here to fight alongside the academy members. Let us go find Xiao Jing, Qin Feng said. Xiao Jing was currently part of the garrison at the Chongbei gathering place. With exceptional talent and a strong work ethic, she had made significant progress in the garrison over the past half-month, even being promoted to vice-captain under Team Leader Li 1. In this world, strength is paramount. Despite Xiao Jing having just joined the garrison, her prowess could easily earn her a general's title. As they waited for Xiao Jing to arrive, the people around them continued to chatter excitedly. The gunman at the Dongling gathering point is incredibly strong. This marksman can actually take a head from 1,000 miles away. If it weren't for Liu Ba from the Zeta district holding the line earlier, it would have been much easier for him. Let's not forget that just a few days ago, the energy blasts he sent out were blocked by that royal knight, resulting in the deaths of over 10 abilities users. In my opinion, It's time for the ability users to step in. Who knows what these people are waiting for? Zhou Hao couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Lu Ba is really impressive, but if he were truly formidable, he wouldn't have been pushed back. He could only manage to hold them off for a moment. Moreover, Qin Feng knew that Lu Ba must have been injured during this engagement. Qin Feng, Zhou Hao. Xiao Jing's voice rang out. The two turned towards the sound and found Xiao Jing dressed in a military uniform, appearing taller and more striking than before, making many men look up to her in admiration. Haha, Xiao Jing, you look great in that outfit. I never realized how beautiful you were before. Zhou Hao couldn't help but say. Xiao Jing shot him a glare. Stop joking around. The situation is dire, and I need to go on patrol soon. Let me arrange a place for you to stay first. The front line can't be too chaotic, otherwise, if a crisis occurs, it will affect support efforts. Moreover, on the off chance that we need to retreat, it could hinder our escape. Before long, Qin Feng and Zhou Hao were assigned to a location at the rear of the front line, where two hovering battle vehicles were stationed. A tent was set up between them, serving as their temporary living quarters. You guys can make do with some food. You need to keep watch tonight. Get some rest. Tomorrow we'll launch a major offensive. Xiao Jing distributed food to Qin Feng and Zhou Hao, although she said it was just a casual meal. The food she provided was high-quality dried meat from exotic beasts. What is the situation like now? Qin Feng asked. Not great, Xiao Jing replied, opening a communicator to send an updated map to Qin Feng and Zhou Hao. The Corpse Legion is approaching Changyang City from this direction and has occupied 3 hilltops, forming a triangular formation. The leadership has named these hills the Mother and Child Mountains. Markers have already appeared on the hills, and there are various colored dots of different sizes. The central Mother Mountain has a black red, indicating a high level of danger, while the Child Mountains are marked in red, and the outermost ones are orange. These colors represent the number of corpses and their strength, with the size of the dots indicating their power levels. That enormous black red signifies a royal-level threat, but surprisingly, there are currently 2 royal-level markers on the map. Chapter 85. Night Exploration of the Mother and Child Mountains. The number of corrupted corpses is a staggering 30,000, while we only have 5,000 ability users. The worst part is that those corrupted corpses are extremely fast and have even mutated, possessing various abilities, making them very difficult to deal with. There are about 1,000 of them. Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. Zhou Hao opened his mouth in shock and asked, how many ability users do we have on our side? Clearly, ability users are at a disadvantage and can only rely on their higher ranks. Unfortunately, Xiao Jing's response only brought disappointment to Zhou Hao. Over 100, and this is just the combined effort of the city of Changyang and the 4 districts. They are currently requesting support from a few other districts. Xiao Jing sighed. Qin Feng knew that this number was already quite significant. Many ability users hold multiple roles. For example, Xue Xingfu, as the captain of the patrol team, is responsible for maintaining order in the gathering place and cannot come. What about Duan? It should be easy for him to eliminate these creatures, right? Zhou Hao asked eagerly, his face showing signs of anxiety, feeling that the situation was quite dire. Xiao Jing nodded, sharing some good news. There are now a total of 10 ability users from Duan. The one we mobilized in Chengbei is Deputy District Chief Lin Zeng, along with the principal of the Advanced Academy, Deng Mian. Oh, by the way, you are now students at the Advanced Academy, so you should know them. That's great. I was worried that these monsters would invade the gathering place. Zhou Hao relaxed a bit. However, Qin Feng didn't feel particularly optimistic. What about that black light and the stable spatial portal from before? Xiao Jing couldn't help but sigh again. I was just about to mention that. The Duan Beast King level doesn't just include the King Knight you saw earlier. There's also a black-robed bloodsucker, who is extremely powerful and at the same level. He can open spatial portals and release more corrupted corpses, and the number of corpses is increasing daily. Opening a spatial rift from the outside is incredibly difficult, but from the inside, it's quite easy. Qin Feng had already thought of the root cause of all this. It was probably due to that master who had his hands severed by Xiaobai. He might have been the one to initially release the black-robed bloodsucker and then used it to open the portal, allowing some creatures from other dimensions to enter. The reason that the master of that skeletal hand hasn't entered might be that he is too powerful and doesn't want to expend his strength on spatial travel. Otherwise, the pressure from the space could prevent him from exerting even a fraction of his power. Then we just need to kill that black-robed bloodsucker, Zhou Hao said urgently. Xiao Jing shook her head. Qin Feng said expressionlessly, if we could have killed him, we would have done so already. Lu Ba is just causing a disturbance, right? Xiao Jing bitterly nodded. Yes, previously 10 ability users came, thinking they were strong, and chose to launch a surprise attack on Mother and Sun Mountain, intending to capture the leader first. However, They were attacked by the black-robed bloodsucker, and their combat effectiveness dropped drastically, with a king knight present, resulting in 4 of them being severely injured. Now, there are hardly any Duan ability users left who can fight. Zhou Hao, who had just relaxed, felt as if struck by lightning. After all this, the high-level fighters were taken out. Qin Feng also understood that the situation was extremely severe now. The black-robed bloodsucker is a type of humanoid creature among the Rift beings, an intelligent race, and extremely powerful. However, they are even more terrifying. Or they wouldn't be called bloodsuckers. They are drenched in blood, absorbing energy through it, and releasing dark ability attacks against their enemies, becoming stronger the more they fight. They are humanity's great enemy. Are we really just going to stand by and watch? Zhou Hao asked. Is there no way to solve this? Xiao Jing replied. The higher-ups have announced a battle plan, but it's as good as useless. That said, she lowered her voice, knowing some things shouldn't be said openly. The higher-ups want to set up an internal spatial stabilization device here to prevent the rifts from causing damage from within. But to set up this device, we first need to eliminate the corrupted corpses inside, and right now, the gathering place simply doesn't have the strength to do that. So we're stuck in a deadlock. Spatial stabilization devices are incredibly precious. Every gathering place has its own threats posed by rifts that could endanger the entire community, which is why we need these devices to suppress them. Over time, to prevent anyone from sabotaging these devices and to avoid waste, some gathering places have gradually formed. However, it can also be inferred that every gathering place is built on a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Damn it, Zhou Hao cursed, feeling that the leadership in Qingyang City was completely out of touch with reality. Qin Feng, however, seemed deep in thought. So, they're still planning to attack. Are those ability users ready? He asked. Xiao Jing was somewhat surprised by Qin Feng's analysis, but replied, yes, their injuries have healed, and they'll be ready to fight tomorrow. You two need to rest well, and be careful when you go into battle tomorrow. I need to get back. I have more work to do. Xiao Jing waved her hand and walked away. Qin Feng noticed the dark circles under her eyes, realizing she hadn't had a proper rest in a long time. We should get some sleep too. We'll continue the fight tomorrow. Zhou Hao agreed. The two had been busy with the matter of the ability user badge, staying up at night and resting during the day, so they were exhausted. After eating, Zhou Hao returned to the tent to rest. As night fell over the human camp, powerful searchlights lit up, sweeping the surroundings in preparation for the approach of the corrupted corpses, while the guard troops remained vigilant. Occasionally, the night wind carried the inhuman howls of the corpses. As the moon reached its peak, Qin Feng, who had been sleeping in the tent, opened his eyes. He raised his wrist. It was already 10 p.m. Qin Feng got up and walked outside, the darkness cloaking him like a shroud, and no one noticed his presence. He stepped into the left side of the Zima mountain, known as Daisishan, while the smaller hill was called Xiazishan. Now, all the flowers, grass, and trees on the mountain were dead, reduced to a pitch-black expanse. The more desolate it appeared, the more terrifying it became. After walking just 50 meters, the camp behind him felt like it was 1,000 miles away. Qin Feng felt as if he had entered the mouth of a giant beast. This situation, after all, arose because of me. I'll do whatever I can. Qin Feng ventured deeper into the mountain. The night was a paradise for the alien beasts. For the corrupted corpses, the absence of the sun only enhanced their combat abilities. But while these corpses were strong, Qin Feng was stronger. As a dark-type ability user, he too felt that the night was his domain. Xiao Bai. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders, and the little fox-like Bai Li jumped down from his shoulder and transformed into her human form as she landed on the ground. The moonlight bathed her in a soft glow, making her look like a celestial being under the night sky, utterly enchanting. Chapter 86. A ruthless slaughter. Put on some clothes. Qin Feng said, feeling helpless. The weather's nice today, so wear this dress. Bai Li picked out a dress after some deliberation and put it on. Qin Feng still had many questions for Bai Li, but he had refrained from asking while Zhou Hao and Xiao Jing were present. Xiao Bai, you've dealt with the one-armed man before. How likely is it that he'll show up again? Qin Feng asked. Although he knew that even the powerful factions found it difficult to enter this place, still, he felt a hint of concern. After all, that was a formidable presence. Bai Li shook her head. It's impossible. That person is too strong. He would be constrained by space. During that encounter, he could only extend one hand, and I could easily wipe it out. That's good to hear. Qin Feng felt relieved. However, Bai Li pouted and said unhappily, Master, I feel you shouldn't be here. The stench of these rotten corpses is similar to that one-armed man's aura. They must be here to capture you. Qin Feng had suspected the same thing, and Bai Li's words only reinforced his belief. So my guess was right. That dark, bloodthirsty figure is indeed a subordinate of the one-armed man, along with the king's knights. If the two of us face them, what are our chances of winning? Now that Qin Feng was also a Duan, and not just any Duan, his internal energy was compressed to an unusual degree, combined with his physical strength. He was confident he could take on a typical Beast King. After all, he was also a humanoid Beast King now. But Bai Li coldly replied, "Master, you can't defeat them." Qin Feng pinched Bai Li's little nose. "You have so little faith in me. Master, you're too weak right now. But that's okay. I can protect you and help you escape." However, Bai Li didn't claim she could defeat those two beings, as she lacked that level of power herself. Qin Feng felt speechless. "Let us go. You don't need to lift a finger this time. The energy cores aren't for you either." With that, he drew his Qin Wang Dao, ready for battle. Bai Li didn't understand why Qin Feng deprived her of her food. But she thought the energy cores of these rotten corpses weren't strong enough for her taste anyway. Still, she felt the need to remind her weaker master. "Master, don't go that way. They must be sent by that person to capture you. If they catch you, kill you, and extract your core, the Hellstone will naturally return. You can't just walk into your own death. Can't you trust me just a little?" Qin Feng sighed. Television tells us to be pragmatic. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. What had Bai Li been watching lately? She really needed some education. However, a mischievous thought suddenly struck him. "Xiao Bai. From now on, call me hubby instead of master. Humans don't refer to each other that way." Qin Feng wore a mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth. "If you don't believe me, then I'll just take advantage of you." "Oh, fine, master, a hubby." Bai Li nodded, then glared. "Be careful." In the darkness, a grotesque corpse suddenly lunged out from behind a pitch-black tree, roaring as it charged at Qin Feng. With a swift motion, Qin Feng swung his Qin Wang Dao, and with a sound like slicing through a watermelon, he cleaved the five-sectioned corpse in half. Against such corpses, Qin Feng naturally dispatched them with a single strike each. "All right, enough chit-chat. Since I'm so weak right now, I should focus on getting stronger rather than retreating. Where can I run to?" Qin Feng concentrated on slaying the corpses. Before his rebirth, he had endured so much hardship, having become a capable individual despite the challenges. Now that things were going so smoothly, how could he be deterred by such minor setbacks? That would not be the Qin Feng he knew. As the corpse fell to the ground, Qin Feng stepped forward and swung his Qin Wang Dao, severing the head of the corpse, revealing an energy core inside. "Devour." The energy crystal rapidly shrank, disappearing in the blink of an eye. These corpses didn't hold much energy. Qin Feng kicked the corpse's head aside and blended back into the darkness, continuing his advance. These low-level corpses roamed the outskirts, while the deeper he ventured into the Daisishan mountain, the higher the levels of the surrounding corpses became. By the time he reached the backslope of Daisishan, he could already see the silhouette of the main peak in the distance. Qin Feng understood that atop that peak, a king knight and a dark bloodthirster were watching him closely. "No matter what, I will kill you." A fierce determination filled Qin Feng's face. At this point, he had shed the darkness that cloaked him, revealing his true self. Surrounded by numerous corpses, the moment they caught the scent of humanity emanating from Qin Feng, they charged at him without hesitation. Roar! The sound of blood flowing through their veins was audible. They were eager to enjoy their dinner. "Die for me." The Qin Wang Dao swung, reflecting a cold light under the moon. Thud! A corpse's head was lifted high, cleanly beheaded. As other corpses closed in, Qin Feng kicked one away and swiftly severed two more beside him. Roar! One corpse let out an angry roar, reaching for Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng twisted his body, and with a sweep of the Qin Wang Dao, thud, 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 the four corpses surrounding him were all decapitated. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng had wiped out 7 segment-level corpses. After splitting open their skulls and absorbing the ability cores, Qin Feng felt a sudden surge of comfort throughout his body. It was the sensation of physical evolution. Level 1. Qin Feng sensed a significant change in his physique. It seemed that in his previous life, he had to reach a certain level to attain such physical strength. It appears that fully devouring abilities can indeed allow my body to evolve to the strength that ancient martial artists, who practice cross-training techniques at the same level, possess. As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow darted toward him at an incredible speed. Qin Feng quickly shifted his feet, evading the attack. In the darkness, a figure blended almost seamlessly with its surroundings. This was a soldier-class creature, clearly an elite among the undead. The beast's body was even smaller than that of the typical corpse, cloaked in darkness, its flesh shriveled and wrapped around its bones, as if it had been scorched of its blood, eliminating the decay that usually slowed down such beings. Moreover, Qin Feng could distinctly sense the dark runes on its body. This was evidently a killer lurking in the shadows. It might work on others, but not on me. This soldier-class corpse relied on darkness to conceal itself, For others, it would be undetectable. But Qin Feng was a master of dark abilities. Such tricks couldn't fool him. Die! Qin Feng sprinted after it. The soldier-class corpse attempted to evade by darting behind Qin Feng, thinking he was unaware of its movements. It raised its withered hand, revealing sharp, dark claws. Swish! A claw came down, but the outcome was not what it had anticipated. Its prey would not become its meal. Clang! The Qing Wang knife clashed against the black claws, erupting in a flash of light. Flash! The Qing Wang knife in Qin Feng's hand transformed, becoming ethereal, and he unleashed 3 rapid slashes. Triple slash. Martial technique. Crack. The fingers of the soldier-class corpse shattered, severed in an instant, and then a single strike landed directly on its neck. Chapter 87. Knight's Spear Thud. A head flew into the air. The soldier-class corpse swayed for a moment before collapsing to the ground, utterly dead. Qin Feng's Qing Wang knife sliced upward, cleaving the head of the soldier-class corpse, revealing an energy core that was larger than that of the previous corpses. Excellent. Qin Feng was quite pleased and quickly absorbed the energy core. Then, Qin Feng continued his slaughter. As time passed unnoticed, by 3 in the morning, he had already killed a staggering 200 level corpses. At this rate, given a day, he could wipe them all out. This would be impossible for any other ability user, as they lacked endless stamina and inexhaustible inner strength. Only Qin Feng possessed such formidable power. Just as he was about to continue, a terrifying energy surged upward. Qin Feng suddenly turned his head. In fact, he was now at the foot of the Mother Mountain, and at this close distance, he could clearly see a pitch-black beam of light rising from the darkness. The dark brilliance surged upward, forcefully breaking through a node in the air, tearing apart the space from within. A powerful energy surged through that place, creating a passageway. In the darkness, a silver edge could be clearly seen. It was the space runes that had been forcibly opened. The Dark Bloodletter. Qin Feng knew that the Dark Bloodletter had made its move. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. The communicator blared with urgent alarms. Not only did Qin Feng receive it, but countless others in nearby positions likely did as well. However, they were clearly farther away than Qin Feng. He noticed that after the black pillar of light had risen, 3 of the surrounding black pillars were noticeably missing, and the rift was smaller than what he had seen in the afternoon. These smaller pillars might not have been emitted by the Dark Bloodletter, but rather by his undead army, with 3 taken out by the previous gunmen. Even so, the presence of a massive black pillar and 5 smaller ones created a rift that could not be underestimated. Soon, waves of undead surged out of the passage, and there were more blackened corpses, along with some that were crimson all over, as if their bones were ablaze. Grade A fire corpses. Qin Feng's expression darkened. All his efforts from the night before had not only been wasted, but replaced with even greater forces. This was incredibly infuriating. Just then, a roar echoed from the horizon. Bastard! This roar was like thunder on a clear day, followed by the sound of artillery whizzing through the air. Buzz! As this attack occurred, Qin Feng recognized it as coming from the gunman Duan from the Dongling gathering place, El Hung. However, the undead army seemed to have been prepared. In the darkness, an iron spear shot out with a whoosh. King S. Knight. Qin Feng was startled and looked up to see the King S. Knight standing halfway up the slope, only about 500 meters away from Qin Feng's position. His expression changed. Shadow. Uncertain whether the King S. Knight would spot him, Qin Feng quickly concealed himself. The long spear instantly targeted 2 airborne shells, which exploded on impact. Change course. A roar came from the distance, and an overwhelming force of will surged forth, causing the airborne shells to change direction in the blink of an eye, heading straight for the black light at the mountaintop. The King S. Knight was not only armed with a spear, but also wielded a shield. His warhorse, resembling a ghost, surged forward like it was formed from black runes, moving with a speed that even surpassed the shells, intercepting them on their path. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, illuminating the mountaintop as if it were daytime. Yet, the King S. Knight's shield was incredibly powerful, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Damn it! Let us see if you can survive this. El Hung was furious and began to unleash a barrage of attacks, but with the King S. Knight blocking the way, he found himself completely unable to succeed. Alone, El Hung stood no chance of stopping him. At the foot of the Mother Mountain, Qin Feng had retreated to the center of the Zimu Mountain formation, which was akin to a valley. Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air, and in the next moment, a muffled thud echoed from 100 meters ahead. Qin Feng halted his steps and quickly turned around, moving at lightning speed. After running 100 meters, he indeed spotted something on the ground. It was the knight's lance of the King Knight. The lance was pitch black with a deep blue tip, radiating a starry glow. Clearly not an ordinary item. It was actually star iron. Before his rebirth, Qin Feng had encountered many powerful things, but there were some items he knew existed yet could never obtain. This star iron was one of them. "Shall Bai pack it up?" Qin Feng commanded directly. Bai Li blinked and replied, "Master, even if you take this lance, you won't be able to use it. It's bound by the contract of the King Knight. So as soon as it's summoned, it will return to the King Knight's hand." However, at that moment, the King Knight was engaged in battle with El Hung and hadn't recalled the lance. A spirit contract, huh? Qin Feng mused. He was aware of such special weapons, but didn't expect that a mere king could possess such a treasure. Can this contract transcend space? Spirit contracts vary in strength. It definitely can't cross my space. Bai Li confidently replied. Then it's settled. Take it. Even if I can't use it now, I'll still cripple him. And if I kill him later, I can use it. Qin Feng asserted. This time Bai Li didn't refuse. Instead, she nodded, thinking her master could be quite clever at times. With a wave of her hand, the king's lance was absorbed into the space. The King Knight, in the midst of battle, immediately felt the loss. Roar! The King Knight let out a furious roar, abandoning the protection of the dark-blooded ones, and charged straight towards Qin Feng's position. "Shall Bai, move." Bai Li instantly took Qin Feng and disappeared in a flash, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, in the distance, El Hung was overjoyed. Although he didn't understand why the King Knight had run away, it was clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Die! El Hung roared, unleashing a barrage of artillery. This time, without Lu Ba by his side, El Hung felt less restrained, and the firepower he unleashed was 3 times greater than that of the earlier battle in the afternoon. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of massive explosions echoed continuously, flattening the mountaintop. The spatial passage was disrupted once again by the commotion, and many of the Corpse Legion were cut in half. The newly arrived Corpse Legion were also severely injured by El Hung's bombs, but the rifts persisted for a considerable amount of time, causing some of the corpses to scatter to other locations. Chapter 88, Just a Retreat? At this moment, the King Knight was frantically searching for something in the center of Zimu Mountain, but found nothing. In a fit of rage, the King Knight charged toward the human stronghold. As he drew closer, the communicators of the ability users in the stronghold began to vibrate wildly. Evacuate! Quick, evacuate! Low-level ability users, get out! Chaos erupted within the camp. And at that moment, a glimmer of light rose from the darkness. Just in time, an aged voice filled with power rang out as countless dazzling runes erupted, turning the night into day. A sturdy, elderly figure appeared 100 meters in front of the stronghold. It was Dean Deng Nian of the Chongbei Advanced Academy, a powerful light-type ability user. Deng Nian was indeed a formidable light-type ability user, but he was also quite old. He was a treasure of the entire Chongbei gathering point. And during the previous siege, he hadn't participated in the battle for fear of any mishap that might prevent his withdrawal. After all, the Corpse Army had undead assassins that could potentially target him. However, now that the King's Knight was charging down, Deng Nian was naturally overjoyed and immediately took action. Rays of light transformed into beams, shooting toward the King's Knight. Ha, come on. Stay with me. Various ability users began to engage in battle with the King's Knight. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Qin Feng's communicator vibrated frantically. It was Zhou Hao. Qin Feng answered the call. "Where are you, you lunatic? Where did you run off to?" "I went for a night run." Qin Feng, having just acquired the Star Iron Spear, was in a good mood and even felt like joking. "Don't head back to the camp just yet. The King's Knight has come down the mountain. I'll help you tow your car, so be careful. I'm already back." Qin Feng was amused to find that Zhou Hao actually believed him. If it were someone else, they might suspect that Qin Feng was the one who had fled. Qin Feng strode toward the direction of the 2 tents, where Zhou Hao was already preparing to use a rope to drag Qin Feng's vehicle away. Seeing Qin Feng approach, he waved his hand urgently. "Hurry up. If you don't, you won't even know how you died." Zhou Hao was the first to start the vehicle. Qin Feng and Bai Li got into the hover car. Bai Li didn't revert to her original form and joined him in the vehicle. Although Qin Feng had lured the King's Knight down from the mountain, causing chaos in the stronghold, it was ultimately a good thing for the overall situation. It all depended on how capable these ability users were. The battle started at 3 in the morning and continued until dawn, leaving the well-prepared stronghold in ruins. "Listen, it seems like the noise has stopped. Is it over? What is going on up front?" A group of people eagerly asked. Qin Feng was still resting with his eyes closed in the hover car. After enhancing his abilities throughout the night, he didn't forget to continue his training, knowing that if no ancient martial artists came to kill him, he needed to diligently cultivate his internal power to avoid falling behind. Just then, the glass of Qin Feng's vehicle was tapped. "Qin Feng, come out for a moment." Zhou Hao's voice was tinged with excitement. Qin Feng was puzzled, but opened the car door anyway. "What's going on?" "Haha, look, I found the team, Zhou Hao exclaimed. It was then that Qin Feng noticed the two people beside Zhou Hao, Li Yaoyao and Lu Ming. Not only that, but Lu Ming was also wearing a badge indicating she had become an ability user. Qin Feng, you actually came, Lu Ming said, clearly thrilled. Yaoyao mentioned she saw you at school last time, but we haven't seen you around lately. Ming, Li Yaoyao said, somewhat embarrassed, giving Lu Ming a little tug. Although she had a good impression of Qin Feng, being a girl, she still felt shy. I haven't been to class much, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Well, with your abilities, you really don't need to attend classes. Even your friend has become a ranked ability user, Lu Ming said, casting a slightly jealous glance at Zhou Hao. This younger guy, who was a year her junior in school, had somehow managed to achieve a ranked ability user status. Meanwhile, she had spent quite a bit of money and taken 3 days to hunt down 200 mutant beasts to become a ranked ability user herself. Zhou Hao, a bit disgruntled, said, I passed my ranked assessment on my own, killing who knows how many mutant beasts. So you're saying I cheated? Lu Ming shot back, hands on her hips. Junior, do you want to keep hanging around our school? Do you know how powerful Sister Ming is here? Zhou Hao nearly burst out laughing, standing at 1.8 meters tall. He towered over Lu Ming, who was only about 1.5 meters, barely reaching his chest, yet she still called herself Sister Ming. Just as the two seemed on the verge of a quarrel, Qin Feng interjected, did the battle finish? What was the outcome? At Qin Feng's question, they both paused, and Li Yaoyao finally had a chance to chime in. It ended. The ranked warrior drove off the king knight. Qin Feng frowned. Didn't he kill it? What could we do? That knight had a shield that was probably equivalent to a golden rune equipment. It could even withstand Director Deng's light beams. A group of us attacking it felt like we were just poking a turtle, Lu Ming explained. Qin Feng felt speechless. These guys were utterly useless. But then he remembered that the King Knight's main combat ability was defense, and he recalled the starlight iron in his little white space. He was itching to turn it to his advantage immediately. Qin Feng, why don't you join us today? Li Yaoyao invited. Qin Feng's thoughts were interrupted, and he decisively shook his head. Has the battle map been updated today? He asked. Yesterday, there suddenly appeared so many level decayed corpses, killer corpses, and flame corpses. I feel like if I keep hiding my strength, we'll never be able to kill them all. And as long as they keep multiplying, the dark runes on us will keep spreading. By now, the sky had brightened, revealing dark clouds over the mother and child mountain, which were still spreading outwards. The weak orphans in the orphanage couldn't wait. It hasn't been updated yet, Zhou Hao said. As they were talking, several people spotted the drone returning. And soon everyone's communicators started beeping. The map distribution was updated. Qin Feng looked down and noticed that everyone's expressions were not good. Sure enough, a greater crisis had emerged. Last night's rift opening, despite the obstruction from the King Knights, had allowed 2,000 corrupted corpses to pour in, and now the corpses at the edges were advancing, destroying the original positions. It seemed that they would have to retreat again. Zhou Hao, you should team up with the school personnel today. I'll head to the district. Qin Feng said. All right. Zhou Hao nodded, knowing Qin Feng's strength. If Qin Feng was going to the district, he must have his own confidence. However, Qin Feng's confidence was clearly not enough to reassure Li Yaoyao and Lu Ming. Qin Feng, you really plan to go to the district? That's too dangerous. Li Yaoyao quickly tried to dissuade him. No matter how strong Qin Feng was, he couldn't be strong enough for that. Lu Ming also seemed skeptical. Qin Feng, are you really going? How about I give you some laser cannons or something? She suggested. Qin Feng smiled lightly. Thanks, but that's not necessary. He knocked on the car door and called out, Xiao Li, come out. Bai Li hadn't transformed back last night. And since Li Yaoyao had seen Bai Li in her fox form, she knew her name was Xiao Bai. To be cautious, Qin Feng used a different name. With a click, the door of the hover tank opened, and a girl with long hair stepped out. Her silky hair shimmered with a silver glow, and her delicate face was perfectly proportioned, with captivating fox-like eyes that seemed to draw people in, combined with an innocent purity. She had a petite nose and luscious cherry-red lips. She wore a colorful bohemian dress and a sun hat, looking more like a tourist than a fighter. As soon as Bai Li appeared, she seemed to automatically lock onto Qin Feng, greeting him with a smile. Hubby, do you think this outfit looks good on me today? Qin Feng's smile froze at the corners of his mouth, and he suddenly regretted teasing Bai Li yesterday. Zhou Hao looked at Qin Feng in shock. His eyes filled with accusation. You madman, you're too much. You even have your sights set on Xiao Bai. Li Yaoyao and Lu Ming also wore expressions of disbelief. It looks great. Let's go? Qin Feng quickly replied to Bai Li and grabbed her hand to leave. He could ignore the gazes of the others. But Zhou Hao's look made Qin Feng feel a bit embarrassed. He felt a twinge of guilt, as if he was luring a young girl. After all, Xiao Bai had only been born a month ago. She was still just a baby. Let's go? Bai Li walked up to Qin Feng and pouted in dissatisfaction. My shoes are uncomfortable. Carry me. Qin Feng sighed, as Bai Li had become increasingly lazy, often resting on his shoulder. She knew they were heading to the battle zone, and that she would likely just have to watch without being able to fight. So, she simply asked Qin Feng to carry her. All right, come on. Qin Feng crouched down slightly, and Bai Li immediately wrapped her arms around his neck. Qin Feng took large strides toward the wilderness. At this moment, Qin Feng was already quite eye-catching, especially with a stunning beauty by his side. Qin Feng. Li Yaoyao hurriedly chased after them, but she quickly realized that Qin Feng was moving at an incredible speed, seemingly using his internal power to leave. As a water-type ability user, Li Yaoyao found herself unable to keep up. In an instant, disappointment mixed with jealousy clouded her mood, leaving her feeling quite upset. With no outlet for her emotions, she noticed Zhou Hao still watching Qin Feng's retreating figure with a disapproving expression. Unable to hold back, she said, Zhou, aren't you going to do something about Qin Feng? It's dangerous for him to go into the wild alone. And he's bringing a girl with him. Doesn't that make it even more dangerous? Zhou Hao quickly waved his hand. There won't be any danger. That's the Beast King we're talking about. He's incredibly strong. He could snatch the blood phlegm fruit guarded by the Bat King with his bare hands, which shows how formidable he is. Li Yaoyao, however, was not satisfied. Dressed like that girl probably doesn't have any combat power. Isn't she just a liability for Qin Feng? Zhou Hao's eyes widened in shock as he finally realized that Li Yaoyao wasn't worried about Bai Li. She was worried about Qin Feng. Why do I smell something sour? Lu Ming nudged Zhou Hao in the stomach with her elbow. Zhou, be careful with your words. Don't say things you shouldn't. She warned, casting a stern look at him. Li Yaoyao felt embarrassed, and her eyes turned red in an instant. Just then, someone approached, noticing Li Yaoyao and Lu Ming. Junior, we're about to organize an attack. You can join us this time. I heard your previous team has disbanded. A gentle voice said. Li Yaoyao and the others turned to look at the newcomer, and their faces lit up. The man stood about 6 feet tall, not particularly muscular, but exuded an air of elegance. His gold-rimmed glasses gave him an even more scholarly appearance. Senior Gao, can I really? Li Yaoyao felt a rush of nerves. The boy before her was none other than Gao Linghan, the campus heartthrob of Chongbei Advanced Academy and the strongest third-year student. He was a powerful wind-type ability user who, despite currently attending classes, had reportedly already broken through to a higher level. If he agreed, he could even stay on as a teacher. Of course you can. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you. Gao Linghan smiled warmly. Li Yaoyao felt an indescribable excitement bubbling up inside her. Gao Linghan was incredibly strong, and if she fought alongside him, both her gains and contributions in this battle would be substantial. However, she glanced at Lu Ming beside her. In the Advanced Academy, teams were mixed by grade, with everyone looking out for each other in the wilderness. Originally, Li Yaoyao and Lu Ming had teamed up with Wang Kai, Jiang Wenxuan, and Yu Hai. But just a month ago, their team had fallen apart after encountering danger while out in the field. Now, with a new mission arising, if Li Yaoyao left, Lu Ming would be all alone. Yaoyao, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up. Opportunities are fleeting. Lu Ming whispered urgently. Gao Linghan could naturally hear their conversation. And although she maintained a gentle smile, there was a glint of calculation in her eyes. Lu Ming, you can join us too. Lu Ming quickly waved her hands. No, I have something else to do. You guys go ahead. Gao Linghan's smile stiffened for a moment. All right then, Meng, be careful. Li Yaoyao made up her mind and walked towards Gao Linghan. In truth, her decision was influenced by the earlier rejection from Qin Feng when she invited him to join. Now that Gao Linghan was extending an invitation, she felt a sense of vindication. I won't bother with that blind fool Qin Feng anymore. Gao Linghan wanted to say something more, but seeing Li Yaoyao's determination and Lu Ming cheering her on from the side, she ultimately decided against it and left with Li Yaoyao. Now only Lu Ming and Zhou Hao remained. Zhou, come with me. I'll protect you. Otherwise, with your small frame, you'll definitely be eaten by the rotting corpses. Lu Ming declared boldly. Zhou Hao was speechless, wondering who would be the one getting eaten. Fine, since you're somewhat cute, I'll help you out. With no other acquaintances around, Zhou Hao decided to team up with Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was unaware of the changes occurring behind him. He had already led Bai Li out of sight and re-entered the battlefield. Thanks to the cover of withered trees, Qin Feng's figure quickly vanished from view. In the mountains, the insignificant presence of humans was hardly noticeable. Chapter 90. The man in black robes. Indeed, there were even more of them today than yesterday. Qin Feng felt a surge of anger as he sensed the increasing number of rotting corpses surrounding him. Kill. Without hesitation, he unleashed a rampage. All the corpses attacking him were swiftly dispatched. Bai Li had acquired a dagger and, with a hint of disdain. Dealt with the heads of the rotting corpses Qin Feng had slain, collecting their energy cores to store in her combat backpack. Qin Feng continued to cut through the hordes. And within just an hour, the surrounding corpses were nearly wiped out. Let us push deeper. Qin Feng didn't feel tired. After all, he possessed the ability to devour, which allowed him to sustain his stamina better than anyone else. Even though the energy provided by the corpses was minimal, it was enough for him to recover his strength. However, as Qin Feng drew closer to the Mother Mountain, the surrounding horde of corpses became increasingly dangerous. Suddenly, a figure in black robes appeared in his line of sight. Startled, he quickly dodged behind a withered tree. Could it be the black-robed bloodletter? A thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Yet, he didn't sense the aura of a beast king, nor did he feel any immediate danger. Cautiously observing again, he noticed that although this black-robed figure was strong, the surrounding auras were merely at the beast general level. Wait a minute, could that black-robed person be an assistant? When Qin Feng arrived at the battlefield, he witnessed the black-robed bloodletter unleashing columns of dark energy, accompanied by 8 additional energy columns that nearly doubled the size of the spatial passage. However, during the night, only 5 dark light columns had appeared. If it weren't for the need of these black-robed individuals to rest, they would have been killed by the gunman Duan. The Corpse Legion clearly didn't require rest, which meant the latter scenario was true. This indicated that the strength of these black-robed figures wasn't particularly formidable. Regardless, Qin Feng decided to test the waters. With that thought in mind, he began to approach stealthily, soundlessly. Shadow. Qin Feng melded into the darkness, quickly reaching the back of the black-robed figure. He was now only about 10 meters away from the black-robed entity. Suddenly, the figure turned around. The cloak faced Qin Feng, and in an instant, he beheld a terrifying sight. Inside the robe was a pitch-black skull, and to make matters worse, a pair of emerald-green flames burned in its eye sockets. Fortunately, Qin Feng wasn't intimidated. Seeing that the black-robed skeleton had noticed him, he charged forward without hesitation. Death. The Qingwang Dao in his hand traced a perfect arc. At that moment, the black-robed skeleton raised a bony finger and shot a beam of dark light at Qin Feng. Thud. The beam struck Qin Feng with incredible speed. He could clearly feel that this was a dark rune ability designed to sap the vitality of the body, making one feel weak and vulnerable to a virus, ultimately leading to death. However, Qin Feng possessed the Dark Stone, which rendered him immune to any dark abilities, making the opponent's power ineffective against him. Clang. The Qingwang Dao struck the skeleton's neck, producing a metallic clash. Realizing that its dark ability had no effect, the black-robed skeleton raised its skeletal hand and lunged at Qin Feng with lightning speed. Qin Feng sidestepped, startled as the pitch-black fingers brushed past him. Those fingers were filled with virus. If caught, an ordinary person would surely become a corpse. Another strike. Qin Feng lifted the Qingwang Dao once more, launching a series of clangorous attacks. Surprisingly, the blade couldn't penetrate the skeleton's bones. Frustration welled up within Qin Feng. Although the Qingwang Dao was excellent, it was made from inferior materials, and it was clearly falling behind his pace. Whoosh! Another beam shot from the black-robed skeleton's finger, and Qin Feng dodged just in time as the dark light struck the gnarled tree behind him. Boom! The tree instantly turned to ashes. Qin Feng felt a lingering fear, though he didn't show it on his face. He raised his hand in response. Did you think you were the only one with abilities? With a surge of consciousness, hundreds upon thousands of fire runes emerged from the fiery planet next to the diamond planet. Hellfire shot forth from Qin Feng's hand, striking the figure in the black robe. In that moment, it was as if a barrel of oil had been ignited, resulting in a massive explosion. The black-robed skeleton's cloak caught fire and blazed fiercely. The black-robed skeleton screamed in agony, the soul fire atop its skull flickering wildly, revealing its pain. Corpse-like beings fear light, and, even more so, fire. Especially since Qin Feng's flames were infused with dark runes, capable of scorching the very essence of the soul. No black-robed skeleton could escape this fate. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng launched a flurry of attacks. Crack! The black-robed skeleton's neck finally snapped, its bones scattering across the ground. In that instant, Qin Feng felt his devouring ability stir with anticipation. In the next moment, the remnants of the soul fire in the black-robed skeleton's eye sockets were drawn out, transforming into a surge of energy that flowed into Qin Feng's body. He felt his consciousness rapidly elevate. Killing the black-robed skeleton had actually absorbed consciousness energy. Moreover, this boost in consciousness was on par with the increase he experienced when he killed He Li. He sensed the advancement of his consciousness after absorbing He Li's energy. He had only reached a level of 5, but now, His consciousness surged to nearly level 7. It was as if everything he desired was coming to him. Qin Feng smirked, collecting his spoils, and began searching for more black-robed skeletons. While Qin Feng was on a killing spree, on the other side, in the gathering place of the ability users in Chungyang City and the 5 major districts, a military vehicle was housing some of the strongest individuals in the Chongbei gathering area. This vehicle was almost like a mobile home, its interior resembling a room, with monitors mounted on the walls displaying constantly changing images captured by drones. Besides the support staff, there were 4 individuals present, all of whom were at the level of advanced ability users. There was Duan Yan, the principal of Chongbei Advanced Academy, a light-type ability user. Duan Zeng, the deputy district chief of the Chongbei gathering area, a martial arts practitioner. Han Jian, the commander of the Chongbei gathering area's defense army, a firearms specialist. Yang Sanhu, the commander of the Chongbei gathering area's wild army, a beastmaster. Each of these 4 could shake the entire Chongbei gathering area with just a stamp of their foot. Unfortunately, they all wore worried expressions. The situation was dire. Yang Sanhu glanced at the monitor and spoke in a grave tone. Having spent years exploring the wild, he had seen the high death rates within the military, which had honed his keen perception. Just one look was enough for him to recognize that things were not looking good. Of course, if the situation were favorable, they wouldn't have been dispatched here. Chapter 91. Attention from the upper echelons of the gathering area due to the outbreak of battle last night and the continued presence of the spatial passage. The number of undead corpses had surged. Xinjiang City had once again urged all major gathering areas to mobilize personnel to the front lines. As a result, even the commanders of the defense army and the wild army had to come to the front lines. The number of advanced ability users on the front line had now risen to at least 16. It's getting old. Duan Yin sighed. Yesterday's battle was a rare opportunity. Yet the King Knight managed to escape. This truly left Deng Yin feeling frustrated. They're all just a bunch of workers who don't put in the effort. Lin Zhang said with a grim expression. The major gathering places are disorganized, all afraid of getting hurt, and there wasn't much strong teamwork. This ultimately led to the failure of the plan to besiege the King Knight. Not only that, but Lin Zhang also got injured, which was incredibly infuriating. Beep beep beep. The device emitted a sound, and another map refreshed on the screen. Yang Sanhu suddenly leaned in, frowning at the map. Pull up the map from 3 hours ago. Yang Sanhu suddenly commanded. The technicians quickly retrieved the map from 3 hours earlier, and the red and orange markers on it were noticeably more numerous than those on the current map, especially in a specific fixed area. There were 200 fewer rotten corpses. Could it be that a team broke through the perimeter to hunt them down? Yang Sanhu said curiously. In fact, 200 rotten corpses isn't a lot. But it's strange to have that many missing from one place, especially when they are segments of corpses. Nowadays, with a large group of segmented rotten corpses on the perimeter, it would be quite difficult to break into the mother and child mountain. Adjust the drone's camera to focus on that direction. Yang Sanhu commanded again. The drone then hovered for a moment before quickly locating Qin Feng, who was engaged in battle. On the back slope of the Great Child Mountain, Qin Feng's Qin Wang Dao was like the scythe of death, continuously reaping the lives of his enemies. The third one, die. As the Qin Wang Dao swept through, the third black-robed skeleton fell at Qin Feng's hands. His consciousness rapidly merged with Qin Feng's body, boosting his power. In that moment, Qin Feng felt everything around him becoming so clear. His consciousness could penetrate hundreds of meters, clearly seeing everything in the surroundings. Moreover, the elemental core of the diamond planet was spinning continuously, and the elements that previously seemed overwhelming began to stir, quickly forming various shapes. Combinations that were previously incomprehensible and unanalyzable emerged, giving rise to new abilities. Dark Ray. The new ability that Qin Feng had just comprehended was actually the same ability that the black-robed figure had unleashed upon him. Perhaps it was because the black-robed figure had repeatedly released it, allowing his body and consciousness to remember its existence. However, this ability didn't have much effect on the current situation. Qin Feng was immune to the Dark Ray, and similarly, the undead army of rotten corpses was also immune. But could this ability be transformed into a fire-type ability? Qin Feng pondered, channeling his consciousness, and by coincidence, he found a version of this ability within the fire element core. Thus, Qin Feng effectively acquired an additional fire-based ability, Flame Ray. Just as Qin Feng was excitedly about to use it, his consciousness stirred, and he instinctively looked up, just in time to see the drone hovering above him. Qin Feng frowned. With his greatly enhanced awareness, he immediately discerned that the drone was pointed directly at him. Not only that, but every angle it rotated captured his image. Could it be that he had drawn attention by killing too many? However, Qin Feng had no intention of hiding his accomplishments. He was also recording the number of decaying corpses he had slain, as these could be exchanged for contributions within the base. Still, it was best not to reveal his abilities. With that thought, Qin Feng ignored the drone and moved forward, searching for the black-robed skeletons among the horde of. Meanwhile, in the command vehicle, the attention of Yang Sanhu and the others was entirely focused on Qin Feng. "It's him," Han Jian exclaimed in surprise. "Do you know this person? Who is he? Which gathering place is he from?" Yang Sanhu quickly inquired. Qin Feng's displayed strength was truly astonishing. Nowadays, mercenary teams had to work together to hunt, taking every step cautiously to avoid being overwhelmed by the. In contrast, Qin Feng's movements were bold and carefree, as if he welcomed the to come after him. "He is from our Chongbei gathering place, but his strength shouldn't be this formidable. With such power, he should at least be at the stage level." Han Jian hesitated, unsure if he should continue. However, everyone else's gaze was fixed on him. "But what?" Yang Sanhu pressed. Han Jian shook his head, still having a hard time believing it. "This person is named Qin Feng. He's 16 years old and just injected with the awakening serum. Just half a month ago, he achieved great results in the planting grounds." Han Jian explained. "Only 16? Yang Sanhu couldn't help but be surprised. Even Deng Nian and Lin Zeng felt their hearts skip a beat. Youth represents potential. If such a person could be brought under their wing, it would be the best choice. Of course, there were downsides. Such potential could also pose a threat. You say this person is named Qin Feng?" Lin Zeng frowned, feeling as if he had heard that name somewhere before. Deng Nian was also taken aback. He had seen this year's student list, particularly paying attention to the names in the ability class. Only 20 names. As a stage ability user, Deng Nian had an incredible awareness and a memory that approached photographic recall. He remembered that there was indeed someone named Qin Feng in the new ability class. Could it be such a coincidence? At this moment, Han Jian glanced at the video again and sighed. "It must be him. I never expected him to grow to this level in such a short time. Previously, Wang Cheng and I wanted to invite him to join the Defense Army and the Tiger Flame Army, but he declined, saying he wanted to join Chongbei Advanced Academy." "Old Deng, is it really true? Don't tell me this kid is just brushing me off." Hearing Han Jian's words, Deng Nian burst into laughter. "It should be true. He is now a student in the ability class." For a moment, Deng Nian felt an overwhelming sense of pride. After all, a student with such potential is priceless, especially one who has rejected 2 other generals to join the higher academy. How could he not be overjoyed? What a great talent. Deng Nian sighed, growing more and more satisfied as he watched. On the other hand, Lin Zeng's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness. He had naturally figured out who Qin Feng really was. Just a few days ago, Jiang Xiaoyang had reportedly gone missing after chasing a black market fighter, and the Eagle Club that Lin Zeng managed had been investigated, suffering heavy losses that forced him to make painful sacrifices. And that black market fighter was none other than Qin Feng. Their profiles matched perfectly. I used to think it was impossible for this person to have killed Jiang Xiaoyang. But now it seems entirely plausible. The other party truly possesses formidable strength. With this in mind, Lin Zeng couldn't help but wish for Qin Feng's swift demise.